Chapter 1, Beast Master? You can't even summon a battle beast? Mu Chen, B-grade talent, warrior profession, divine realm priest. Human Federation, level 5 base city. Hanhai City, number 66 secondary school. Su Heng raised his head and looked at the formation in the center of the 66th school, his expression a bit strange. The world in front of him was terrifyingly different compared to his past life. For 1,000 years, the world's borders suddenly collapsed, and countless races invaded the human world. A few humans on Blue Star awakened their profession panels, but it also gave more fierce birds and beasts strange, bizarre powers. Moreover, due to the invasion of myriad worlds, the merging and devouring of worlds caused the land and ocean areas to expand by dozens of times. Everywhere there were all kinds of secret realms and ruins. It is said that these were the remnants of world fragments left behind when dimensions collapsed. Coincidentally, half a month ago, Su Heng stumbled into a great fortune and crossed over to this world, just in time for the awakening ceremony at the 66th school. Old Su, what are you looking at? Wasn't it already prepared? Why are you nervous now? A curious voice came from beside him, and Su Heng instinctively turned his head. Immediately, a familiar face entered his line of sight. It was Ji Yuan. This kid grew up with him, and if she had been a girl, they would have been true childhood sweethearts. But now, looking at this kid's chubby face, Su Heng couldn't help but roll his eyes. What are you afraid of? I'm just feeling a little emotional. Ji Yuan retorted, you're just scared, huh? Don't I know you? If you're nervous, just admit it. Would I laugh at you, my son? Alright, my son, I know you're worried. You're such a filial child. Look for a beating. We're a conjugate father and son. At this moment, a wave of pressure came from not far away. A dark figure slowly approached the two, with a serious expression as he sternly warned. Behave yourselves. The free awakening ceremony is only once. If you fail, you will have to pay 100,000 Federation coins to test again. Ji Yuan and Su Heng quickly lowered their heads. The pressure from the homeroom teacher was never to be taken lightly. Even though Su Heng had lived 2 lives, he was still a student at this 66th school. Seeing that the two were intimidated, the teacher, Hu Lianlian, stepped forward, exhaling a long breath. Damn it, this batch of students is crucial to my performance bonus. If the pass rate is low, it's going to be a disaster this year. Hu Lianlian's gaze shifted toward the altar where the awakening formation was set. Soon, a deep voice echoed throughout the square. Yi Yunlan, D-grade talent, warrior profession, berserker. Ji Yuan in the crowd looked at the scene with some excitement, his expression a little tense. Su Heng also lifted his head and looked into the distance. The Human Federation prepared an awakening ceremony for every student at the age of 16. The talent is graded into 5 levels, D, C, B, A, and S. The professions are divided into 3 modules, warrior, logistics, and lifestyle. Each module has several professions, and Yi Yunlan, who had awakened, was a D-grade berserker. Of course, aside from the free awakening for 16-year-olds at major universities, one could also pay 100,000 Federation coins for a second awakening after adulthood. However, the success rate is less than 20%. That's why Ji Yuan seemed so excited. His emotions naturally affected Su Heng's mood. He was also curious about what kind of existence he would become in this world. I don't know why you two are so happy. You're both at the bottom of the class. Ji Yuan might have a chance for a meat tank, but you, Su Heng, you're just a waste. Better not go up there, it's embarrassing. Behind them, a slightly burly boy mocked. Damn it, old cat, are you looking for death? How dare you talk about my brother like that? Ji Yuan, with his fiery temper, rolled up his sleeves and was ready to fight. That boy could not help but step back one step, but the color of his face was not cowardly at all. What, do you dare to hit me inside the school? I tell you, teacher who is watching you all, do you want to be directly expelled? Damn it! I will beat you to death no matter what. Ji Yuan stepped forward and wanted to give him one punch, but the next second he was stopped by Su Heng. Alright, what nonsense are you saying? This guy obviously did not hold any good intention. Su Heng shrugged his shoulders, and did not put this guy's useless furious rage in his heart at all. Right now he only thought about quickly going up to awaken, and then amaze everyone with one brilliant move. Just at this time, Hu Lianlian had already walked over. Su Heng, it is our class now, you go first. Su Heng helplessly nodded his head, under Hu Lianlian's gaze, walked toward the awakening altar. Hope to give a battle-type profession, if one wants to live in this strange world, not being able to fight is simply trash. Su Heng murmured 2 sentences in his mouth, stiffening his scalp and quickened his own steps. Very quickly he arrived in front of the awakening crystal. He deeply inhaled one breath, then slowly placed his right hand onto this awakening crystal. Boom! The next moment, the awakening crystal had a reaction, one pale golden light directly gathered above Su Heng's head. Finally it gathered the profession message, in mid-air. Su Heng, A-level aptitude, warrior profession, Beast Tamer. Just after the words fell, the whole place was shocked. First what they paid attention to was Su Heng's A-level aptitude. Holy shit, how could this guy be A-level aptitude? Truly did not expect it. In our Hanhai 66th middle school, he should be the first A-level aptitude, right? Of course, after all, Hanhai 66th middle school in the Human Federation is a level 5 base city, that Muchen was already the highest of ours these many years, A-level, only he alone. But the sound of discussion suddenly stopped. In front of the awakening crystal, a strange expression appeared on the face of the director of the teaching office. Then he slightly sighed one breath, and announced. Su Heng, awakening successful. A-level aptitude, warrior beast tamer profession. Unfortunately, did not summon a battle beast. The awakening below the stage had not ended yet. The students watching the excitement swept their eyes and glanced at the worn-out school uniform on Su Heng's body. With strange expressions they sighed one breath. Good guy, a beast tamer actually failed to summon a battle beast during the awakening ceremony? Then what beast tamer is he? Finished. This is equal to not activating the battle beast space. Su Heng is completely finished. Until now, there has never appeared a case of a beast tamer without a contracted battle beast. Su Heng, I remember he takes study aid money, right? What a pity. Isn't this just a trash now? A crowd of students below the stage looked with regretful faces at Su Heng in front of the awakening crystal. After all, a beast tamer who cannot summon a battle beast has almost no difference from trash. Su Heng's mood at this moment was extremely heavy. Damn it. The good news is it is a warrior profession, the bad news is it is a beast tamer who cannot even summon a battle beast. Damn it. Are you playing with me? However, just when Su Heng's heart was full of tangled thoughts, a voice suddenly sounded inside his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, for awakening the beast tamer profession, binding the All-Heaven Divine Beast System. This system can break the dimensional wall and summon and contract various divine beasts from anime and film worlds from the host's world. All-Heaven Divine Beast System is opening. Chapter 2, All-Heaven Divine Beast System, Ninetale 9 Kurama descends. Holy shit, the system big brother has come. Hearing the voice that came beside his ear, Su Heng fiercely swallowed one mouthful of saliva. Immediately stepped back several steps. In his heart he already understood. Without showing any emotion he quietly moved his hand away from that awakening crystal. And also pretended as if nothing happened, slowly walking into the class crowd. Congratulations, host, successfully opened this system. All-Heaven Divine Beast System, sincerely serving you. This system is counting the basic attribute panel for you, counting completed. Initial beginner big gift package is being issued for you. Issued successfully. Whether to open. Su Heng held back the excitement in his heart and did not choose to open the beginner's gift pack immediately. Instead, he took a deep breath and then opened the attribute panel. After all, this is the god beast system of the multiverse, who knows what incredible creatures it might summon from which world. Congratulations, host, your profession has been upgraded from beast tamer to mythical beast tamer, all attributes increased. Opening attribute panel. Host, Su Heng. Level 1. Status, good, excited. Current skills, none. Current bloodline, none. Current battle beast, none. Energy needed for battle beast upgrade, none. Current inventory, beginner's gift pack *1. After half a month of crossing this world, Su Heng knew a little more specific information. The attribute panel, every awakened person can see through special means, but only their own panel. The panel generally records name, level, profession, talents, and so on. It would never be like what he saw, with beginners' gift packs, bloodlines, skills, and things like that. So, Tonzi-gu is not an illusion. Su Heng swallowed hard, since Tonzi-gu can summon god beasts from all worlds. Then what would be in the beginner's gift pack given to him? Would it be those monsters flying everywhere from the Ultraverse, or the 12 royal knights from the digital world? Or maybe the time-space twin gods and alpaca from the Pokemon world? Damn it, no matter which one, he would be insanely rich. These treasures match perfectly with his identity as a mythical beast tamer. God beasts of all worlds, huh? Who says the cosmic dinosaur Zetton isn't a god beast? Su Heng slightly calmed his excited heart and quietly lowered his head. He didn't even hear his friend's comforting words. Now that his chance to awaken a specialty profession was used up, for those who cannot summon battle beasts. This is just a useless profession. The next half-month is only for leveling up and preparing for the college entrance exam. This time is enough for Su Heng to understand Tonzi-gu. Hengzi, don't be discouraged. It's just that no battle beast was summoned. There's still a chance. Ji Yuan, who left school with Su Heng, comforted him beside him. Don't worry, father knows. I'll go back first. Su Heng raised his hand to stop a taxi, eyes flashing. Driver, go to the Adventurers Association. The Adventurers Association was formed by the Human Federation after the invasion of the 10,000 races. It is one of the 3 major guilds of the Human Federation. Every town has one, either big or small. Its main task is to issue missions to registered adventurers. Teams with strength can take them and receive generous rewards. In the Adventurers Association of Hanhai City, there is also a huge Beast Tamer training base. It is specially used for adventurers who have awakened the Beast Tamer profession. Su Heng's destination was here. Soon, in just 10 minutes, Su Heng arrived at the location of the Adventurers Association. After paying the fare, he immediately rushed to the front desk of the association. He handed over his profession card. Miss Catherine, please open a low-level Beast Tamer training room, just for 1 hour. Okay, adventurer. The front desk lady, like a machine girl, was a mechanical maid created by one of the association's presidents. With a spirit core, extremely intelligent. Her face showed a professional smile as she reached out. Okay, adventurer, please pay 500 Federation coins. Low-level training room is 500, overtime will be automatically deducted from the profession card. Su Heng gritted his teeth, 500 Federation coins is only for 1 hour. Too damn expensive. This is just a basic low-level room, he didn't even want to think about how much the warrior and mage training rooms cost. As expected, even though professionals awaken, awakening still happens. If you have no money, you can still only be a useless person. But to know what big treasure brother Tongzi left for him, Su Heng gritted his teeth and took out his scholarship money. Ding! 500 paid. Then, he received a room card and went to the training room. All training bases of the Adventurer Association are separate and secret. It was because of this that Su Heng decided to open the big gift in his hand here. This place is even safer than the school. Entering the training room, the dry air made Su Heng lick his lower lip. He looked around. In the low-level training room, apart from a huge space, there were no basic facilities. But this exactly satisfied Su Heng's wish. After looking around, Su Heng could not wait and gave the order, Brother Tongzi, open the newbie big gift. Newbie big gift opening. Congratulations host, newbie big gift opened. Tailed Beast Jinchuriki activated. Divine Beast Extraction function activated. Initial Divine Beast, Naruto World, 9 Tails Kurama about to descend. Please host prepare for contract, countdown, 3, 2, 1. Tailed Beast, descend. Su Heng did not even care what the Divine Beast Extraction function was. The moment the word descend appeared, his face changed, and he immediately ran to the corner of the training room. Then, a huge and terrifying monster suddenly appeared right in front of him. Boom! A loud crash, and the monster slammed heavily onto the ground. The floor of this low-level Beast Master training room cracked in several places the next second. For a moment, the creature even completely blocked the room's lights. Orange body, and 9 tails raised high. And that proud face, along with the thick aura bursting from its whole body. Those sharp teeth were emitting a fierce cold light. And this was one of the top 10 tailed beasts from the Naruto world. 9 tails, Kurama. Descended into this world. Hey, kid, are you the one who summoned me? What? Want to make a contract with me? A deep voice sounded next to him. Deafening. Chapter 3, Digimon and Pokemon are also beasts? Seeing the huge orange-red 9-tailed fox in front of him, Su Heng's eyes lit up. Whoa! Finally, he saw the real Kurama. His whole body was extremely excited. Even a bit trembling. Honestly, as a senior anime fan, among the top 10 tailed beasts of Naruto world, 9 tails Kurama really looks good. Compared to other tailed beasts, especially the ugly 10 tails. 9 tails is quite handsome. It's like a monster fan seeing Godzilla, or an Ultraman fan seeing Zetton. Moreover, Kurama in front of him could stretch and shrink, and could still accompany him to fight in this different world. Most importantly, a tailed beast is not weak in this world. Unexpectedly, the one that came out of the newbie big gift was it. Feels freaking awesome. Brother Tongzi, look at Kurama's attribute panel. Su Heng took a deep breath and said seriously. He waved at the indifferent, even a bit terrifying 9 tails in front of him. Unexpectedly, it really lay down. What are you doing? Having fully contracted with Kurama, Su Heng naturally understood its heart, and Kurama also understood Su Heng. The 9 tails slowly squatted down, and its body shrank step by step from its huge form. Su Heng extended his right hand, making a fist. Kurama extended its right paw in the same way, gently touching Su Heng's right hand. TSK. Feels good. How much time did Naruto spend to gain Kurama's trust? Now, it's so easy to get it. And, this world doesn't have the Otsutsuki family, nor does it have Kagaya or the 10 tails. The Ninetales is already pretty awesome. Beast panel has been opened. Name, Ninetales Kurama. Race, Tailed Beast, Chakra Aggregation. Current level, level 10 unlocks new skills at level 30. Current skill, Tailed Beast Bomb. Current state, only half of its body. Introduction, this is one of the 9 parts of chakra that was separated from the 10 tails by the 6-path sage, Owatsutsuki Hagoromo. It is a 9-tailed orange fox and ranks first in strength among the 9-tailed beasts. Kurama's stats are low. Even with half of its body, the 9-tails shouldn't be only level 10. Su Heng's mouth curled slightly. The 9-tails I summoned now is in its half-body form. What about the 9-tails in its prime, after unlocking the Sage mode? One-tailed beast bomb can destroy several mountains. And you tell me that this level of power is only level 10? Are you kidding me? This level 10 is probably just to comfort myself, a mythical beast master, right? After all, Tailed Beast Bomb is an S-rank ninja technique, and for Kurama, it's just a normal attack. Kurama, later we're going to run a dungeon. It has plenty of energy for you to absorb. It should be able to turn into the chakra you need, right? Su Heng heavily tapped Kurama's paw, then turned his gaze to the other two things. Tailed Beast Jinchuriki, and the unlocking of the Divine Beast Draw function. Su Heng thought carefully and decided to first check what the Jinchuriki is all about. After all, while Kurama is awesome and the mythical beast master profession is decent, if the mythical beast master has no real abilities, what if someone sneaks up behind him? Check Tailed Beast Jinchuriki. Su Heng gave the command. Tailed Beast Jinchuriki, 9 tails. Introduction, the bloodline of this Jinchuriki will level up as the summoned tailed beast levels up. Current state, can house the 9 tails within the body. Next stage unlocks 9 tails Jinchuriki ninja techniques. Note, this Jinchuriki system can be used with other tailed beast Jinchuriki as well. It also allows the accommodation of multiple divine beasts, extracting parts of their skills, techniques, equipment, etc. Good lord. It can do that too? If I activate Sage mode and then perform a big Rasengan, this power is definitely stronger than an A-ranked warrior. What's there to fear from someone trying to sneak up on me? Also, this thing doesn't just mention the 9 tails. There's also the 10 tails, and Kagaya's 6 paths bloodline. And it can even draw other divine beasts from different worlds to strengthen myself. Kurama, want to try coming into my body? Su Heng spoke to Kurama with his mind. The next second, the massive 9 tails transformed into pure energy and fused into his body. Su Heng slightly moved his body, and immediately noticed that the mental energy he had consumed for the awakening had vanished. Furthermore, there was now an overwhelming power surging inside him. Right, there's also the Divine Beast Draw function? Su Heng opened the Divine Beast Draw system according to the system's prompt. In the card pool, countless familiar figures appeared before him. The familiar figures in the card pool were moving freely. There was the Pokemon King of Helldragon, who traverses the underworld, and the dual gods of time and space. He even saw Arceus. Under this great existence, Arceus Alpaca was just too weak. And he even saw the Dark Battle Tyrannosaurus and the Royal 13 Knights. Wait. Royal 13 Knights? Arceus? Hell King Dragon and dual gods of time and space? Is the truthful 3 dragons also here? So perverse, can Digimon and Pokemon also be considered beasts? At this point, Su Heng couldn't help but smack his lips, a bit surprised. Not only that, but he also saw familiar monsters from the monster universe, like Godzilla, King Kong, and Mothra. And from the Ultra Universe, Dark Lapros Zero. Can this also count as a divine beast? But then he thought about it, and it made sense. This guy isn't a righteous character, so it's reasonable to categorize him as a beast. Next, Su Heng briefly studied the so-called monster extraction pool. To extract monsters, you need points, and these points come from the major secret realm dungeons. By killing these monsters or various races, you can earn points. And the lottery is divided into 3 types: beginner, intermediate, and advanced. A beginner's lottery costs 1,000 points, and any level of divine beast could be drawn, depending on luck. The advanced lottery guarantees a mythical level divine beast. Like the time-space dual dragons, for example? Su Heng summarized, looking at the pool in front of him, which reminded him of the well pool from his previous life. And the FGO pool back in the day without a big pity system. The deja vu was quite strong, and he seemed to hallucinate about the quick one next door. The 100,000 per draw advanced pool. I hope it doesn't involve any fragments. Su Heng let out a slow breath. Muttering to himself, next, whether it's preparing for the college entrance examination or drawing divine beasts. I need to go to dungeons to earn points. After confirming the secret realm dungeon information within Hanhai City on his phone, he left the cracked floor and turned to push out of the room. He headed towards the secret realm dungeon in Hanhai City. Chapter 4, The Bone Graveyard? Let's go. 9 Llama. Hanhai City, outskirts. At the Secret Realm Dungeon. This place connects to dozens of small and large fragmented spaces, and it's the official exit of the Secret Realm Dungeons in Hanhai City. No matter the size of the Secret Realm Dungeon in Hanhai City, they all have their exits set here. This way, not only is it convenient for awakened professionals to come here to challenge, but it also allows powerful professionals to quickly suppress any abnormalities in the Secret Realms. At this moment, the entrance to the Secret Realm was quite lively. After all, the Secret Realms connected to this level 5 base city weren't usually too high level. Most people here were just newly awakened students from Hanhai City. After all, when one just awakens, schools can't let you experience your professional style inside the school. For example, those who awakened as mages. A meteor firestorm attack isn't something that can be stopped in an area the size of a 66 classroom. So, except for some useless professions, nearly everyone wants to go challenge a secret realm. And now, the entrance to the secret realm was bustling, just like a market. 66th high, 66th high. I'm your senior from the previous year. If you want to join my dungeon team, you can pay 1,000 Federation coins to my vice captain. I guarantee I'll lead you to victory. Anyone want to take me along? Our team is short one member. We need a healer with good healing power. Is there a priest? Hurry, our Furious Dragon team even offers 5 insurance and social benefits. Great welfare. Damn, no one told me that the Tomb of the Dead had a zombie king. I almost died. Anyone with a priest, warrior, or tank profession, team up. Dome Tree Nest 3 is equal to 1. Hurry and form the team. For a moment, these newly transferred students rushed towards the scene. With 5 insurance and social benefits, teams with healers, and even freshly graduated seniors in black stockings. These teams were all looking for a genius, a better awakened professional with good attributes. But Su Heng had no interest in these shouting voices. He didn't even bother to look. After all, his Beast Tamer profession couldn't summon battle beasts, and that had already become famous in the 66th high. A Beast Tamer without battle beasts. No different from trash. After all, if you want to contract a war beast, at least 30,000 alliance coins are needed to buy one. The ones you buy must be raised by professionals who specialize in breeding war beasts. Otherwise, you have to go to the secret realm and die, stealing the eggs of secret realm monsters to hatch yourself. If not, you are even less useful than a life-type profession. So, Su Heng was too lazy to look at other people's expressions. He directly walked toward the secret realm dungeon he had chosen, the Bone Graveyard. Bone Graveyard, the largest and also one of the oldest secret realm dungeons in Hanhai City. Because the dangers inside have basically already been solved by the predecessors thousands of years ago, the monsters left behind are completely suitable for newcomers to challenge. Therefore, it became the most suitable beginner dungeon in Hanhai City for newcomers to level up alone. Of course, one of the most important reasons now is simply that this secret realm is cheap. The entrance fee only needs 1,000 Federation coins. There's nothing good to get inside, so the entrance fee is cheap. Su Heng pressed his lips, looked at the 1,000 Federation coins in his card, eyes flickering. After a long while, Su Heng took a deep breath. 3 steps later, reluctantly, he inserted the credit card into the automatic payment machine next to the secret realm dungeon. Listening to the sweet mechanical voice near his ear. Towards the starry sky and secret realm, respected profession player, hello. Wish you success in your challenge. After babbling a few lines, Su Heng raised his hand and started the Bone Graveyard secret realm dungeon. Expressionless, he put on the secret realm bracelet and entered the dungeon. Bone Graveyard, a beginner dungeon, is cheap because its value is low. But if you can't get some things out of this dungeon, you will starve after coming out. Poor. Seeing Su Heng directly walk into the dungeon, in an instant, a faint alarm sound rang. The newcomer who was about to enter the Bone Graveyard with Su Heng cursed. Directly crashed into the dungeon entrance. Damn. Mutation warning. Luckily I came late, otherwise I would really be stuck here. Isn't the Bone Graveyard a beginner dungeon? How could a mutation happen? The newcomer profession player gasped. Then pitted Su Heng who just entered the Bone Graveyard, secretly patting his chest. When the secret realm mutates, the dungeon entrance will sound an alarm at any time, warning all profession players before entering. Once the dungeon mutates, all monsters inside will go into a frenzy. Level will rise 10 levels, and a mutation boss may appear. Newcomer profession players entering the dungeon, unless they can kill the boss directly, will be trapped inside forever. When this happens, the person in charge of patrolling the secret realm dungeon immediately reports to the Adventurer Association. And the Adventurer Association will immediately calculate all the newcomer profession players trapped in the Bone Graveyard, including Su Heng who just entered the secret realm. Inside the Bone Graveyard, a total of 13 newcomer profession players are trapped. Among them, there seems to be one with a relatively noble identity. Inside the Bone Graveyard Secret Realm dungeon. As soon as you exit the teleport passage, a disgusting dizzy feeling rises. Then, you watch the secret realm door behind close. The cyan exit suddenly turns scarlet. And the alarm on the bracelet blared, a warning voice entered your ear. Warning! Warning! All profession players in the Bone Graveyard. The Bone Graveyard is in mutation, the dungeon will spawn a dungeon boss. In mutation state, all monsters in the dungeon will enter frenzy state. Dungeon monster levels will rise 10 levels. Cannot use blue potions or red potions inside the dungeon. Kill dungeon monsters. Experience points doubled upon dropping. Kill the dungeon boss, and both item drop rate and experience points are doubled. Attention, only by killing the dungeon boss can one leave the Bone Graveyard. Su Heng took a deep breath in silence, his eyes twitching uncontrollably. No way? Is my luck this bad? The first trial and I already run into a dungeon anomaly? Damn. Su Heng sighed softly. Then, noticing the discomfort on his face, his lips curled into a slight smile. Dungeon anomaly? Isn't this just the perfect chance to test the strength of the Ninetales using this dungeon boss? With that thought, Su Heng didn't hesitate. He immediately struck a summoning pose, ready to call upon his spirit beast. He dramatically raised his voice once again. Ninetales! Go! Break through this dungeon's secret realm for me. Chapter 5, This is not a crisis, Ninetales. Time for a meal. The Bone Graveyard has entered an enraged state, level increasing. Level 1520. Current monster status in the Bone Graveyard excited chaotic. Current monster buffs recomposed attributes boosted. All adventurers in the secret realm, please prepare yourselves. Confirming the status of these monsters in the Bone Graveyard, Su Heng made up his mind. Ninetales is the leader, second only to the Tentales in strength. Monsters from level 15 to 20? I don't know if that's enough for it to take a beating. According to the prompt from the Beast System, all experience gained from killing monsters would be converted into the experience needed for summoning spirit beasts. For example, Ninetales needs chakra, Digimon needs digital experience, and Pokemon require mystical candies. Honestly, Su Heng chose the Bone Graveyard mainly because it was cheap. After all, he, being broke, couldn't afford higher-level dungeons. So, he had to drag Ninetales here to enjoy the experience points from these low-level bone warriors. Then, he would sweep through and see what materials he could sell for profit. With that, the money would roll in, and he could eventually afford a high-level dungeon. But who would have thought, fate had other plans? This dungeon suddenly mutated. Su Heng began to inspect his surroundings. The Bone Graveyard was a dark, deathly themed dungeon, looking like a massive pile of white bones. It was eerie and terrifying. Su Heng took a deep breath, found a relatively quiet spot, and prepared himself with all his focus. Alright, Ninetales. Go! Immediately, a faint black-red light flickered in his hand. Then, a huge, terrifying, pressure-filled sound erupted. A giant, fearsome orange-red fox with 9 tails, filled with an aura of dominance, suddenly appeared in the Bone Graveyard. This was the chakra condensed form, one of the 9-tailed beast's 9 tails, Kurama. TSK TSK TSK. Kid, this place is interesting. I like it. Thankfully, Ninetales could adjust his size, or else, if he was in his full form, there wouldn't be enough space in this entire arena for him. Even after shrinking to half his size, Ninetales still appeared massive as he fully stood up. Ninetales, hurry. Let's break through this dungeon's secret realm together. Looking at the massive beast in front of him, Su Heng's lips curled into a slight grin. Ninetales placed a paw on the ground, lifting Su Heng up to its head. Then, he stood upright. Ha ha. To be able to control a tailed beast and be a Jinchuriki, this is something I dreamed about when watching anime in my past life. I can't believe that in this life, I actually have the chance to make it happen. Not only a Jinchuriki, but also a chosen one and a Pokemon trainer. This is so damn awesome. Ha ha ha, get the hell out of my way. Filled with excitement, Ninetales, after receiving Su Heng's command, immediately started running through the Bone Graveyard. Step by step, heading deeper into the Bone Graveyard. Where it passed, the earth shook and the mountain swayed. The White Bone Graveyard at this moment was no longer the trial ground familiar to beginner professionals. Thick death black fog surged out from the deep place of the bone piles stacked like mountains. As if it had been given life, its sticky wrapped around every dry bone. The originally pale and fragile bone piles began to uneasily wriggle and piece together, making teeth-aching cracking sounds. The air was filled with sharp rotten stink and sulfur like mad breath. The earth was trembling. Broken bones floated in midair, then rushed at extreme speed toward those bones that were recombining. Inside the eye sockets of the skeleton warriors, the originally weak soul fire suddenly shot up. turning into ghost green or blood red flames, violently jumping, revealing bloodthirsty excitement. Their bodies expanded and hardened at a speed that broke common sense. Dark red blood vein patterns spread across the pale bones. Ferocious bone spikes grew out at the joints, and the broken bone blades and bone shields in their hands were covered by newborn bone matter, becoming heavy and sharp. From deep inside the graveyard came sounds mixed with bone friction. These white bone warriors were no longer limited to wandering in fixed areas, but crashed around in groups and teams, searching for every fresh living breath. Even farther away there were some skeletons devouring each other, fusing, turning into even more twisted composites. Multi-armed bone giants and bone beasts crawling forward with swift speed. The entire secret realm space was faintly twisting, the light dim and uncertain. And in the center of this chaos and terror, an orange-red figure that had shrunk in size yet still huge like a small mountain stood proudly. 9 llamas' 9 giant tails swayed behind like flames. Every swing brought roaring wild wind. Monster, Bone Giant. Level 15, temporarily raised under Berserk state, originally level 8. Health, 300, affected by Berserk, base health increased by 50%. Status, Berserk, attack speed plus 30%. Bloodthirst, damage to life units plus 20%. Excited, movement speed plus 15%. Height, 3 meters, forced fused from multiple skeletons, twisted bone spikes grew at the joints. Skills, Bone Burst Heavy Stomp, Mad Bone Tear, Rotten Body Rebuild. Originally a rare elite monster in the White Bone Graveyard, accidentally pieced together from dozens of warrior skeletons at a place where necromantic energy gathered. Only 300 health, and you dare come out to wander? And this is even a mutated bone giant? The corner of Su Heng's mouth lifted as he looked at the silent surroundings ahead and the bone giant not far away. By I estimate it should be 4 meters tall, good guy. It seemed that after the White Bone Graveyard mutated, these monsters not only leveled up but also gained some extra skills. And their strength also received quite a big boost. What a pity, 4 meters tall, in front of 9 llama who shrank nearly half yet still 30 meters tall, is still like a little lowly. Su Heng waved his hand, and 9 llama moved at the sound. That huge body over 30 meters tall directly walked out from the darkness. Its crimson pupils swept across the berserk bone giants rushing like a swarm with doubled attributes. Not only without fear, instead it opened its huge mouth showing grim sharp teeth, letting out a thunder-shaking roar. Trash, line up properly, become snacks for this big master. Su Heng standing on top of its head. His clothes fluttered loudly inside the scorching chakra airwaves released by 9 llama. He looked down at the mutated white bone monsters below, and what flashed in his eyes was not fear, but excitement. Berserk monsters? What crisis is that? This is clearly experienced babies. Su Heng stood high above, grinning. Just like the boss of this dungeon. Stand properly and obediently. 9 llama, time to eat. Chapter 6 Continuous Level Up. Searching for the final boss. Jia jia jia. 9 llama roared excitedly, and subconsciously stepped down with 1 foot. The bone giant did not even have time to react, with a smack sound. Minus 3,000. Holy shit. This was only 9 llama with only half of its body, just lifting its foot directly dealt 3,000 damage. Even an A-class warrior, at level 10 or so, couldn't deal 3,000 damage per second. The skeletal giant in front of him directly cracked open. Yes, it literally cracked open, its bones shattered. Su Heng smacked his lips, a bit unbelievable. You see, even this level 15 skeletal giant, the damage dealt by its skills was only around dozens of points. If it exceeded 100 points, those were elite monsters. As for Su Heng, right now as a Ninetales Jinchuriki, his health was only a mere 200 or 300. Normally, just awakened professionals had health fluctuating around 100. So, this 3,000 damage per second was already terrifying. And right then, not far away, a small squad of dozens of skeletal giants was about to come out to scout. But they found that the strongest skeletal giant among them was actually down. And 2 demons were staring at them from a distance. Especially the tallest demon, who seemed to be asking to stand still obediently. Creak, run. Congratulations, your battle beast, Ninetales successfully killed a skeletal giant, gained experience plus 30. Congratulations, your battle beast, Ninetales successfully killed a skeletal crawler, gained experience plus 27. Congratulations, your battle beast, Ninetales successfully killed a skeletal scout, gained experience plus 23. Material obtained, skeletal axe, bone core, skeletal shield. Against these skeletal warriors, Ninetales almost kicked them all away. It directly stomped down all these skeletal creatures blocking the way, who were desperately trying to flee. Their experience turned directly into chakra, entering its body. At the same time, Su Heng's ears were filled with the sounds of dungeon kills, experience points, and some materials. With the boost of the mutation phase dungeon's aura, the experience points and materials were exponentially increased. This skeletal shield, taken outside, was worth at least 500 Federation coins. This wave not only didn't lose out but made a blood profit. In just a few minutes, Su Heng watched his experience bar skyrocket rapidly. Level up. Promotion. Fast level up. Crazy promotion. Congratulations Beastmaster, Su Heng leveled up to level 2. Congratulations Beastmaster, Su Heng leveled up to level 3. Congratulations Beastmaster, Su Heng leveled up to level 4. Congratulations Beastmaster, Su Heng leveled up to level 10. The sounds of rapid leveling echoed in his ears for dozens of seconds. In one go, Su Heng's level shot up from LV1, an initial awakening professional, to LV10. Only then did it slowly stop. At the same time, with the level reaching LV10, the feeling of power surging made Su Heng feel ecstatic. Likewise, even Ninetales, who was constantly torturing these skeletal giants and skeletal mages, had its own level surge to level 15. This skeletal squad has only about 100 of them. Too few, it's simply not enough. Su Heng sighed, watching the skeletal giant that was about to get up but was stomped back down by Ninetales. He couldn't help but feel that way. If an entire army from a skeletal graveyard could come over, delivering experience, how great would that be? Of course, only a legendary beastmaster like him, who contracted Ninetales from the start, could have such power. If an ordinary, newly awakened professional encountered this, even if they were a genius, awakened to an A-class or even S-class profession, under this 100-strong skeletal squad, they would still end up in regret. What a pity, these materials and equipment aren't something we can use. Su Heng collected these materials and equipment into the secret ring. After leaving the secret realm, he could exchange these items for equivalent money or materials. By then, it would be transferred into his Federation card. Su Heng happily stored these things into his ring before returning to Ninetales' head, and then slowly headed deeper into the secret realm. Host, Su Heng. Level 10. Current status, excited. Current bloodline, Ninetales Jinchuriki. Current battle beast, Ninetales Kurama. You have become the Ninetales Jinchuriki. You can learn the battle techniques, ninjutsu, skills, etc. mastered by the Ninetales Jinchuriki. Su Heng carefully looked at his attribute list, especially at the section showing learnable skills. He became even more excited. Beastmasters have battle beasts as combat tools, but without any skills. It's easy to be caught off guard from behind. Su Heng thought carefully for a moment, and finally decided to add a life-saving skill for himself. Skill learned, Shadow Clone. Why choose this? Because this bone graveyard is just the simplest dungeon. At the beginning, it's safer to stay hidden and develop. The Shadow Clone is purely to later learn the multi-Shadow Clone technique for use. After learning the skill, Su Heng only felt a surge of power filling his body. As long as he uses Kurama's chakra, he can create a clone of himself. Now that I've learned Shadow Clone, it will be even easier to stay safe. Su Heng stretched his body and looked in the direction of Kurama. That terrifying health bar close to 10,000 made him gasp. After shutting down the Heavenly Beast system, the next thing to do in this dungeon is to level up constantly. The multiple experience points from this abnormal dungeon can't be wasted. Once he reaches level 20 and gets the second job transfer, he can gain professional skills. By then, he can add buffs to Kurama and the others, making it even more fun. Time passed slowly. Along the path into the bone graveyard, Su Heng rarely saw the previous skeleton teams. Even the shadow of the skeleton legion had disappeared. Even if there were some, only a few scattered bone fragments could be seen, covered in traces of blades and magic. They had long since turned cold. Su Heng looked at these bone fragments regretfully and gazed into the distance. Kurama, it looks like we have no choice but to go after the boss. Let's see if there are any elite monsters near the boss area. Those skeleton giants were too weak. Sigh, no choice. After leveling up, these regular monsters are pretty much useless. Even if he farms 100 skeleton giants, they won't help him or Kurama level up directly. So, Su Heng and Kurama sped towards the boss area in the center of the bone graveyard. Before long, Su Heng saw a few adventurers. They were scraping the elite monsters in the center area of the Bone King Palace. These elite monsters were all at least level 10, and with their weakness, they could at most deal double-digit critical hits. They were no match for these elite monsters. Tisk, these adventurers are so weak, good thing I didn't team up with them. The boss in this Bone King Palace belongs to me. Kurama, let's go. Let's charge. Chapter 7, Skeleton Legion's Ambush, The Moment of Despair. In the center of the Bone Graveyard, a huge Bone King Palace stands tall. Its base is made up of dozens of gigantic skull altars, with hollow eye sockets in the skulls. Faint flames burn endlessly inside the eye sockets. The main body of the palace is extremely large, its outer walls and arrow towers densely packed, woven from countless shattered bones. And the only entrance to the palace is a giant tunnel atop this base. How strong is this newly transferred beginner adventurer? Well, this one right here is the perfect example. At the palace's outer perimeter, a beginner knight is holding a knight's spear, which he must have gotten from somewhere, and is scraping away at a skeletal shield soldier. From time to time, numbers appear above the shield soldier's head. -15. -20. -7. -22. These low-level damages aren't the most frustrating part. What's more frustrating is that the skeletal shield soldier only has 300 health. But its defense is an astonishing 1000. This means the rookie knight has been hitting for a long time and only managed to wear down the durability of the shield. And the most helpless part is? Such twisted skeleton shield soldiers, here is a whole squad. A total of 12. Before these 12 skeleton shield soldiers, there was even a skeleton knight. The blood of this skeleton knight even directly shot up to 800. This terrifyingly extreme health and shield filled the professionals present with despair. This is the true appearance of the newly awakened professionals in the mutated dungeon. Before such a sudden mutated dungeon, even geniuses are not much different from them. At most, they are just a little more at ease. To truly defeat these skeleton warriors and go to the palace to face the boss, it would probably take the boss's full strength. From Su Heng's perspective, a long-haired girl, holding a red magic staff, mumbling some strange spells that no one could understand. The girl's name is Shuang, a student at Hanhai City No. 1 Middle School. Her father is the Grand Leader of Hanhai City's Military Preparedness Corps, her mother is the head of Hanhai City's Priest Association. In this day of the invasion of all races, the arrival of dungeons. When monsters and alien races attack cities from time to time, the position of the Grand Leader of the Military Preparedness Corps, and the position of the Priest Association head, are not at all inferior to those nobles who mastered secret arts and divine skills. So, this Shuang before them, is holding a staff carefully made of walnut wood. On this, the fire attribute gem even has an engraving for full release. A forbidden spell that can destroy a whole building. This Shuang is really a rich girl, worth who knows how much. Moreover, she awakened in noble mage class, an elemental one flame mage. A true genius born with a golden key in her mouth. However, even such a genius, when facing these 12 skeleton warriors, the attacks released from her staff were only a little stronger than those of ordinary professionals. Shuang retreated step by step. During this, she instructed the ice archers in the team to use slow skills on these skeleton shield soldiers, while she herself, retreating, wore down their shields and health bars. Exhausting all her strength, she only defeated 5 skeleton shield soldiers. But in front of her, there was still a skeleton knight with 800 health. Even in this boss palace, there is a newly born white bone king, whose power is unknown. Shuang, hurry, this skeleton shield soldier's shield is worn down. Sister Shin, the experience of this shield soldier is for you, take the last hit and see if you can level up. Yes, now you are the strongest among us, if you level up we have a bigger chance to survive. Shuang, don't stand there, it's up to you to finish this, we'll go handle the others. Damn! Didn't the dungeon say there are 13 beginners? Where did the idiot go? You know, damn it, the 12 of us are gathered here, and that guy plans to just enjoy the results? Don't let me catch you, or I will kill you for sure. Coward of Hanhai. A useless person, forget it, leave him alone. Although these beginner professionals were a little dissatisfied with the last one's behavior, they were still students, so scheming against each other was not so serious. Now Shuang is an A-class awakener of Hanhai No. 1 Middle School, also the daughter of the Military Preparedness Corps Grand Leader. The experience from these skeleton shield soldiers will allow her to deal better with the remaining monsters. Shuang frowned, flicked the black hair on her shoulders, her eyes flashing. Alright, everyone has moments of fear. Let's do our work first. And Xiaojiang, use ice arrows to slow these guys, the rest is up to me. Even so, Shuang still had resentment about that 13th trial player not showing up. This bastard, doesn't he know strength lies in numbers? If no one comes, I might as well just die here. Shuang muttered, the urgent task was to find a way to deal with the elite monsters outside the palace. Then go inside the palace, and take care of that damn boss. Otherwise, she would be trapped in this secret dungeon instance. Even if Dad personally came, he couldn't open the instance, unless a space-class professional arrived. I'm only 18, my best years are just beginning. I definitely don't want to die in this beginner dungeon. Ranchung, hear my call, fire arrow. Shuang didn't hesitate at all, directly raising her slender little hand, swinging the staff. Soon, 3 fire arrows of equal size condensed directly in the air. With her command, they pierced violently into the skeleton shield soldier's body. Congratulations to Flame Mage Shen Lingshuang for killing level 15 Skeleton Shield Soldier EXP plus 150. Congratulations to Flame Mage Shen Lingshuang for leveling up level 2. Just because of the level up, as the mana bar was full and she was about to take a breath. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from near the city wall. Bang bang, clang clang. The sound was extremely eerie. Shen Lingshuang and the other nearby professionals all looked up. Their faces instantly turned pale. It turned out, the rustling sounds came from the palace inner walls. A series of skeleton archers appeared on top of the walls. Poison arrows aimed at the 12 professionals below. Not good. Ambushed. Run. Shen Lingshuang's pupils contracted. She didn't expect the skeleton army had ambushed a whole squad of archers in the White Bone Palace. And those 12 skeleton guards protecting the court were just bait. As the skeleton shield soldier died, more heads popped up. The other professionals were equally shocked by the scene. Their faces changed, turning to flee in all directions. Chapter 8: A single slap can knock down the white bone wall? Despair like ice water poured over them, instantly drowning everyone. It's over. They didn't expect to fall into an ambush. The cold tips of skeleton arrows glimmered with death under the soul fire. Each bone arrow, full of force, adjusted its direction with the bowstring's tension. Already firmly locking onto their 12-person squad. No way to escape. The 12 professionals, hearts like ashes. No matter how carefully planned, they never imagined this. In front, the white bone wall, on the sides, the skeleton shield soldiers. A knight riding a bone horse was slowly approaching. Steps heavy and in unison, the sound of bone shields clashing sent chills down the spine. These 12 people had already become sitting ducks for the skeleton army. Were they really going to die here? Just as the skeleton bowstrings were about to snap to their limit. The encirclement of skeleton shield soldiers about to close. Scum, line up, let this old man have some fun. A huge roar suddenly echoed through the White Bone Palace. The voice carried pride and dominance, appearing with a terrifying pressure. The archers on the wall were drawn by this roar. And the remaining skeleton shield soldiers also had their attention pulled. Where it landed, the entire White Bone Palace trembled violently. Even the originally silent and deep space of the bone graveyard quivered. A wild howl roared, echoing throughout the secret dungeon instance. The enormous sound instantly made the skeleton warriors guarding the palace stand on end. Of course, first it required that these bones actually had hair to stand on end. Crack. Crack. On the wall, hundreds of skeleton archers and skeleton mages gave up hunting the humans in front of them. Instead, they aimed at the huge enormous presence. The skeleton shield soldiers almost simultaneously stopped their advancing steps. As if that massive invisible being. This is truly like a great terror. What is happening? Only now did Shen Lingshuang react, and the dozen or so junior adventurers behind her also turned their heads. Their faces were grave as they looked behind themselves. Has the dungeon given birth to an even more terrifying being? Is it the Bone Dragon? A sense of doom rose in Shen Lingshuang's heart. The Bone Dragon was also a legendary skeletal creature, but unlike these skeleton warriors. It had no intelligence at all, and once it appeared, it would destroy recklessly. But a Bone Dragon was far too powerful to be born in a low-level dungeon like this bone graveyard. Could it be because of a mutation? No matter the level, once a mutation happens, the monsters inside would gain basic intelligence. And the Bone Dragon, being of such high level, its intelligence would be extraordinary. Then, they saw a scene they would never forget. A massive beast, burning bright orange and red all over, shaped like a demon fox, yet more terrifying and majestic than any legendary monster. It was charging across the skeletal plains outside the palace. Each step caused the ground to shake and mountains to tremble. Even the bone palace under their feet shivered violently. 9 huge tails lashed behind it like 9 raging pillars of fire, rampaging freely through this strange secret realm. Roar! Another fierce roar, even louder than before. Skeleton tiles on the walls began to crumble and fall. Hundreds of skeleton archers did not hesitate, drawing their bone bows to the fullest, aiming at the charging orange-red giant. Skeleton mages abandoned their half-prepared curse spells. The arrows and curse energy had only one target. That was the giant beast that had intruded into their territory. Shen Lingshuang's original priority suddenly became meaningless. Shen Lingshuang snapped back to reality, forcing herself to stay calm. But her heart raced uncontrollably. What is it? How could such a monster be born in the dungeon? I don't know, but it doesn't seem right. If it were truly the bone dragon they had guessed before, its destructive power far exceeded these disciplined skeleton troops. The facts before them confirmed the worst suspicion. To make these bloodthirsty skeletons abandon prey within reach. The threat brought by that orange-red giant was probably apocalyptic. Everyone, crouch. Don't make a sound. Don't move. Shen Lingshuang lowered her voice, urgently giving orders. Yet she swallowed hard, staring at the backs of the skeleton warriors. The great enemy was now not far behind them. The scorching and violent aura burned against their backs. All the team huddled together, not daring to breathe. But their eyes could not stop exchanging despair. Just out of the wolf's den, now into the tiger's mouth. No, this was not a tiger's mouth, it was the entrance to hell. This small life might completely end today in this mutated low-level dungeon. Damn. This thing must be at least 30 or 40 meters. No, could this mutation have happened because of it? Maybe the boss isn't the one in the Bone Palace? This is a fox, right? How is this a dragon? Hiss, I didn't expect this mutated dungeon to give birth to such a terrifying newborn monster. This monster has at least 10 to 20,000 HP, what the hell, I'm writing my will, hope my brother takes care of my wife. F***CK. Is this for real? Shen Lingshuang's eyes were filled with despair and unwillingness. She, an A-level adventurer of Hanhai City. Her father was a great general in the arms corps, her mother the chief priest of Hanhai City. It's over, I just barely felt the power of the flame mage. Father, daughter shouldn't have come to this dungeon trial alone. As the huge orange-red giant fully appeared, even the genius girl. He threw the staff directly to the ground, collapsed, eyes glazed over. Dead ball, just give up, just give up. Anyway, since I'm going to die, might as well just sleep into death. This freaking giant, 30 or 40 meters high, one step could crush 10 of us. Fight it? I owe it 10,000 health already. However, at this critical moment, despair quietly left. All the newcomers had already closed their eyes to wait for death, but then they heard a light hum by their ears. Once they opened their eyes, the monster ignored them completely and walked straight toward the walls of the Bone King Palace. Then, they saw the nine-tailed fox, its 9 tails swinging back and forth in the air. Those countless bone arrows didn't even touch it. A gentle slap, aimed downward, just one hit. Even the palace guard skeletons with 800 health and 1,000 shields turned into bright red numbers. 2600. 2400. 2350. Even the towering bone walls now flashed red numbers. Then they collapsed with a sound. Shen Lingshuang froze. This is professional numbers. This monster isn't a dungeon-born boss, it's the battle beast summoned by that guy. The battle beast he summoned. Damn. He's a beast tamer. Everyone else widened their eyes, staring strangely at that huge orange-red nine-tailed fox. Unbelievable. Chapter 9 Encountering the Boss? Start with the tail beast Jade Respect. Only those who have awakened their profession can see the damage numbers. And monsters between dungeons, you can't see their attacks. So, this huge orange-red creature in front of them was undoubtedly the battle beast summoned by the professional they called a coward. It's him. For a moment, Shen Lingshuang felt a bit shy. She had complained just now, but now in this desperate moment, the one saving her was this beast tamer. The others all lowered their heads, playing with their fingers. A little desperate. Each swallowed hard, faces full of disbelief. Damn, 2,500 damage. This is 2,000 times stronger than me. Is a beast tamer really this strong? Can I still switch to beast tamer now? I, a late-stage godlike assassin, now also want to change. This really is a beast tamer profession? Chen, I remember you are also a beast tamer, right? You lie, I am not a beast tamer. I freaking. As soon as she spoke, everyone stared at this beginner beast tamer called Chen. And the battle beast the size of a parrot on her shoulder. Her tone carried some grievance. Same beast tamer, why is the beast she summons completely different from hers? TCH. I am a late-stage professional. My diamond parrot will definitely grow in the future. Shen Lingshuang took a deep breath and stood up. She looked at the people around who had already relaxed, quietly following the huge figure. As the daughter of the leader of the Hanhai City Arms Corps, she wanted to know who her lifesaver was. The other professionals also followed. After all, this beast tamer was a big advantage. They really wanted to hug him. If they knew him, in the future in Hanhai City, they could walk proudly. Who would dare bully their bone battle team? Congratulations, your battle beast Jiu Lama successfully killed a skeleton knight, gained experience plus 300. Congratulations, your battle beast Jiu Lama successfully killed a skeleton curse mage, gained experience plus 270. Congratulations, your battle beast Jiu Lama successfully killed a skeleton shield soldier, gained experience plus 230. Obtained weapon, bone staff plus 15. Su Heng knew the people behind had followed, but didn't care much. After all, he had only one goal. The boss in the Bone King Palace, the Bone King. As for the daughter of the leader, the hero saving the beauty, all that was just story stuff. No interest. A level 15 bone staff. No wonder it's a mutated dungeon. This is worth even more than the bone shield. The bone staff is most suitable for use by necromancers of the mage class. This item can only drop from mid-tier dungeons like the Great Tomb. It is far more valuable than what human blacksmiths forge. Even if you don't use it, having a blacksmith reshape it would still result in a staff much stronger than a regular necromancer's staff. Su Heng excitedly smacked his lips. You have to understand, even after running a low-tier dungeon 100 times, you're bound to get at least a piece of junk gear. But I, just by casually slaying these skeletal legions on the walls, got a level 15 bone staff. This shows just how high the drop rate is. And I've leveled up too. Su Heng glanced at his stats, and saw his class level had risen from 10 to 14. Invincible. Absolutely invincible. I love these mutated dungeons. Looks like if I kill the Bone King this time, I might directly reach level 20, then head to the Adventurers Guild to sell these gears and materials. Instant wealth. From poverty to wealth, stepping into high society is just around the corner. With that thought, Su Heng immediately became cheerful. Next, lying on top of the 9 tails, Su Heng idly began fiddling with his stats panel. Adding points, adjusting his attributes. He piled up defense and agility, aiming to be a qualified master of survival. Just as he was about to close the system, he realized that his lottery points had reached over 800. Doesn't that mean that after killing this dungeon's boss, he'll have a whole 1,000 points for the lottery? It's saying, why not just kill this boss and go back to the lottery? Su Heng muttered to himself, heading straight towards where the Bone King was. Deep inside the Bone King's palace. This is a huge void, not something that can be described as a palace or hall. All that can be seen are skeletons. The ceiling is made up of countless giant vertebrae, interlocking like a gigantic rib cage, horrifyingly sinister. The ground is uneven, covered with layers of countless complete skeletons. Most of them are frozen in the moment of their deaths, cramped, piled together. It's like a wasteland of white bones. In this vast space, you can clearly see a cold moon hanging above. Under the light of the cold moon, a gigantic skeleton creature, all white, suddenly appeared before him. At this moment, Su Heng also clearly saw the creature's attributes. Congratulations, Beastmaster Su Heng, discovered Bone Graveyard Boss, Bone King. Boss, Bone King, Frenzied Mutation Form. Level, 20, originally level 12, forcibly broken through the limit due to the dungeon mutation. Health, 18,000/18,000. Status, Awakening from Slumber, Absorbing Energy, Passive Enhancement, Domain Suppression. Core Attributes. Strength, almost equals 350, enough to easily tear apart heavy plate armor. Agility, almost equals 180, looks bulky, but actually has an explosive speed that's disproportionate to its size. Intelligence, almost equals 220, has the innate tactical wisdom of high-tier undead, can command a legion to some extent. Armor, bone-heavy armor, reduces physical damage by 45%. Description, killing this boss will open the portal back to the real world. There are also many question marks below. Su Heng had never studied any identification skills, so he didn't know the exact data of this boss. But even so, this is still something that low-level players can't handle. No wonder it's a mutated boss. But he wasn't scared at all because this boss's health was even lower than his 9 tails. Damn it, a tail beast just summoned, and it's this powerful. It's even stronger than the boss. What a joke. Alright, since I don't know your exact data. To show respect, let's first raise the tailed beast jade to serve you. 9 tails, use the tailed beast jade. The 9 tails instantly understood Su Heng's intent, grinning wide, showing its sharp teeth. To the players behind, it looked no different from a dungeon boss. Roar. 9 tails howled wildly, then the chakra inside its body spun rapidly, forming a high-density black energy ball. The 9 tails immediately swallowed the black energy orb into its stomach. It looked straight at the Bone King in front and tilted its head back to spit it out. Chapter 10, Damage over 20,000. Instant kill of the Bone King. Starting with the beast ball to show respect. The 9 tails grinned, instantly understanding Su Heng's intention. He. Kid, with so many Jinchuriki here, you are the one who suits me the most. The 9 tails laughed loudly, its massive body shaking with the deep, booming laughter. The entire depths of the Bone King palace trembled. Then, it opened its giant mouth, aiming at the Bone King that was still being nurtured in the distance. In the next moment, boom! A huge black beast ball was directly released from the 9 tails' mouth. It shot straight at the Bone King still in the process of being formed. In the next instant, a huge explosion echoed. No surprise at all. The Bone King's skeletal body, which was less than 10 meters tall, was instantly engulfed by the massive wave of energy. The searing heat, the intense pain, immediately woke the Bone King from its formation. Crack! Crack. The Bone King hadn't even had time to react when the bones around its body began to crack and shatter. Instinctively, it surrounded itself with a faint protective shield, just managing to hold off the Ninetales beast ball. However, the chakra that leaked out was like a destructive flood breaking free. It roared and pierced through the Bone King's back. It shattered the massive wall made of thousands of spinal bones behind the Bone King. It vaporized everything in its path, leaving behind a giant hole with a diameter of over 10 meters, its edges glowing like molten lava. It even slanted through the main structure of the Bone King Palace, slamming hard into the pale mountain ridge formed by countless centuries of accumulated corpses behind the palace. Boom! 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 3 deep thuds echoed from the distance. The 300s of meters tall pale bone mountains, formed by layers upon layers of accumulated skeletons, were instantly vaporized and destroyed upon contact with the escaping energy. Just this single beast ball, which had not been fully blocked, easily flattened the 3 bone mountains. Then, a series of red damage numbers appeared and stopped. 3500. 3700. 4000. In the moment when the Ninetales beast ball struck, only 2 to 3 seconds passed. The Bone King's blood bar, which had originally been at max, instantly lost 2/3. A full 70% of its health was wiped out. Crack! Crack! The faint green soul fire exploded from the Bone King's eye sockets. It angrily raised its head, staring at the 3 times taller orange fox in front of it. As the only king in this mutated dungeon, once fully formed, it would be the strongest boss. But this guy, he interrupted its formation. The more it thought about it, the angrier it became, the more it wanted to kill this guy. Damn it! Booming sounds. A massive pressure began to surge from its body. The Bone King's body turned blood red. All the bones turned from white to blood colored. And with a chilling aura, it began to spread in all directions. Seeing this, Su Heng squinted slightly. He silently laid down on top of the Ninetales head. Kid, this guy is a tough opponent. Should I just eat it? The Ninetales was already cracking its knuckles. The Bone King had just eaten an entire beast ball from him and still wasn't dead, not bad. It was a character. Su Heng couldn't help but swallow his saliva and became a little cautious. He didn't expect that this reckless beast ball strike didn't immediately kill the boss, but it triggered its second berserk phase. He himself was so fragile, if he got hit, wouldn't he be done for? Ninetales? This guy is handed to you. Find a chance to get close and deliver a tail beast ball, blow this idiot to pieces. Su Heng looked around and then patted the Ninetales' head. He chose to continue the attack. The Ninetales had a full 18,000 health, while the Skeletal King only had about 3,000 health left. Why not just fire another tail beast ball and kill it? Ha ha. I love this kind of fighting style. You're a good kid. The Ninetales, the strongest of the nine-tailed beasts, was only half present inside Naruto's body. Now, it shone brilliantly within the entire ninja coalition. After fully releasing the Ninetales' ferocity, it directly charged toward the Skeletal King's direction. Crack! Crack! The Skeletal King, seeing this, pulled out a large bone and without thinking, swung it toward the Ninetales. At the same time, bone spikes appeared everywhere, stabbing into the Ninetales' fur. Sizzling. White marks were left behind. Then, a small and humble damage number appeared before the eyes. 500. 200. 154. The numbers got smaller and smaller, and even though the Ninetales' body was halved, it still stood over 30 meters tall. A few bone spikes were nothing more than a light scratch. When the Ninetales attacked Konoha, which ninjutsu had it not endured? What happened in the end? Didn't it just get sealed away? Damage? The damage was extremely minimal. This Skeletal King, with one swing, could only deal a few hundred points of damage, which was already enough to be called the king of this bone graveyard. Is this the Skeletal King? It's nothing special. Su Heng suddenly mocked. The Skeletal King, seemingly hearing Su Heng's taunt, erupted with rage. After a brief charge, it erupted with circular bone spikes in all directions, blasting out from its body. A range attack again surged toward the Ninetales. It tried to cause high physical damage to the Ninetales and knock it back. However, it was completely ineffective, and instead, the Ninetales quickly closed the distance to this guy. Seeing the damage becoming smaller and smaller, the Ninetales simply used its massive body to forcefully charge to the Skeletal King's face. Then, with one hand, it grabbed the Skeletal King. Roar boom! The tail beast ball was activated once more. A pitch-black energy sphere immediately filled the Skeletal King's red body. The Skeletal King, lifted up, began to tremble violently. Its bones shattered, and its core started to collapse. A few seconds later, it stopped moving completely. The entire bone palace exploded violently under the second tail beast ball's attack. A string of bright red numbers immediately appeared above the skeletal king's head. -19999. -20,000. The core energy's numbers skyrocketed, surpassing 20,000, and one tail beast ball instantly obliterated both the boss and the palace. Meanwhile, Xinling Shuang and the other adventurers, who had just arrived, saw the Nine Tails casually grab the skeletal king and fire a tail beast ball to destroy it. And not far away, the red numbers made their eyes widen. His sister Shuang, am I seeing this right? 20,000 damage? Chapter 11, what does it mean to be a newcomer, yet a level 20 adventurer? The energy released by the tail beast ball caused the surroundings to tilt slightly. The wind blew, scattering the white bones around. At this critical moment, Xinling Shuang finally looked up and saw the man standing on top of the orange-red giant fox's head. Beast Master, Su Heng. Level, 20. Xinling Shuang gazed at this name and engraved it in her mind. This name seemed just a bit too ordinary, didn't it? After dealing with the skeletal king, Su Heng jumped down from the Ninetail's head. Please wait, Su. A voice came from behind. Su Heng turned around, only to have a familiar dungeon announcement interrupt their conversation. Congratulations to all the new adventurers, the anomaly dungeon, Bone Graveyard, has been cleared. Now being rated for you, please check the instance section. Completion time, 15 minutes and 11 seconds. Logged into the White Bone Graveyard speedrun leaderboard. Instance, White Bone Graveyard failed due to mutation, permanently closed. Teleporting all rookie adventurers. Teleportation complete. Su Heng, who was just about to check what the Bone King dropped, heard the announcement. He also exchanged punches with the nine-tailed fox and retrieved it. Although the nine-tailed fox's normal height is over 60 meters, this 30-meter size is still a huge creature in the city. This round feels like a win, right? After going out, we can finally get rid of the kill line. So comfortable. I just want to stay a bit longer. With Su Heng's clear laughter, the White Bone Graveyard officially entered its countdown to destruction. 5 to 4, 3 to 2, 1. The White Bone Graveyard is completely destroyed. Outside the teleportation portal, as the solo boss slayer, Su Heng was the first to be teleported to the entrance. 15 minutes, as the profession who clears dungeons at light speed. Immediately, many media and journalists arrived, including the Adventurers Association. Even the Sea City Armament Corps and the Priest Association were arriving at the scene one after another. With so many people and eyes around, Su Heng, who had been labeled as a useless adventurer, naturally didn't attract attention. After all, with a mutated dungeon like the White Bone Graveyard, even if someone managed to come back by chance, what could 15 minutes possibly achieve? Nothing at all. Now Su Heng couldn't be bothered to explain all this. The most important thing now was to quickly sell the materials and equipment dropped in the dungeon. Then, take a good shower and have a big meal. Summoning these anime mythical beasts takes too much mental energy. No, I have to hurry back, take a shower, and eat something big to recharge. Su Heng casually called a taxi. He headed straight toward the Adventurers Association. 5 minutes later. Su Heng had long since left. The teleportation portal suddenly lit up with 12 beams of white light. Xinling Shuang and her team appeared, everyone looking pale and out of breath. The moment they stabilized themselves, the portal representing the White Bone Graveyard shattered with a snap. Everyone who had gathered around stared at these disheveled newcomers. The newcomers stared at the unfamiliar faces that suddenly gathered around them. A silence spread through the air. None of them spoke first. After a long while, the sound of chaotic discussions reached their ears. What the hell? Aren't these the victims who got trapped in the White Bone Graveyard? Wait. Look, the portal to the White Bone Graveyard shattered. Holy shit. Did this group of rookies actually clear this mutated dungeon? 15 minutes, only 15 minutes, this is simply a miracle in Sea City. So it's Xin Datwan's daughter? Looks like this boss must have been killed by Miss Xin, after all, she's the pride of the first high school. Yeah, she awakened as an A-class fire mage at such a young age, she's the strongest among these adventurers. At this moment, Xinling Shuang's little head was still buzzing, a little confused. She opened her big eyes and looked around, trying to find traces of that person. But now, all around her were cameras and microphones. Countless reporters had surrounded the 12 of them, with a series of bizarre and strange questions. For a moment, even though she was the daughter of the leader of the Armament Corps, she felt a little helpless. But just then, a familiar, rough voice appeared from behind. Good girl. Your dad is here. Everyone get out of the way. A strong pressure suddenly emerged, and then a muscular middle-aged man squeezed his way through the crowd. Enough. You bastards. Get out of the way, don't scare my daughter. When Xinling Shuang saw this man, she finally relaxed. All the grievances and worry she had in the White Bone Graveyard instantly burst open. Dad. Shen Lingxuan immediately hugged the man's leg. Cried miserably in grievance. Xuan, are you alright? That son of a dog, why did that white bone grave have to mutate at the exact moment my precious child went in? Damn it, where is the president of the Adventurers Association? Come out here. This muscular man was now the chief of the Hanhai City Arms Corps. Shen Qianjun. At this moment, he spoke with a displeased face, then directly pushed aside the idiot reporter he had grabbed. He got Shen Lingxuan into the jeep and left in style. Everyone present dared not stop them. On the other side, in the jeep, Shen Qianjun opened the car window. He lit a cigarette, but thinking of his daughter, he extinguished it and threw it out the window. Xuan, the person who killed the Skeleton King, it shouldn't be you, right? Shen Qianjun knew his daughter's strength quite clearly. Although she awakened as a flame mage, she was only level 1, how could she face a mutated boss? He could not believe his daughter had that power. It was a boy, called Su Heng. He summoned a huge battle beast and instantly blew that boss to death. But he was standing on top of the giant beast then, so I didn't see what he looked like clearly. Shen Lingxuan nodded, not taking the glory for herself. She only lightly analyzed, Dad, he is at least level 20, so he might not be a student from these schools. Also, that giant beast looked like an orange fox. Shen Qianjun listened carefully to his daughter, then suddenly raised his head. Summon giant beast? Fox-shaped? How big? About this big? 30 to 40 meters. Shen Lingxuan gestured, while Shen Qianjun sent a message to his secretary. The message had only 2 words, a name, Su Heng. 30 to 40 meters? How is this possible? Can humans really summon such a giant creature? Could a Beast Tamer do this? In 1,000 years of human history, no record existed of such a thing. Soon, a message came from the secretary on his phone. He glanced at it subconsciously. Then, his eyes widened. Su Heng, graduate of Hanhai 66 High School. Awakening talent, a rank. Awakening profession, Beast Tamer. Summoned battle beast, none yet, suspected awakening failure, cannot contract a battle beast, rated D grade graduate. Chapter 12, was it really you who blasted the Skeleton King to death? Holy shit. Precious child, are you sure that boy is really level 20 and summoned a 30-meter giant creature? Ah. The girl being questioned looked at the phone her father handed her. As the information appeared before her eyes, she was completely stunned. She directly doubted her life choices. No. Dad, he is the same grade as me, how could he be level 20? Su Heng did not know about Shen Lingxuan's complaints. Outside the Adventurers Association. Su Heng had arrived there. The Adventurers Association, among several major guilds, was the only one providing services for lone wolves. It was also a guild established by humans 1,000 years ago. Its services were the most complete and best among all guilds. Inside the Adventurers Association, not only were there appraisers for identifying items, but also places to sell goods. His materials, at least, would not have any pricing issues. The appraisal center is on the 2nd floor, up the stairs on the right. Right, should be. The Adventurers Association was not small. Su Heng stood in front of the sign for a long time before figuring out the direction. Last time he only came to the training room for practice. This time, he came to the appraisal room to identify the materials he had acquired. Soon, he found the appraisal room on the 2nd floor. Hello, honored adventurer. Welcome to the Adventurers Association. This is the Materials and Equipment Appraisal Center. Are you here to identify unknown materials or sell equipment? At the center's entrance, a mechanical receptionist smiled. He asked in a calm tone. Yes. Su Heng nodded slightly. He had come here to sell the things he obtained from the bone graveyard. After all, there was still a big difference between the bone graveyards. The items obtained in the mutated dungeon were many times more than those from normal dungeons. However, even if these materials weren't of high quality, they could still be sold for a good price. For someone like him, who barely had 5 cents to his name, who would turn down the federal coins? Soon, Su Heng followed the mechanical receptionist into the central reception room. The room was simply decorated, and Su Heng casually chose a sofa to sit down on. Before the association's appraiser arrived, Su Heng quickly opened his backpack and took out the equipment and materials dropped in the bone graveyard, including the equipment dropped by the Skeleton King he had killed. Materials. Skeleton King's bones, blue inferior * 10. Skeleton King's core, blue superior * 1. Skeleton King's crown, blue superior * 1. Equipment. Skeleton King's armor. Wearable level, 21. Quality, blue medium. Class limit, warrior class. Skill, bone domain? Not appraised. Description: this is the domain of the Skeleton King, the holder may be blessed by like magic. Su Heng couldn't help but swallow his saliva. He knew that equipment below blue quality could never have skills. Yet this Skeleton King's armor with the bone domain actually came with a domain skill. Although he didn't know what the skill was useful for. This thing could withstand the first bombardment of the tailed beast bomb, which was pretty impressive. Also, once he changed his class and leveled up, he could wear it directly. Unfortunately, the class limit was set to warrior, otherwise, he definitely wouldn't sell it. This thing should sell for a high price later, right? Su Heng understood in his heart. This would definitely fetch a high price later. The door to the appraisal room was pushed open. A middle-aged man walked in. He was not tall, his hair was a bit messy, and he wore a gray work jacket that had faded from washing. The man exuded an air of someone who hadn't woken up and was too tired to care about anything. In his hand, he held a thermos cup with chipped paint, moving slowly to the appraisal table in front of Su Heng. He sat down with a thud, without even looking at Su Heng once. Stuff. This image was very different from the sharp, glasses-wearing appraiser Su Heng had imagined. Not to mention sharp and capable, it was completely unrelated to that. If it weren't for the purple appraiser badge on his chest, Su Heng would have thought the association was deliberately making things difficult for him. Don't look at me, it's normal to be busy for 3 nights. You should know who I am, right? Bring over the things you want appraised. Su Heng had heard of this appraiser a little. He was the only appraiser in Hanhai City who could appraise purple quality equipment. Yan Qingshan. However, how could someone like him come to appraise things for him? Where were the others from the association? Su Heng froze for a moment. He then pushed the main materials he had taken out from his backpack onto the smooth surface of the appraisal table. Master Yan wasn't someone who hesitated. As soon as Su Heng pushed the items over, he didn't hesitate. He put on half of his glasses and began the appraisal skill. The ordinary equipment from the bone graveyard does have some use for newbies. The green quality bone staff, attack +10, did you poke the bone mage's lair? Wait, mutated bone graveyard? No way. Upon seeing this, Master Yan's hand trembled for a moment. Then, he returned to normal. I see, you must be one of those unlucky guys trapped in the mutated bone graveyard, right? It's good that you're still alive, good that you're still alive. Master Yan shook his head helplessly. Made up my mind to give this kid a pretty good price. After all, since the mutated dungeon appeared, it has been a potential crisis humans cannot eliminate. Even the 5 top Imperial class professionals of the Human Federation cannot solve the trouble of a top-level dungeon suddenly mutating. If an ordinary professional encounters a mutated dungeon, it is equivalent to suicide, with no difference at all. So, the fact that a mutated dungeon appeared in Hanhai had long been reported to the Adventurer Association above. To leave alive, there is no doubt, is the favor of the god of professions. Thank you for your concern, Master Yan, I am fine. Su Heng smiled, not continuing to explain. He also did not hide anything, just now he had to hurry and put this money in his pocket. Otherwise, forget about eating, even the money for bathing would be gone. Luckily, the reception room of this appraisal center had some snacks, otherwise he would have fainted from hunger. It's still good to be young, youth can endure. Back in the day, my team fought in a mutated dungeon for a whole week, and when we came out, we almost. Then. His movement froze. Those drooping eyelids slowly lifted. What the hell, the armor of the Skeleton King? Blue quality? And it even has skills? The one who killed the Skeleton King, is that you? Chapter 13 3 million Federation coins in hand. Draw from the Divine Beast card pool. Hanhai City Adventurer Association, 2nd floor appraisal center. At this moment, Master Yan, the only purple grade appraiser in Hanhai City. After appraising the blue quality Skeleton King armor with skills in front of him, he completely lost that previous listless posture and the aura of a master appraiser. Exclaiming what the hell over and over, showing no sign of being a purple grade master. This is from the mutated white bone graveyard dungeon? For a moment, Yan Qingshan's eyes widened. Staring tightly at Su Heng in front of him. This kid is the one who defeated the mutated dungeon boss? But in the news, didn't they say the one who defeated the Skeleton King was the daughter of the leader of the military equipment group? What the hell? I think I discovered some secret. It must be like this. This kid killed the mutated boss, but to avoid attention, he gave this glory to the little girl of the Shin family? The Skeleton King armor is the true thing that proves all the truth. At this moment, Master Yan seemed to understand something. This is the nobility. The nobles suppressed the talented at the bottom, so Su Heng had no choice but to give up glory. To know if the Adventurer Association knew about such glory, there would definitely be a huge reward. However, luckily Master Yen was still a purple-grade master appraiser, he had seen both nobles and commoners. This kind of scene was nothing to him. He soon recovered from his dazed state, only that looking at the Skeleton King armor in front of him. He trembled as he touched every line on it. A moment later, the relaxed expression completely disappeared from his face. Little brother, really a hero born young back when I was young. Master Yen took a deep breath and continued speaking. As for the white bone graveyard matter. Sai, you did well, nowadays the world is like this, after all everyone has secrets. Su Heng did not know why Master Yen was acting crazy, only seeing him finally calm down. Coming back to his senses, he carefully looked at him and asked. Alright, little brother, since you came here, I guess you want to sell these things? Of course. Master Yen, shall we discuss the prices of these materials and equipment? Su Heng smiled and waved his hand, naturally guiding the topic to these materials. Yen Xingshan smiled and touched the armor in front of him. Of course, no problem. Little brother, these green materials. According to the market price, I can offer 200,000 to buy everything. As for the blue materials and the core, I can offer 500,000 for the whole package. A total price of 700,000, selling all these materials would not be a loss. Anyway, these things I brought out aren't that useful to me, so I might as well let those blacksmiths deal with them. The key thing here is the armor of the Bone King in front of me. Armor of the Bone King. Wearable level, level 21. Quality, blue quality, medium. Master Yen was stroking the patterns on the armor, his expression was like someone caressing the skin of a young woman. It was a bit creepy. Like an old pervert who has been single for 30 or 40 years. As for the blue equipment, the market price starts at 100,000. But your equipment comes from a boss in a mutated dungeon and even has a boss skill. It's a pity, it's only limited to the warrior class. However, I'm not ripping you off, 2 million alliance coins. If you come across such things in the future, feel free to consider our Adventurer Association's identification center in the Hanhai City. For the rest of the white materials, I'll offer 100,000 for the whole package. In total, that's 280,000 federal coins. How do you feel about that? Master Yan's tone was firm, making it clear that rejection was not an option. After hearing the offer, Su Heng nodded slightly. He was very satisfied. Blue equipment with a boss skill was rare, but this equipment was limited to level 21 in the warrior class. After reaching level 40 in the third class transfer, these kinds of equipment would slowly be outclassed. They were about to be eliminated. The fact that Master Yen could offer 2 million federal coins was already a huge profit for Su Heng. You should know that after he got in the taxi, he only had 50 cents left in his pocket. If he didn't make some money, he would soon be eating dirt at home. Tisk. To make money, you have to run dungeons. This saying is really not wrong. The seniors really didn't deceive me. Su Heng couldn't help but sigh inwardly, then suppressed his joy. No problem, Master Yen. But I have one request. I hope Master Yen won't leak my information. Understood, understood, what a good kid. It's a shame you're not a noble. Master Yen smiled and nodded, patting his chest as he promised Su Heng. He absolutely wouldn't leak any of Su Heng's information. Then, he raised his hand and put all the materials and equipment into his backpack. Such a noble profession, the space type. Little brother, I've already had someone prepare this. It's the Adventurer Association's black gold card. It contains 3 million federal coins. The extra 200,000 is considered an investment from the association to you, you don't need to refuse. In addition, with this black gold card, you'll be able to freely use the training rooms and adventurer rooms in the major city adventurer associations when accepting quests in the future. Master Yen was planning to become friends with Su Heng, a future top genius. Even if there was no return to the president, he would personally put out this 200,000. Then, thank you, Master Yen. Su Heng nodded, accepting the 200,000 investment without hesitation. After all, for the Adventurer Association, 200,000 federal coins really wasn't a big deal. Now, he could consider himself a small local tycoon with 3 million federal coins. Yesterday's him? Ha! He wouldn't even look at himself. Today's me is going for a big feast. The most expensive bathhouse. After that, Su Heng had a brief conversation with Master Yen. Then, he left the Adventurer Association. 3 million federal coins in hand, 1,000 points in hand. Next, he was going to try his luck. What kind of divine beast would he draw next? Meanwhile, at the top floor of the Adventurer Association, Master Yen was rushing straight to the top floor with the materials and equipment he just collected. Bang, bang, bang. Master Yen knocked on the door, and soon a deep voice came from inside. Come in. As soon as that voice appeared, Master Yen pushed the door open and entered. Did that kid lose money? That guy rented our training room and even cracked the floor. This is something even second-tier warriors can't do. How is this kid able to do it? In front of Yanshi was a young man with a delicate face, wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. His demeanor appeared slightly lazy. His tone carried an unquestionable air, yet with a hint of playfulness. Chapter 14, Summoning the Divine Beast. Courage Badge? Tyrannosaurus. President. This young man, I'm afraid it's not so simple. Do you remember not long ago, the strange incident at the bone graveyard? Shin Xianjun even caused an uproar at the association. Yanshi suppressed his excitement, took a deep breath, and spoke slowly. Oh? Does this kid have a military background? The young man before him was Chen Xiao, the branch president of the Adventurers Association in Hanhai City. Chen Xiao raised a hand and lightly supported his face. The gesture, the expression, all made him look like a woman. His curious look was almost identical to that of the daughter in most families. No, this kid doesn't have a military background. But it was him who directly broke through the bone graveyard of the anomaly and even killed the boss. Those damn media turned Xin Lingshuang into a hero, but it wasn't like that. This kid is the real hero, and I have investigated his identity. A graduate from grade 12, number 66 high school, Su Heng. The more Yan Xingshan spoke, the more excited he became. After all, a story where a commoner suppresses the noble is timeless. And such a secret that only he knew. It was exhilarating to be questioned by the president. What? This news hit Chen Xiao so hard she straightened up suddenly. Only then did she realize, from her chest, some curves were visible. So, she really was a woman. You mean this kid broke through the secret realm? That Bone King's strength, how could a beginner awakened professional possibly defeat it? Epsilon equals Omicron asterisk psi, I told you, you wouldn't believe me. Here, these are the materials and equipment brought back from the secret realm. Blue quality cores, blue quality materials, and blue quality equipment. Holy crap! Chen Xiao was so shocked she couldn't say a word. This kid, he must have awakened a special profession. Yen uncle, we can't let such a genius be pushed off to Shin Xianjun, that rough man. We must make sure to get on his good side. Chen Xiao's expression grew serious, and her reference to Su Heng changed from that kid to this genius. Don't worry, President. I've already taken care of it. Alright, next time this kid comes by, I want to meet this genius from number 66 high school in person. In the main city of Hanhai City. In a high-end restaurant, Su Heng was looking at a large table filled with meat that could replenish his stamina and mental strength. He started eating it in big mouthfuls. Wow, is this what nobles eat for a regular meal? One meal cost me 100,000. No wonder nobles spend 1 or 2,000 for breakfast. Hiss. It was simply so delicious. Su Heng ate while tears streamed down his face. Honestly, living in the lower district and relying on subsidies, he never imagined such a day would come. His previous life had been so miserable. He could only afford to eat meat once a month, and it was synthetic beast meat. Who knew where it came from? Ultimately, poverty limits human imagination. Humans never imagine things they've never seen. This large table of exotic beast meat was mostly from various secret realms and dungeons, with a few farmed. But even this table cost a total of 100,000 federal credits. It was simply too damn luxurious. After paying the bill and stretching, Su Heng returned to his cozy little doghouse with tears in his eyes. Alright, I'm full and clean. It's time to do a draw. Bless me, please, let me get a few more tail beasts. Su Heng immediately opened the Divine Beast lottery function. A large virtual card pool appeared directly in front of him. In the card pool, countless divine beasts and monsters from anime he had seen in his previous life whispered in their own voices. It was so tempting to look at. Even Godzilla and Gamera were there. Unfortunately, poor. Activate the beginner's lottery. Su Heng couldn't help but swallow, looking at the points in the card pool. 1,449 points. Just enough for a single draw, hoping for a miracle. Su Heng took a deep breath. He nervously stared at the card pool, then quickly clicked on the single draw option. In that moment, Su Heng closed his eyes. He prayed inside, hoping to summon a more powerful mythical beast. Anything would do. The icon in the card pool began spinning rapidly, the needle moving back and forth over each card. It was truly nerve-wracking. As the spinning slowed down, it eventually came to a stop right in front of him. Su Heng took a deep breath and opened his eyes. Holy crap! Double gold? Is my luck really this good? Did I just hit the jackpot? Su Heng rubbed his eyes and carefully looked at the 2 golden cards popping up from the pool. After confirming he wasn't mistaken, the mythical beast lottery system also gave a prompt. Congratulations, you've successfully drawn double gold. Unexpectedly obtained a golden card, now beginning extraction. Extracting. Congratulations, you've obtained Digivice Courage Badge. Courage Partner Agumon. Extraction successful, click to view details. Holy crap, it really is double gold. Awesome. Su Heng excitedly rubbed his hands, quickly jumping off the bed to take a closer look. Item panel expanded. Item name, Digivice Courage Badge. Description, the first generation Digivice, now embedded with the Courage Badge version. Current ability, normal evolution. Description, can evolve the Digimon to its ultimate form by consuming battle data. Each battle earns battle data, which can be stored in the Digivice. Can be used on Agumon. Mythical Beast panel expanded. Name, Agumon. Type, Dinosaur Vaccine Species. Current level, level 15. Current skill, Super Flame. Current status, Hungry. Description, a dinosaur-type Digimon with hardened skin, covered in a beetle-like shell. It has sharp claws, huge horns, and is extremely aggressive. Su Heng carefully read all the information. Scenes from his mind began to form. It was Agumon entering the scene, not a rookie-level Digimon like Gabumon. This Courage Badge seems to be made for Agumon, it should be able to help him evolve. Not from Gabumon to Greymon. So, step by step, it's probably going to evolve into the WarGreymon. Thinking of this, Su Heng also remembered the 3 Gabumon from the anime. In the first season of Digimon, Tai used the power of 2 great angels to complete his evolution to Greymon. In Digimon Adventure 02, a variant of Gabumon evolved into the shiny Greymon. And in Digimon Reboot, the WarGreymon appeared. Tisk, so they even gave me the Digivice. Nice. Su Heng's lips curled slightly, smiling. Chapter 15, Job Change Temple, Beast Master's Tower. Support requested. Next, tomorrow I'll head to the Beast Master's Tower for the Job Change Temple. Su Heng slowly exhaled, his gaze turning towards Agumon. Mature Digimons aren't enough for now. Let's wait until WarGreymon comes. When will I be able to summon a big dog? How about an Omega Fusion? Su Heng couldn't help but shake his head. Though Agumon wasn't small, compared to Ninetales, he still fell short. And his attack method was a combination of a tank and long-range mage with Super Flame. Compared to the ultimate forms, it really didn't hold up. Forget it, it's good enough to take out and scare people. When there's nothing to do, I can use him as a mount. At least he's bulkier than Ninetales. Su Heng glanced at the time, it was already 10 p.m., so he put everything away. He fell onto the bed and immediately fell into a deep sleep. In the Beast Tamer Tower of Hanhai City, the Profession Transfer Shrine. It was a tower with 12 floors, with the first floor being where the Beast Tamer's Profession Transfer Shrine was located. This tower was not built by humans. Instead, it was automatically generated after the Tao of Heaven was gamified. Just like other professions, warriors had their warrior tower, and priests had their priest tower. The humans in these towers were chosen by the supreme will. They swore loyalty to the shrine and the profession tower. The speaker was not much different from the NPCs in the game. Early in the morning, after finishing his wash, Su Heng arrived at the Beast Tamer Tower, which was exclusively for Beast Tamers. Looking at the Beast Tamer Tower, which was only about half the height of a 9-tailed fox, he couldn't help but sigh. Then, without any hesitation, he walked right in. First floor of the Beast Tamer Tower, Profession Transfer Registration. A shrine maiden, wearing a proper shrine uniform and a badge of the Beast Tamer Tower on her chest, approached with a smile when she saw Su Heng. Her gaze was pure and innocent. Honorable Beast Tamer, are you here to transfer your profession or challenge the Beast Tamer Tower? The role of each profession tower under the Profession Transfer Shrine was simple. It was a facility used to hone and display skills. Each tower had 12 floors, except for the first floor, which served as the shrine office. Every professional could enter and start challenges from the first floor. Each time they passed a floor, they could continue to challenge the next one. The profession towers had no strength threshold, it only mattered that the profession matched the tower. However, each time someone entered to challenge, they needed to pay a certain fee first. This fee wasn't cheap, to enter once, it would cost 10,000 federal coins. If this were in the past, Su Heng, being poor, definitely wouldn't have been able to challenge a single floor. Although these profession towers came with the shrine, each profession tower was built by practitioners who had mastered Emperor-level strength. These practitioners combined space and virtual reality skills to construct the towers. This level of existence had already reached the limit of the Human Federation. In the entire Human Federation, there were only 5 Emperor-level professionals. The Beast Tamer Tower was no different. Every time you passed a floor, there would be rewards, which was why every Beast Tamer was willing to pay a high price to enter. It was said that even high-level battle beasts could drop and be contracted directly. Moreover, each floor allowed one to learn different skills and increase relevant proficiency attributes. But unfortunately, I'm not here to challenge the Beast Tamer Tower today. Miss, I'm here to transfer my profession. As soon as Su Heng spoke, the maiden carefully scrutinized him. She looked him up and down, left and right, examining him for a while. She hesitated slightly. This young man in front of her didn't look like he had reached level 20. He was too young, looking like a high school student. In response to the maiden's doubts, Su Heng helplessly said, Miss, I really am here to transfer my profession. Sigh, it couldn't be helped, the gap between him and the rest was too big. Oh. Alright, this Beast Tamer, please place your hand on this identification crystal. Yes, right here. Please wait a moment, it will only take 3 seconds. I need to verify your current profession level. Then, the maiden led Su Heng to a blue crystal. Under the gaze full of suspicion, Su Heng placed his hand on the crystal. The identification crystal, much like the awakening crystal, was designed to test the profession level of the person touching it, as well as their actual age. It could even show what profession the person had awakened, but it could not reveal detailed information. Thus, it was quite safe. Place your hand here, right? Okay. Su Heng nodded. Under the suspicious gaze of the girl, he placed his right hand on the identification crystal. Immediately, a weak electric current ran across the deep part of his palm. Then, some simple information appeared before the girl's eyes. Name, Su Heng. Grade 12 student at 616 High School in Hanhai City, still enrolled. Age, 18. Occupation, Beast Tamer. Battle Beast, unknown? Level, 20. My god. The temple girl widened her eyes, her dark, beautiful eyes opening wide. She couldn't help but swallow her saliva. Her face was filled with shock and envy. A temple's chosen one, once selected to enter the temple, would be assigned to various career towers to serve as an NPC. The girl had seen many people called geniuses. But in Hanhai City, a level 20 senior year student had never appeared before. If she remembered correctly, the most recent awakening day of the Federation was yesterday, right? Doesn't that mean this young man in front of her went from a beginner adventurer to directly reaching level 20 in just one day? How is this possible? Even the high priests in Hanhai City's temple couldn't do this. And even if they followed second-tier adventurers into the secret realms, they couldn't level up a level 1 beginner to level 20 in just one day. This is insane. It's completely unbelievable. But the content shown on the identification crystal in front of her, it unmistakably told her that this is the reality. The temple girl was completely stunned. Hey! Miss, are you done? Su Heng extended his left hand and waved it in front of the dazed temple girl. He frowned. Is she being overwhelmed? Sorry. I was lost in thought for a moment. Hello, please come over here. I'll register your job change information and process your job transfer. The girl looked at the delicate hands in front of her and couldn't help but blush. She quickly lowered her head and apologized to Su Heng. She looked very nervous. But this nervousness made her look even more adorable. Chapter 16, 5-Star Job Change Quest. Special Skill Scroll. Beast Tamer Tower, Job Change Temple Center. Please wait a moment, this adventurer. There are 2 adventurers ahead currently taking their job change quests. Thank you for your understanding, thank you. At this moment, the temple girl looked at Su Heng with a gaze full of respect and awe. An 18-year-old senior student, reaching level 20 in just one day. What kind of level is that? A true genius, right? It seemed that in the temple's records, only the great figures from 1,000 years ago who created the occupational system had ever achieved such an astonishing record. Could this young man in front of her have broken a historical record? Perhaps there are some big families supporting him behind the scenes? So terrifying. If only she could get his contact information, they could stay in touch and keep in contact. Perhaps. Before the girl's daydreams could end, Su Heng spoke up to interrupt her. Alright, you can go ahead and continue with your work. Su Heng shook his head while looking at the girl who had fallen into her daydreams. After the girl left, Su Heng opened his phone, and a message that tagged all members popped up. Teacher who at all members. Attention! Attention! Because a former student of 616 High School has been promoted to an A-class greatsword master and is now working in a level 3 base city's armament group. To reward our 616 High School's educational standards, the Federation has specially provided our school with a large amount of educational resources. After unanimous approval by the school board, we will provide all senior students with 1 free dungeon upgrade. We hope that all students will win the crown in the upcoming college entrance examination in half a month. Class 3 of the senior year students, please click the link to sign up. Students who successfully sign up, please gather at the entrance of the primary dungeon, Sunken Abyss at 3 p.m. today. Su Heng saw this message at all classmates. He couldn't help licking his lips. Sunken dungeon, huh? If I remember correctly, this should be one of the harder beginner dungeons, right? Advanced beginner dungeon. The boss inside is at least level 30, right? And the price is also much higher than something like the Bone Graveyard, a newbie dungeon. It costs at least 5,000 Federation coins to enter. TSK, that senior who works at the level 3 base city finally made the school generous. Su Heng couldn't help sighing a little. Unfortunately, if this event had happened before, he would really have been interested. But now, with Jalama in hand and Tyrannosaurus in embrace. With the Multiverse Divine Beast System, going to fight these new Awakeners in a pet competition? That would just be bullying people. Su Heng turned off his phone, ignoring the homeroom teacher's messages, and waited a few minutes. Then he stepped into the room in front of him. The Transcender Center. The moment he entered, it felt like he was in the starry sky. Everything around was pitch black, only the crystal ball in the center shone with colors of the stars. Looking up, the ceiling showed colors like star charts. Seeing this, Su Heng slowly walked forward. He placed his hand on the crystal ball. Extracting Transcender task. Congratulations Transcender, the task has been announced. Task location, Sunken Dungeon. Hello, Beastmaster Su Heng. Your level has reached the limit, you can perform second transformation, assigning Transcender task. This transformation task is divided into 5 levels, Transcenders can choose targets according to level. 5 major level professions announced, please Transcender Su Heng make choice. The light inside the crystal gathered, forming clear task inscriptions, unfolding one by one. Transcender task, clear the Shadow Rat group in the dungeon. Shadow Rat group, level 10 cluster creatures, many in number, usually 5 to 8 per group. Task level, 1 star. Task time, 12 hours. Task reward, can transform into 1-star second transformation profession. Awakened profession, Shadow Beast Master. Transcender task, exterminate the rotten minor corpses in the sunken dungeon. Rotten minor corpses, level 12 undead creatures, may explode after death. Task level, 2 stars. Task time, 12 hours. Task reward, can transform into 2-star second transformation profession. Awakened profession, Necromancer Beast Master, and gain a Beast Master exclusive talent. Transcender task, solo kill the Ritual Guard, Elite. Ritual Guard, Elite Guards recording ritual, level 20. Task level, 4 stars. Task time, 12 hours. Task reward, can transform into 3-star second transformation profession. Awakened profession, Beast Priest, and gain a Beast Master profession aura. Tip, Beast Priest uses priest ability to continuously greatly strengthen beasts. Transcender task, Abyss Conqueror, Hidden Path, extremely hard. Within 20 minutes, solo defeat the Sunken Dungeon final boss, level 30 Tide Lord. Tide Lord, Lord of Sunken Dungeon, half-human half-fish large mutant, holding coral staff. Located deep in Sunken Dungeon, near the Tide Altar. Task time, 6 hours. Task reward, can transform into 5-star second transformation profession. Also gain 2 Beast Master talent skills and equipment weapon. Awakened profession, Dimensional Beast Master. Tip, equipment, weapons, can be equipped on the Beast Master's battle beasts. Warning, this task is very hard, failure triggers a 1-month cooldown. During cooldown, Transcender cannot perform second transformation. Only true prodigies and the fearless can touch the power of dimensions. All 5 tasks require entering the Sunken Dungeon to sweep through. Almost every Transcender task here improves the current profession. Those below 3 stars don't need further explanation. Better than nothing. Especially the 4-star mission, it even added one more ability of a priest, becoming a beast-taming priest. It even reached 5 stars, and in this profession 2 more words, dimension, were added. Tisk. Those who play beast taming really all have dark hearts. Su Heng smacked his lips, then without the slightest hesitation chose the 5-star job change mission. Just kidding, the mythical beasts summoned by his myth Beast Tamer were never divine beasts of this dimension anyway. All of them come from anime, games, and novels. Then the identity of a dimensional Beast Tamer can better match his future profession. Beast Tamer, Su Heng. You have confirmed to accept the 5-star advanced trial Abyss Conqueror. Mission countdown, 5 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Hint, the Lord of Tides is entrenched at the Tide Altar at the deepest layer of the burrow, please respond with caution. May the star light guide your road. Chapter 17 Su Heng the Trash actually dares to solo the dungeon? 6 hours of mission time? For Su Heng, it was more than enough. Although the requirement of this 5-star mission is to solo the dungeon called Sunken Burrow, and it is even limited within 20 minutes. This Lord of Tides is a full 30 levels. This thing, even those geniuses who awakened hidden professions would turn their heads and leave the moment they see it. Are you kidding? They are only level 20, and they already have to solo this level 30 Lord of Tides? And it even damn limits soloing in time. Isn't this just making things hard for people? No wonder among the professionals inside the job change temple, almost none choose to complete a 5-star job change mission. I can be counted as the number 1 person of Hanhai City, right? Su Heng shook his head and laughed at himself. In a level 5 base city like Hanhai City, being too eye-catching might not be a good thing. And besides, a level 30 Lord of Tides. Probably only someone like himself who contracted 9 llama and Tyrannosaurus beast would like it, right? Leaving the Beast Tower, Su Heng casually took a taxi and headed toward the sunken burrow in the outskirts of Hanhai. The sunken burrow, it is said that 100 years ago, the earth vein was polluted by energy from another world, which caused the minds of the old era to awaken. This forgotten sunken burrow was not formed naturally. It was an early experimental site of goblin engineers and murloc shamans. They tried to dig through an underground passage connecting the ocean and the continent, but after the entrance collapsed, those creatures in the experiments mutated and grew inside this secret realm, forming a well-known ecological circle with a clear inside and outside. Several decades ago, the commander of the Hanhai City Armed Corps led dozens of professionals to suppress it together. After killing the mutated boss in this dungeon, it was finally left behind. The citizens of Hanhai City deeply hate this secret realm. So this place was directly taken over by the officials, specially provided for job changers to come here for trials. As soon as Su Heng got out of the car, he curiously saw countless people surrounding the outside of the sunken burrow. Many professionals were crazily killing the shadow rat groups that came out from inside the burrow. That was truly ruthless, not planning to leave a single one alive. And because this place has long been at the outermost layer of the dungeon, there were still quite a lot of military people guarding here. Looks like the monsters that overflow from these dungeon secret realms also give quite a lot of experience. But now is not the time. First hurry to the deepest layer of the sunken burrow, Su Heng thought while walking toward the entrance direction of the sunken burrow. Soon, he saw a group of familiar figures, wearing the school uniform of number 66 middle school, and that arrogant dead fat guy. And Su Heng's close brother, Ji Yuan. Aren't these exactly the classmates of his own class? Outside the sunken burrow, at this moment many students wearing the uniform of number 66 middle school had already gathered together. Each class separated, very orderly. Every one of them stared eagerly, waiting for the teachers to lead them together into the dungeon. Those who can become middle school teachers. At least all the professionals here are at least level 40 and have undergone the second profession transfer. Class 66. Quiet. I will repeat again, the place where we are training today is on the outskirts of the secret realm. No one should cross the boundary line into the lower level zone. The monsters there are beyond what you are capable of handling right now. The outskirts of the sunken dungeon are the territory of miners and rats. But their strength is far inferior to the fishmen in the lower levels. Remember my warning, and then, teachers of each class, please organize your students in an orderly manner, and have them team up to enter the dungeon. Training begins. Su Heng immediately recognized the person speaking. He was the vice principal of Class 66, a level 40 berserker who had undergone the second profession transfer. As soon as he said this, the entire class of Class 66 was filled with eager excitement. Hurry up, group with me. I'm a level 2 shield warrior. Anyone need a team? This is for our Class 66. They've spent a fortune to reserve the entire sunken dungeon for 3 days. Plus, there are second and third profession teachers leading the way. Such a pity, I really wanted to explore the lower level zone, but it's too dangerous. What are we afraid of? Cough, cough. To be honest, I am really afraid. My older brother was almost killed by those fishmen in the lower level of this dungeon. Do you have knights and warriors, Gigi, little sister just awakened as a priest I can protect you up close? Watch me, sister. Big brother is strong. Come quickly. Damn. I'm a level 3 warrior. Look at me, little sister. My health is high. There were only a little over 200 students in Class 66's senior year. With 40 students per class, there were only 5 classes in total. Among the awakened ones, there were only a little over 100, and the number of combat-oriented professions was even fewer. So, the students quickly formed simple teams. Warriors, mages, priests. A few minutes later, around the outskirts of the sunken dungeon, there were still a few students without teams. They stared at each other, awkwardly glancing at each other, looking extremely uncomfortable. At this moment, Su Heng just happened to walk in. A fat man with a broad body looked directly at Su Heng and excitedly introduced himself. Hey, classmate, want to team up? I'm a priest. My first skill is Swift Aura. It can help you escape from monsters quickly. Especially with that sympathetic expression, Su Heng felt quite awkward. However, the man stared at Su Heng for several seconds. Classmate, why do you seem so familiar to me? He seemed to be confirming his identity, then suddenly frowned deeply. Wait. Aren't you the one who awakened as a beast master but couldn't summon a beast? The fat man's eyes widened instantly, unable to believe it. This guy. How could this guy participate in the pre-exam training? This guy doesn't even have a beast to summon. Is he trying to die by entering this dungeon? His exclamation immediately attracted the attention of the students around them. Then, among the crowd, some classmates, and those who had bullied Su Heng and Ji Yuan, also snapped back to their senses. How did this trash get in? Yeah, he's just a waste who can't even summon a beast. How can he join our senior year training? This guy is truly asking for death. These professionals, although their strength was lacking. But some had auras, others had control skills. They could still function as good support. But in front of a waste like this, they were high-ranking professionals. But this guy was different. During the school awakening ceremony, with an A-grade beastmaster talent, he couldn't even summon a beast. This guy was still a poor loser living in the commoner district. How could he afford a second awakening of his talent? So, this guy was no different from those who couldn't awaken a profession at all. Even those living occupation professionals were still above him. Chapter 18 Impossible. How could he be level 20 already? Sorry, Su classmate. I didn't think it through. Sorry, can you just pretend you didn't hear my invitation just now? I didn't mean anything else, just worried you wouldn't have time to run later, and I wouldn't be able to protect you. Sorry, classmate Su, so can we? The chubby priest in front of him showed a hint of disgust in his eyes. After confirming Su Heng's identity, his eyes darkened. His attitude shifted too, from a soft-spoken seeker of help to a high-handed bully. Without hesitation, he turned and completely ignored Su Heng. Every word said clearly, you, Su Heng, are useless, don't drag me down, okay? Su Heng shook his head helplessly. Sigh. People. Sometimes, you really shouldn't wear colored glasses. Oh, I wasn't planning to team up with you anyway. Good luck, don't regret it. Su Heng shook his head. From the start, he had no interest in these outer monsters. The creatures in the outer caves of the sunken dungeon were only a few kinds. Shadow rats. These were rats corrupted by dungeon energy, swollen to the size of wild cats. Fast and agile, they moved in groups through rubble and abandoned carts, making sharp squeak sounds. Once they spotted a living thing, they swarmed and bit with sharp teeth. Rotten minor corpses, undead type. Miners trapped here, corrupted by shadow energy, became staggering skeletal beings. Slow in movement, but heavy in strikes, sometimes mechanically throwing stones nearby. And scattered crystal fragment golems. Loose energy crystals and rubble formed crude humanoid shapes. Their movements were stiff, but the crystal clusters covering them provided some protection. These outer monsters were generally level 10 to 13. Single ones were weak, but they came in groups and knew the dark environment well. For first-time dungeon players, they were typical enemies to train basic teamwork and combat rhythm. For Su Heng, his goal was the lower-level boss from the beginning. As for why he came with them, simply to enjoy the word free. There were just too many people before, crowded together, no time to leave. He couldn't summon 9 llama or Tyrannosaurus and crush these classmates, right? Though a few bullied, the rest didn't deserve death. So he didn't care about the chubby boy's disgust at all. Or rather, he didn't care about this little chubby boy. Anyway, after he amazed everyone, these people would see it. Su Heng smiled and shook his head. Then he headed straight into the lower area of the dungeon. Skillfully, he pushed aside the stones blocking the entrance and stepped forward. He glanced back at the classmates staring dumbfounded. Stepping into the depths of the sunken dungeon's secret instance. The real trial awaited. This scene was seen by those classmates mocking him. Even the chubby priest froze for a moment. Then rubbed his eyes in disbelief, confirming he hadn't seen wrong. He was completely stunned. Holy crap! I didn't see wrong. Su Heng went to the lower area of the sunken dungeon. Is this guy crazy, trying to die? The chubby boy's voice immediately drew the attention of all students, teachers, and the principal, a berserker. Under that loud voice, everyone turned their eyes toward the entrance of the lower dungeon. Tisk, TSK. This guy must be insane. Rejected in front of everyone, and still. Are you depressed? What's going on? Su Heng? The S-Class Beast Master from Class 3? The one without a battle beast? Oh, it's that useless one. Sigh, that's the world we live in. What does it matter if you have good talent? A beast master without a battle beast is like a warrior without a sword, or a knight without a gun. A gunner with nothing, what's the difference? A useless waste that even a dog would shake its head at. If it were me, I would have jumped off by now. Hanhai City is still considered safe. Once the invasion of the 10,000 races comes, ordinary people's lives won't be worth more than grass. Let them die if they must, sigh. A beast master without a battle beast, just entering the inner circle, this is basically suicide. Around them, the students, aside from the few bullies, all showed sympathy and pity. After all, that's the way this world works. The Federation is constantly facing invasions from the 10,000 races. Occasionally, strange beasts attack the cities. In this era, ordinary people's lives are worth less than weeds. So, us professionals, the ones with awakened jobs, are the hope for the survival of this world. Living with our families in such a world, that's the key. As for the mockers, they are mostly those who think too highly of themselves. They have better talents, nobler professions. But among these students, most of them are ordinary professionals, struggling just to survive. Soon, the vice principal, a level 40 berserker, along with all the teachers, rushed over. The principal's face slightly changed as he frowned and asked, "What happened? Why did that student go down there alone?" As a warrior, his gaze was full of seriousness, staring hard at the little fatty in front of him. I just refused to let Su Heng join our team. But, him going to the lower district, that really has nothing to do with me. The little fatty stammered, trying to clear himself of blame under the principal's stern tone. Su Heng? The principal was taken aback, as if remembering something. Ah, that kid, sigh, what a shame. But my student can't die here. I'll go bring him out. I hope it's not too late. The vice principal still remembered that Su Heng, an S-class beast master, couldn't summon a battle beast. He glanced at the little fatty for a moment before quickly striding toward the lower district. Good kid, don't you dare die in front of me. With a burst of fury, the principal's entire body was surrounded by blood energy, and several bloodlines appeared on his face. His speed instantly reached its peak. The level 40 berserker charged toward the lower district at lightning speed. But at that critical moment, suddenly, a deep blue screen appeared. It immediately pressed the berserker's old face together. Detected that a class transfer trial is in progress. Area blockade command has been activated. Sunken dungeon tied altar area is temporarily closed. Blockage based on Federal Career Advancement Protection Act, Article 17. Current task priority, 5 stars Abyss Conqueror. Executor, Beastmaster Su Heng, ID certified. Warning, any external interference will cause the trial to be forcibly terminated. Violation consequences, Executor will permanently lose this advancement qualification and bear the corresponding backlash of the law. Estimated unlocking time, automatically lifted after trial completion. Remaining wait time, approximately 4 hours 52 minutes. Tip, please maintain a safe distance and wait patiently. Class Transfer Temple Order System Real-Time Monitoring. Chapter 19, The Principal's Surprise. Solo cleans the Tide Lord. What the hell? Su Heng? Is it really our Su Heng? The vice principal took a deep breath. He couldn't believe it and wiped his eyes. He was afraid he made a mistake because of his excitement. Soon, the berserker-style vice principal suddenly left the dungeon and returned to the upper level of the massive sunken dungeon. Sorry, principal. It's my fault, if it weren't for me, Su Heng. Su Heng he. Although he looked down on the waist. I never thought Su Heng would have to die. The little fat boy's apology made the surrounding teachers and students fall completely silent. As Su Heng's best buddy, Ji Yuan was firmly grabbed by classmates, shouting angrily. Damn it! You bastard! I'm going to beat you to death. Enough! Everyone be quiet. You kid, are you sure the one who just went into the lower layer of the dungeon was Su Heng, right? The vice principal was still in berserker mode, gripping the little fat boy's shoulders tightly. He shook him repeatedly, asking. And no, that's right. It's him. Even if he turned to ash I would know him. He's the one awakened but can't summon a battle beast, that useless. The little fat boy was extremely worried and scared. Su Heng was almost a star of 66 middle school. Awakened as an A-rank beast master, but a useless one who couldn't summon a battle beast. Before awakening the crystal, he and the little fat boy were in sequence, so he would never forget that face. Good. Good. Ah, it really is this kid. I never thought 66 middle school would actually have such a genius. Ha 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 ha. After getting the exact information, the vice principal laughed loudly. The students and teachers nearby all looked at the principal with worry. It was like a madman who couldn't handle a blow. PR principal, I was wrong, don't expel me, I really know I was wrong. The little fat boy was so scared he immediately knelt down. Those around also started discussing. He's just a useless person, is it necessary? Dead is dead, anyway if not dead now, the beast tide would kill him. Damn, the vice principal actually went crazy over something like this? Do you think we can fight a mad principal? The principal is a level 40 berserker, we 3 gourds and 2 dates aren't enough for him to slash. All the senior students, their homeroom teachers, and other teachers looked at the vice principal. What to do? They were really anxious. Graduates dying and getting hurt happened often, in this era of all races invading. How could they be broken just because Su Heng died? The vice principal's mentality was really too fragile. Might as well retire early. All the teachers silently stepped back 2 steps, looked at each other, then decided to move toward the principal. What are you doing? What are you doing? I'm a normal person. I'm not crazy. Damn. 66 Middle School produced such a genius, and you all hit it. Who is Su Heng's homeroom teacher? Come out now. If I hadn't checked personally, I wouldn't have known Su Heng was about to do the second transfer. A senior student with a second transfer. 66 Middle School hasn't had this in 200 years. What? Su Heng was taking the second transfer test? This is impossible. But before the teachers could react, the vice principal threw them one by one like chicks into the area going to the lower layer. The same warning sounded again. Transfer trial detected in progress. Area lockdown activated. Sinking dungeon tide altar area temporarily closed. Warning, any external interference will cause trial to be forcibly terminated. Violation consequence, executor will permanently lose current advancement qualification and bear corresponding law backlash. Damn. Sinking dungeon, lower layer. Su Heng carefully observed the internal environment in front of him. Sure enough, the lower layer area was completely different from above, full of damp smells. The whole lower area was like a mining point completely sunk underwater. The air was filled with a salty, wet smell. Task executor has entered the core area, sinking dungeon tide altar. Executor, Su Heng, Beast Master. Accepting trial, 5-star advancement trial Abyss Conqueror. Task objective, independently defeat the final boss of the sinking dungeon, level 30 Lord of the Tide. The limited time challenge, complete the kill within 20 minutes. The secret dungeon is locking in. Current dungeon participants, 150 people, other adventurers are spread out in the outer areas. Remaining task time, 19 minutes 58 seconds. Warning, during the trial, the altar area is completely sealed off, and any external interference will result in the task failing. This time, more than 150 people have signed up for the sunken abyss? 66 is still quite large. Su Heng's mouth twitched as the secret dungeon in front of him was locked, and no one could interfere with him. Su Heng felt the damp air around him and the subtle oppressive feeling. His gaze swept over the dark waters in front of him, where the outline of the ancient altar appeared faintly. End it quickly. He muttered to himself and then pressed both hands down onto the ground. Come forth. Nine-tailed fox. Tyrannosaurus beast. Under his right palm, crimson and violent chakra erupted like molten lava. It outlined a massive and fierce fox-shaped silhouette. The Tyrannosaurus mech on his left chest suddenly roared. Azure blue data streams broke through the air, intertwining to form the towering figure of the digital core. Boom! On the left, the orange-red chakra materialized into a burning giant fox. Its blood-red vertical pupils scanned the surroundings, growling in dissatisfaction. Hee. This place is too small. Its massive body compressed on its own under the spatial restrictions, with bones cracking loudly. Finally, it settled at more than 10 meters tall. The nine-tailed fox looked at the unfamiliar environment and again shrank its form from over 30 meters to a smaller size. On the right, the azure blue data flow converged into a roaring dinosaur warrior. The Tyrannosaurus beast's heavy claws stomped on the rock layers beneath. Its sharp gaze cut through the darkness. Roar! The powerful roar caused the depths of the abyss to tremble constantly. Hey, who is this guy? The nine-tailed fox narrowed its eyes, sizing up the companion beside it, filled with otherworldly aura. After observing carefully for a long time, it then turned its gaze to Su Heng on the ground. This is the Tyrannosaurus beast, a partner from another dimension. Su Heng leaped onto the Tyrannosaurus beast's solid head, looking down from a high vantage point. From now on, we'll be comrades fighting side by side, say hi. The nine-tailed fox didn't get tangled up. Anyway, as long as this guy summoned it, it was fine. It was planning to give a punch to the new brother, but seeing that the other's arms seemed a bit short, it awkwardly scratched its head. Su Heng, sitting cross-legged on the Tyrannosaurus beast's head, couldn't help but laugh. All right. Nine-tailed fox, Tyrannosaurus beast, one in front, one behind, let's start clearing fast. He raised his hand, pointing to the darkest area deep within the altar. There, some giant creature was slowly awakening. The water had already started flowing unnaturally in reverse. Nine-tailed fox, left wing. Tyrannosaurus beast, right wing. Target, tidal altar core. Crush through it. He slashed his hand downward. 20 minutes? 10 minutes, I want to sit on that tidal lord's head and rest. Chapter 20, Hey! What do you mean, my battle beasts are the boss? Deep in the abyss, constant rumbling and roars appeared in front of his eyes. Visible to the naked eye. Two giant beasts over 10 meters tall tore through the darkness and charged forward. The nine-tailed fox's 9 tails whipped wildly, each swipe tossing groups of drowned miners and swamp lurkers into the air like trash. They were accurately thrown towards the Tyrannosaurus beast's direction. The arrogant laughter echoed between the rock walls, too weak. Not even enough for a warm-up. The Tyrannosaurus beast stood firm as a rock, its massive mouth opening and closing, unleashing fiery super flames like artillery, continuously firing. Each flame accurately engulfed the flying monsters, turning them into experience and scattered materials. 2000. 1900. 2600. Before Su Heng could react, a large amount of information from the dungeon's secret realm began to flood in. Congratulations! Your battle beast, nine-tailed fox, successfully killed a drowned miner, experience plus 300 inch. Congratulations! Your battle beast, Tyrannosaurus beast, successfully killed a drowned miner, experience plus 260 inch. Congratulations! Your battle beast, nine-tailed fox, successfully killed a swamp lurker, experience plus 500, obtained material, fish skin. Congratulations! Your battle beast, Tyrannosaurus beast, successfully killed a group of piranhas, experience plus 1000. Obtained material, piranha teeth. Congratulations! Your battle beast, Jalama, successfully killed a sacrificial guard, gained experience plus 1600. Continuous information kept arriving in his ears. Although this voice was a bit annoying, it was really thrilling. He had never been bothered by this kind of announcement in his life. But the feeling of storing such a large amount of experience, it was truly amazing. Once the job change succeeded, his profession level would soar from level 20 in a blink. So damn exciting. Too bad, the drop rate in the job change dungeon is still too low. He scanned the scattered materials and a few pieces of blue equipment in his inventory. The real good stuff still comes from mutation dungeons or high-level areas. Su Heng pressed his lips, then sat on the head of the Tyrannosaurus. But now was not the time to care about these things. He raised his eyes to the end of the tunnel. There, the salty, wet mist had thickened into solid fog. Jalama, control your strength, don't collapse the cave. Tyrannosaurus, clear a path. The Tyrannosaurus nodded at the command. Raising its proud head, it let out a blast forward. The super flame plowed through ahead again, instantly evaporating the group of monsters blocking the way. Although the Tyrannosaurus's performance in the anime was mostly ordinary, its ultimate evolution form was not just ordinary handsome. Adding Steel Garuru together, Omega was the most handsome of all royal knights. Not to mention there was later a mercy form. Placed elsewhere, it would be hard to say. But in this era of universal data, level and attributes allowed the Tyrannosaurus to continuously gain battle data. And the Tyrannosaurus and Omega could fly. Su Heng commanded the Tyrannosaurus to wash all the lower area places with super flames, while sitting cross-legged on its head, calculating all the profits from this secret realm. Congratulations! You have crossed the seepage slope area. Congratulations! You have reached the outskirts of the Tide Altar. Your battle beast, Jalama, killed 500 swamp lurkers. Total obtained materials and equipment. Materials, swamp fish skin *60. Equipment, abyss diving suit *1. Your battle beast, Tyrannosaurus, killed 300 swamp lurkers. Total obtained materials and equipment. Materials, swamp fish skin *30. Equipment, abyss helmet, leather, *1, abyss knee guards, leather, *1. Aside from the materials obtained from killing the swamp lurkers, the most valuable were the materials from the altar guards. A total of 50 rune shards and 3 altar shields were obtained. These items were worth far more than the materials and equipment dropped by the swamp lurkers. Rune shards could be made into orbs for mages. Even priests could use them. As for the altar shields, they could be given to Master Yen for appraisal later. At the moment the prompt sound fell, the view ahead suddenly opened up. A huge underground lake appeared before his eyes, its water black. In the center stood an altar made of pale coral and unknown bones. At the top of the altar, a coral staff entwined with ghostly blue water light floated slowly up and down. Beneath the lake, a shadow over 10 meters long was slowly rising. Su Heng stood up and patted the Tyrannosaurus's big head. Let's go. Time to meet the Lord of the Tide. He waved lightly. One dragon, one fox, boldly charging straight into the forbidden area deep in the dungeon. Meanwhile, in the outer area of the sunken dungeon, over 100 students from Class 66 were scrambling to deal with the siege of rats and minor remnants. Someone collapsed and shouted desperately. Teacher! Principal! Help! Yet all the teachers, including the berserker vice principal. At this moment, all stared like statues at the entrance to the lower level, ignoring the cries behind them. A student hopelessly took out a phone and shouted angrily in the class group. Report! I am officially reporting all the teachers at number 66 high school for dereliction of duty. They stood by and did nothing to help when lives were at stake. No one responded. Only a few people began chatting in their respective class groups. Damn it, weren't the teachers supposed to be leading the way in leveling up? Where are they? The teachers? They're watching a show. Watching that damn drama about Su Heng changing jobs. That son of a bitch is changing jobs in this hellhole. What the hell? How is he already in his 20s level? How is that even possible? Did he cheat? Damn it, stop talking. My equipment durability is almost gone. If they don't come help, I'm done for. Ah, Geijai, my sister's health is almost gone, we can't win. Ah, I don't want to participate anymore. I want to quit this dungeon. No way, the dungeon is locked during the job change. You can't enter or leave. Ah, damn Su Heng. Outside the sunken dungeon, it was different from Su Heng's smooth progress. Even the lowest level rats here were level 12. At this moment, they were looking at the gradually encroaching rat horde and the wreckage of the miners, all with a bewildered and enraged look on their faces. They were all the seeds of number 66 high school, and it was only because of the seniors' breakthrough that they got this opportunity to train. They came to level up happily, preparing for the upcoming college entrance examination. They never thought about fighting boss or anything. After all, they were just a bunch of level 1 or 2 rookies. But as Su Heng went deeper into the dungeon, those teachers and principals who had promised to guide them in leveling up were all gathered around him. Damn it! With my bad temper, if this guy fails his job change, I'm going to kill him. Chapter 21, Ultimate Evolution of Tyrannosaurus. Mechanical Tyrannosaurus. A group of students surrounded by rats and small skeletons were getting irritated. Damn it, that son of a bitch Su Heng. One shield tank barely blocked a wave of rats attacking, then cursed angrily, if you're so brave, go in. If you can go in, then don't come out. It would be best if you die in there. Exactly. You made me drink the last bottle of recovery potion. Damn. Another student tilted his head back and drank the potion, his face twisting in pain. However, just as the cursing reached its peak. Quiet, all of you shut up. The vice principal's thunderous shout drowned out all the noise. His bloodshot eyes swept over the disheveled students. At the same time, he tore open a scroll. A shocking image instantly appeared in front of everyone. Look. Open your eyes wide and see clearly. A level 12 little rat is making you cry like babies. And what is Su Heng facing? Before his words could finish, a scene appeared on the projection screen. Boom! The roar of the giant beast was so loud that it made the eardrums ache even through the screen. A dinosaur-like giant beast that could stand on 2 legs raised its mouth and unleashed a stream of orange flame. Wherever it passed, massive swamp lurkers were vaporized before they could even scream. In an instant, they turned to steam. Only scorched marsh remained on the ground. Beside it, the orange-red 9-tailed fox elegantly raised its head. 9 tails swayed behind it. A pitch-black and crimson energy sphere, swirling and collapsing in on itself, was forming in its mouth. The tailed beast ball. It gently exhaled. The energy ball silently flew out, and the moment it touched the rock wall ahead, a pure white light engulfed the entire area, followed by the violent shaking of the screen, and debris raining down. As the view cleared, the tunnel corridor, once crowded with dozens of monsters, had disappeared. At the same time, a horrifying damage number popped up. The scene fell silent. The students who had been shouting to take revenge on Su Heng were now as pale as paper. The boy who had bullied Su Heng and Jiyuan the most, whose legs had started shaking uncontrollably. The E-level longsword he had used to show off clattered to the ground. That is his war beast? A girl beside him murmured, her eyes dazed. Is this legal? These two are really war beasts? Not some abyss lord summoned from somewhere? That fox is definitely above level 30. A mage student's teeth chattered. My dad is a level 35 elemental mage. But the power of his full strike probably isn't as strong as that fox's casual hit. Do you think our vice principal can beat that fox? But as soon as the words left his mouth, someone covered it. Don't talk nonsense. The principal is a level 40 berserker, strong in close combat, but that fox can launch nukes. This is not a challenge dungeon at all. This is basically a demolition team. The new waves push the old, and the old die on the shore? For a while, everyone looked at each other, none dared to mention taking revenge on Su Heng. After exchanging glances, they all quietly settled down. What a joke. Going to find the master of such a monster for revenge? That dinosaur could roast the whole class with one fire breath. That fox's black-red orb could probably blow up both people and the dungeon entrance together. Someone stepped back first, without knowing who. Trying to stay as far away as possible from that light screen reflecting absolute power. The vice principal crossed his arms, looking at the screen, his mouth spreading into a proud smile. See that, little brats? His voice wasn't loud, yet it hit everyone's heart like a hammer. Learn from me. Now, what should you do? Cough, cough, my sword just got stuck, I'll go get it, bye. Hey, fatty, wait for me. Aren't you a tank? My healer's off school, I need to pick her up. Cough, cough, this is genius, huh, I want to be like this in the future. Humph. A dozen of Su Heng's classmates found an excuse and directly turned to leave. A mere level 12 mouse. What's there to fear? Su Heng can do it, why can't they? And somehow, after seeing the two huge beasts under Su Heng, these little mice, these tiny skeletons, actually looked a little elegant and refined. Boom, crash. Passing through the water-filled mine tunnel, the ground sank. The space suddenly opened up. An ancient circular altar, soaked in deep green underground lake water. The lake was dark, bottomless. The water still emitted some strange glowing objects, casting an eerie green light over the entire space. At the center of the altar, a rough coral throne soaked in water, only half exposed. The moment Su Heng, Geolama, and the Tyrannosaurus stepped into this space, the water on the altar slowly began to rotate around it. And it let out a low moan. The space was large and silent, only the sound of dripping water. Beneath the water, deep inside the altar, came slow, heavy beats like a giant beast's heartbeat. Thump thump. Thump. Congratulations to Beast Master Su Heng, discovered sunken dungeon boss, Master of Tides. Boss, Master of Tides. Level, 30. HP, 45,000. Status, Deep Sea Symbiosis, all attributes plus 20% in water environment. Skills? Description, Master of Tides, the true owner of the sunken dungeon. The ultimate product of a century-old forbidden experiment by goblins and fishmen, merging engineering, flesh modification and shaman title rituals into a detestable creation. It not only controls the dungeon's water veins, its existence continuously pollutes the surrounding environment, breeding more mutated creatures. The Hanhai City Arms Corps could only suppress it in the past, never completely erase it. Shadows swirled underwater, a massive twisted figure slowly rose. A full 4 meters tall giant mutant. A fishman torso, covered with pale white bone spikes. Its head looked like a grouper fish. 2 eyes like evil flames, holding the title staff in hand. The staff had a blue core embedded. Looking up at this creature full of strangeness, Su Heng did not feel an ounce of fear toward it. He laughed instead. He patted the head of the Tyrannosaurus below him, then looked at the 9-tailed fox beside him. Did you see that glowing big fish head? 9 Llama, Tyrannosaurus. Destroy it, and we can finish and go home. 45,000 health. For 9 Llama, it might not be a problem at all. But Tyrannosaurus's level and strength still made it a bit difficult to deal with. Perfect time to try the other golden item I just drew. 9 Llama, you play with it first. Su Heng raised his hand and his finger lightly touched the Digivice hanging on his chest. He inserted the courage badge into it directly. Then, he shouted loudly. Tyrannosaurus. Super Evolution. Chapter 22, Mechanical Tyrannosaurus First Battle. Gigabit Destruction Cannon. Tyrannosaurus. Super Evolution. Outside the lower altar of the sunken cavern, 9 Llama waved his hand, and Su Heng was lifted from the Tyrannosaurus head into its hand. A blinding blue and white data stream rose directly from the Digivice. The blue and white light curtain flickered like stairs, illuminating the entire sunken dungeon. Outside the sunken cavern area, the moment the blue and white data stream appeared, the teachers and the vice principal all widened their eyes. Where had they ever seen a beast master like this? What is this? That dinosaur-like giant beast seems to have changed form. Hiss. Old Hu, we've been teaching students for more than 10 years, have you ever seen a beast master like this? The Old Hu mentioned was Su Heng's homeroom teacher. A woman named Hu Lianlian, a married woman. Never seen. Normally, a beast master's battle beast awakens and bonds during the awakening. But this Su Heng's battle beast is not like that. Hu Lianlian's eyes were filled with shock. Her throat felt as if a cotton ball had been stuffed inside. This student, whom she had already given up on, had brought such a terrifying shock in this sunken cavern. Among the students she had taught, those with the beast master profession had almost always contracted their battle beasts during awakening. Never had she encountered anything like this, nor a transformation in battle. A hot, boiling flow of excitement surged up sharply. Performance. Job title. And ratings. No, not just these. This student came from her third-year high school class. In the future. At least, Hu Lianlian would have the qualifications to become a principal. At the same time, students outside who were killing rats and minor skeletons also saw a blue and white light beam shoot out from the lower levels of the sunken cavern. The light beam was so large it was shocking. What is that? Someone murmured a few words. Just now, Epic, who had pierced through a shadow rat with a dagger, was panting heavily. He looked at the light beam, stunned at first, then his face lit up with excitement, pointing at the beam and shouting. Did you see that? He suddenly turned around. That's my brother. Su Heng. Ha ha ha. You idiots. Who the hell said he was useless? Who the hell refused to take him with them? His laughter echoed through the mine tunnel. It was especially harsh. The surroundings were silent. Those students who had once insulted Su Heng, mocked him, or refused to take him along. Now, their faces alternated between green and white. A feeling of regret surged up immediately. This was not just regret. Jealousy, fear. And a huge sense of loss emerged in the hearts of these classmates. At the lower level of the sunken cavern, Su Heng stood on 9 llamas' head. Below, the fully evolved mechanical Tyrannosaurus suddenly appeared under the light beam. A dinosaur even more majestic and terrifying than the previous Tyrannosaurus. It wore silver metallic armor, its claws long and powerful. The aura it emitted was several times stronger than the previous Tyrannosaurus. The fully modified digital monster, mechanical Tyrannosaurus, completely appeared before Su Heng's eyes. It crouched down and gently touched Su Heng's fist with one hand. A dull sound came from its mouth. Su Heng, I think I've become stronger. What the hell, bro, you can talk? Nine-tailed Fox stared at the giant beast in front of him, his face full of disbelief. Meanwhile, Su Heng felt the powerful data stream from the mechanical Tyrannosaurus beast and excitedly patted its massive metal claw. He immediately began to carefully examine the mechanical Tyrannosaurus beast's information. Divine Beast panel unfolded. Name, Mechanical Tyrannosaurus Beast. Type, Modified Vaccine Type. Level, Perfect Body, Level 20. Current skills, Gigaton Destruction Cannon, Trident Arm, Terra Destruction, End of Day's Breath, etc. Description, a modified Digimon with over half of its body mechanized. It can consume battle data to evolve into its ultimate form. Every battle grants battle data, which is stored in the Tyranno machine. Wow! Just the mechanical Tyrannosaurus beast alone has several new skills. Apart from the familiar Gigaton Destruction Cannon, there were at least 6 new skills. There were both melee and ranged skills. As for the level 20 stat, it just directly broke through the lower zone. Since he was locked at level 20, he couldn't level up further. But Su Heng didn't care about that. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he looked at the brand new giant dragon filled with futuristic technology. Ha ha, mechanical Tyrannosaurus beast. Come, to show our respect for the Lord of Tides. Let's give our big fish head a grand newborn gift. Su Heng's eyes gleamed with joy as he immediately gave the command to attack. He had been dying to see how much damage the Gigaton Destruction Cannon from a level 20 mechanical Tyrannosaurus beast would do to this level 30 Lord of Tides. Roar! The mechanical Tyrannosaurus beast was also excited. Nine-tailed Fox stepped back to hold the line. The upcoming battle was for its little brother. It just needed to watch out for the altar guards that might appear behind them. Then, with the mechanical Tyrannosaurus beast entering battle mode, the cannon in its chest opened, and its whole body shimmered with a blue and white data flow. Finally, 2 Gigaton Destruction Cannons formed within the cannon mouth. Gigaton Destruction Cannon. No charge, no wind-up. 2 Gigaton Destruction Cannons, filled with massive data streams, shot directly out of the cannon mouth. They sped toward the Lord of Tides. The Lord of Tides didn't even have time to raise his staff. Boom! A massive, absurd scarlet number flashed and disappeared in the bright light. Minus 32,571. Enemy is near death. Entering forced bloodlock state. Warning, target has triggered ultimate frenzy. In an instant, the Lord of Tides, who had 45,000 health, couldn't react in time. He was hit by the 2 gigaton destruction cannons and was forced into the second phase mode. A full 45,000 health was reduced by 35,000 in one blow. 3/4 of its health was gone. Eegah! A scream, mixed with pain, anger, and total madness, squeezed out of the broken throat of the Lord of Tides. The tail end of the scream stretched out, becoming distorted and ear-piercing, sending chills down one's spine. The Lord of Tides began to roar in fury. His whole body was flowing with green liquid, constantly rushing toward the tide staff in his hands. Ha 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 ha. The level 20 gigaton destruction cannon almost one-shot him. If it weren't for him locking his blood, he would have been finished. The power of the gigaton destruction cannon was known to have the terrifying energy of a nuclear bomb. The shockwave from the explosion made Nine-tailed Fox's fur flutter. Su Heng tightly gripped the fox fur and then gave the final order to the mechanical Tyrannosaurus beast. Don't give him a chance to use his ultimate. Mechanical Tyrannosaurus beast. Just do a regular attack and send him completely on the road. Chapter 23, One-Shot Kill. Job change task successful, record refreshed. The mechanical Tyrannosaurus beast immediately became excited. Hit these guys, and you can get a huge amount of data. With a huge amount of data, ultimate evolution can be performed. It roared in anger instantly. Then, the mechanical Tyrannosaurus's metal claws, shining with cold light, suddenly struck and sent the tide staff flying. In the next moment, it used the sharp claw on its metal arm to cut the Tide Lord before it. Another scarlet number appeared. -18888. Congratulations on successfully killing the boss, Tide Lord. A single heavy metal slash directly pushed the damage close to 20,000. And it instantly killed the Tide Lord before him. Even those professionals who had reached levels 30 or 40 could never deal such damage. Ha ha ha. Awesome. Su Heng looked at the Tide Lord, now completely annihilated, and the huge deep pit. You ask about the underground lake? Here. Those just evaporated were the underground lake. Su Heng stood on top of Jalama, grabbing its fox fur, laughing heartily. A surge of heroic ambition instantly filled his heart. Is this what a strong one is like? Is this the real world in the eyes of professionals? Strength is everything. Only strength can make you king. Next, let's see what treasures can be collected. Su Heng leaped down from the top of Jalama. At the same time, an announcement rang throughout the entire sunken dungeon instance. Congratulations, Beast Master Su Heng completed the second transfer task. Transfer task, Abyss Conqueror, Hidden Path Extreme Difficulty. Within 20 minutes, defeat alone the final boss of the sunken dungeon, level 30 Tide Lord. Time spent, 9 minutes 24 seconds. Task rating, SSS. Congratulations, Beast Master Su Heng, you have refreshed the fastest clear record for this instance, recorded on the Speed Clear leaderboard. Please, Beast Master, proceed to the Beast Master Tower Transfer Temple as soon as possible for your transfer. When this announcement sounded, all professionals in the sunken dungeon heard it clearly. Soon after, in the outer area of the sunken dungeon instance, Su Heng sat among this group of students. In front, several teachers who were once unreachable looked at him with flattery. Behind him, several mage and priest girls were massaging his shoulders and feet. The chubby student who previously refused to team up with him now flushed, rubbing his hands, lowering his head as he approached. His voice was like a mosquito. Su Heng classmate. The homeroader of Class 1 pushed aside other students and teachers, coming close to Su Heng. His tone was eager. Su Heng, come to our class. You name the conditions. Guaranteed top university admission, highest scholarship and aid, for years tuition completely free. These are only the basics. As long as you agree, I personally sponsor all your cultivation resources until you graduate from university. What do you say? Need to think more? Hu Lianlian, Su Heng's homeroader, frowned, staring at Class 1's homeroader. On the matter of luring Su Heng, she could not offer much. She only hoped Su Heng would favor Class 3's loyalty. As for Su Heng? After the instance ended, there was a 10-minute inventory time for professionals to sort loot after killing the boss. At this time, he was counting all the loot from defeating the boss. He paid no attention at all to Class 1's homeroader or the chubby student. He only felt small hands massaging his shoulders. This made him, a pure little virgin boy, a little embarrassed. As for Class 1's homeroader, what was his name again? Equipment, Tide Chant Coral Staff. Level requirement, 30. Type, two-handed staff. Quality, blue superior, fine. Attributes? Unidentified. Special effect? Unidentified. Description, forged from the core spine of the Tide Lord in 1,000-year-old dark blue coral, faint flowing patterns pulse along the staff. Equipment, Wave Chaser Boots. Level requirement, 0 to 30. Type, boots, leather armor. Quality, blue medium. Attribute? Unidentified. Special effect, greatly reduces stamina consumption when moving on water surfaces or shallow waters. Description, carefully stitched from the thick skin of the Lord of Tides flippers, the sole pattern imitates the folds made while swimming. Special material, proof of the Lord. Quality, blue. Description, a job change item for water mages, can be sold. Material, skin of the Lord of Tides. Quality, blue. From then on, all items were directly counted. 2 pieces of blue quality equipment, 2 pieces of blue quality material items. One of them is even a job change item for water mages. This thing could be sold for a good price. It's just a pity that Su Heng didn't care for these items. Almost all are useful for mages, the only one somewhat okay is that pair of boots. Although Hanhai is by the sea, this thing is still a bit unnecessary for Su Heng. Not bad, quickly farming the boss can still drop 2 pieces of equipment. Although a bit few, this is normal. Thinking of this, Su Heng couldn't help but shake his head. TSK. Alright, classmates, we can leave soon. Let's go, see you at the college entrance exam. Su Heng suddenly stopped, as if remembering something, looking at Ji Yuan in the crowd. He casually took out the Yu Wave Chaser boots from his backpack, without even looking, and tossed them. Old Ji, catch this. A pair of boots with a faint blue glow drew an arc in the air, landing steadily in Ji Yuan's arms before he fully reacted. Your legs are slow, save some energy when running. He jerked his chin at his still-dazed buddy and grinned. Let's go, see you later. Su Heng's figure had already turned, about to step away. Wave Chaser boots? Ji Yuan instinctively caught the tossed item, the touch was cold and flexible, made of special leather. Looking down, the faint blue glow flowed subtly on the boot's surface. The item information quietly appeared before his eyes, blue quality. His whole body shivered suddenly. Whoa! Old Su! Wait for me. Seeing the fishskin boots in his arms, Ji Yuan immediately reacted. He quickly put them away. He wasn't wealthy, and this blue quality equipment wasn't cheap. Ordinary people in dungeons usually only farm white or green equipment at most. Old Su just handed him a blue pair of boots. Those guys must be envious to death. Ji Yuan looked around, the classmates were all swallowing saliva in unison. He hugged the boots and muttered quietly. Damn, having a freaky brother. This is really damn good. Chapter 24, The Scramble of the 3 Famous Schools. 20 minutes earlier. Outside the sunken dungeon's secret area, a big figure from Hanhai City appeared. Commander of Hanhai City's armed corps, Xin Xianjun. And the contemporary city lord of Hanhai City. Pei Qing. At this moment, Pei Qing wore a light cyan long robe. Under the robe was finely crafted cyan armor. Even wearing such exquisite armor, it still highlighted her delicate figure. Pure white long legs appeared outside. Very eye-catching. Even students queuing at the dungeon's secret entrance couldn't help but drool at the sight. A chill swept wherever she went. This was Pei Qing, the contemporary city lord of Hanhai City. A 5th-tier 81st level expert, ice element archmage. It was also because of her that Hanhai City remained standing through the many years of 10,000 races invasions. Old Shin, report his information to me. Yes, City Lord. Xin Xianjun, as the commander of the armed corps, had already reached the 3rd-tier level in strength. Even his wife was a 3rd-tier 56th level holy priest. President of Hanhai City's Priest Association. Yet, in front of City Lord Pei Qing, his proud aura was instantly suppressed. Su Heng, 18 years old. A senior student at Hanhai City No. 66 High School. His parents died early, and he was adopted by his second uncle, but his uncle died on the front lines 5 years ago during an invasion. Currently, he survives barely on an annual compensation and part-time work while studying. One day ago, during the awakening ceremony, he awakened as an A-level beast master, but failed to summon his battle beast. It's not just seems. The boss of the junior mutation dungeon, the skeleton king of the White Bone Graveyard, died by his hand. Now he is carrying out the second transformation mission. Are you saying this Su Heng is already level 20? Pei Qing remained silent, frowning, doubting the data in front of him. But the data, registered in the Federation archives, could not be faked. For a moment, Pei Qing looked at the other person beside him. As the principal of No. 66 High School, you should at least be a level 54 blood priest of the 3rd transformation. And yet you don't know such a genius exists in your school? If it weren't for that Adventurer Association guy mocking me, I would still be kept in the dark. As the only 5th transformation professional in Hanhai City, Pei Qing's words, though gentle, carried undeniable pressure. An invisible force instantly made the old principal struggle to breathe. After all, a genius who reaches level 20 in one day could rival geniuses from first and second level advanced city-states. Yet number 66 high school not only gave no attention, but even despised such a student, letting Su Heng become the school's waste, making Pei Qing the laughingstock of Hanhai City. Damn it! If this prodigy lost faith in Hanhai City because of number 66, she would not forgive these people. Though the old principal was not young, he was only in his 50s of level. Compared to Pei Qing, the completed 5th transformation city lord, it was like night and day. Once a professional completes a 3rd transformation mission, they are no longer a novice. The experience required for each layer rises continuously. Critical hits and values also suddenly increase. Now, in front of Pei Qing, an 81st level professional, the old principal looked ridiculously like a little girl. Even if Pei Qing ignored her age, he wouldn't dare grumble at all. Yet his expression did not show blame, but instead joy. Number 66 High School. Ha ha ha. Finally, Hanhai number 66 High School has a genius. Such a student is precious. No one, no force, may take him away. City Lord, it was my old eyes that were blind this time. Rest assured, when Su Heng comes out, this old man will meet all his demands. As long as I can do it, how about this? The old principal was not young, with his profession at level 50+, he was a top expert in Hanhai City. Being old and clever, he understood Pei Qing's meaning. It was to use number 66 high school's cultivation of Su Heng to make him loyal to Hanhai City. A child who turned from waste to prodigy in just one day, if he looked favorably at them, even leaving Hanhai City later, he would still be their face. So, as the old principal of number 66, he could not fail to understand this. Money? Not a problem. Anything money can fix, he wouldn't mind. Thinking of this, the old principal's mouth curled into a smile. However, while he planned how to keep Su Heng, 2 discordant figures suddenly slipped through the crowd. They hadn't been seen yet, but their voices came first. Lord Pei, Captain Shin, nice to meet you. About this student Su Heng. Our Hanhai City number 1 high school also wants to compete for him. You're talking nonsense, old Zhang. A genius like Su Heng clearly fits our number 2 high school. Our school is better at training practical geniuses like him. There stood Hanhai City number 1 high school principal Zhang Jiming and number 2 high school principal Zhao Taizhan. One was dressed in a sharp suit, wearing gold-rimmed glasses. The other was burly, with a face full of rough flesh. One on the left, one on the right, almost at the same time stepping between the old principal and the city lord. Zhang Jiming pushed his glasses and spoke first. Lord Pei, let's not beat around the bush. Our number 1 high school has the best educational resources in the city, the top training rooms, and direct guaranteed admission agreements with the 3 top universities. Since student Su Heng has awakened the A-level beast master profession, his growth path, skill combinations, and beast training plan are extremely important. Only our number 1 high school can provide this systematic knowledge. As for resources, Zhang Jiming smiled slightly and looked at the old principal whose face had darkened. We can promise unlimited resource support. We will ensure that student Su Heng reaches at least level 30 before the college entrance exam. Before he finished speaking, Zhao Tieshan's voice boomed and interrupted him. Humph. All show and no substance. Lord, don't listen to him. Our number 2 high school focuses on combat. Forget all the useless theory. Surviving the mutation dungeon is the real truth. Our school has the city's largest simulated combat area, directly connected to 3 high-risk outdoor leveling zones. We can arrange wheel battles every day. Need equipment? Skills? I can personally take him into dungeons. Guaranteeing level 35 before the exam is no problem. Zhang Jiming's face darkened. Zhao. You're forcing things too fast. Nonsense. Survive first, then discuss future plans with the old man. Zhao Taizhan refused to yield. Chapter 25 Old Principal, this kid belongs to our number 66 high school. Alright, stop arguing. Which school to choose, we will decide after the student himself appears. I now announce that access to the sunken dungeon is temporarily suspended. Additionally, all students of number 66 high school are granted 5 free entries into this dungeon. Pei Qing really had no way to deal with these 3 old men. Number 1 or number 2 high school, they already have good students. And now competing with an old man from number 66 high school for a student? It's a little embarrassing. The city lord of Hanhai spoke personally, so the other 2 principals naturally had nothing to say. The old principal of number 66 high school smiled, watching these 2 stubborn old men. A genius who levels 20 each day. Do your number 1 and number 2 high schools have such a genius? No. This student named Su Heng was cultivated by number 66 high school. Ah, this round number 66 high school really profited big. Nearby, the adventurers who had not left yet whispered in front of the dungeon portal. This student Su Heng seems unusual, right? An ordinary high school senior actually attracted the fight of the three top schools. Even Shin, the captain of the arms group, and the true number one of Hanhai City, the city lord, came. He is not simple, absolutely not simple. On the other side, Su Heng chose to exit the dungeon. After inventory, this round in the dungeon was also a small profit. The staff of the Tide Lord's staff were wanted by many water mages. Old G, see you outside. Su Heng smiled, then his figure disappeared directly from the sunken dungeon. However, just after leaving, a fair-skinned, beautiful elder sister appeared in front of the sunken dungeon. You are Su Heng? This elder sister wore light armor, her white cloak naturally covering her back. He had just stepped out when she called his name. Looking closely, she seemed so familiar. Isn't she the owner of Hanhai City? Hanhai City Lord Pei Ching? Lord Pei, yes, I am Su Heng. Su Heng took a deep breath and silently looked around. Only now did he realize that the outskirts of this sunken abyss dungeon had already been completely cleared. The area was surrounded by an entire squad from the armed corps, with "Do Not Disturb" warning signs hung up. The professionals outside had already been driven away. Then he saw beside Lord Pei, a burly soldier standing behind, observing him. Behind this soldier, there was also a familiar old man, squinting and smiling as he stared at him. It was the principal of number 66 High School. Lord Pei Cheng, the city lord. Hanhai City Armed Corps Grand Captain, Shin Xianjun. And the old principal of number 66, together, people you rarely even see in normal days. Now, suddenly, three appeared at once. Besides them, two strange uncles were staring at him with curious eyes. Their hot gazes made him feel like a little girl. In their eyes, they seemed to want to swallow him whole. Su Heng finally moved his gaze back to the mature woman in front of him. This real top leader of Hanhai City, he still knew. After all, in the whole Hanhai City, Lord Pei was the highest level professional. Level 81. And that cold face, one look and it was stunningly beautiful. How could he forget that face? Su, don't be afraid, don't worry. Lord Pei didn't come with any ill will. He actually has good matters to discuss with you. How about we move to a place you are more familiar with to talk? Seeing Su Heng staring at Pei Ching, the old principal thought he was worried and quickly explained. Pei Ching did not say much. After all, for most people, someone like the city lord is unreachable for a lifetime. But for Su Heng, it was just a city lord. Nothing special. However, the moment the old principal spoke, the faces of the two strange uncles next door suddenly changed. If this kid went to number 66 high school freely, it would be even harder for them to speak up. But with the resources of number 1 and number 2 schools, he would probably choose the best, right? But Su Heng shook his head slightly. No problem, let's go to the school's academic office. I'm more familiar there. But, senior, teacher, lord. Can I first go to the Beast Tower to submit my job change mission? It was no secret that such a thing would attract attention from above. After all, he jumped 20 levels in one day. Defeated the mutant dungeon boss, and came the next day for the job change. If this did not attract the city lord's attention, it would be a miracle. Unexpectedly, it also caught the attention of others besides the city lord. Like the two uncles who tried to speak but didn't know how to interrupt. No problem, no problem. Su Heng is a beastmaster, right? I happen to know the priests in the Beast Tower. We can go through the VIP channel. Don't worry, it will not waste your time. Wait. He Jiming finally grabbed the chance to speak. He stepped forward, putting on that gentle and infectious smile again. Su Heng, a job change is important, it should be handled first. Come sit in my special car. I am close with several high-level priests in the tower and can arrange the fastest path for your job change. Special car? Close relationship? Zhao Taizhan snorted, then stepped forward. From his burly face, he barely forced a kind smile. Kid, don't listen to him. If you go, I will drive you personally, and along the way I can point out all your weaknesses myself. The old principal saw these two about to snatch it in front of him again, his beard bristling with anger. He Jiming. Zhao Taizhan. Do you have no shame? Xiao Su is a student of our 66 school, if he goes, I will personally take him. We also have a school bus. And we know the road better. He Jiming pushed up his glasses and asked slowly and deliberately. The 66 school bus, if I remember right, it hasn't been fixed since it broke down last time, right? Zhao Taizhan added sharply, exactly. Old man, don't show off that broken car of yours. Su Heng, sit in my car, modified military off-road, it runs in the wild like flat ground, very steady. You are slandering. The old principal's face turned bright red. Seeing these three principals about to go berserk, Pei Qing sighed helplessly. Even Shen Xianjun behind him shook his head helplessly. The next moment, a pair of pale, delicate hands pressed directly on Su Heng's shoulders. Alright, you all go wait at 66 school first. I will personally take him to hand in the second transfer mission. Chapter 26 Pei City Lord, we agree to all requests. As soon as Pei City Lord spoke, the three principals fell silent. Pei Chang placed a hand on Su Heng's shoulder, with a feeling no one could refuse. As expected, once the words fell, everyone shivered. No one tried to steal the spotlight anymore. Alright, City Lord, I will go back to make arrangements first. Commander Shen, do you want to come along? After speaking, the old principal, fearing the other two would continue, directly grabbed them and ran towards 66 school. 50-level professionals, each had their own divine powers. This old principal was naturally not inferior. And Shin Xianjun had no thought to stay, turning to get in his own car. He followed the others towards 66 school. After these annoying people left, Pei Qing finally beckoned Su Heng. Muttering softly, condense cold as bone, gather frost as feather, spread wings. A pair of wings thin as cicada wings appeared directly on Su Heng's back. Then slowly lifted off the ground, heading directly toward the Beast Master Tower. In midair, just like Su Heng, Pei Qing grew a pair of ice crystal cicada wings on her back. She bit her red lips lightly. Her gaze carefully measured Su Heng from head to toe. She enclosed them both in a shield, blocking the biting cold wind. Then she said softly, very strange, you don't seem to be just an ordinary beast master. There is a very special aura on you, an aura I have never sensed before. Pei Qing stared at Su Heng strangely. Yet in front of her eyes, Su Heng's detailed information already appeared. But the description matched Shen Xianjuan's investigation completely. He was just an awakened A-level beast master, but had not summoned a personal battle beast. Could it really be that simple? If he had no battle beast, how did he reach level 20 on the first day of awakening and complete the transfer mission directly? This is impossible. Unless he had successfully summoned and contracted a battle beast, and that beast was definitely not ordinary. Su Heng, after the transfer mission is completed, can you summon your battle beast so I can see? Of course, I won't see your battle beast for free. As City Lord, I can give you an item you like. Equipment is fine too. Pei Cheng seemed not very good at talking, looking a little dazed. She looked nothing like an 81st level mage. More like a college student who hadn't graduated yet. All this talk of seeing or not seeing, someone might think you want to get something for nothing. I'm a senior high school student. This is a violation of the federal minor laws. Oh, no. I'm an adult now. Su Heng was a bit speechless. Alright, but the City Lord better not be scared by it later. Also, we need to choose a bigger space. The 9 llama size is indeed a bit large, even when shrunk by half. It's still over 30 meters. Luckily, the mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex is a decent size, not as large as the 9 llama's body. But the raging aura is indeed much more majestic than the 9 llamas. On the contrary, the evolved battle Tyrannosaurus Rex looks much more pleasing. But one should know, the Tyrannosaurus Rex can evolve into a supergiant like the Steel Sea Dragon Beast. If it weren't for the Courage Badge, leading the Tyrannosaurus Rex to follow the battle Tyrannosaurus path, who knows what it might evolve into. Outside the Beast Master Tower, the two descended from the sky. Taking advantage of the time before the class change mission submission, Su Heng directly asked. City Lord Pei, you came this time, not just to see my big treasure. It can't just be as simple as giving me a piece of equipment, right? Su Heng is no fool, having lived 2 lives, he understands a bit about the ways of the world. Pei Qing's eyes flickered slightly. Her gaze turned toward the towering Beast Master Tower, then she took a deep breath. Finally, she spoke heavily. As the edge of the Human Federation, Hanhai City faces attacks from alien beasts from both the sea and the land every year. However, Hanhai City only has a population of 2 million. In the entire city of Hanhai, there's only one person who is above level 80 me. Hanhai City is on the brink. Hanhai City, as a level 5 base city in the Human Federation, is already the lowest ranked city among all the cities under the Federation. Normally, a level 5 base city would have at least 2 level 80 powerhouses guarding it. But Hanhai City only has Pei Cheng alone. Even Captain Shen and his wife are far from reaching level 80. In the war with the 10,000 races, humanity survives in the cracks. Only high-level base cities can obtain more resources and cultivate better talents. In those high-level base cities, level 80s are as common as stray dogs. Only they can help the Human Federation fight against the invasion of the 10,000 races. Pei Ching continued. But our Hanhai City hasn't had a level 80 genius for a whole 10 years. Therefore, the Human Federation will no longer continue to provide resources to us. Everything must be fought for and struggled for by ourselves. Pei Qing's voice fell, and she quietly watched Su Heng. Su Heng saw Pei Qing's innocent look and instinctively understood. If the support from the Human Federation cuts off, then the lives of the 2 million military and civilians in Hanhai City would fall entirely onto her, City Lord Pei's shoulders. Once a fierce tide of alien beasts comes, she alone wouldn't be able to hold it back. So, City Lord, what you mean is, you want me to be the genius of Hanhai City? To win the top spot in the college entrance exam 15 days from now? To show the outside world that we also have geniuses in Hanhai? To let the Federation see our value? And to fight for a glimmer of hope for Hanhai City? After hearing Pei Qing's words, Su Heng understood. The lives of 2 million military and civilians are not something to take lightly in the reality of the 10,000 races invasion. Careers can be digitized, can be gamified. But these lives can't be gamified or digitized. They are not NPCs, they are living, breathing citizens of Hanhai City. Yes. Pei Qing nodded slightly, took a deep breath. She raised her head, puffed out her chest. Her full, soft chest, completely uncovered, was right in front of Su Heng's eyes. Under that light armor, it looked even more delicate. This is my reluctant request. If you're willing, I can fulfill any request you make next. I will provide all the resources that can help you upgrade. Even. She did not continue the next words. Instead, she looked at him with a proud, unyielding expression. That look, as if she had already made her own body the bargaining chip for this deal. And the person she was negotiating with was a student about to take the college entrance exam. Chapter 27, The Lord of the City personally picking me up? Who is this kid? This world has been invaded by countless races for a long time. If it weren't for critical moments, the will of Blue Star awakening into data, granting humans professional identities. Only then could humans survive the invasions of countless races. The world is not safe. The Human Federation will be composed of 5 superpowers, divided into the upper 3 and the lower 2 alliances. Facing resource shortages, the Eastern Huang Federation is relatively better off. But in the other federations, sometimes a city is captured by monsters and completely abandoned by the Human Federation. Death in this world is never a lie. To gain a sliver of hope for Hanhai City. This is not Lord Pei's hope, but a request. Su Heng stared at the beautiful city lord before him, carefully pondering the meaning in her words. At this moment, he truly realized everything. Yes. This is a living world, and it is a cruel world. In games, if you die, you can revive or use revival scrolls. But here, if you die, you are dead. No one wants to die. Everyone wants to live. Su Heng smiled faintly, then reached out his hand. Lord Pei, then I want nothing. I just need a pass from you when the time comes. I want to see the outside. This world is not as peaceful as imagined. The existence of the Armament Corps is not only to face the monster tides yet to come. What they guard against is always the things outside the city. The real world, the real darkness. But Pei Qing suddenly froze, a deep shock rising in her heart. How do you know? About the outside of the city? These things are not to be told to a senior high student. Pei Qing stared in disbelief at the student before her. Su Heng shook his head lightly, murmuring, the city lord of a level 5 base city is actually a level 80 professional. This is already abnormal. According to the rules of the Human Face Federation Eastern Huang region, every base city must have a city lord and a deputy city lord. A level 5 base city lord must be at least a level 90 professional who has completed 5 transformations. I guess the outside of Hanhai City is not as safe as inside, right? After hearing this, Pei Qing could not help but look at Su Heng's expression, full of speechless disbelief. She shook her head with a smile. But the smile, like melting ice, fell into Su Heng's eyes. For a moment, Su Heng was completely infected by it. Areas like the sunken abyss, for the outside of the city, are just pawns. Hanhai City is an isolated island. Information is blocked. Bringing in a level 90 professional is undoubtedly almost impossible. These things should not have been known to you students in advance. But you are too smart. Su Heng watched the crowd gradually disperse and shook his head. He could not help but sigh, one must know. This is a cruel era, someone must end this unequal age. While speaking, Su Heng had already reached the door of the beast taming tower. The massive tower stood before him, its shadow stretching long. Long enough to completely cover the two of them. Let's go, submit your job change task first. After speaking, Pei Qing strode directly into the beast taming tower. The job change temple's office institution was located inside the tower. Upon entering, Su Heng saw the temple girl he had met when taking the task before. Beast Master. Beast Master. You came to turn in the task? The girl immediately recognized Su Heng. After all, he was the only one among the Beast Master Tower's job changers who had directly taken on a 5-star level task after completing a 20th level job change. I'm back. But, as soon as Su Heng finished speaking, the girl's eyes widened again, and she stuttered, opening her mouth in shock. The Lord of the City? How could the Lord of the City also be here? The way the girl opened her mouth was especially cute, and she instantly recognized Bei Qing, who was standing behind Su Heng. Go ahead and complete your job change task. When facing the girl, Bei Qing's expression returned to normal, still cold and indifferent, as if the chill around him could pierce anyone at any moment. Yes. Beast Master. Master, please, this way. The girl stuttered as she walked past Bei Qing, leading Su Heng towards the job change hall. Before leaving, she hurriedly bowed. As she walked away, she would occasionally glance at Su Heng from the corner of her eye. She couldn't help but secretly think to herself. Oh no, I hope my hospitality wasn't lacking. This Beast Master wouldn't make things difficult for me, right? He even knows the Lord of the City? Who could he be to the Lord? The Lord personally sent him here to change jobs. Could he be related to the Lord? Maybe the Lord's younger brother? No, wait. This Beast Master's task is 5 stars, how did he finish it so quickly? It's absurd. How could it be so fast? Could it be that he failed the task and is here to choose a new one? As the girl's thoughts rambled on in her mind, Su Heng had already arrived at the mysterious room he had visited before. This Beast Master. Master, once you enter the room, just place your hand on the crystal. The girl did her best to keep her voice steady. After completing the task, the temple will automatically register your details. Even here, the girl couldn't stop eyeing Su Heng with curiosity. Her expression was so curious that she was almost about to ask him directly. Su Heng didn't say much. He nodded in thanks, then directly pushed open the thick, ancient door. Inside, a blue glow flowed like water. He stepped forward and placed his palm on the transparent crystal floating at the center of the room. Authentication passed. Job changer, Su Heng. Current job, Beast Master, first transfer. Verifying job change task. Task name, Abyss Conqueror, hidden only path. Task requirement, within 20 minutes, independently defeat the final boss of the sunken dungeon, level 30 Tide Lord. Status, completed. Task evaluation, SSS, beyond limits. Executing job promotion. A burst of 7-colored light shot out from the crystal before him. Soon, it violently fused into his body. In that instant, Su Heng could clearly feel an endless stream of energy pouring into him. It completely shattered his chains. He clearly felt something being ignited beneath the skin of the back of his right hand. It wasn't a burning pain, but rather a profound sense of being branded. He instinctively raised his right hand. To his surprise, a complex, mystic silver-white emblem was appearing on the back of his hand. It wasn't something painted on the surface, it seemed to come from deep within his bloodline. This is the exclusive job emblem of a 5-star job changer? Chapter 28, the exclusive emblem of 5-star job changers? Second transfer. Dimensional Beast Master. This is the emblem obtained from the 5-star job change task. A job emblem? It said that only by perfectly completing a 5-star job task does one have a chance to obtain a job emblem. And it usually appears on the surface of the body, often on the back of the hand or the forehead. The emblem is not only a symbol of identity and honor, but also a growing type organ of the laws. It can evolve as the job changer grows. In the future, it might even give rise to incredible, exclusive abilities. Su Heng looked at the emblem slowly sinking into the skin on the back of his hand. A storm surged in his heart. Open the career panel. It's time to start leveling up. In the sunken dungeon, he had accumulated quite a bit of experience. Now, the mechanical Tyrannosaurus and nine-tailed llama had both reached level 30. Yet he, having just changed his job, was only level 21. How could this be acceptable? So, host, Su Heng. Level, LV21, experience pool reserve, 15470. Current status, mental excitement. Current bloodline, Ninetails Jinchuriki, stability, 78%. Class, Dimensional Beast Master, second evolution, 5-star rating. Origin emblem, Growth Law emblem, current stage, embryonic phase. Strength, 48, plus 15, enhanced by Battle Beast's feedback and chakra boost. Agility, 62, plus 20, optimized neural response by both digital soul and chakra. Intelligence, 89, plus 40, core attribute, affecting beast command. Constitution, 75, plus 25, base boost from Jinchuriki and class promotion. Assignable attribute points, 0, points automatically allocated based on the optimal ratio. Current Battle Beast, Nine-Tailed Llama, Tailed Beast Hokage Class LV30. Current Battle Beast, Mechanical Tyrannosaurus, Complete Form Digital Class LV30. Core Equipment, Digital Tyranno Monster Machine Courage Badge, Bound. Battle Beast Space, 2-3, can be expanded with career level upgrades. Lottery points, 2640. Incredible! The experience pool has more than 15,000 experience. Even the lottery points have reached more than 2,600. Just enough to level up my career and then do 2 single pulls from the lottery. Simply incredible. Too bad, the Mechanical Tyrannosaurus evolved, but I didn't get that kind of physique like Big Gate and the others. Su Heng looked at the digital Tyranno monster machine hanging on his chest. He couldn't help but feel a bit nostalgic for the era of Big Gate, when they had to use the digital Soul Tyranno monster machine. But, if nothing goes wrong, after the second job change, he'll gain an additional Battle Beast slot. Perhaps after the third job change, he could obtain the Tailed Beast mode from Ninetales and participate in combat himself. Can a Beastmaster in Tailed Beast mode fight against a warrior class of the same level? TSK. Who the hell says Beastmasters are late-game classes? I'm a Beastmaster, and fighting against knights and warriors is not a problem, right? Su Heng's mouth curled up slightly, and he even felt a bit of excitement. Then, he directly opened the experience pool with over 15,000 experience and began to level up. Congratulations, Beastmaster Su Heng, level up, level 22. Congratulations, Beastmaster Su Heng, level up, level 23. Congratulations, Beastmaster Su Heng, level up, level 24. Congratulations, Beastmaster Su Heng, level up, level 31. The massive experience directly took him from level 21 to level 31. A full 10 levels of energy surged into Su Heng's body from the void. His power instantly skyrocketed. First job changers gain 10 attribute points per level. Second job changers gain 20 attribute points per level. That means I now have 200 attribute points to freely allocate. But following his previous approach, he decided to allocate the points automatically. Confirm allocation. At the moment the command was issued, 200 free attribute points transformed into 4 streams of colored data. They precisely injected into his attribute panel. Strength increased by 35, agility increased by 45. Intelligence increased by 80, boosting the Beastmaster's core data. As for Constitution, it increased by 40. Finally, under various enhancements and boosts, the new attribute data unfolded. Strength, 83, plus 15. Agility, 107, plus 20. Intelligence, 169, plus 40. Constitution, 115, plus 25. The attribute points allocation felt damn good. Su Heng was digesting the energy inside his body while opening his backpack. If I remember correctly, after completing this task, there will be a random reward of 2 talents or skills, and possibly Battle Beast equipment. Finally, Su Heng carefully searched through everything. He discovered the skill scroll and a strange piece of metal. Zila. Without a second thought, Su Heng directly tore open the skill scroll. Immediately, the massive energy contained within the scroll gathered into a silvery light, merging into his career emblem. Then, a brand new skill appeared right in front of him. Career skill, Half-Tailed Beast Transformation. Level, Apprentice, Official, Elite, Master, Legendary, Domain, Dimension, Law, Eternal. Special effect. Beastmaster can use it to master the Half-Tailed Beast Transformation skill. Tip: by further acquiring the Ninetales Chakra's power, the body will undergo obvious changes but still retain human form. It is also accompanied by a distinct Tailed Beast Chakra state, covering the Tailed Beast's outer garment. Has the ability to launch Tailed Beast balls. Tip: it requires being in an extremely angry state, with a success rate of up to 80%. Cooldown, none. Damn. The Half-Tailed Beast Transformation skill is only at the apprentice level. This skill can directly fire Tailed Beast balls, which is an overpowered area of effect damage skill. The 9 tails in the bone graveyard spit out a Tailed Beast ball that completely wrecked the newbie dungeon. And this is only an apprentice level skill? To be honest, Su Heng widened his eyes and couldn't help but swallow. He originally thought that he would at least need to wait until he was level 40 to fully master the power of the Jinchuriki. Only after gaining the Ninetales approval would he qualify to obtain the Tailed Beast's outer garment and undergo the Half-Tailed Beast transformation. He didn't expect that this skill, in the system, was only considered an apprentice-level talent. So overpowered like this? With this thing? I really am the chosen dimensional Beastmaster now. Isn't this a little too overpowered? What if the will of Blue Star directly seals my title? Su Heng couldn't help but curl the corner of his mouth, slightly pursing his lips. He stared intently at the introduction of this talent skill. with a human body, to possess the ability to fire tailed beast balls. My god, this is really a bit crazy. Chapter 29, Half-Tailed Beast Transformation. Again, draw a divine beast. Being able to fire tailed beast balls. This is a bit insane. Su Heng didn't hesitate at all and added this skill to his beast master selection. Tailed beast balls. This is the kind of powerful skill that could immediately destroy the Bone Graveyard's boss with just one shot. Such an outrageous ability, and it's only considered an internship level skill? What kind of beast master skills can he get next? He really couldn't imagine it. I'm just a plain beast master. The kind of level where I just raise my hand and can take down a skeleton king. Congratulations! Beastmaster successfully obtained the talent skill Half-Tailed Beast Transformation. Generating skill template for you. Skill, Half-Tailed Beast Transformation. Level, Intern level. Effect, the user, through intense emotions like anger, gains the blessing of Ninetales chakra and can fire a tailed beast ball with world-destroying power. The maximum will not exceed the user's current highest level. Cost, 500 stamina. Stamina is linked to physique. Current physique, 75, plus 25. Current stamina, 950. Not bad. With 950 stamina, this means I can launch a tailed beast ball. Whether in a team or solo, my strength is already pretty amazing. Seriously, if I face a warrior or assassin class, I just raise my hand and fire a tailed beast ball. Just ask if they give up. Su Heng then looked at his panel attributes. With 2 contracted battle beasts already. And some equipment obtained from the class change dungeon. Also, there were still over 2,000 points left, enough for 2 more draws. If it weren't for the fact that he was still in the Beastmaster Tower's class change temple, he would probably just raise his hand right now and try out the tailed beast ball released by himself. There are still over 2,000 points left, I'll draw later. I just don't know what kind of divine beast from an anime I can draw with these 2,000 points. Su Heng touched his chin, which had no beard. He turned and opened the door, heading towards the main entrance of the Beastmaster Tower. Outside the job change temple at the Beastmaster Tower, Su Heng was respectfully escorted to the door by the temple maiden. As soon as he stepped out, he immediately shocked Pei Qing. What's going on? You just changed jobs, and you're already level 31? How is this possible? What kind of genius could have such talent? Pei Qing, the city lord of Hanhai City, was also a genius. Otherwise, how could she have become a level 81 archmage at such a young age in such a short time? She graduated from one of the 3 top universities in the eastern Huang region of the Human Federation. She had seen all kinds of geniuses. But Su Heng, a genius who leveled up by 20 levels in one day and 31 levels in 2 days, almost couldn't hold herself together. It was truly a bit shocking. It was almost unbelievable. How much experience did you accumulate in the job change instance? How did you come out like this? Su Heng shrugged helplessly, looking at Pei Qing's astonished little face. Well, not even 20,000? Yes, not even 20,000. As a beastmaster, he was merely standing on his battle beast's head, commanding it. When facing the level 30 Tide Master, it was always the evolved Tyrannosaurus beast that handled it. Even 9 Llama didn't show up, and the Tide Master was completely taken care of. The experience that boosted him to level 31 was almost entirely handled by those 2. To be honest, he didn't know what these 20,000 experience points meant. But the strength gained from leveling up 10 levels was truly amazing. What? Before Pei Qing could speak, the temple maiden beside them was already shocked. How is this possible? She had been working as a receptionist in the temple for years and had never heard of anyone completing a job change task and getting 20,000 experience points. It was truly hard to ignore. This Beastmaster Lord, you completed a multi-star job change task? How could you have such a large amount of experience? Although Pei Qing didn't ask, her curious gaze was also directed over. Clearly, this level 81 city lord was curious about Su Heng's task too. Tasks of different star levels give different amounts of experience after completion. Did Su Heng complete a 4-star job change task? How could that be possible? Did he have such courage? There's no record in the temple? Miss? Su Heng asked back, and then slowly began to explain. It's nothing, just a 5-star job change task. I soloed the Sunken Abyss dungeon. Su Heng shrugged casually and said. However, as soon as the words fell, the temple maiden and the city lord were both stunned, staring at the young man in front of them. The maiden's eyes revealed admiration and shock. A 5-star task, she had never encountered one even when she started working as a temple maiden. In fact, no Beastmaster in the Beastmaster Tower in Hanhai City had attempted a 5-star task in the last 50 years. And it wasn't just here, the warrior tower and assassin tower hadn't seen any either. As for Pei Ching, she sank into her thoughts, secretly pondering. Had she offered him too low of a price? A 5-star Beast Master job change task, soloing the Sunken Abyss dungeon. With a level 20 character, challenging a level 30 dungeon boss. And there was a time limit, it couldn't exceed 20 minutes. Even she, back in the day, only completed a 4-star mage job change task. That alone had made her a once-in-a-century genius in Hanhai City. And this kid. Such a perverted 5-star mission, he said he would complete it, and he did? A moment later, Pei Ching finally regained his senses and looked at Su Heng with complicated eyes. The talent of this young man before him seemed to have completely surpassed his own. No, it was himself who had underestimated this young man's talent. At level 20, he could rely on his contracted battle beast to solo this sinking dungeon with 30 bosses. Perhaps his talent was not inferior to those geniuses in top academies. Hanhai City. Perhaps. He really caught a lifeline. A few minutes later, Pei Ching directly used Ice Wings again and flew straight towards 66 Middle School with Su Heng. Su Heng stared at the houses below growing smaller and smaller. The ice wings stretching behind him still made him a little envious in his heart. A mage, this is a noble existence in any game. Although now he had 9 llamas and the mechanical Tyrannosaurus beast by his side, who wouldn't want to chant a spell? And summon countless ice shards and meteorites? The main point is, mages can fly. I hope the next one I draw is a Pokemon that can fly. Of course, a Digimon is fine too. 2 familiar figures flashed in Su Heng's mind. One was a famous legendary Pokemon that could not fly. The other was Angewoman among Digimon. Just thinking of that name made Su Heng's breath quicken a little. No. He was a serious player. He wanted Angewoman purely for tactical reasons. Yes, tactical reasons. Thinking of this, Su Heng could not help but directly open the Supreme Divine Beast System. Chapter 30, Multiple Evolution Branches. The future 12 Emperor Riders. In the beginner card pool, it was possible to draw true divine beasts. This means, even if they cannot fly, he could draw them. That would really be a giant beast. A giant beast that created the earth. Of course, if he could draw Gabuman, that was fine too, because Gabuman could evolve into Steel Garurumon, Crescent Garurumon. And even further with the combat Tyrannosaurus beast Omega Beast. So, no matter what he drew, it was a growth in power for him. Anyway, there's still some time before school, let's give it a try? 2 single draws, maybe I'll get a double rare? Su Heng felt a little emotional, watching the sun and the horizon slowly descend westward. At this moment, the faintly twinkling stars caught Su Heng's gaze. Starry night, originally a romantic word, but since the invasion of the 10,000 races, the starry sky had become a symbol of the apocalypse. The so-called romantic stars were just enemies of the invading races. There was no romance in the starry sky. What existed were endless enemies. It's my turn. Start drawing cards. Su Heng did not hesitate, took a deep breath, and closed his eyes. He directly pressed his finger on the draw card button. In the next moment, a full 1,000 draw points were used up in a rush. The cards of various anime monsters and divine beasts in the pool began to spin wildly. In that instant, Su Heng felt as if all beasts were rushing forth. Countless familiar forms appeared before his eyes. The earth-creating non-flyer, Grudora, the sea deity Kyogre. The ocean current god, Lugia. He even saw the slate-bearing creation god Alpaca. Besides, there were Godzilla, Mothra, and other monsters from the monster universe. And the cosmic dinosaur, Zoidon. That majestic aura erupted instantly. After more than 10 seconds passed, the cards in the beginner pool finally stopped steadily. Su Heng looked at them with anticipation. Congratulations, you successfully drew a battle beast, Rattata. Divine Beast panel unfolds. Name, Rattata. Type, normal/mouse Pokemon. Weight, 3.5 kilograms. Current strength, level 5. Current skills, quick flash, tackle, bite, omitted. Current status, hungry. Introduction, the little Rattata's appearance is a mouse that walks on 4 legs. Its body is mainly light purple. Its cheeks, lower jaw down to the belly, and its 4 paw pads are cream color. Its biggest feature is 2 big front teeth. Note, you must always take care of its front teeth. If they grow too long, it will be unable to eat and will starve to death. Good heavens! The good news is, a Pokemon really was drawn. The bad news is, it is neither the alpaca, nor the one that cannot fly. Su Heng looked again and again carefully at the attribute panel in front of his eyes, and finally confirmed it. What he drew was a completely useless level 5 Pokemon. Little Rattata. Forget it, just treat it as filling the pool. Although little Rattata is not strong, it is still enough to beat some newcomer professionals who just changed jobs. After evolving into Raticate, it might become a little stronger, right? And the most important thing is, I finally drew a creature from the Pokemon world. It can also be counted as knocking open the door of the Pokemon world for myself. Maybe later, high-ranked divine beasts like the Underworld Dragon may also want to come to my world to visit? Even if the twin gods of time and space do not come, letting the electric mouse god come would also be fine. Su Heng forcefully comforted himself and let out a breath of relief. Although little Rattata is weak, the Pokemon world has even weaker chickens. At least it proves that inside the card pool of the Divine Beast System, Pokemon truly exist. Not a loss. After Su Heng finished comforting himself, he looked at the more than 1,000 lottery points still left in his hand. He decided to draw all the points. Forget it. Let me do another single draw. Hope a Lady Angel Beast can come. I only want to increase strength, absolutely not because of other reasons. If it really cannot work, Fortails is also fine. That handsome look, I just like that kind. Su Heng took a deep breath and pressed his lips while making his wish. This wish is not big, just a little one. After that, he directly placed his finger onto the card pool page of the Myriad Divine Beasts System. The next moment, those 1,000 points turned into one chance to draw. Looking at the few hundred points left under his card pool that were in a shaky, dangerous state, he chose to directly ignore them. By his ear once again came waves of familiar wild roaring sounds. Countless divine beasts, Pokemon, and monsters flashed past inside the card pool. Su Heng nervously half-opened one eye and swallowed his saliva. Finally, after more than 10 seconds, the card in front of his eyes finally stopped. Congratulations, you successfully single-drew gold. Extracting. Congratulations, you obtained Partner of Friendship, WarGreymon. Extraction successful, please click to view detailed information. Divine Beast panel expanded. Name, WarGreymon. Type, Beast type/vaccine/data type. Current level, level 30. Current skill, Fox Demon Flame. Current status, Hungry. Introduction, blue-white silver fur covers the body, a wolf-shaped beast-type Digimon. Its body hair is as hard as the legendary rare metal mithril. The blade stretching out from its shoulder is extremely sharp and can smash the things it touches. Damn. 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 Hit it. Although it is not Lady Angel Beast or Fortails, it hit something I never even thought about. WarGreymon. It actually hit WarGreymon. As expected of me. My luck with the hand is really good. Together with Greymon, it is also in existence in the first-generation protagonist team that evolves into an ultimate body. The evolution branches of WarGreymon are not fewer than Greymon at all. Although people always complain that it changed from a crawling reptile into a standing wolfman, and the ultimate body lies down again. But that is the matter of Metal WarGreymon. What does it have to do with my Crescent Blade WarGreymon? Crescent Blade WarGreymon is as handsome as it can be. And it can also combine into Uncle Omegamon. Su Heng instantly opened the panel of WarGreymon, and suddenly even the Ninetales did not feel so fragrant anymore. Wait. I cannot bully the Nine Llama. After all, Nine Llama is my first love. Greymon and WarGreymon are both later ones. But one. Thinking of Omega, I really can't help it. Wait, Gabumon has already reached level 30? Doesn't this mean it has reached the evolution level? The maturity stage is Gabumon, and for the perfect stage. His fingers quickly moved in the air. Beastman Gabumon. Next, the ultimate form. Two branches almost simultaneously lit up in his mind. Steel Gabumon. Fully mechanized, with ice-type missile storage fully loaded. Hidden under the armor is actually absolute firepower at the same level as the Battle Tyrannomon. And the other one is a humanoid subspecies of Steel Gabumon. Gleaming Moon Gabumon. Chapter 31, The Evolution Conditions of the Ultimate Form. Mechanical Tyrannomon Evolution Path. As a perfect Digimon, Mechanical Tyrannomon requires a lot of battle data to evolve. Therefore, it transforms into current world materials. High-level data core. After use, a large amount of data energy can be gained, allowing evolution to the next stage, Battle Tyrannomon. And open the super ultimate evolution path for the Tyrannomon series. Su Heng carefully examined the various evolution paths of Mechanical Tyrannomon. The most common ones are Battle Tyrannomon X, Mechanical Tyrannomon X, and Ancient Tyrannomon. Ancient Tyrannomon requires ancient evolution and a fire-type fighter spirit. Or merge with Mecha Dragon Head, or Fire God Beast. In addition, it can also evolve into Dark Battle Tyrannomon, Chaotic Dragon Head, Duke Beast and Duke Beast X. Of course, there are many other evolution breakthroughs, but they won't be detailed here. Digimon don't have a single evolution path, their evolution branches are cross-connected. It can even evolve into Steel 8 Beast and Steel Gabumon types like this. He then focused on the Gabumon data panel. Gabumon evolution path. As a mature Digimon, Gabumon requires a lot of battle data to evolve. Therefore, it transforms into current world materials. High-level data core. After use, a large amount of data energy can be gained, allowing evolution to the next stage, Steel Gabumon or Gleaming Moon Gabumon. And open the super ultimate evolution path for the Gabumon series. Su Heng carefully examined the evolution breakthroughs of these two Digimons. Then, he began to think carefully. He knew about the data core. But this high-level data core, he really hadn't heard of. Could it be that this high-level data core was dropped by some mechanical-type alien species? Su Heng pulled his attention away from the data panel. He slowly opened his eyes. Looking in the distance, he saw Pei Ching, who was wrapping himself with a shield, flying towards the 66th middle school. Su Heng inexplicably felt a sense of trust. This lord of the city is at least a level 81 Grand Magister. His understanding of this world must be clearer than mine, right? Then, what exactly is this high-level data core? Above 66th middle school. Pei Ching stabilized and landed smoothly, bringing Su Heng down from the sky. Just in time, let's requisition the training grounds of 66th middle school. Let's go, Su Heng, I want to see the battle beast you contracted. Su Heng's body hadn't even fully stabilized before Pei Ching urgently pulled him directly to the simulation training ground of 66th middle school. Similarly, outside the training ground, he saw the old principal of 66th middle school, waiting for a long time. Not far away, there were two principals from the first and second middle schools, looking not so happy, with a red and white face. TSK, the two of you came from far away, come sit. Just in time, we also want to see how powerful Su Heng's contracted battle beast is. Come, sunflower seeds and peanuts have already been prepared for you, don't be shy. The old principal somehow pulled over a small stool and plopped down. There was no sign of the old principal's dignity left anymore. Who would see it and think this is a professional above level 50? Who? The principal of number 1 middle school had his jawline pulled tight like a bowstring drawn to the limit, his Adam's apple rolled twice, yet he forced himself not to spit out a single word. He stared at the back of the boy in the center of the field who was being dragged along by Pei Ching. His gaze was so complicated it looked like vinegar could be twisted out of it. Number 66 middle school? That number 66 middle school that ranked at the bottom of the college entrance exam every single year, and relied on picking up leftovers for enrollment? The principal of number 2 middle school did not look much better either. He stood with his hands behind his back, trying to show with the corner of his eye his disdain for this broken bench and that handful of sunflower seeds. However, the old principal had already begun cracking the seeds by himself. Hearing this, the old principal did not force them, he only sighed with regret. Ah, the sunflower seeds fried by our own family and you still won't eat them. Forget it, you two don't have this mouth luck. Fine then, you two just stand and watch. He narrowed his eyes and looked toward the field, his tone extremely natural. Standing is better, only then can you see clearly. Not far away, Pei Ching glanced over here with a speechless face. Then she stopped paying attention. For this old principal of number 66 middle school, she had absolutely no way to deal with him. Su Heng. You can summon your battle beasts and use all your power to attack me. I want to see exactly what level your strength has reached. After speaking, the icy armor covering Pei Ching's whole body began to be coated with a layer of frost. The temperature was extremely low, so low that the vapor in the mouth began to freeze into ice flowers. Even though Su Heng stood on the other end of the training field, he still felt as if he had been locked inside an ice storage. Alright. Then, City Lord Pei, you should also be a little careful later. I'm afraid my little treasures will not know light or heavy when they start fighting. Su Heng smiled, and then planned to summon his 3 great battle beasts. He also wanted to know, under the tailed beast ball of 9 llamas full power strike. Under the bombardment of Metal Greymon's full power attack. Under Garuramon's demon fox flames. Unfortunately, whether it was the skeleton king of the bone graveyard, or the tidal lord of the sunken land, their strength was nothing more than this. Ah, very good. I hope you keep this mindset to face the college entrance exam half a month later. Edict of Winter 6th Realm. She only quietly stood in place, lowered her eyes and raised her hand. The air of the entire training field directly froze. Su Heng saw the white breath he exhaled stop in midair and directly turn into ice crystals falling to the ground. A dark blue light pattern spread out from her fingertips. Frost had already begun to crawl across the ground. Countless hexagonal ice crystals appeared from the air, turning the water molecules in the air into parts of themselves. Perpetual motion corridor. At the moment the words fell, all the air within 3 meters in front of Pei Ching solidified. Layer after layer of frost crystals turned into hard barriers standing before her. And a staff completely formed from ice directly appeared before his eyes. It was very obvious. This city Lord Pei was an awakened ice mage profession. Level 81, 5th turn Ice Archmage. The training field fell silent for a full 5 seconds. 8 ice wings extended from her back, each one like a feathered wing. Only that every clear feather was formed from frost one by one. Su Heng in the field heard the principals of number 1 and number 2 middle school almost at the same time suck in a cold breath. Even the old principal could not help but stand up, too late to spit out the sunflower seed shell, almost swallowing it. Su Heng directly raised his hand. Not a summoning gesture, but a press down. Go 9 Llama. Boom. A gigantic orange-red 9-tailed fox appeared on the field. A full 30 meters tall. Come out, Metal Greymon. The second summoning array unfolded on the left side. Su Heng took a deep breath. His right hand suddenly clenched the Digivice on his chest, then he shouted loudly. Come. Garurumon evolve. Chapter 32 My limit? No, it is Garurumon's limit. Metal Greymon, 9 Llama, you two stay first. This battle, let Garurumon come first. Boom. 2 giant beasts fell from the sky. Soon, a creature resembling a giant wolf appeared before Su Heng. Go ahead. Garurumon. Su Heng no longer hesitated, his finger pointing in the direction of the city Lord Pei. 3 battle beasts? Who the hell registered this? You didn't contract any battle beasts during your awakening ceremony. Damn it. At the edge of the training ground, the old principal's bench leg creaked and bent. He instinctively leaned forward by half an inch, almost forgetting to continue eating his sunflower seeds. 3 heads? He couldn't help but squint his eyes, his cloudy gaze reflecting the blue and white wolf-like battle beast's form. His throat moved, but he didn't speak further. The principal of number 1 high also held his breath for a moment. Although still leaning on the armrest, his gaze couldn't help but shift from Su Heng to the wolf beast. In front of the 30-meter-tall 9-tailed fox and the 10-meter-tall mechanical Tyrannosaurus, this wolf with blue stripes was only 3 meters tall. It was just like a little girl. Once the battle state started, Pei Ching, the Ice Mage Master, seemed almost half mad. She laughed loudly. Facing these 3 battle beasts, she had no intention of backing down. Good. Come on. Let me see if your contracted battle beast is as freakish as you. Pei Ching swung her ice magic staff created with a mimic spell and directly raised it. She charged straight toward Garurumon. Holy crap. Lord, you're a mage. Who says a mage can't be a warrior? Ice prone. Go. Alright, Garurumon, Fox Fire. She raised her hand and immediately had Garurumon unleash its ultimate move. Fox Fire. Garurumon felt the cold chill in the air from the opponent's frost energy. This human seemed unusual. So it directly released its most powerful move, spewing out a blast of blue flame toward the opponent. Nice. This move is good. Very strong, I really like it. In that case, let's see what my sister has. Blizzard. Ice Shield. At level 81, Pei Ching immediately realized the power of this foxfire. Without hesitation, she conjured a giant ice shield right in front of her. She also summoned a blizzard, trying to neutralize the power of the flame. Boom! The 2 attacks collided head-on. At this moment, old Zhao from number 2 high school, outside the virtual training ground, finally shifted his gaze. He no longer tried to express disdain because it was just too exhausting. He turned his head, staring at the eerie blue flames spewing from the giant wolf's mouth. Though not as powerful as the mechanical Tyrannosaurus or the 9-tailed fox, the foxfire was still said to burn everything. 1 second passed. The flames neutralized the blizzard and directly crashed into the ice shield. Crack. The ice shield didn't move, but a crack appeared in the direction facing the enemy. The old principal placed the now warm sunflower seeds back into the bag and clapped his hands, shaking off the bits of seed skin. Pretty fire, huh? He wasn't looking at the 2 principals, but his mouth hadn't stopped smiling since this moment. Good kid, your battle beast is quite something. This attack actually left a mark on my ice shield. With your strength, you could easily challenge a level 40 Holy Knight now. Pei Ching's praise was sincere. The foxfire was truly too powerful. To think that her level 81 magic-created ice shield could withstand up to a defense level of 60. Even fire-based attacks automatically reduced 40% damage. Let alone physical attacks. And now this kid's giant wolf. A single burst of flame caused cracks to appear on the shield. This was already quite good. As the blizzard before him continuously broke through the limits of the flames, rushing toward Garurumon. It only caused a few scratches to appear on Garuramon's body. The damage from the blizzard on Garurumon only reached 1,000 points. It did not dampen Garuramon's fighting spirit. Instead, it made him even more excited. It seems, including Garurumon, that at least monsters of level 40 can receive considerable damage. As for Kumamon and Makadramon, they can cause damage up to the 3rd transformation level. Not bad. Su Heng looked at Garurumon in front of him with satisfaction. After all, this was still just the mature stage. What about the complete form and ultimate form? On the other side, Pei Qing began to evaluate Su Heng's exact strength. With Su Heng's current combat power, though only 2nd transformation level 30, he could already handle opponents of 2nd transformation level 40 and 3rd transformation level 50. Honestly, this strength could already reach the genius level in the 1st and 2nd tier base cities. But it was still not enough. The geniuses of the big cities could casually fight 10 levels above during the exams. Some who awakened hidden talents could even reach 3rd transformation level 50 before the exams. They could fight examiners of 3rd transformation level 60 evenly. During the exams, they could even directly kill those level 60 monsters. But that was enough. Pei Qing did not need Su Heng to become a world-defying genius, she only needed to prove to the Federation that Hanhai City still had strength and could provide talents to the Federation. Hanhai still had a chance, still had value. Not to be abandoned by the authorities and lose everything, including life. That was already enough. Just as Garurumon was about to attack, Pei Qing suddenly cancelled the shield and the blizzard in front of them. She spoke directly. Enough. Su Heng, I roughly understand your strength now. With your current power, you are enough to take a good rank in the exams. Roughly able to reach the top 300 nationwide in the Federation East Huang. As she finished speaking, Pei Qing dissolved the staff in her hand into elements that disappeared into the air. She smiled and nodded slightly. Yes, already very good, top 300 nationwide, enough to make the Federation realize Hanhai City's importance. This city hanging on a lonely island still had use. Pei Qing felt very relieved. But Su Heng's eye twitched twice, hesitating for a moment. Then he barely spoke. Garurumon is the one I just contracted, my new partner. My other 2 partners are slightly stronger than Garurumon. Lord Pei, do you want to try? Chapter 33, Tailed Beast Orb Explosion. Receive City Lord Command. Hanhai City No. 66 High School, Virtual Training Ground. Pei Qing listened to Su Heng's words in disbelief. She was stunned for a moment. Her usually cold and indifferent eyes, this moment, rare flashed a bit of surprise. Immediately, a burning excitement surged to the corners of her eyes. This wolf beast is only what you just contracted. Her voice was very low, but she could not hide the slight upward curve of the tail sound. Your fox and dragon, not limited to this level of strength? Before Su Heng could speak, she stepped forward. The armor condensed from frost all over her body made fine cracking sounds with the movement. Like the cracks in a river before the ice melts at night. Good boy. Pei Qing laughed. No longer a polite smile, nor a kind smile for her people. But a playful, almost long-lost excited laugh. Come, let me show you something. Pei Qing raised her hand directly, and the ice crystal staff condensed in her palm, appearing before her. At the moment the staff hit the ground, the frost on the entire training field vibrated again. A buzzing sound rang out. Level 81, 5th turn Grand Sorcerer. This power. Truly extraordinary. I love surprises. At the edge of the virtual training ground. The old principal's bench leg creaked again, but this time he didn't lean forward, instead, his whole body leaned backward. His expression, his movements. He wasn't just watching a show, his hands crossed over his chest, his posture so relaxed as if he were sunbathing on the playground. But his eyes were anything but relaxed. Those eyes, which had been cloudy for half a lifetime, were now shining brightly. TCH. So it's just contracted. The old principal pondered those 4 words, drawing out the last sound for a long time. He didn't look at anyone, but both the principals of School 1 and School 2 felt a little embarrassed. The principal of School 1 remained standing, his back straight, still unyielding. But his throat couldn't help but move a little. Damn it, this was the 3rd time tonight, right? Even he himself hadn't realized just how incredibly powerful this little freak truly was. And the principal of School 2, even more so, completely withdrew his peripheral vision. No longer pretending he was just casually watching, he blatantly leaned his head in. He stared at Su Heng. More precisely, he stared at the 2 giant beasts behind Su Heng, who hadn't even moved an inch since the beginning. The 30-meter-tall orange-red beast still lay there. Its eyes locked firmly on Pei City Lord in the training ground. But he could clearly see that, apart from caring about that little fellow, there was utter disdain in its eyes for everything else. while the armored dinosaur stood solemnly behind. Its claws gleamed with cold light. The side of its chest that wasn't open slightly emitted a wild aura. Old Zhao had just thought about saying something. But his mouth moved slightly, only to be pressed down by a sour feeling. Bluffing? No, maybe this kid really has some power, doesn't he? If that's the case, school too must get this kid. At this moment, however, the old principal suddenly spoke up. Pay City Lord. The old principal sat on the small bench, his tone lazy, as if he was casually greeting Pay City Lord. Don't rush, come, do you want to sit? Have some melon seeds? Wait for that kid to get ready? Saying this, the old principal patted the empty broken bench, and a few melon seed shells fell off. But Pei Qing did not turn around. The corners of her mouth curled slightly, and she said faintly, I won't sit. She stared at Su Heng, the ice crystal staff horizontally in front of her. A shield of ice, even bigger than before, slowly began to form in front of her. The blizzard in the air grew even larger than before. I, the city lord, am busy right now. The old principal was not angry, just hummed and casually picked up the melon seed bag that had slipped onto his knee. Well then, us old folks will just sit and watch. Saying this, he bent down and cracked a seed. The principals of School 1 and School 2 both fell silent. They didn't sit. But neither did they leave. Ahem. Then, City Lord, be careful. I'm actually still a bit excited. After all, in that instance, the boss, my partner, didn't use all his strength. 9 Llama. It's up to you. Su Heng's battle stance stunned Pei Qing. Then her expression returned to normal. She waved her hand directly, making 9 Llama grow back to its full height of 60 meters. The virtual training ground had an infinite amount of space, and at this moment, the already huge 9 Llama grew another 30 meters. Beside it were only the 10-meter-tall mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex and the 2 or 3-meter-tall Kurama. Then directly lay down flat. And over the entire body was covered with a layer of orange chakra. 9 gigantic tails were behind, constantly swaying. As Su Heng's command finished being given, 9 Llama also restored to the complete form. Among those 9 great-tailed beasts, the most powerful 9-tail completely unfolded, appearing before everyone's eyes. For a moment, that suddenly exploding momentum made Pei Qing, who not far away still had a joking posture. Her face directly turned serious. Her eyes stared firmly toward the side, her whole face full of disbelief. Little brother Su. It seems, sister, I still underestimated you. Only relying on the momentum of your 9-tail fox, it is already enough to stand shoulder to shoulder with those second-level, no, even first-level base city heavenly prides. Sister, I, now already am very excited. Pei Qing, facing the terrifying momentum released by 9 Llama, not only did not have the slightest fear. Instead became even more excited. She directly flicked her hand, 8 pieces of ice crystal cicada wings behind her directly covered behind. Lifting the ice crystal magic staff at her hand side, with the level 80 ice shield in front of her, she rushed toward 9 Llama's direction. Almost only an instant. Her figure directly appeared above 9 Llama. Winter Command 4th Realm. Ice River Epic Prologue. With her as the circle center, a light blue ripple spread out soundlessly. 30 meters before 9 Llama, an ice wall rose straight from the ground. The surface smooth like a mirror, the edges sharp like blades. But this was only the beginning. Pei Qing swung out the second staff. Frost Burial Armament. Within 3 zhang around her body, the tens of thousands of floating ice spikes, at the same moment stretched and reshaped. Directly turned into long spears and giant swords, shooting straight toward 9 Llama's direction. So fast, so big. But, since it is magic released in the air, then you should take one of my spirit bombs, right? 9 Llama. Tailed Beast Bomb. Su Heng was stimulated by the countless cold in front of his eyes, then without hesitation directly let 9 Llama release the ultimate move. Pei Qing withdrew the corner of her sight. Floating in the air, she looked toward 9 Llama, looking at the 60-meter-tailed beast whose fox fur all burst up. Looking at that pitch-black crimson energy ball rapidly condensing inside its mouth. Without hesitation, she directly put that ice element shield in front of herself. Chapter 34 Right. Absolutely, it was the city lord letting water. Come. Let sister enjoy fully, what? Right at the instant when the tailed beast bomb was compressed by 9 Llama to the extreme, and directly blasted in front of that ice crystal great shield. The originally level 80 ice crystal great shield still had 30% energy remaining. Yet at this moment it directly was covered with cracks. The next second, this ice crystal great shield that consumed her level 80 power directly shattered. With a crack sound, it gave her not the slightest chance to react. The most terrifying thing was that this pitch-black energy ball, at the first moment after smashing the ice crystal great shield, did not disappear. Nor did it stop, but directly with no desire to slow down, blasted straight down toward Pei Qing. That cyan armor was hit without mercy. Under a huge impact force, with a boom, Pei Qing's body directly flew out as a whole, directly smashing the ground inside the virtual training field. Even Pei Qing herself directly crashed toward the wall of this training field, after a thunderous collapse. Only then barely stopped. Over the entire field, a burst of dust was raised. Damn! Outside the training field, the old principal's bench leg from beginning to end never fell back to the ground. His gaze fixed firmly onto that figure flying sideways. This was not worry. After all, Pei Qing was a level 81 5-turn profession user. If she were beaten to death by a level 30 child, then Hanhai City would have already fallen 800 years ago. He was only calculating the time that red-black energy ball took from condensing to launching, and the speed of piercing through a level 80 shield. And the impact that followed, relentless and unyielding. After finishing the calculation, his fingers began to tremble slightly. A child who had just undergone his second awakening, controlling a beast that was barely above level 35. With one strike, he shattered the defensive magic of an 80-level Grand Sorcerer. And sent the person flying. At this moment, the old principal really wanted to light a cigarette, but when he patted his pocket, he realized he had quit for 20 years. Damn! The voice came from the principal of the first high school. He stared at the swirling dust and the slowly rising ice blue figure. And the giant orange-red fox not far away. He was so jealous that his teeth were about to shatter. Damn it, he had been teaching for 20 years, sending off 7 graduating classes, and had seen many self-proclaimed geniuses. Some reached the peak of second awakening at 18, and some killed 40-level beasts upon graduation. There were even talents fiercely fought over by the top 3 universities. But he had never seen a 30-level student send an 81-level Grand Sorcerer flying into a wall. The principal of the second high school was the slowest to react. It wasn't because he was slow-witted, it was because only at this moment did he finally believe it. This damn kid really is a genius. He is a rare genius beast master in the entire city of Hanhai for centuries. An 18-year-old boy, who was just yesterday mocked by his classmates as useless, today had sent an 81-level Ice-type Grand Sorcerer flying with a 30-level Giant Fox. At this moment, the principal of the second high school felt his throat go dry. He wanted to say something, but when he opened his mouth, only a short, hoarse breath came out. No one was laughing now, because the other 2 principals also made no sound. They were waiting for the dust to slowly settle. However, Su Heng was now swallowing nervously and quickly looked toward the direction where Pei Qing had been sent flying. Holy shit, Lord Pei. Are you alright? That last move had indeed been a bit too much, making the 9 Llama use a fully solidified tailed beast orb. This is far stronger than ordinary tailed beast orbs. I just wanted to see if the 9 Llama could deal with an 80-level 5th awakening profession. But he didn't hold back. He directly sent a female city lord flying. Good kid. Her voice was a bit hoarse, but full of energy, even carrying a trace of satisfaction. Pei Qing stood up from the rubble, brushing off the non-existent dust on her shoulders. A smile still hung on her lips. Sister, this 80-level body of mine nearly got broken by you. Her eyes were still glowing, staring intensely at Su Heng, as if she wanted to swallow him whole. The old principal outside finally set the bench leg back down. His heart finally settled down. You really are the rarest genius my sister has encountered in 100 years. If it weren't for my sister's light armor, made by the hands of the Holy Knights, with the self-healing aura effect, you might have taken half of my sister's health with that attack. As the dust settled, Pei Qing slowly walked into the training ground. Looking at the mess on the ground, Pei Qing didn't feel a bit of pity, on the contrary, she admired it even more. But in Su Heng's eyes, Pei Qing's sleeves were directly torn apart in the explosion, revealing a pair of jade arms. The back of her hands carried exquisite professional insignias. And the green light armor on her body now had a few more cracks. Her hair, tied up high before, now naturally fell behind her shoulders. Very nice. That strike just now could easily earn you a top 10 spot in the national exam. Even those hidden professionals wouldn't be a match. Sister's eye for talent is really great. Now I like you more and more. Ha ha ha, little brother, how about coming to the city lord's mansion tonight to have a good chat with me? Pei Qing completely ignored the gazes of the 3 principals outside and walked straight to Su Heng's side. One hand lifted Su Heng's chin. The young man lifted his neck slightly. There was a strong sense that tonight, he would have a good talk with his sister. Even if the conversation ended up on the bed, his sister would still fulfill his needs. And in his 2 lifetimes, Su Heng had never faced such a trial. This was a lack of trust in a young man at his prime. I, Su Heng, am already an adult, 18 years old. I can do the things I should do. City Lord sister, you're playing with fire in front of me, do you understand? Half an hour later. In the City Lord's mansion in Hanhai City. Su Heng was bored, munching on snacks in the guest room, when a faint but delicious fragrance suddenly filled the air. It was the smell of some kind of flower, though exactly which one, it no longer mattered in this chaotic world that had been in turmoil for 1,000 years. At this moment, Pei Qing, having just changed into a pink bathrobe, let her wet hair fall naturally behind her. A slight blush had even appeared on her ears. Half of her fragrant shoulder was exposed, and even the fullness of her chest was bouncing in front of her own eyes. This City Lord Pei truly didn't treat herself as an outsider. He. Little brother, are you just staring at your sister like this? I might get embarrassed too. A joyful laugh echoed in Su Heng's ears, immediately pulling him out of his trance. Wait, so the fierce and battle-ready City Lord Pei actually looks like this in private? This is completely different from what the outside world has been saying. Chapter 35, The Real World. The battlefield of the 10,000 races. Su Heng took a deep breath, carefully focusing on Pei Qing in front of him. Suddenly, he laughed. Pfft. City Lord sister, has anyone seen you like this before? I won't be silenced just for looking, will I? However, at this moment, Pei Qing, the City Lord, didn't mind her current image at all. She even casually crossed her legs, revealing everything beneath her skirt. Ah. Little brother, you really don't feel sorry for me, do you? Out there, I'm the City Lord of Hanhai, but when I come home, should I wear a stiff face? Let me relax, let me have this little wish fulfilled, okay? Little brother, you're so serious, I'm getting scared. Besides, there's no one else here, are you afraid I'll eat you? The more she spoke, the bolder Pei Qing became. She even straightened her body, pushing her full breasts out proudly. As she said this, she smiled mysteriously. She licked her lips. Su Heng felt incredibly uncomfortable. Ahem, City Lord, should we talk about serious matters? By the way, where are those 3 principals? Su Heng instinctively looked around and noticed that the 3 principals had not come. Tisk, those 2 from the 1st and 2nd schools, it seems like they couldn't beat your old man from the 66th school. They left. Before leaving, they asked me whether you would be willing to go to their schools. But I guess I won't be going there? Su Heng calmly shook his head, staring into Pei Qing's eyes as he said. I've been at the 66th school for so long, I've grown attached. It's not necessary to go to the 1st or 2nd schools now. City Lord Pei, what do you think? Pei Qing shook her head, waving her hand. She usually couldn't be bothered with such trivial matters, but since the principals from the 1st and 2nd schools insisted, she reluctantly mentioned it. Then, Pei Qing pulled out a card with a milk scent from under her bathrobe. She tossed it directly in front of Su Heng. This is the City Lord's decree I personally signed. With this, you can leave the city. But you must remember. For you, a town might be a greenhouse cradle, but once you truly leave the town and step into the real world, you'll realize. This world is not as simple as you think. The textbooks are nothing but outdated information, a huge lie woven by countless predecessors. The real world is much crueler than you think. With those words, Pei Qing's expression grew serious again, and then she spoke slowly, word by word. Last March, the 71st Independent Combat Brigade of the Donghuang Federation, fully staffed with 640 people. They were escorting a group of scholars to investigate ruins 300 kilometers outside of the great capital city. The ones who came back alive only 37. Out of them, 19 were permanently disabled, 7 had irreversible mental pollution, and 4 committed suicide within a month after returning to the base. Her tone remained calm. She continued, this is something the textbooks won't tell you. Because the Federation needs young people to leave their shelters, they need you to believe that the world outside the city is just dangerous, not an abyss. This lie. I was also one of the participants. However, this serious and calm posture lasted less than 3 minutes. She directly collapsed back onto the sofa, lying in a sprawled position. No matter how you looked at it, she didn't seem like the person who had just spoken those words. Yet, Su Heng remained calm, placing the City Lord's order in front of him. It's something we have to see. City Lord sister, if we don't even have the courage to see this world, then I might as well just honestly get through these 3 years of high school and take the college entrance exam. As he spoke, Su Heng held the City Lord's order in front of him. However, it emitted a strange fragrance. Instinctively, he sniffed it and then. Su Heng couldn't help but look at Pei Qing again. Not long after, early the next morning, Su Heng, who had spent the night in the City Lord's mansion, received a black and gold card from the old principal. Inside it was a full 5 million Federation coins, available for free use. This was the investment from the old principal, representing the 66th high school. Su Heng didn't hesitate. But a faint sting ran across the back of his hand, reminding him of the image of Pei Qing's little daughter from the night before. It was indeed interesting. Hanhai City, located at the edge of the Donghuang district of the Human Federation. Close to the Blue Sea, the enemies faced here are not only on land but also in the ocean. Therefore, it is one of the easiest cities to be attacked from both sides, a level 5 base city. From time to time, it suffers invasions from countless races. There are even rumors that deep in the Blue Sea, there exists a power comparable to the peak of the 5th transition. That would be a level 100 powerhouse. Even with my 30-level strength, and the existence of 3 battle beasts, I wouldn't dare challenge them in a fight. Luckily, the area outside the city is not as I had imagined. It is not a desolate wasteland. One stone house after another had been built into an adventurer's town. In this broken ruin, a whole new human alliance had been forged. You could even see animal bones nearby and traces left by otherworldly beasts. It was clear that this was not a safe place. Not only was it a place for Hanhai City adventurers to venture, but it was also the permanent station for the Hanhai City armed forces. Almost every day, they had to eliminate some invading otherworldly beasts to ensure Hanhai City's safety. However, the sky above this area outside Hanhai City was not blue. A thick layer of dark clouds covered the entire space. In the air, the heavy sandstorm frequently lowered visibility. So much so that even during the day, Su Heng could clearly see the oil lamps lit inside the stone houses. Is this the real world? Su Heng took a deep breath. The air was filled with a decaying smell mixed with yellow sand. Even though he had been prepared for it, he nearly vomited. The celestial phenomena in the sky were completely different from what he had seen before. Layers of hollow spaces combined together. Some were high up in the sky, only the size of a fingernail. Others were frighteningly close, more than 1,000 meters away. It seemed like the sky had been torn open by some giant beast, exuding an eerie aura. That is the battlefield of the alien race. That is the source of the invasion. Su Heng suddenly understood why textbooks did not write about these. Not because the lies were too heavy. It is because if it is written down, no one would ever be able to sleep again. Su Heng clenched his fists. Although still worried, he had at least seen the real world. Death is the main theme, so there is nothing left to fear. Let's go. Next we follow the information given by the City Lord Sister. First go to the adventurer town ahead, and register your adventurer information. Chapter 36, How could the City Lord let a weakling out? Only by registering adventurer information, could one sell the materials and equipment obtained from the outside world. The Adventurer Association is one of the 3 main associations of the Human Federation. Its existence is far above all the major profession associations. This time, Pei Qing not only gave Su Heng a City Lord order, but also an adventurer guide. All of it was handwritten last night. It contained not only the layout around Hanhai City, but also information on facing those alien races. They must guard against when the strange beasts would attack the city. Even the basic information of important people in the adventurer town was recorded in this little book. It showed how much she cared for and valued Su Heng. This was not an ordinary concern. Soon, Su Heng arrived at the central square of this adventurer town. A huge stone building appeared before his eyes. On it, carved from hard granite, were the 5 big words, Adventurer Association. These 5 characters were carved stroke by stroke with the greatsword of a sword-class adventurer. The red marks on the letters were the blood of some strange beast. No wonder it is the Adventurer Association. Compared with the one in the city, that one is at most just a trading center. But this one here can truly be called the Adventurer Association. Su Heng gazed at this heavy association building, his heart filled with boundless admiration. Even for the Adventurer Association in the city, he had not the slightest contempt. The 3 great guilds of the Human Federation. Adventurer Association, Mercenary Guild, and the Temple. The temple was personally selected by the will of heaven from the Human Federation, and its priests were directly chosen religious personnel. According to the size and level of the city, there were differences. The Adventurer Association and Mercenary Guild were on equal level. The Adventurer Association was dedicated to exploring areas not yet occupied by alien races, acting as the scouts and spies of the Human Federation. The Mercenary Guild excelled in core-level combat. After all, whichever guild it was, all fought for the Human Federation. At any moment, one could be buried by strange beasts and alien races. First, register as a trainee adventurer. At least in this real world, it counts as having a new identity. Later things will be easier to explain. Su Heng lifted his head, looking at the Adventurer Association sign before him. He took a deep breath. Then, he directly entered this stone-built Adventurer Association. Inside the Adventurer Association, the space was not very large, only enough for a dozen adventurers. Just like recorded in some RPG games. There was only one task board and a reception desk. Apart from that, only a group of blood-covered adventurers remained. The air was filled with a strong smell of blood. The moment Su Heng entered, these blood-stained adventurers saw him. His soft and tender look made them very displeased. However, Su Heng ignored them and went directly to the reception desk. "Hello, are you here to register your adventurer information?" The receptionist at the desk was a young girl. Unlike the ones in the city, this girl has a lot of muscle, and there's even a crest tattooed on the back of her hand. This is the career crest that only a 4-star adventurer can awaken. This girl is actually a 4-star adventurer? She doesn't look that old, maybe just a bit over 20. But from her eyes and tone, she's nothing like the polite reception girls in the city who always put honorifics first. Her whole body exudes a free-spirited and arrogant air. "What are you staring at? I asked if you're here to register. If not, get out, okay?" The reception girl, with the crest on her hand, glared at the person in front of her without hesitation. She impatiently urged him. "No, sorry, I was a bit distracted." "Holy crap, this girl is a bit crazy, exciting. Hello, I want to register my adventurer information." Su Heng quickly snapped back to reality, afraid that if he wasn't careful, this girl might break him in half. Her appearance and physique instantly reminded Su Heng of famous memes from his past life. Lin Dayu pulling the willow tree, Xue Baochai shooting 3 arrows to stabilize Mount Tian. Before the girl could urge him again, Su Heng quickly pulled out his identification. And also the city lord's order signed by Pei Qing. The reception girl, without even raising her head, took the documents in her hand. She flipped through them briefly and then asked indifferently. "Just turned 18? Not going to take the college entrance exam? Came outside the city to try your luck? What trash profession did you awaken?" After all, the National Awakening Ceremony for Professions just took place a few days ago. Only those who awakened trash professions, but still wanted to try their luck. Who planned to venture outside the city and then go to a college later would dare to risk their life and come out. Otherwise, those weaklings inside the city, who never even saw the real world, let alone fight in it. How could they dare to come out to the real world and fight? They all just want to find treasures and soar to the skies. Such cases exist, but the probability is low. Out of 10,000, who knows if 1 or 2 might succeed? The girl slightly nodded, then shook her head. Basic information won't be registered too detailed, just Su Heng's name and identity. This guy is even a graduate, with the college entrance exam just half a month away. Why isn't he training properly in school? He just came out here? Alright, what's your profession? And what's your level? I advise you not to lie about your level, or when you die, no one will come to collect your body. Without thinking, Su Heng directly reported his profession and level. Su Heng, just awakened the profession, Beast Master. If we count by the second job, it should be called a Dimensional Beast Master. As for level, I should be around 31. After all, I just completed the second job, so a bit weak. Su Heng said this indifferently, then smiled awkwardly and scratched the back of his head. Beast Master? A new Beast Master is indeed a bit trash, it's a later stage profession. Although your level is only 30. Wait. What? You're already level 31? In an instant, the veins on the back of the reception girl's hand bulged. Even the adventurers in the entire Adventurers Guild Hall gathered around, watching the show. They stared blankly at the young man in front of them. They couldn't believe their ears. Didn't this kid just say he was a new adventurer, and yet he was already level 31? How is that possible? Where did this young master come from, messing around here? The Adventurers Guild is no place for child's play. Chapter 37, which young master is here to gild himself? Adventurers Guild Hall. Level 30? That kid? In a corner, a scarred face wrapped in bandages lowered his voice and nodded toward his companion. Beast Tamer. A beast tamer coming to the outskirts of the city at this hour is probably from a family that can't afford them, thrown out to earn their own life. Then why is he still level 30? He must have grinded. There are plenty of ways in the city to level up fast, but after that? What about the battle beasts? A beast tamer without a battle beast is no different from a warrior without a sword. Tisk, then he's just a useless snack, isn't he? Shu, keep your voice down. Su Heng couldn't help touching the back of his head, looking at the reactions of the people around him. The feeling of being stared at is so strange. He awkwardly smiled, I just leveled up, but do you have to look at me like this? Weak, yes, a little weak. After all, those who come to the outskirts to waste time, their level may not be too low, but also not too high. Strictly speaking, the outskirts are the best place to level up. Because what they face is the real existing world. Su Heng did not explain much. After all, the beast tamer is a mid to late game profession, which is already considered trash in the current outskirts. Plus, he, as a beast tamer, couldn't summon a battle beast at the start. That was truly impressive. Ah! Who would believe that someone who just awakened the day before yesterday could be level 30 today? No one would easily believe that, right? Unless he summoned the mechanical Tyrannosaurus and 9 llama. But just the aura of those two, if summoned, would probably destroy the little stone house of the Adventurers Association. L level 30 high school graduate? The receptionist girl in front couldn't help clicking her tongue a few times. Your family is really rich. This time, are you planning to contract a second battle beast? Every time a Beast Tamer changes profession, a new beast slot is added. But there aren't many places in the outskirts to farm battle beasts. Why didn't your family just pick one for you? He reached level 30 in just a few days. Which guild in the city is he from, or which noble family's heir is he? The receptionist girl adjusted her emotions. She stared at this person in front of her with a little more focus. Beast Tamers consume huge resources to grow. Only constant investment in the early stages allows them to show their real value in mid to late stages. It seemed this young man's family had this plan at first. They spent huge amounts to make him level 30, then realized it was useless, so they sent him to the outskirts. This way, the family's interests are not harmed. And they can say it's for the construction of Hanhai City. TSK, clever planning. But it's a pity for this young man, raised to level 30 at such a young age by his family. And now he has to make his name in the outskirts, a promising youth. Surname Su. Are there any big families with the surname Su in Hanhai City? The receptionist girl shook her head slightly, couldn't remember. The more she couldn't remember, the more she confirmed what she felt inside. In an instant. In front of the receptionist girl appeared a glass of iced black tea being poured into a tall cup. It gave off a slight chill. Familiar music slowly played in her ears. May I ask about the Heavenly Palace? In that moment, the receptionist girl looked at Su Heng with a hint of sympathy in her eyes. Soon, she took a deep breath. And continued. The Adventurers Association's missions are divided into 3 types, each with different opportunities and rewards. The first type is to act as the guardian of the adventurer town. This type of mission mostly involves staying in town, resisting the invasion of wild beasts, and assisting the armed forces to protect Hanhai City together. The second type is to act as scouts and reconnaissance for the adventurer town. Most of these missions take place in the outer surrounding areas of Hanhai City. Investigate sudden incidents. Clean up some strange beasts in time, to avoid small strange beast tides. This kind of task is dangerous, generally not suitable for new adventurers to handle. As for the third kind. Before the girl finished speaking, her eyes had already scanned back and forth on Su Heng. Then she lightly shook her head. She said. The third kind is the widely known task by the Adventurers Association. Pioneer. Becoming a pioneer, you can enjoy the top benefits of the Adventurers Association. Because most of these tasks are exploration missions, far from town areas, going to explore unknown regions. Assist in independently complete tasks of opening, exploring, establishing, and connecting. Help the Human Federation reclaim lands, expand safe areas. The death rate once reached 80%. When the girl said this, she looked at Su Heng seriously again. She drank a sip of water, in her gaze, mostly a look of sympathy. Then she slowly began to speak again. I think you can choose to act as a guard for the adventurer town. Beastmasters need at least the 3rd rank to fully use the characteristics of their profession. Only a level 60 Beastmaster and his battle beast have the qualifications to survive in this world. I think you will still take the college entrance exam in half a month, right? Choosing to be a guard, you can have special bonus points during the exam. Su Heng listened carefully to the girl's introduction. His eyes scanned over the task panel. Although he didn't know where the girl's sympathetic eyes came from, or what she was doing. Looking at the 3 types of tasks in front of him, Su Heng thought for a moment. Guard tasks are the safest. Stay in town, assist the armed group, high safety, plus exam bonus points. Almost like a tailored option for a fresh student to gain points. The downside is slow, too slow. Waiting for strange beasts to come to level up, the day would pass by like dried flowers cooling. Scout tasks are more dangerous. Roam around nearby, investigate sudden incidents, clean some beast nests along the way. Experience definitely comes faster than waiting, but risk is on your own, no one covers you. Suitable for someone with some strength but not wanting to stand out too much. As for pioneers, 80% death rate. Far from town, exploring unknowns, helping the Federation reclaim lands. In other words, trade life for resources, for levels, for things you can never reach sitting in town for a lifetime. Su Heng licked his lips. Guard is too slow, scout not enough, pioneer. He looked down at the silver mark hidden on the back of his hand, and remembered the tail beast jade that broke the level 80 ice shield from Geo Llama. 80% death rate. He repeated softly, yet the corner of his mouth slightly lifted. Isn't that just the remaining 20? Su Heng finally made his choice. Miss, I choose to take the pioneer task. Maybe I'm not as weak as you all think? Su Heng waved his hand, staring seriously at the girl in front of him and said. Chapter 38 Pioneer. The one who expands land for the Federation. Adventurer Town, as the front line of Hanhai City, though it doesn't look big, still provides Hanhai City with a moderate support potential. The Adventurers Association provided Su Heng with 3 task points. The first one was the Pioneer Camp, which had already taken the Pioneer task. As pioneers, they occasionally had to go to the front line for exploration and pioneering. Therefore, pioneers live on the front line of Adventurer Town. And once a strange beast tide occurs, they will become the fighters on the first line. You could say there's not much difference from cannon fodder. Moreover, the Adventurers Association has good death compensation for such pioneers. The second layer of defense in Adventurer Town is where the scouts live. Their job is to go to the surrounding areas of Hanhai City, carry out investigations and hunting, annihilate some small beast tides in their early stages, not giving them any chance to develop. In the front, there is the protection of the pioneers. In the back, there is the supply from the guards. This is the most comfortable job in the Adventurers Town. And in the core area of the Adventurers Town, it is the job of the guards. Generally speaking, there is mutual help between the pioneers and scouts. This third area, the work of the guards in the core area, is even easier. You only need to patrol around the town every day, simply walking around without any trouble. Most of the people here are young masters and young ladies who paid money to gild themselves. And it is also because this place is relatively safe. That is why the receptionist would recommend Su Heng to choose this job. It is because of the safety, and you don't have to bear any responsibility. Otherwise, who knows which young master or young lady you are? But because of this, the job of the guard is actually the most despised profession in the Adventurers Town. At this moment, in the Adventurers Association Hall, the few adventurers who were staring at Su Heng's back started to discuss again. Wait a minute, what job did this kid choose? The scar-faced man almost dropped the cigarette he was holding. Pioneer? The old scout's pipe stopped in midair, and the ash in his hand forgot to fall off. The other adventurers were also confused. No, isn't he a beast master? The level 31? I think that's what they said. Then shouldn't he go to work as a guard? That place, the place where the young masters and young ladies sit waiting for extra points in the college entrance exam? Then why the hell would he choose the damn camp of the pioneers? Sending himself to death. A hoarse voice came from the corner. It was a female assassin who had been polishing her dagger. She didn't even lift her head, directly giving Su Heng's choice a verdict. Whose young master is this, still daring to be so rebellious? This is really a joke. At this moment, in the Adventurers Town, at the reception of the Adventurers Association, the receptionist girl stared seriously at Su Heng in front of her. She asked, "Are you sure you want to become a pioneer? You know you only have half a month left before the college entrance exam. Once you register as a pioneer, no one will care whether you are a student in the next half month. The comfortable days will truly be gone and never come back." The girl continued to persuade. Actually, you only need to pay 10 million federal coins to become a guard in the core area. With time, you can follow the pioneers and scouts to complete some non-dangerous tasks. You can still get extra points for the college entrance exam. There's really no need to take the risk. The girl gently advised, her gaze filled with some sympathy and reluctance as she looked at the boy in front of her. She was trying to keep this boy in the core area of the Adventurers Town. After all, even if a beastmaster who reached level 30 was not favored by the family, that little money in their pocket would surely not be lacking. 10 million federal coins should not be a big deal for such a young master, right? All right, miss, I know you mean well. But I'm really not a second-generation rich kid. There are no 2 coins in my pocket. If I really had them, why would I go be a pioneer? Su Heng stared at the girl in front of him with speechless eyes. The girl wasn't bad in many ways, but she was a little talkative. All right. Then, under the girl's guidance, Su Heng headed towards the pioneer camp at the front of the town. Each camp consists of several teams. Almost all of them belong to the Armament Corps organization, enjoying the same treatment as the official soldiers of the Armament Corps. This is your pioneer identity card. Take this and go find them. By the way. The young girl suddenly stopped, quietly whispering in Su Heng's ear. If you really can't hold on any longer, you can actually pay 20 million federal coins. Sister can secretly help you switch jobs. Remember to come find me, okay? Sister will be waiting for you at the Adventurers Association. The receptionist secretly slipped a small card into Su Heng's hand. The card had a lot of writing on it, and if you didn't know, you'd think it was from some KTV front desk lady. However, the young girl didn't hesitate at all. After escorting Su Heng to his spot, she turned around and left with a cool attitude. No elegance, no flair. Su Heng helplessly shook his head. He stuffed the little card into his pocket and then looked at the young girl's figure not far away. Sigh. I'm really not some young master or young lady. If I had money, why would I be out here? Next, Su Heng directly headed for the frontier camp right in front of him. Compared to the relatively well-built buildings in the core area of the town, the frontier camp in the first layer was much more rundown. As soon as he arrived at the camp, he saw a burly middle-aged man. Holding a giant sword, he slammed the blade into the ground. His skin looked dry, and there were 2 scars on his face. Just from his appearance, it was clear he was a man who had endured many hardships. Looking at his eyes, he seemed to be at least over 50 years old. He was a real middle-aged man. When this man noticed Su Heng, he immediately stood up with a smile. He stuck his giant sword into the ground, and politely led Su Heng into the camp. Hello? Young man, you must be our new team member, right? Su Heng? Nice name. A level 30 Beast Tamer? Su Heng was directly thrown under the middle-aged man's arm, with such warmth that he didn't know how to respond. Uncle, hello? Hello? Young man. Just call me Old Yen, don't let my over 50 appearance fool you. Actually, I'm only 30. Alright, little Su. For the next half-month, I'll be your captain. Old Yen seemed like a good person, quite amiable. His appearance, with the scarred face, didn't match his personality at all. He didn't seem to have any dissatisfaction with Su Heng's profession or student status. Indeed, the frontier team was one of the 3 most dangerous jobs in the Adventurers Association, almost a team you could trust with your life. What's there to be dissatisfied about? Alright, then from now on, I'll call you Captain. Su Heng nodded. This was their formal introduction. Soon after, Old Yen took Su Heng into his camp. In the Adventurers Association, the frontier team was centered around a camp. It was built around small squads. Generally, each squad consists of 5 professionals. You can group them however you want, but it's best to form a team with a warrior, tank, priest, mage, and another role. Old Yan's squad only had 4 people in total. Apart from him, the warrior, there were 2 women. And 1 man who looked rather sinister. The 2 women's appearances seemed refined. But their faces were always covered in dust, looking rather grimy. However, the muscular arms made it clear they were both experienced adventurers. But these 2 women had different styles. One wore a priest robe that had been washed until it turned pale. Her outfit was quite simple. The other one wore what seemed like very expensive knight's armor, her expression indifferent. As for the remaining man, he looked very ordinary. A type of person that you notice immediately, but can never quite remember. And the moment Su Heng stepped into the tent, she immediately frowned. On her little finger, a small curved knife spun around. She seemed very displeased with Su Heng's appearance. Sure enough, after entering the tent, Lao Yen started introducing straight away. Little Su, these are all the members of our temporary squad. These 2 were sent from the town's core division to support us. Zhang He, level 28, second tier ordinary assassin. By Zhao Jiao, level 24, second tier ordinary knight. Lao Yen pointed at the knight in the tent and the warrior playing with the curved knife, introducing them lightly. But when he turned to look at another girl, his expression changed. Her name is Yen Yatong, she is my younger sister, Lao Yen. Level 21, Holy Priest. After the introduction, Lao Yen finally focused his gaze on Su Heng at the door. Su Heng immediately responded and introduced himself straight away. Hello teammates, my name is Su Heng. Level 31, second tier dimensional Beast Tamer. Su Heng gave a brief self-introduction, but inside the tent, the expressions of the others subtly shifted after hearing he was a dimensional Beast Tamer. Among them, Yen Yatong, dressed in white priest robes, had her eyes flicker. Her gaze shifted toward Su Heng, seeming a little curious. The female knight in armor gave Su Heng a glance of disdain. But she did not say anything. Yet her eyes held some displeasure. Still, being in the same squad, she nodded lightly to show her attitude. Only Zhang He, whose face was truly forgettable, spun his curved knife faster, the blade cutting cold streaks through the air. He frowned, glanced at Su Heng from the corner of his eyes, his mouth pressing slightly downward. After hearing Su Heng's introduction, he snorted lightly. He turned his face aside. The curved knife in his hand slapped on the table with a clap, his cold eyes scanned Su Heng, then quickly looked away. He expressed his disdain. Lao Yen cleared his throat, the warmth on his face retracted a bit, replaced by some seriousness. Now that everyone has introduced themselves, you all know each other. Alright, let's get to the main point. He walked to a simple wooden table in the middle of the tent, his rough fingers pointing at the map laid out. The Adventurers Association just issued a mission 20 li east of Hanhai City. Traces of mechanical creatures were discovered. He raised his head, scanning each person present. Then he continued. These creatures seem to be producing data cores of extremely high concentration, cores that can give birth to self-awareness. And they can turn normal humans into mechanical life forms. Once implanted, or even nearby, any creature could be captured and start turning into a modified body. Lao Yan's tone grew heavy. He struck a marked red cross on the map with force. The pioneers' camp judges that if ignored, this thing could threaten the entire Hanhai City. He withdrew his hand, his gaze falling on each team member. Finally, it lingered for a moment on Su Heng, continuing to assign the mission. So, our mission is simple. First, eliminate those mechanical mutants, and bring back as many of the data cores as possible. Second, stay alive, protect yourself. After speaking, Lao Yan skillfully put on an old suit of armor. The armor already showed some signs of wear and weathering. Finally, he looked at the teammates and reminded. Remember, be careful all the way, those creatures with human faces. They are very likely former pioneer members transformed by these data cores. They are no longer human, no longer our comrades. So, everything must be careful, pay attention. And also. Old Yan's words had not finished, but the ordinary assassin, Shen He, across from him had already shown a look of impatience. He forcefully interrupted Old Yan's advice. Alright, Old Yan, can you stop nagging? Hurry up and deal with those wild mechanical mutant creatures, then take the data core back, that's all, right? Nagging, so boring. I'm still waiting for these reports to boost my resume. This ordinary assassin flashed a look of impatience in his eyes. But he still suppressed it, pretending to be indifferent, and said. Shen, you. Seeing this guy's dissatisfaction with his older brother, the holy priest, Yen Yadong, was about to argue. But she was stopped by Old Yen. Old Yen shook his head, signaling not to provoke this guy. These people, drawn from the core area of the adventurer's town, could very well be the young masters or young ladies of a family in the city. If possible, avoid provoking them. Otherwise, if things go wrong, they might not be able to handle it. But for them, ordinary professionals, it's not going to be very good. Yes, Xiaochen is right. Then, shall we all prepare? Let's depart immediately. Chapter 40, The Ruins of a Level 4 City. The Desperate Real World. As ordinary professionals, they could never provoke these young masters and young ladies protected by the core area. Old Yen and his sister simply couldn't afford to offend them. So, for now, they could only endure. However, Su Heng, upon seeing this, slightly shook his head. He couldn't be bothered with these winding matters, but the data core in this mission did catch his attention. Could it be? Is this one of the materials for the mechanical Tyrannosaurus and the Beastman Gururu's ultimate evolution? The data core? The core containing vast battle data, coming from the body of a mechanically modified mutant beast? No way, is it really such a coincidence? QB, being a tailed beast, doesn't need to undergo modification, nor does it need to evolve. Its power is limited to its level, and as it levels up, QB's strength can be developed to the fullest. But Digimon are different. There's a huge difference between the child, adult, and perfect stages. And the gap between perfect and ultimate forms is even more natural. In the world of Digimon, ultimate is already the highest rank. But there still exist individuals with strength beyond ultimate form. These individuals, though also ultimate forms, are called super ultimate Digimon. A typical example would be Omega, the super ultimate, a knight-like Digimon. It was fused from Battle Tyrannomon and Steel Garurumon, formed by the strong desires of people. It is also one of the royal knights. Besides that, there are other bosses that belong to the super ultimate form. For example, the well-known Apocalypse is one of the super ultimate forms. And Millennium Mon. It was formed by the overwhelming power of the infinite Dragonmon and the powerful data of Chimeramon. Right now, I have 2 Digimon. And this data core is a key element for the ultimate evolution of Digimon. To be honest, Su Heng had once asked Pei Qing about this. But even Pei Qing, the city lord, didn't know much about it. So, Su Heng had already planned to take his 2 Digimon on some dungeon runs to accumulate battle data. But he never expected, the nap came and someone directly delivered the pillow. In this adventurer's town, there was actually a task for the data core. This is just too much of a coincidence, right? Anyone who doesn't know might think they were set up. I hope this data core is one of the conditions for the ultimate evolution of my 2 Digimon. Su Heng got into the car. This was an old, patched-up SUV, the body having been modified many times. It belonged to the old era of Jeeps. Driving was Lao Yan, though only 30, he was one of the few warriors above level 30 in the team. Outside Hanhai City was a scorched land, filled with dead silence. The car drove slowly straight into this dead, silent scorched land. About an hour passed. Chen He, this young master from the core area, was starting to feel he might explode. The car finally stopped. Here were ruins of buildings, a desolate city appearing before their eyes. The entire city was filled with dead silence. Yellow sand covered the whole sky. A huge stainless steel sign lay crookedly on one side, with some faint words. It recorded the name of this city. Welcome to tomorrow's capital, Hope City. Green waters and mountains are golden and silver mountains. Almost there. This is Hope City. About 100 years ago there were still humans here, but a huge beast tide completely swallowed it. A city from the old era most are like this. It is said that in Hanhai City, many people escaped from Hope City. Living in this world is truly extremely hard. Lao Yan lit a cigarette and slowly took a puff. Then he put it out and put it in his pocket. Inside the SUV, Su Heng stared at this ruined city and shook his head. He couldn't help but feel a wave of emotion. Students in Hanhai City had never seen a ruined city like this. They would only think that people in the slums of Hanhai City were not working hard enough, but had they thought, it was not about effort. If a civilian's home could have one professional, it could allow class leap. But if a beast tide or alien invasion came, they would not care if you were civilian or noble. All would be directly wiped out and killed. Living in this world as a human is really hard. Su Heng murmured. But his murmur was heard by the night lady beside him. Indeed, Hope City was once a level 4 base city of the Human Federation. It meant the last hope of humans. Tomorrow's capital, yet 100 years ago, it was broken by a beast tide. Over 10 level 100 aliens turned this city directly into ruins. That battle even sacrificed a general level professional of the Human Federation. The past and future of humans have always been like this, full of despair and difficulty. The night lady seemed to want to say something. After Su Heng finished his emotion, she began to explain it. Su Heng usually found it hard to speak to people he did not know well. So he directly ended the conversation before him. For a moment, the atmosphere in the car became subtly awkward. Only the assassin guy in front showed a trace of hostility in his eyes. And slightly threatened Su Heng with his fist. Roughly meaning, the woman I like, you better not get cheeky. On the side, Yen Yadong looked at Su Heng deeply, saying nothing. She only held her priest staff tightly. Soon, the SUV started again, heading directly toward the ruined city. On a high building that had long collapsed. A huge hexagonal core. Scattered around it were many square crystals, spread around the core. Everyone, the mission is about to start. These polygons are data cores, some big, some small, everyone take care to collect these cores. Let's take it back. Xiao Tong, take care of dispelling these core control buffs. Miss Bai, young Master Chen, these cores are up to you too. I'll put these cores in the car. Without saying a word, Lao Yan directly jumped out of the car. A red large sword was thrust directly in front of him. And his sister, the girl named Xiao Tong, was waving the staff in her hand. A low-level aura appeared on everyone's bodies. Mission begin. Chapter 41, 70% data? What trash? TSK. Lao Yan, just go and work. Under my blade. No exotic beast can survive under this young master's sword. Such a small task, this young master won't bother with. Miss Bai will take care of the exotic beasts around us. That's right. As the guy named Chen he got out of the car, he waved his hand and started directing Lao Yan and Su Heng to move those buffed crystals. His gaze was scorching as he looked at Bai Jiao Jiao. It seemed he wanted to put on a grand performance in front of this night lady. All right. Lao Yan didn't say much, just glanced at the other person, and then gave his sister a look. Telling her to be careful with this madman. The young girl was a priest, and the only one in the team who could dispel negative buffs. She had to protect herself. And sure enough? After seeing her brother's gaze, the girl frowned. She took small steps away from him, tightly gripping the priest's staff in her hand. But at this critical moment, a sudden cracking sound echoed from the already collapsed high-rise in front of them. Alerted, they saw a huge worm, 5 to 6 meters long, struggling to break through the ground. It hissed as it spiraled above the ruins of the building. It charged straight towards the largest data core. Iron Skeleton Sentinel Explosive Jump Worm. Level, 22. Length, about 5 to 6 meters. Type, Mechanical Modified Species, Mass-Produced Self-Exploding Unit. Threat Rating, B, A in groups. Description, it was once a large insect-like creature, now only a body fully transformed by metal and explosives. 6 long mechanical legs support its bloated abdomen, each leg ending in sharp backward hooks. It can freely climb vertical walls and ceilings. Its head was replaced by a single optical sensor, flashing ominous red light. The most frightening part is its abdomen, wrapped in transparent alloy, filled with high-energy explosives and metal shrapnel. Tip: this worm is a social creature, please be cautious when facing it. TSK. Damn stinking bug. Chen He smirked, knowing the chance to perform in front of Bai Jiao Jiao had arrived. A mere level 22 worm, let's see how I cut you down. The assassin class is known for speed and stealth. As a level 28 ordinary assassin, Chen He's strength was considered quite good within the team. Even though the worm's body was massive, with the level gap, this mere level 22 worm was dealt with by Chen He in just a few rounds. He successfully cut off several legs and drove it back into the ruins. You should have just killed it. When Chen He returned, he received a displeased look from Bai Jiao Jiao. Bai Jiao Jiao frowned when she saw some mysterious poison spreading in the air before the worm disappeared, along with the buzzing sound that followed. A bad premonition immediately filled her heart. What are you afraid of? Jiao Jiao, it's just a level 22 worm. At worst, a few more will come, don't be afraid. This trash worm, I've killed so many of these before. Don't worry, with me here, I'll make sure you don't get hurt. After saying this, Chen He dramatically flicked the knife in his hand, shaking off some sticky substance from it. He put on a show in front of Bai Jiao Jiao. You? Chen He, don't call me Jiao Jiao, call me by my name. Sigh. In the end, Bai Jiao Jiao didn't yell at him, lowering her head and calmly gazing at her surroundings. Yen Yadong, standing beside her, recalled the look in her brother's eyes. She casually glanced over and completely ignored the arrogant young master. However, her worries still resurfaced in her heart. At this moment, near the tall buildings, Su Heng, who was transporting the data cores, also noticed the small actions from Chen He's side. He glanced at it briefly, then immediately ignored it. Just another self-important young master, and a dog-like one at that. And a somewhat mature, yet still a young lady, nothing worth paying attention to. Su Heng just got a little closer to these data cores, and with the first set of data, he placed a square data core close to the digital monster machine. He silently hoped that this thing was the combat data the Digimon needed. The next moment, a system voice echoed in his ears. Congratulations, host. You have found the data core. The concentration of this data core is 70%. Please find the data core with a 100% concentration to evolve the Digimon. Please note, if the data core is insufficient, it may lead to a branch, incorrect, evolution. This state will directly affect the Digimon and the profession. The data core is absorbing. Hearing this, Su Heng's face darkened immediately, damn it. These crystal-like four-sided stones in front of him are the so-called data cores. But the purity of these data cores is not enough. If Kurama and Tyrannomon absorb and use these data cores, they might evolve into a branch evolution. In other words, an incorrect evolution. The most famous example is the zombie Tyrannomon, a skeletal Digimon that only has a skeleton left on its body. A Digimon obsessed with fighting, it doesn't care about its destroyed body, surviving only on the instinct to battle, eventually turning into a zombie Tyrannomon. If lucky enough, it might evolve into Black WarGreymon. But most of the time, they don't have that luck. As a true fan, of course, Su Heng hopes that his two Digimon evolve in the proper way. WarGreymon, Metal Garuramon. Now, that's the Omega synthesis material. You can't get that same feeling if they evolve into something else. What's wrong? You look like something's off, did the data cores affect you? At this moment, while Su Heng was struggling in his mind, a light, clear voice appeared in his ears. It was Yen Yadong speaking. A holy halo covered her body, and instantly her spirit improved a lot. The path to evolution was suddenly much clearer. Yes, what he needs is to get the data core with 100% concentration, not this 70% junk. Su Heng turned around and thanked her, thank you. This is a priest's class skill, purification. It consumes a lot of mana. But the effect is quite good, it really cleared his mind. It's fine, we're teammates, after all. But I'm curious, what's the battle beast you contracted? I've never met a beast master before, can you let me see your battle beast? Are they fierce, or terrifying? Chapter 42, Annihilation Worm, the terrifying existence of third evolution. Yen Yadong, dressed in a white priest's robe, although looking rather indifferent. But in reality, she's a curious young girl. Her age is probably around 20, at most. But still, following his brother, in the real world outside of the vast sea city, he had struggled for many years. No problem. Su Heng simply agreed. It's just to see his battle beast. Not like he's going to check on his mysterious big treasure. These small matters don't need to be reported to himself. Just satisfying a little sister's curiosity. Just as Su Heng was about to curiously ask the captain, who had been working outside the city for many years, something. A terrifying screech suddenly pierced his ears. Then, a terrifying pressure swept through, suddenly enveloping everyone present. Quickly, a giant bug, at least 30 meters tall, emerged directly from the ground. SSSS. The moment the giant bug appeared, its gaze locked onto the humans below. It even let out an enraged sound. On this city, now reduced to ruins. Before buildings that had long since collapsed. This terrifying giant bug, almost 40 meters tall, had eyes full of enormous rage. It was staring fiercely at the people transporting the data core. From its massive mandibles, a screeching sound erupted. That sound was so piercing, it seemed to want to dive straight into one's heart. The thick dark clouds in the sky were instantly dispersed by this screech. With a golden ray of sunlight falling down, a bronze metallic sheen appeared on the surface of this giant bug. In that instant, the giant worm, 30 or 40 meters long, seemed like a demon descending before them. Exotic beast, annihilation worm iron skeleton devourer. Species, mechanically modified species, biological weapon. Level, 52, elite unit, can grow up to level 75. Height, 35 meters long, fully extended. Weight, 47 tons, heavily modified through mechanical alterations, far exceeding the same-sized creatures. Threat rating, A, city-level destruction threat. Introduction, it was once some kind of abyssal worm, but now only a shell completely eroded by metal and machinery remains. Warning, annihilation worms are pack creatures, beware professional hunters. Before everyone could even read the information, a booming sound rang in everyone's ears. Boom, boom, boom. One after another, terrifying long worms started bursting out from the surrounding ruins. In sight, there were at least 100. And these 100 or so long worms were gradually moving toward the 5 people. Although these worms were smaller than the annihilation worm, their presence and power were by no means weaker. In the team, Old Yen immediately reacted. He was frozen in shock, staring at the scene in disbelief. How is this possible? Annihilation worms? Annihilation worms shouldn't appear in the city ruins. Didn't the armed forces already drive them out last time? Old Yen didn't have time to think much more. Aside from this annihilation worm, there were plenty of level 20 or 30 bugs. This was going to be a huge problem. Exotic beast, iron skeleton soldier burrower reaper. Species, mechanically modified species, biological weapon. Level, 24. Height, 3 meters long, upper body humanoid, lower body insect-like. Weight, 1.2 tons. Threat rating, B+. Introduction, this is a highly modified creature, its upper body retains a humanoid form, but its skin has been replaced with metal plating, and its arms have been transformed into a pair of hydraulic-driven giant mantis scythes. Exotic beast, iron skeleton hunter invisible assassination machine. Species, mechanically modified species, biological weapon. Level, 26. Height, 2.5 meters long, slender, streamlined, four-legged walking. Weight, 600 kilograms. Threat rating, A, solo nightmare. Introduction, its entire body is covered in matte black nano-coated armor, reflecting almost no light. The head was triangular, with 3 compound eyes transformed into multispectral scanners. It moved with almost no sound, only the faint hiss of air being sliced. This was a fully clustered swarm team. From sentinels to engineers, and then to hunters. And turrets, alongside the mother nest. Every unit had a clear position. Old Yen had no time to think. He immediately threw the data core he had been holding into the off-road vehicle. He gave orders to the people around him without hesitation. Stay alert. This annihilation worm is a level 52, third transformation, modified beast. As soon as Old Yen issued the command, the surrounding teammates, except for himself, seemed to be frozen in fear by the appearance of this annihilation worm. And the dense swarm of insects. In an instant, a heavy feeling surged up. Although Old Yen was a warrior, he was just an ordinary warrior, with no hidden warrior professions unlocked. He wasn't comparable to a knight who could tank and fight. Among these insects, the weakest ones were already above level 20. And this 50-something level, third transformation, modified beast right in front of him. Even if he threw his life into the fray, he would only be swatted down by this annihilation worm. Without mercy. And his sister was only an ordinary priest under level 30. Her aura on the front lines wouldn't have any effect. Su Heng, the new team member, was still holding a data core in a daze. He was the highest level beast master in the team. But even if he had contracted a battle beast, it would probably just be a toy for the young masters. Such battle beasts, called all-purpose beasts, were more like toys for rich families than actual fighters. They had no combat ability whatsoever. A person like this could carry a data core, but if it came to fighting, they would be useless. So, at the scene, the only ones with real fighting power were probably just himself, by Jiao Jiao, and that assassin. Jiao Jiao, I need you to activate the Guardian Aura. How long can it last? Young Master Chen, we'll need you to take care of these low-level insects. Don't come too close to us. I've already sent out a distress signal. The armed corps will be here soon. We need to hold out for 30 minutes in this insect tide. Old Yen took a deep breath and immediately conveyed his orders. Then, he slung the greatsword over his shoulder. The Guardian Aura was a unique skill for the knight profession, awakening once every time a class change occurred. If they didn't solve the crisis before the Guardian Aura went out, their team would be left to die in place. Chapter 43, Converting the Data Core. Half-Beast Transformation. Can we still hold on? But, it's only for about 20 more minutes. Bai Jiaojiao had already regained her senses. Although the Guardian Aura was active, the knight lance in her hands was tightly gripped. Sweat was already forming in her palms. The Guardian Aura was a knight skill, but these monsters were far higher in level than her. Especially that 30-meter-long annihilation worm. It was terrifying. She wasn't a match for them at all. But now, there was no way out. Because the dense swarm of insects had completely surrounded their 5-person team. There was no way to escape, no gap to retreat. They could only rely on their own strength now. Hold on for 20 minutes, until the armed corps arrives to help. Damn! Could these data cores actually influence these 50 to 60 level 3rd transformation mechanical insects? This time, it really has to be settled here. Bai Jiaojiao couldn't help but curse. Then, without hesitation, she lifted the knight's spear in her hands, a huge energy surging directly from her body into the spear. A golden halo instantly erupted from the knight's spear. Covering everyone. Release. Guardian Halo. In an instant, Su Heng clearly felt a layer of energy fluctuations on his body, enough to resist level 20 or 30 beast attacks. However, on that tall building, the annihilation worm coiled with its huge body. Suddenly, it opened its massive mouth. Its teeth were fully exposed. Then, a screeching roar erupted like furious thunder. It directly lunged down with force. With its 30 or 40 meter long body, it slammed hard against the Guardian Halo in front of it. Alloy tail sweep. Boom! The enormous force instantly sent everything around flying. However, where the golden halo covered, hardly any cracks appeared. This is the twisted power of the Guardian Halo. A professional skill only knights of 2nd rank can awaken, when this skill is activated. All beings below 4th rank cannot break this shield within 3 minutes. But after 3 minutes? The insect horde in front had already gathered, visibly those giant beasts waiting for the annihilation worm to drain everyone's strength. Once this Guardian Halo shatters, everyone will be fully exposed to their jaws and fangs. What is happening? Normally, in an abandoned city like this, a level 50+ beast cannot appear. Could it be because of these data cores? Seeing the annihilation worm not immediately break the Guardian Halo, Lao Yan finally breathed a sigh of relief. He frowned, looking around. This kind of 3rd-rank beast, once it passes the critical point, can easily develop intelligence. Generally, they rarely fight humans directly. Unless someone deliberately provokes them. As his words fell, everyone present immediately fixed their eyes on Shen He. Only this guy, asked to deal with an alien worm, let it escape because he wanted to act cool. This scene was seen by everyone. Even Bai Jiaojiao stared at Shen He with acute reproach. After all, if he had decisively killed that worm, this wouldn't have happened. No, why are you all staring at me? I followed the rules. Lao Yan, didn't you tell me to watch the surroundings? Why are you blaming me now? I drove that worm away, no problem, right? What's my fault? Shen He looked at everyone staring at him, their eyes full of hatred. But Shen He didn't think this had anything to do with him. This completely enraged the other 3 besides Su Heng. You idiots, if I hadn't driven that worm away, you'd all be dead already. Let me tell you, if you're weak, practice more. Every day you only blame others for trouble. Now you don't even feel grateful, what are you planning to do to me? Looking at the Yen family siblings glaring angrily, and by Jiajiao's cute reproachful gaze, Shen He understood clearly, so he had no concerns at all. As for Su Heng? Just a useless beast tamer, see, mouth not even open, that's obedient, right? Look at this Su, how obedient. Go back and be my helper, I will never treat you badly. Saying that, Shen He directly walked toward Su Heng. He raised his hand, trying to pull Su Heng over, putting his arm around him. Planning to treat Su Heng directly as his own dog. But at this moment, Su Heng's dazed eyes slowly began to clear. I see. The data core is just like a USB stick storing battle data, you can plug it in and use it directly. Too bad these cores aren't very pure. While thinking, a black hand reached straight toward him. For a moment, Su Heng frowned sharply. Looking at Shen He in front of him, a trace of annoyance rose in his heart. Idiot, do you know you're really annoying? behave and move aside, be quiet for a while, okay? The data core reacts to the life type of data. Su Heng had just understood this, yet this idiot kept chirping and babbling in his ear. It was indeed a little irritating. Sure enough, Su Heng couldn't hold it any longer. He grabbed the guy's collar with one hand and lifted him up directly. The sudden scene stunned Shen-He, his face full of shock and anger. As the force in Su Heng's hand grew stronger, the guy actually started to scream. What are you doing? My brother is a member of the Armament Corps City Defense. What do you want to do? You bastard. So noisy. Idiot. I've really tolerated you for a long time, jabbering and jabbering. Su Heng threw the guy to the ground, not even paying attention to him. He turned and strode out of the guarded auras area. Heading toward the direction of the annihilation worm, he walked leisurely. Everyone inside the aura was shocked and confused by this scene. What is this? Old Yen, also a veteran pioneer, had never seen such a scene. At this moment, a pillar of orange-red fire rose from Su Heng's body, completely covering his body. From behind, a fox-like tail grew, and his entire aura became wild. Half-tailed beast transformation, Shen-He, this guy is impressive. Babbling, it had actually awakened Su Heng's normally quiet half-tailed beast form. Truly an outstanding talent. And the tail beast power in Su Heng's body grew even stronger. Finally, he directly stared at the steel giant worm not far away. He curled a finger. Bastard. Give me the data core on your body. Give it to me. Chapter 44, Data Forms, Modified Species, Mechanical Beasts. In the ruins of Level 4 Base City, Hope City. Under the massive body of the annihilation worm, the tall building looked cute, like a little girl. A hissing roar exploded, especially the moment the annihilation worm opened its mouth. In the eyes of the steel worm, four orange-red tails appeared behind Su Heng. Step by step, he walked out from the guardian aura. The next moment, with a burst of hissing sounds, countless worms on the ground were swept up, rushing toward Su Heng. Every step moved with the hydraulic rods stretching and retracting with shh sounds. The tail drill swung slightly due to inertia. A low hum from the bearing spinning, hum. It had no biological breathing, but the mechanical core kept operating. Without thinking, it lifted the heavy metal tail, gathering power. Then slammed it down hard. I say, do you think too little of me? Damn it. Gio Lama. It's looking down on us. Su Heng alone, his eyes already showing the unique black shadow of Gio Lamana. The corners of his mouth lifted. The four tails behind him radiated massive energy. This is half-tailed beast transformation. The body changed noticeably but remained human-shaped, while the tail beast chakra flowed out clearly, covering with dark red tail beast chakra. This is the tail beast cloak. Su Heng's mouth twisted into a crazy smile. Looking at the annihilation worm rushing straight at him, Su Heng's hands had already clenched tightly. Not far away, Shen-He, who just arrogantly wanted to take Su Heng as a dog, at this moment seeing the scene before him. His crotch went hot, directly wetting itself. What did I just do? I think I just provoked someone I shouldn't have. Eyes staring fixedly at the figure behind, with four orange-red tails swaying, his eyeballs almost popping out. Shen-He could not believe it. This guy just looked weak before, but now? He actually exploded with a power not inferior to a level 30 warrior. And that seductive aura. With the orange-red chakra bursting from his body, how could this be a useless beast tamer? This is completely a berserker. Bai Jiao Jiao's night spear slammed to the ground with a clank. She instinctively stepped back half a step. Stunned. Eyes fixed straight on the scene before her, completely unable to believe it. The quiet young man just now, the little brother called useless by Shen-He. So strong? Old Yan's hand holding the knife was shaking. A senior pioneer, still making mistakes in judgment, unbelievable. And Shen-He, at this moment, had curled up into a ball. I'm finished. He muttered, voice small like a mosquito's hum. However, all of this had no meaning for Su Heng. Proper half-tailed beast transformation, triggered by emotional fluctuation, was exploded by Su Heng ahead of time. Facing the annihilation worm, that huge body right in front of him. In his eyes, there was not a hint of fear. Even more, his eyes were full of fanaticism and madness. Fight. I want to fight. Fight as the nine-tailed Jinchuriki. This is the effect of half-tailed beast transformation, also its chain. Aoo. Continuous tailed beast balls. Fire. Su Heng lifted his head, a small-tailed beast ball, at the instant he lifted his head. A pitch-black-tailed beast ball, with huge power, had already condensed in his mouth. Then, it erupted instantly. Boom. That terrifying black-red eye, mixed with massive chakra energy. Just one hit directly knocked the rushing annihilation worm's body flying away. Yes. You didn't see wrong. Just this one-tailed beast ball. And it sent the 30+ meter long worm flying. This is an annihilation worm of over level 50, third evolution. The annihilation worm is not a product of natural evolution. 300 years ago, a technological alien race called the Iron Skeleton Council invaded Blue Star. They brought biological mechanization technology. They captured Blue Star's native powerful creatures, implanted chips, replaced organs, enhanced weapon systems, turning them into biological weapons with no pain and absolute obedience. The annihilation worm was an experimental subject of the Abyss Worm Project. As an underground infiltration weapon, it went out of control after the control chip was damaged. After devouring the whole experiment team, it escaped. Over the next 100 years, it followed its instinct to devour endlessly. Its size and armor thickness increased day by day. The Hanhai City Armory Corps had tried to encircle it, all ended with it fleeing underground. The last sighting, it had a huge metal structure on its back, not fully fused, suspected to be a pillar from ancient ruins. But Hanhai City had already confirmed it as a city threat. If left alone, it would eventually grow into a moving disaster attacking Hanhai City. Yet, this moving disaster was sent flying by Su Heng? In an instant, everyone under the Guardian aura was stunned. What did I just see? One strike, 25,000 damage? Su Heng is human? Old Yen, always calm, as the team leader of the pioneer camp of the Adventurer Association. What haven't I seen? But, what Su Heng just spit out when he lifted his head, the light ball. It made my whole body tremble in fear. This terrifying energy, if it had hit me, I might be no bigger than a piece of scrap. No, not that big. Not that big at all. This attack, it wiped out a full tenth of the annihilation worm's health. It's insane. Totally insane. Damn. Bro, was the info from the Adventurers Association correct? Is he really just some young master here to gild himself? What kind of Beast Tamer is level 30, like a third-tier Holy Knight? That's over 20,000 damage. Yen Yadong mumbled, cursing halfway, but it still couldn't cover the shock deep inside her. From a woman's sixth sense. I had a feeling Su Heng was no ordinary guy before. But I never imagined he's this extraordinary. I had always wondered, what kind of war beast does this level 30 Beast Tamer have a contract with? Turns out, you old man are the war beast yourself. This is crazy. This guy is just too insane. At this moment, even Bai Jiaojiao, who had always looked down on Su Heng before, no longer thought he was a useless burden holding them back. Her small mouth barely opened, struggling to withstand the energy shockwave from the tailed beast ball explosion. Her eyes filled with the same shock as old Yen and his sibling. At this moment, deep inside her heart, a hint of admiration for strength started to rise. The feeling of wanting to be with a mighty steed. And on the other side, Su Heng looked at the annihilation worm, blasted away by a tailed beast ball, and tilted his neck, the bones cracking with a sharp sound. Orange-red tailed beast chakra surged across his body, and four tails swayed behind him wildly. Is that it? He licked his lips. His voice filled with unabashed disdain. Chapter 45, High Concentration Data Core. Ultimate Evolution. These data cores are toxic, literally toxic. They made my emotions spiral out of control. They activated the power of the tailed beast inside me. If it weren't for the fact that QB listens to me 100%, I might have lost all my normal consciousness. At this moment, Su Heng understood, and the only thought left in his mind was, kill this annihilation worm in front of him. The data core, the high-purity data core, is definitely on this annihilation worm. Otherwise, why would I suddenly want to crush it to death? QB. Kill this thing. Su Heng's gaze turned vicious as he shouted, and immediately slammed his hand hard onto the ground. With a flash of light, QB instantly returned to its normal size. A full 40 meters tall. That's 10 meters taller than its previous height of over 30 meters. This proves that the energy QB has gained is increasing rapidly. It won't take long before it's fully restored. As this 40-meter giant fox appeared, it slammed heavily onto the ground in front of him. Kick. Kid, you finally decided to let me be the main C, huh? At this moment, QB's laughter was filled with contempt and youthful vigor. Its body burned with orange-red chakra, and its three-dimensional attributes had greatly improved. After Su Heng completed his second transformation and reached level 31, QB hadn't used any power for a long time. It had been growing increasingly restless. And now, the moment the giant beast descended, everyone behind him was completely stunned, their eyes wide open in shock. Old Yan's pupils constricted sharply. In his 10 years of pioneering, he had witnessed countless unbelievable scenes, but this one, it made him feel small for the first time in his life. A 40-meter giant beast, is this really something a human can summon? Could it be? This young brother, Su Heng, is the legendary beast master who can summon giant beasts? Such beast masters, there are so few of them in the entire human federation. Did he actually run into it himself? It was simply unbelievable. Not just old Yen, but the other two girls, as well as Chun-Hee, all had the same dumbfounded look. They just couldn't believe it. Su Heng's strength was actually this strong. While the group was in a daze, Su Heng simultaneously summoned the mechanical Tyrannosaurus beast in WarGreymon. WarGreymon, in front of everyone, immediately performed a dazzling spin. It transformed into its werewolf form. As for Kurama, it was already eager to charge directly toward the 30-meter-long annihilation worm in front. It started its own battle. Next, in less than 2 minutes' time, a giant blurred black shadow was directly thrown out from the dust. And this figure wasn't Su Heng's large orange-red nine-tailed fox. It was the annihilation worm, which had once been so domineering. It had tried to devour and destroy everything in front of it. Beast, annihilation worm iron-skinned devourer. Race, mechanical modified species, biological weapon. Level, 52, elite unit, can grow up to level 75. Threat rating, A, city-level destruction threat. SSSSSSSSS. The moment the annihilation worm landed, it immediately began to hiss. The surrounding mechanical beasts, after hearing the summon, once again approached the group. But no one noticed. At the moment the annihilation worm hissed, its trembling metallic body was shaking. It looked at the other giant black figure in the ruins with fear. It seemed to be suppressing its own fear. At this moment, Kurama slowly walked out from the dust-filled environment. Each step it took left a deep imprint, step by step. A mutated beast. SSSSSSSSSS. Interesting. Little bug. You're much more interesting than those skeletons and fishmen. Let's see how long you can last. Kurama was especially excited now. Since being summoned by Su Heng, it had never felt this excited. The 3-turn, level 50 plus annihilation worm definitely wouldn't be ordinary. Then, a booming sound came. Kurama roared in excitement and charged towards the annihilation worm's location. Next, Kurama had already rushed up to the worm's vicinity. Its mouth was already flashing with black-red light. Before the creature could react, Kurama grabbed the worm's neck with one hand and immediately fired a series of tailed beast balls directly into the worm's mouth. Boom. 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 The tailed beast balls, with pinpoint precision, directly injected into the annihilation worm's body. It was bombing every part of the worm's mechanical and flesh body, modified body, mechanical data species, who cares? Just blow it up. The annihilation worm's extremely thick health bar was disappearing continuously under the repeated tailed beast balls. Minus 17,514. Minus 16,555. Minus 13,541. Minus 12,547. The tailed beast balls kept exploding in the annihilation worm's mouth. The worm let out a series of shrill screams. But the annihilation worm could not move at all. Its body was tightly gripped by Kurama's hand, and it could only continuously emit painful screeches. It was gradually awaiting its death. In just a few seconds, the health bar of this 3-turn, level 50 plus annihilation worm was nearly emptied. With the final bit of health disappearing, the annihilation worm didn't even get a chance to release its skills. It was directly blasted to death by Kurama. The entire metal body just fell to the ground, its eyes losing all color. Even the metallic luster on its body dimmed. Trash. Nothing more. Kurama silently flicked its hand and casually tossed the annihilation worm aside. It was just like tossing garbage, without any care. Meanwhile, Su Heng sighed. He ordered the mechanical Tyrannosaurus beast to carry out a wide-range bombing of the surrounding area. He told Gururu, the beastman, to protect the rest of the pioneers in the squad. And his half-tail beastification still remained on his body. The orange-red tail beast attire made Su Heng appear even more terrifying and mysterious. Soon, the scene before him, from the attack of the annihilation worm along with an entire swarm of insects, turned into a solo slaughter by Su Heng. The surrounding insects, before they could even react, were transformed into the most primitive data cores by the 3 beasts under Su Heng's command. Until the last moment, only then did the reward for killing the boss annihilation worm gradually ring in his ears. System announcement: congratulations to the professional Su Heng for completing the task. Kill, Annihilation Worm Iron Bones Devourer, level 52 elite unit. Experience, plus 21,261. Materials, Annihilation Worm's Alloy Fangs, Blue Excellent, X1 Cooling Liquid Gland, Green Excellent, X10. Core, High Concentration Data Core X1, automatically absorbed. Contracted War Beast begins to evolve. Mechanical Tyrannosaurus Beast Battle Tyrannosaurus Beast Ultimate. Status change Half-Tail Beastification released. Chapter 46 Ultimate Reward explodes. Evolution. Battle Tyrannosaurus Beast. Professional Su Heng. Currently exiting the half-tail beastification state. As the final sound faded in his ears, a massive flow of data surged into the digital dragon machine hanging on his chest. Under the dazzling light, the body of the mechanical Tyrannosaurus beast seemed to be changing. Then, for the first time after undergoing half-tail beastification, Su Heng, due to exhaustion, slowly fell backwards. He fainted on the ground. Not sure how much time had passed, in the ruins of the level 4 base city, Hope City. Su Heng, holding his head, opened his eyes with a dry throat. His vision was a bit blurry. But it seemed like his head was resting on something soft. It felt very comfortable. So comfortable that he didn't want to get up. In his dazed state, Su Heng subconsciously squeezed the soft and fluffy thing. It seemed to have a special fragrance? However, the next second, a piercing scream completely woke Su Heng, who was still in a dazed state. Ah! Su Heng quickly opened his eyes, fully regaining his awareness, and sat up instinctively. Looking around, he saw Bai Jiaojiao, with a red face, kneeling on the ground. And his head seemed to have just rested on her lap. At this moment, Bai Jiaojiao's cheeks were flushed, glaring fiercely at him. A new knight's armor on her body had a hint of color on it. Only then did Su Heng realize they were still in the ruins of the level 4 base city, Hope City. However, the insects around seemed to have completely disappeared. The ground was covered with sparkling data cores of various colors. Each core looked similar, only differing in color. However, why was Bai Jiaojiao, this night lady, kneeling on the ground and staring at him? Before Su Heng could react, he suddenly realized. Wait, that smooth feeling earlier, could it have been provided by this night lady? Oh no! What did I just do? How did I faint at such a wonderful moment, without fully enjoying it? What a waste! After a brief reaction, Su Heng awkwardly rubbed the back of his head and said, sorry. I was dizzy earlier and didn't realize it. I guess I shouldn't keep sleeping now, right? As soon as he spoke, the night lady, who was kneeling on the ground, quickly stood up. Only then did she snap out of it, hurriedly distancing herself from Su Heng. She couldn't help but shoot him a glare. Quickly hiding behind the priestess sister of Old Yen, she looked nothing like a knight at all. Su Heng, are you really awake now? It's not like you were just like that fox again, is it? After Bai Jiaojiao dodged, Yen Yutong in front of her gripped the priest's staff tightly. She asked worriedly. It's not strange that these two girls were worried, really, when half-tailed beast transformation happens. Even Su Heng himself had a little trouble controlling it. Unlike full-tailed beast transformation, half-tailed beast transformation is mostly driven by emotional power. Although some of his own consciousness remains. But most of the time, even Kurama cannot pull back his desires. In that moment, Kurama even thought Su Heng had gone berserk. He fired a tailed beast orb and blasted the enemy away. That was terrifying. Even true third-level professionals couldn't defeat those 50-level annihilation worms with such power. It was like a wild beast. Truly frightening. At that moment, if Kurama hadn't been summoned in time, under the half-tailed beast state, whatever Su Heng wanted to do, these people in front would really not be enough. And that 40-meter Kurama looked scary too. Over 100 worms were all beaten to death. And that suddenly evolved war beast turned the ruins of this city into relics. If that golden war beast hadn't blocked the blast at the critical moment. Under the guard aura, everyone would have suffered too. Simply terrifying. Is this really a beast master? Is this really an ordinary beast master? No young master in the city could do this, right? If he were truly a city young master, where would such terrifying potential come from? Which families would release such a young master? Cough cough, sorry. Those data cores seem a bit problematic, my state just now was not on purpose. Su Heng clearly remembered his actions and experiences after half-tailed beast transformation. Indeed, half-tailed beast transformation is still not complete. It exposed his tricky strength and put himself in danger. After this fight, his whole body felt sore and weak. And his mouth. Damn, such a huge energy burst from a human mouth. It almost burned him dry. And that wave almost killed someone, right? Oh, Chenhe, that Chen young master. He won't suddenly come back to get revenge, will he? Forget it, whatever, if I can't fight I'll go find the city lord's sister for comfort. Anyway, the result is about the same. He doesn't believe any family in the city would target him. But those data cores, actually affecting humans, really remind him of something. Black gear. Little Su, are you really okay? After tidying the battlefield a bit, Old Yen pressed down his feelings and quietly walked over. He worriedly kicked the data cores aside, afraid this kid would turn into that just now state again. Old Yen, I really am fine now. If you don't believe me, look. Su Heng patted his chest to prove he was safe. It seems half-tailed beast transformation really left a big psychological shadow on this group of under level 30 professionals. By the way, you guys guarding me just now must have been tired. Some materials just exploded, wait a bit. Easing the awkwardness, Su Heng immediately changed the topic. He started checking the treasures obtained from this battle. Congratulations Professional Su Heng upgraded, level 32. Congratulations Professional Su Heng upgraded, level 33. Congratulations Professional Su Heng upgraded, level 34. Congratulations Professional Su Heng reached second transfer level 40, becoming a top second transfer professional. Current experience pool, 10,513. Can proceed to the transfer temple. Accepting the third turn mission. Congratulations to the professional, Su Heng, your battle beast's level has increased. Current power of the 9 Llama, level 40, half of its full power restored. Beastman Garuru, level 40. Battle Tyrannosaurus Rex. Type, Dragon Humanoid Vaccine Species Digimon. Level, Ultimate, a growth type at level 40. Current skills, Gaia Energy Cannon, Dragon Beast's Nemesis, Shield of Courage, Battle Tornado, and more. Chapter 47, An Exquisite Weapon to Seal the Mouth? Chen-He feels cold. Current status, excellent. Current equipment, Time Digital Alloy. Description, the strongest dragon warrior, wearing the Super Metal Time Digital Alloy, is the ultimate form of the Tyrannosaurus Beast series Digimon. Unlike the giant size of the Tyrannosaurus Beast, the Battle Tyrannosaurus Rex is a humanoid form, with leaps in speed and strength, making it immune to attacks from complete form Digimons. The Dragon Beast's Nemesis equipped on both arms can exert tremendous power against Dragon-type Digimons. Additionally, when the shell on the back is fused, it can become the toughest shield of courage. It is said that only the true warriors who have experienced countless battles and realized their mission will evolve into the Battle Tyrannosaurus Rex. The ultimate move is to gather all the energy in the atmosphere into one point and shoot a high-density, high-temperature energy bullet with the Gaia Energy Cannon. Under the influence of unknown data, the Battle Tyrannosaurus Rex still has multiple evolutionary branches. Battle Tyrannosaurus Rex X Antibody. Born from the effect of the X antibody on the Battle Tyrannosaurus Rex's digital core. To evolve, you need to find the X antibody in the digital core. After entering the X antibody mode, learn skills, Gaia's Power 0. Poseidon's Power. Tyrannosaurus Flame 0. Critical hit asterisk 500%. Constitution asterisk 500%. Strength asterisk 500%. Energy acceleration consumption reduces cooldown time. Holy crap! Holy crap! Amazing! Su Heng carefully examined the data of the Battle Tyrannosaurus Rex. He did not focus on other attributes, but instead turned his attention to the other data of the Battle Tyrannosaurus Rex in front of him. First, after evolving into the Battle Tyrannosaurus Rex, he directly obtained the Time Digital Alloy item. In terms of classification, this is at least a purple grade item and can grow infinitely. Secondly, aside from reaching level 40, in the ultimate form of the Battle Tyrannosaurus Rex, you only need to find the X antibody to evolve again. And this is just an enhancement on the ultimate form, not yet the synthesized super ultimate form. The most terrifying thing is, after the Battle Tyrannosaurus Rex successfully evolves, the ultimate form directly has 100,000 HP. This is even more than the HP of a regular third-turn boss. If it evolves again with the X antibody, its HP will increase by 5 times, a total of 500,000. Holy crap! Is this really what a level 40 Battle Tyrannosaurus Rex should have? Simply invincible. Besides, he also gained many items and materials. Most importantly, he now has more than 3,000 points. Adding them up, he now has a total of more than 3,400 points. He can draw again. TSK. As expected, it's more profitable outside the city. Su Heng pursed his lips, a slight smile on his face. He was always in a particularly joyful mood. It feels so damn good. At this moment, in the ruins of Hope City, level 4 base, Su Heng looked at the items and materials piled up in his space warehouse. It was a bit of a headache. Not because these things weren't valuable, after all, the monsters in Hope City were all above the second turn. Compared to those in the Secret Realm dungeons within the city, they were far more savage. But this time, he had killed too many, which made things a bit chaotic. Chaotic to the point that he didn't know what to send to his current teammates. Lao Yan is a regular warrior, so a large sword would be a perfect fit for him. Lao Yan's sister is a priest. And Bai Jiaojiao is the knight. What, you say Chen-He? That guy, Chen-He, doesn't even have dry pants now. It's already good that Su Heng didn't kill this waste.
Soon, Su Heng found some things among the equipment.
Annihilation Fury two-handed sword.
Level restriction, level 28.
Attack power plus 245. Strength plus 30. Constitution plus 15.
There is a 10% chance to trigger Annihilation Strike when attacking, causing 300 extra shadow damage.
When the power of Annihilation is triggered, recover 5% of maximum health. A good warrior's equipment, the quality is not low but not high. It belongs to blue, mid-tier warrior class equipment, just right to give to Old Yen as a reward. The rest, there are two more decent pieces of equipment. One is a blue, high-quality knight item, and the other is a purple, low-quality staff. Mother's Nest Priest Staff. Level restriction, level 30. Intelligence plus 18. Spirit plus 22. Healing amount plus 55. When casting, there is a chance to release a nurturing nest that lasts for 6 seconds. There's also a knight spear, decent quality, blue, high tier. With these three things, there's an explanation for why Chen He became what he is now. Although I don't fear the family forces behind Chen He coming after me. But it's better to avoid trouble when possible. Friends, the more you have, the better. Old Yen, and the two sisters. These three pieces of equipment are just a thank you gift from earlier. Don't be polite, take them.
Old Yan's big sword was already shattered, and this two-handed sword is just right for him. Su Heng smiled and handed the three pieces of equipment to the three people in front of him. Especially the knight's spear.
More directly, it was handed to Bai Jiaojiao.
With her background, she should understand the reason why Su Heng did this.
Thank you.
Bai Jiaojiao froze for a moment, looking at the knight's spear in her hand. The name of the spear is quite rough, it's called Worm Piercer. But it's a blue, high-tier weapon that can only be used by level 28 professionals. The moment she held the spear, Bai Jiaojiao felt the power it gave her. Especially the armor-piercing and frostbite weapon skills. They immediately boosted her combat power.
Brother, this staff has enhancements and skills too.
On the other side, the Yen siblings suddenly felt the weapons in their hands were a bit too hot. You have to know, blue-tier weapons are already expensive, especially the purple, low-tier priest staff in Yen Yadong's hands.
It's even harder to get. These weapons that enhance their profession are even rarer.
Even blacksmiths can only forge one or two pieces of equipment that match their own profession at most. These are top-tier weapons that even the Adventurers Guild rarely gets in years. At least they can be used until the third or even fourth job transfer.
Little. Su Heng, this is too precious, we can't afford it.
Old Yen suddenly spoke up. But before he could finish his sentence, Su Heng just smiled lightly. Then everyone saw, lying on the ground, Chen He, whose pants were wet, and his somewhat crazy appearance.
Old Yen took a deep breath, then made a decision. He walked step by step toward Chen He. Squatted down, and then picked up a mechanical insect leg from the side and stabbed it in firmly.
Chen He, the team member, betrayed his teammates during the battle with the Annihilation Worm.
He was killed by the insect swarm. I saw this with my own eyes. Chapter 48, by Jiajiao's Identity, Divine Beast Extraction begins.
Chen He's matter.
I'll handle it.
He's just a bastard from a second-rate family in Hanhai City, who died during an outdoor mission.
It's very simple.
As for Old Yen and Yatong, I'll arrange for people to take care of it thoroughly. Needless to say, Bai Jiaojiao really turned out to be as I thought. She came from a prestigious family. Unlike Chen He, a two-faced coward, a lickspittle who could be a pet for others.
Bai Jiaojiao took down the knight's spear and solemnly promised.
As a child of a noble family, Bai Jiaojiao understood Su Heng's strength far better than anyone else present. He not only had the ability to kill everyone here directly, but he could also completely pin the blame on those monsters. Once she gave her word, this matter would easily come to a perfect conclusion.
Moreover, this was a high-quality blue knight spear with skills attached. Such a treasure. Just the value of this spear alone.
It was worth more than Chen He's life. As for the elder Yen siblings, they simply used Chen He's life as a stepping stone to breach Su Heng's defenses. These few items are for you, as hush money, Su Heng said, clearly enjoying the exchange. He liked smart people, and it made conversations so easy. Of course, besides that, he also threw out a couple of green-grade materials from his backpack. For Bai Jiaojiao, this hush money might not mean much. But for the elder Yen siblings, it was worth the effort of 1 or 2 months of hard work.
Well then, thank you, little Su brother.
Yen Yadong and the elder Yen did not hesitate at all. When the elder Yen disposed of Chen He, he had already stepped onto Su Heng's pirate ship. As for Bai Jiaojiao, she was staring at Su Heng. She realized that she might have slightly underestimated this young man before her. This boy's temperament was completely unlike that of a typical high school graduate, 17 or 18 years old. He was too deep, too frightening. But when Bai Jiao Jiao's gaze shifted to the massive fox, and to the golden battle beast standing like a war god in the distance, her small face, which was full of worry, instantly turned into a smile. How impressive. At that time, I was so foolish, I really thought this kid was just a lazy noble. Have you ever seen a noble send a level 30 kid outside the city? We all guessed that the battle beasts contracted by this kid were just some lowly pets. But now. Oh my god. The beast master profession is so powerful. A 40-meter-tall giant beast, an evolvable werewolf, and this golden war god battle beast. This guy, 90% probability, will become the future prodigy of Hanhai City. So what if this person's mind is deep and quiet? I should seriously consider what's best for my family and show this kid some respect. And get close to him. Once she made her decision, Bai Jiao Jiao's expression quickly returned to normal. This expedition outside seemed so perfect. As for Chen Yi, from that moment on, he disappeared into the crowd. A mere illegitimate son, how could he compare to the future prodigy of Hanhai City? 2 hours later, the Hanhai City Armed Forces team, along with the Adventurer Town Expedition team's professionals, escorted a group of dead bodies, including Su Heng and his data cores, back to the Adventurer Town. In this expedition, among the team under Elder Yan's charge, only the professional, Chen He, died at the jaws of a mutant beast. After the team members sent by the expedition confirmed, they determined that Chen He had been pierced through the heart by the limbs of a mutant insect. However, what left the experienced explorers and the soldiers of the Armed Forces team dumbfounded was the scene on the ruins of the Level 4 base city, where the hills were filled with the bodies of these mechanical insect swarms. Even the terrifying Level 50 plus annihilation worms had been reduced to broken, useless corpses. The whole sight shocked both the Armed Forces team and the Adventurers Guild members. It was terrifying. Outside the Adventurer Town's explorer camp, after bidding farewell to the Elder Yin siblings, Su Heng looked at Bai Jiao Jiao, who still had no plan to leave, and couldn't help frowning. Why hasn't this girl left yet? Su Heng's puzzled gaze fell on Bai Jiao Jiao. Su Heng, where are you going next? Are you planning to handle those drops from the mechanical insect swarms? Bai Jiao Jiao looked at Su Heng, and after this time together, she realized Su Heng was not the kind of person who kept strangers away. He just didn't really like to talk to others. After this adventure, and handling Chen He's matters together, Bai Jiao Jiao no longer kept her nerves tight. These materials and equipment dropped by the mechanical insect swarms are of no use to me. Might as well go deal with them. The Adventurers Association had previously offered a good price for materials. As long as she had materials, she could give them to Master Yen to exchange for a nice sum of money. Among the materials from the insect swarms, only the data cores were somewhat useful. But most had already been absorbed by her digital Tyrannosaurus machine. The energy inside was enough to let the Beastman Garuru achieve ultimate evolution. Are we going to the Adventurers Association? Bai Jiao Jiao's lips lifted slightly, her eyes sparkling. It seemed like she had caught Su Heng's weak spot. 2 small tiger teeth showed, looking quite cute. The Adventurers Association has a familiar appraiser, and the prices are good too. Just as Su Heng finished speaking, Bai Jiao Jiao immediately said, Great. Great. Let's go together. I'm telling you, I'm not some useless noble thrown out by my family. I wanted to come out to gain experience myself. I am a student of Hanhai No. 1 High School. Perfect, I want to go back and have my sister appraise this long spear's attributes and abilities. Come with me, and I will have my sister offer 30% more than the market price to buy your materials, how about that? Just consider it repaying you for saving my life this time. Bai Jiao Jiao smiled gently. Next, she directly revealed her true identity. The sister of Qin Xiao, the president of the Adventurers Association, Hanhai City branch. Same father and mother. She just took her mother's surname. With this background, no wonder Chen He wanted to flatter Bai Jiao Jiao. In Hanhai City, besides the city lord, the president of the Adventurers Association was probably already a top family, right? What a coincidence. Went out and found the president's sister? Su Heng looked at Bai Jiao Jiao in surprise. His luck was really good. Who knew, just a simple trial outside, and he met a lady of this level. Wasn't she just like the girl from Shin Shenjuan's family? Fate was really interesting. Chapter 49, Drawing the Fire Dragon King, Igneal. On the way back, Su Heng quietly opened the Divine Beast draw card system. With over 3,000 points, he could draw 3 more times. He didn't know what powerful Divine Beast he could get this time. After all, with his level reaching 40, the situations ahead would not be so simple. Su Heng did not think so. Outside Hanhai City, in the ruins of this 4th level base city, there was still a mechanical worm over 50 levels of the 3rd stage. And almost all the other beasts were above the 2nd stage.
This might be some coincidence. Hanhai City was only a 5th level base city in a border area. Although the defending city lord was an 80 level high mage, there was no vice city lord. Such a city was already weak, and now with 50 level 3rd stage beasts outside. This was not a small matter. For a 5th level base city, it was necessary to ensure that within a 20-kilometer radius, no beast tribes appeared to guarantee Hanhai City's safety. These mechanical insect swarms occupying the entire ruin is not a good sign. I'm afraid. According to what the city lord's sister said, this might be a scout sent by the invading 10,000 races. That means Hanhai City is about to face an invasion from the 10,000 races. Especially after obtaining the data core from the annihilation worm, this ominous feeling became even stronger. Su Heng took a deep breath and looked at the battle Tyrannosaurus Rex beside him. Its streamlined body and muscles filled with power. It looked like the embodiment of strength. With it around, the journey would be safe and secure. So, throughout the journey, Su Heng didn't communicate with Bai Jiaojiao, but instead quietly opened the Celestial Beast System. He activated the card pool. I just feel like, the storm is coming. The city lord's sister should be able to handle it, right? After all, she's an 80-level advanced professional, much stronger than the 2nd or 3rd tier little Kuramis. But, this time, the prototype still worries me a bit. Su Heng took a deep breath and stared at the Celestial Beast card pool in front of him. Then he began to draw cards. In that moment, countless Celestial Beast phantoms transformed into cards. They moved quickly in a way that was difficult for his own eyes to identify. Within this card pool, countless Celestial Beasts began to roar and whisper. Among them were the royal 13 knights from the digital world. There were also the 3 great angel Digimons, even the 4 holy beasts guarding the world tree. There were also the Red Lotus Godzilla from the monster world and various monsters from the Ultraman universe. Of course, even first-tier gods from the Pokemon world appeared in the card pool. Su Heng moved his gaze away from the card pool. He looked at the towering city of Hanhai City, now getting closer. He silently waited for the result of the Celestial Beast card draw. He wondered what kind of surprise it would bring him this time. Finally, with a ding sound ringing in his ears, the Celestial Beast card pool gradually stopped. Congratulations! You have successfully drawn the Celestial Beast King of Fire Dragons Igunir. Celestial Beast panel opens. Name, King of Fire Dragons Igunir. Species, Dragon. Growth potential, 2nd tier Celestial Beast. Height, 15 meters, height, 30 meters, body length, 20 meters, tail length. Current strength, level 40, limited by Beastmaster profession level. Current abilities, Dragon's Power, Dragon Magic, Fire. Current status, Hungry. Current skills, Iron Fist of the Fire Dragon, Roar of the Fire Dragon. Introduction, the various powers inherent in dragons, rather than calling them magic, it's better to say it's the dragon's power. The power granted by dragons, teaching humans the ability to wield dragon-like abilities, this power is called Dragon Slayer Magic. Can live within a Beastmaster, turning the Beastmaster into a Dragon Slayer Magician. Fire Dragon King Igunir. Su Heng stood frozen for a moment. He stared at the celestial beast he drew from the Celestial Beast System. He couldn't help but swallow his saliva. This is so thrilling. Then his gaze turned towards the desolate plain outside of Hanhai City. In an instant, a bold idea came to him. Dragon Slayer Magician. This could work. Originally, the King of Fire Dragons, Igunir, was a powerful dragon, and now it could bestow him with dragon magic powers. Doesn't that mean he could become more than just a Beastmaster standing behind his battle beast? He could even become a mage capable of taking on these alien races alone? Don't be fooled by how few moves and skills are mentioned in Igunir's introduction. The Dragon Slayer Mage has plenty of abilities. And this is the Dragon King we're talking about. A Beastmaster breaking through an entire battlefield of alien races, that shouldn't be too much, right? After all, killing one is the same as killing a whole group. Let these alien races or beasts experience the true Dragon Slayer magic. Seems pretty reasonable, right? Su Heng's eyes sparkled. It was like how every archer had a desire for close combat deep down inside. The side effects of the semi-beast transformation were a bit too big before. But as a Dragon Slayer mage, it's just that I can't use transportation tools, small Kurama. Although the beast tide is terrifying. But whether it's Kurama, or the 2 Digimons, or the Fire Dragon King Igneel, they're all experts in area of effect, AoE, damage. What? You say my little Rattata? That little mouse should stay in the cruel place eating dust, no need to come out to play for now. There's also a Divine Beast level?
Just as Su Heng was about to close the data panel, he suddenly saw a Divine Beast level added to the interface.
As Su Heng's gaze moved, a simple explanation slowly appeared on the panel. Divine Beast level. The Divine Beasts extracted from the Heavenly Beast System are divided into several levels.
Legendary Divine Beast, divine beasts that are famous in major worlds, such as Arceus, the creator of the Pokemon universe. Top-tier Divine Beast, like the avatars of Arceus sent across various worlds, stone tablets exist in versions.
First-level Divine Beast, top combat power in various universes.
Second-level Divine Beast, like the 12 Royal Knights, 4 Great Holy Beasts, and 3 Great Angels.
Normal Divine Beast, regular Divine Beasts with potential for growth, like the ultimate forms of various creatures that can fuse into ultra-ultimate forms.
War Beast, used as cannon fodder, ordinary contracted war beasts, weak like Rattata, strong like the 3 legendary birds with their own group.
Su Heng stroked his chin. After carefully reading the explanation of Divine Beast levels, his gaze fell on his contract panel.
So, the 12 Royal Knights are at the second to first level Divine Beast level. Kurama, as the leader, originating from the 10 Tails, though powerful, should belong to the normal Divine Beast category. The Fire Dragon King belongs to the Worldview system, but it's also just a second-level Divine Beast.
The first level would be something like the Black Dragon King, that old silver coin. Su Heng immediately opened his monster panel.
He looked at the little Rattata in the normal war beasts and then sighed deeply.
It's fine, Rattata doesn't need to fight anyway. Just put it in the warehouse and let it gather dust. Chapter 50, the second data core. Fusion. Omega Beast. Outside the level 5 base city, Hanhai City.
Just as Su Heng pulled out the Fire Dragon King and was about to enter Hanhai City. Looking at the more than 2,000 remaining points, a gambling thought once again appeared in Su Heng's mind. He set his sights back on the card pool.
Then, he threw all the remaining points into it. The result. Super Divine Beast or something, wasn't drawn. However, he did draw 2 things that were more popular. And these things had quite decent value, almost all within the earning range. He didn't get any War Beast level cannon fodder.
But there was one bad thing.
This item, he could have gotten without even using the lottery. Item panel expanded. Item name, Digital Beast Machine Friendship Badge. Introduction, the first generation Digital Beast Machine, embedded with the Courage Badge version. Current ability, Normal Evolution. Description, through the consumption of battle data, it can make a Digimon evolve normally into its ultimate form. Every battle grants battle data, which is stored in the Digivice. Can be used on Gabumon species. Yes. The first thing drawn was a Digital Beast Machine for the Gabumon species. Wasn't one enough? Why was another one given to him? However, after this item came out, Su Heng saw on the monster panel. He noticed several evolution branches clearly added to the Beastman Garurumon. Can branch evolve? Steel Garurumon. Growth potential, second level Divine Beast. Type, Data Type Modification Type. Level, Ultimate Form. Description, the final form of Garurumon, enhancing its strength through nearly full body metallization.
Even when metallized, it has not lost its natural agility, using countless hidden weapons throughout its body to crush enemies.
Branch evolution available. Crescent Garurumon. Growth potential, level 2 Divine Beast. Type, Data Type Beast Knight Type. Level, Ultimate. Description, Garurumon's ultimate form.
Unlike the final ball-level Garurumon, this is a humanoid steel Garurumon variant. Wearing armor made from golden time digital alloy that can reflect attacks, wielding the Yellow Beast Crescent Blade.
Branch evolution available. Phantom WarGreymon. Growth potential, level 2 Divine Beast. Type, Data Type Beast Knight Type. Level, Ultimate. Description, a Beast Knight Type Digimon fully covered in time digital alloy armor. Moving at an unusual speed, it creates an almost mirage-like illusion for enemies. Several additional relief evolution forms have appeared. Besides the original Steel Garurumon, there are now multiple Beast Form Ultimate level forms. Completely breaking Garurumon's form, evolving from reptile to Beastman. The ultimate form still looks like a crawling creature. Moreover, in branch evolution, Su Heng saw the prototype of a virus-type Mega-level Digimon. A branch of Omegamon. With this, it also compensates for the weakness in first-level combat power. At least among the contracted Divine Beasts, there is now a Digimon capable of Mega-level evolution.
In summary, this round of draws
really gave a good experience.
Next was the second draw before entering the city, producing a Divine Beast.
Divine Beast panel unfolds. Name, Embodiment of the North Wind Suijin. Growth potential, Ordinary Divine Beast. Type, Aurora Pokemon. Height, 2 meters. Current strength, level 40, limited by the level of the contracted Master Beast Tamer.
Current skills, extreme speed, absolute zero, psychic power, etc. New skills unlocked as strength increases. Description: Suijin is a legendary water-type Pokemon, also one of the Phoenix Guard.
Suijin? Suijin of the Phoenix Guard? One of the three sacred beasts? Not the Suijin that Dogeo smashed in the TV animation, right?
Even now, Su Heng vaguely remembered that scene.
The mighty Suijin of the Phoenix Guard was actually smashed by Dogeo.
The building lost the beast's dignity. Thus, in countless secondary creations, this Suijin is considered part of the Suijin clan. Don't ask why the three sacred beasts have a clan, paradox species do.
Clan doesn't matter.
Yet this Suijin, called the embodiment of the North Wind, is only an ordinary divine beast in rank.
This shows how strict the divine beast ranking system is. The main point is,
Suijin is small, but perfect to be used as a mount.
And its strength can increase with its level. Any beast at the divine beast level has limitless potential. Plus its purification ability.
It must be a serious counter to species with poison attacks.
Wait, did I just get a data core? Beastman Garurumon can now Mega Evolve and also battle Greymon. Whoa! I think I can get an Omegamon? Whoa, why didn't I think of this before? Omegamon, Uncle O. One of the Royal 13 Knights, Omegamon. This thing is truly at the top of the Digimon battle hierarchy. Uncle O is one of the rare top tier among the 12 Knights. Counted as a first-level divine beast, right?
Thinking this, Su Heng quickly looked at the divine beast panel, at the Gabumon line Digivice he had just drawn. He saw on Beastman Garurumon the words can evolve in big letters.
And on Battle Greymon appeared. The words Ultra Ultimate Evolution flashed across the screen. Beast panel unfolds. Name, Battle Tyrannosaurus. Type, Dragonman type vaccine species.
Current strength, level 40, limited by the level of the contract Beast Master.
Current status, can merge, Ultra Ultimate form. Name, Beastman Garuru. Current status, can Ultimate evolve, after evolving, can merge into Ultra Ultimate form. Su Heng didn't think for a second, he didn't even look at the detailed information of Beastman Garuru. He directly Ultimate evolved it into Steel Garuru. Then, he clicked on the Merge Evolution option. The strongest Dragon Warrior battled Tyrannosaurus wearing a Super Metal-Time digital alloy armor. The strongest mobile artillery Steel Garuru. Can merge evolve into Ultra Ultimate form Omega Beast. Since both are secondary divine beasts, the material needed for merging and upgrading to Omega is 4th tier Night Soul. Su Heng gasped. He ignored the other data and his gaze was fixed on the 4th tier material in front of him. Night Soul. Chapter 51, Bone King? It's just average. As expected of Ultra Ultimate form. The required material for merging is really a bit crazy. 4th tier Night Soul? Finding that is equivalent to starting at level 80, right? The City Lord's sister is only around level 80. With my current level, I probably can't beat it. Night Soul. What exactly is this thing? Su Heng became curious, not knowing if the Adventurers Association had this item for sale. Even if they did, he wasn't sure if he had enough Federation coins to buy the 4th tier boss's drop. Professionals, before reaching the 3rd tier, find it hard to create a gap. But after reaching the 4th tier, it's different. After the 4th tier, a professional's strength and level not only get a huge improvement, but their combat power grows exponentially. Soon, this group of people returned to this familiar place. Hanhai City Adventurers Association. Just a few days had passed, and they were back at this familiar place again. To be honest, it really made him feel emotional. After all, 9 llamas was summoned here at the Adventurers Association. Su Heng, why are you still daydreaming? Let's go, my sister has been wanting to meet you, and I'll speak well of you to her. Maybe your stuff can sell for a higher price. Bai Jiao Jiao looked at Su Heng's back, seeing that he was stunned, and couldn't help but remind him. Oh. Okay, coming. Su Heng shook his head, smiled, and then entered the Adventurers Association with Bai Jiao Jiao. However, when Su Heng and Bai Jiao Jiao entered together, everyone in the usually lively Adventurers Association suddenly fell silent. Whether it was the receptionist responsible for welcoming or those taking dungeon tasks here. Or adventurers exchanging materials and city exit orders. Everyone stared wide-eyed at Su Heng and the girl beside him, who looked obedient, not seeming like a knight at all. Wow. Isn't that Bai Jiao Jiao from first high school? I heard she's the president's sister of the Adventurers Association. What's going on? Isn't this girl a demon seed? Why is she acting so obedient today? Who's the guy beside her? I don't know, but he doesn't seem like a suitor for Miss Bai. His clothes look kind of poor. So, what's going on now? Sigh, I think I'm heartbroken. Sigh, Miss Bai, my Miss Bai. Miss Bai is the school beauty of First High School. The people who chase after her are lined up from the school to outside the city. Damn. Does that mean I'll be heartbroken too? Hanhai City.
In the Adventurers Association. Bai Jiao frowned, listening to the surrounding voices, and carefully looked back at Su Heng. She looked somewhat troubled.
Sorry, I didn't know they liked to gossip. Bai Jiao understood very well.
Su Heng's identity might not be some noble, so he fears these discussions could make him shut himself away.
And some things must be spoken openly. Among his pursuers, there are fools like Chen He.
Those guys who think themselves nobles.
Secretly scheming against others, but they won't show any courtesy at all.
If, by chance, this group of blind second-generation nobles comes to trouble Su Heng, perhaps
Su Heng would really go on a killing spree, right?
Bai Jiao clearly knew Su Heng would never fear these so-called second-generation nobles.
With Su Heng's current strength, even the families behind those young masters could be destroyed together.
No matter, just small troubles, can explain later. This time he came to sell materials, and to ask if the association had any night souls for purchase. Regarding Bai Jiao's apology, he accepted it just the same. He just liked dealing with people like this, not so troublesome. And without words, he already knew what he was thinking.
No wasting time.
Thank you, come with me, my sister has noticed you, seems very interested in you. Seeing Su Heng smile, Bai Jiao slowly breathed out in relief. Then curiously asked, I heard it's your first time here.
And you broke one of our training rooms?
Bai Jiao just asked, because Su Heng's battle in the ruins of Hope City brought such a shocking surprise. So, Bai Jiao had so many worries and imagined scenarios.
Cough, sort of. My first battle beast was contracted here, you should have seen it, it's Geolama. That orange big fox? Yes. Su Heng nodded, indeed, his first divine beast contracted was Geolama.
At first, that huge body really broke the floor of the Adventurer Association training room, and at that time he was in a hurry to grind the dungeon. So he didn't care.
Now thinking back, feels a little awkward and embarrassed.
But the association's appraisers are pretty good.
Last time I came here to handle a batch of materials from the White Bone Cemetery, sold for some money. Wait, White Bone Cemetery?
Bai Jiao was just casually chatting, but hearing White Bone Cemetery,
suddenly remembered something.
Shuang mentioned, in the mutation dungeon, solved the boss, that guy.
Could it be you? Wow.
Although Bai Jiao and Shenling Shuang are geniuses of the same school, Bai Jiao is a long-awakened knight profession. Seeing Su Heng smiling at her,
Bai Jiao knew, this time she really struck gold.
Unexpectedly, the little invisible hero who shined in the White Bone Cemetery mutation dungeon
was actually Su Heng? It must be a mutation dungeon. They said the one who cleared it was just a newly awakened professional boy.
And now realizing this boy is the powerful man in front of her.
Hiss. Bai Jiao couldn't help but gasp. If you're not abnormal, who the hell is abnormal? You are truly awesome, unbelievably awesome.
Who said beast masters are just logistics?
Only.
Su Heng looked back at Bai Jiao, saw respect in her eyes.
What's wrong? Isn't it just a skeleton king? What's there to fear?
A small Kalami, not even as strong as those insect machine beasts in Hope City. As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Jiao's face showed shock again.
Her pretty face couldn't help but purse lips, twitching slightly.
Then, Su Heng helplessly shrugged, spreading his hands.
Why does no one believe it? That mutation boss is really not hard. Too easy, one-tail beast jade and it's gone. Su Heng smiled a little. Answered seriously. Su Heng's achievements. President Chen is actually a mature woman. Ah yes.
Bai Jiao helplessly shook her head and muttered a few words in a low voice.
Could this really be the rare genius everyone talks about?
The first dungeon awakened in senior year, and he directly used the mutated boss to grind experience.
Even I can't help but feel envious. But then again,
based on the combat power Su Heng displayed when we were at the ruins of Hope City, that mutated boss really doesn't seem to be much.
Especially the shock that Orange-Red Fox brought.
That mutated boss from a newbie dungeon is nothing more than a random creature by the roadside.
Damn it. Wait a minute. Why am I starting to think like him? This damn genius, why doesn't he just roll out of here already? Don't take away my spotlight during the college entrance exam, okay?
Although Bai Jiao thought this, she still led Su Heng to the elevator. She directly entered the password to go to the highest floor of the Adventurers Association. That floor directly led to the office of the president of the Adventurers Association. Usually, only the president of the association, a few special advisors, and people with positions like Bai Jiao can go there.
Normally, very few people know what the president looks like. As for the curious adventurers down below, Bai Jiaojiao had her ways of handling it. After all, she was the younger sister of the president of the Adventurers Association. Soon. Adventurers Association branch headquarters, highest floor. A few seconds later, Su Heng followed Bai Jiaojiao to this place. The elevator doors opened, and an overwhelming sense of luxury immediately filled his vision. Compared to the steady atmosphere below, the extravagance of this area was beyond compare. Even just a piece of furniture here, if sold in the market, would be enough to feed and care for oneself for half a year. No wonder it's the Adventurers Association, even a branch exudes the capitalistic nature. Soon, a figure appeared slowly with its back facing them, tall and thin, but imposing. That voice fell in their ears. It was clear and distinct. Su Heng, I know you. A few days ago, when the Unified Awakening happened at number 66 High School, you obtained the Beast Master profession. You have one of the rare A-level talents in the city. But you don't have a companion beast. Then, you came to our Adventurers Association training room to summon a battle beast, and that guy just stepped on and shattered the floor. Let me calculate, a training room costs about 2 million Federation coins. I was planning to wait until you came next time to charge you for this. But I didn't expect, you and my sister know each other. The chair slowly turned, and at that moment, a figure clearly appeared in front of Su Heng. Only then did Su Heng clearly see the person's appearance. It was a woman with delicate features, wearing a green casual long dress, standing on stilts, and with an imposing aura. She exuded an undeniable sense of oppression. Anyone of a lower status would probably end up revealing everything under this pressure. At this moment, the woman slowly turned around. She was calm and composed. Her sharp eyes stared directly at him. Sis. Please don't scare him. Bai Jiaojiao immediately betrayed the woman in front of her, diffusing the tension in the room. If it weren't for Su Heng during this outing, I might have already been done for. And you're scaring him. He saved you, my dear, only sister, the president of the association. How about later, just for my sake, you buy some materials from him at a higher price? Or give him a black card from the association? Right, sis? Bai Jiaojiao, facing the woman, was full of excitement, as if she wanted to empty all her family's wealth for Su Heng. That cold and icy expression completely disappeared. It seemed like that unfeeling attitude was just a protective mask shown to others. By the way, Su Heng, this is my sister. President of the Adventurers Association, Han Hai Branch, Chen Xiao. She shares the same surname as my mom, but don't be fooled by her look, she is a level 79 paladin. Especially strong against undead-type aliens. Hiss. Level 79 paladin. This is a 4th-tier master. Just slightly lower than the level of the city lord's sister. Don't be fooled by the old woman looking young, but age. Ahem ahem. Seeing Chen Xiao's killing gaze fall upon her, Bai Jiaojiao quickly changed the topic. Just joking, could she even say that? The moment that murderous gaze landed, Bai Jiaojiao shivered all over. A sudden sense of danger surged. She inhaled sharply. Sis, I'll go make tea for Su Heng, you two can talk about your business yourselves. Saying that, Bai Jiaojiao gave Su Heng a good luck look. Then she turned and walked toward the tea room. After Bai Jiaojiao left, Chen Xiao finally took a deep breath, then gestured politely, please, sit. My sister rarely acts like this, unless it's someone very close. Maybe she inherited her personality from my unreliable dad. After a simple greeting, Su Heng got straight to the point. He placed several materials taken from the annihilation worm in front of her and said, President Chen should already know why I came. These are several materials from those worm swarms, including purple quality weapons and materials. Also, I want to see if you have something I need. Annihilation worm? Actually, from the news Bai Jiaojiao sent back, hearing that a level 31 second-tier Beast Tamer killed a level 50+ annihilation worm directly. Chen Xiao was still quite shocked. After all, cross-dire battles are rare, but crossing a whole profession level was almost godlike. You have to know, profession-level suppression always exists. That annihilation worm had been Han Hai City's nightmare for a long time. Even though Han Hai City had 5th-tier masters guarding it. The presidents of the 3 major associations were at least 4th tier. But they all knew that Worm was only a vanguard in the alien battlefield. The truly terrifying existence was far behind that worm. If it wasn't the one who killed the worm, standing in front of them, Chen Xiao would never believe their lies. Chapter 53, Trading the Night Soul. National College exam locations revealed. Materials from the annihilation worm. To be honest, Chen Xiao was still quite shocked. A level 31 professional killed a level 50+ annihilation worm, not to mention wiped out the swarm ambushed at the level 4 base city ruins. Only Su Heng could have done that, right? What do you need?
Chen Xiao asked directly. I need a knight's soul, seems like a 4th tier or 5th tier material, I'm not very familiar with the details. Su Heng didn't beat around the bush, directly asking for the materials he needed. These materials were key items for Omega Beast, the fusion evolution of Steel Garuro and Battle Tyrannosaurus. For Chen Xiao, having or not having them didn't matter. But for Su Heng, it was very important. There could be no mistake. Knight's Soul. 4th tier, 5th tier items. There are still some in the Adventurers Association, I can even give you some. Investing in a future genius, even a commander-level professional, is only profitable for me. But this Knight's Soul. It's a bit tricky. The materials for 4th and 5th tier items are only about 1 billion Federation coins. For someone like the branch president of the Adventurers Association, that's nothing. But the Knight's Soul is different, its value is too high. It's not something that can be solved with just Federation coins. Even within their family, the value of the Knight's Soul is very high, unless one awakens a special knight profession. Only then might they be able to obtain one, but don't get me wrong, it is only possible to get one. President Chun doesn't need to be polite. I don't require you to give me this Knight's Soul, but if you can, could you tell me where this material came from? In the future, when my strength is enough, I'll go get it myself. But if President Chen wants to give it to me, of course, I won't be polite. Su Heng spoke honestly, with the strength of the 9 Llama. He could shatter the 81st level mage shield of Lord Pei. Once he undergoes the 3rd advancement, wouldn't he be able to deal with these beasts over level 80? And there is one more very important thing. Don't treat Federation coins as small change, these 4th and 5th tier materials cost at least tens of millions upwards. Over 100 million Federation coins, buying a 5th tier material would be considered a profit. Right now, Su Heng only has less than 2 million Federation coins. Compared to these noble families, he truly is an absolute poor guy. That's why after saving by Jiao Jiao, Chen Xiao would give him a 4th tier material. Otherwise, don't think too much about it for now. However, just as Su Heng's words fell, Chen Xiao suddenly thought of something. Her eyes lit up, and she stared at Su Heng in front of her with careful scrutiny. She slowly spoke, then continued, saying, although I can't directly give you this Knight's Soul, I do have news about it. Actually, this Knight's Soul was once discovered in a large secret dungeon near a secondary base city. That dungeon has yet to be properly explored. It was directly taken over by the local secondary base city, named the Tomb of the Iron Oath. The 3 major associations are still working on this dungeon, and the Knight's Souls produced are very few. If... Chen Xiao stared carefully at Su Heng in front of her, cleared her throat, and then continued. If, during the National College entrance examination, you can bring me a few Knight's Souls from this dungeon. I can give you one now. After all, this Knight's Soul is of great use to professionals in the knight profession. I am a 4th turn knight, about to go for the 5th turn. With the Knight's Soul, I might be able to advance to a special knight. Chen Xiao, like Bai Jiaojiao, was also a knight profession. The knight profession, aside from awakening as a knight, has many branches for each turn. For example, Chen Xiao, the paladin, has many branches like the Holy Light Guardian, Judgment Knight, and Martyr Knight. After the 5th turn, the War Knight can even advance to become a Legion Commander, Siege Knight, or Guerrilla Knight. Hearing Chen Xiao's words, Su Heng's eyes immediately lit up. If he upgraded and fused the 2 ultimate forms directly into Omega Beast, wouldn't he have no fear during the upcoming college entrance exam? What Tomb of the Iron Oath? Wait, the Tomb of the Iron Oath? That sounds familiar. Isn't this the selection area for the National College entrance examination? The secondary base city, Iron City. No wonder the name sounds so familiar, how could it not be familiar? Now, Su Heng remembered everything. The secondary base city, Iron City. This is the exam hall chosen for this year's National College entrance examination. It is also the first time since the Human Federation's Eastern Huang District reformed the college entrance examination, selecting a hidden dungeon near a secondary base city as the assessment area. Not bad, this is the secret realm for this year's exam. With your current strength, getting some Knight Souls in there shouldn't be too hard. And maybe you'll even get some other Knight-related treasures. Such high-level dungeons, especially those that have never been explored. The chances of finding gold coins inside are definitely not small. In unexplored dungeons like these, anything can drop, from small materials to core items, and even various skill equipment. It's like this dungeon was specifically designed for Su Heng. Soon, Chen Xiao began to operate directly. 3rd tier profession knight, Chen Xiao, requests to trade with you. Would you like to open the trade? Opening the trade channel requires the opener to pay a certain amount as a deposit each time. However, once opened, trading becomes much easier. There's no need to take items out, you can directly trade using the trade backpack. This is an item automatically given to every professional as soon as they obtain their profession. Su Heng chose confirm without hesitation. Soon, 3 brand new items appeared in his trade backpack.
4th tier Profession Knight, Shen Shao gifts you the 4th tier Knight Soul. 4th tier Profession Knight, Shen Shao gifts you the 4th tier Data Core. 4th tier Profession Knight, Shen Shao gifts you an Adventurer Association Black Gold VIP card.
Hiss. Su Heng stared at the items in the trade backpack, unable to suppress a sharp gasp.
4th tier Data Core.
That's an item close to level 80, even more impressive than the materials dropped by the worms. This thing would provide a huge boost to both digital beasts. And that black gold VIP card from the Adventurer Association.
That's the most precious item.
This isn't just any branch card, it's the card of the entire Adventurer Association.
As one of the 3 major guilds of the Human Federation,
its value is much higher than that of many current professional associations. The Adventurer Association covers countless industries, and the black gold card is the second highest card, right after the purple gold card. At any place that has the Adventurer Association, you get treated almost like a branch president. You'd be treated as a distinguished guest.
Chapter 54, What? Su Heng is coming for the 3rd transfer? He's going to outclass all of us.
Su Heng immediately recognized the origin of this black gold card.
It's just below the purple gold card.
It's one of the most prestigious VIP cards within the Adventurer Association.
Currently, in the entire Human Federation Eastern Huang District, only 12 people have the purple gold card.
Su Heng especially remembered how much this card was worth to regular 4 or 5 level base city guardians.
Well, just call me president then. No need to be polite.
Shen Shao smiled faintly and then said, "You can also call me sister, just like Zhao Zhao does."
I'm no worse than that Pei Qing. If you can call her sister, you can call me sister too. Calling me president's sister wouldn't cost you half a piece of meat, right? Shen Shao stretched lazily, speaking half in jest.
Her proud curves were perfectly displayed in front of Su Heng the next moment.
Not bad, very exciting. Then, thank you, president's sister? Su Heng smiled. Sister is something you can easily call out once it's mentioned.
Since she's given him such a good benefit, calling President Chen's sister doesn't seem like too much of a problem. After bidding farewell to Chen Shao, Su Heng went straight to the appraisal room. Seeing the dejected expression on Master Yan's face, Su Heng sold all the materials he had in his hands. The materials and equipment together fetched 54 million Federation coins. The most important part was still those data cores. Although they weren't very expensive, the quantity was huge. The 9-tailed worm that the Annihilation Worm had killed only produced a single high-concentration data core.
The wave of battle Tyrannosaurus Digimon.
Under the Gaia energy cannon, the entire swarm on the ruins of Hope City was completely wiped out. The number of data cores was not small at all. This wave directly lifted Su Heng from the poverty line to become a noble multimillionaire. Unfortunately, if these things were in the past,
Su Heng might have been happy for a moment or two.
But for professionals, a mere 50 million Federation coins really means nothing.
High-level professionals are almost all made with money. Especially after the 5th evolution. From 1st to 3rd evolution, it's just a little play. Once entering the 4th evolution, the cost starts to rise exponentially.
Equipment, skills, techniques, all cost huge sums.
No money means farming in dungeons, and farming means replacing the equipment you wear. After seeing Chen Shao, the true capitalist, Su Heng understood. 50 million Federation coins, to them, is just a drop in the ocean. A single knight's soul is worth over 100 million. What about the other materials? Keep in mind, Hanhai is just a level 5 base city. Stepping out of the Adventurers Association door, breathing the fresh air, Su Heng looked into the distance.
The Beastmaster Tower, standing in the west district of Hanhai City, glowed golden under the sunlight.
It looked extremely tempting. Next, I should go for the 3rd evolution job transfer task. Just in time, the time is still early. If possible, I can also walk around the Beastmaster Tower. I also want to see how genius this year's high school seniors from each school are. How talented you all really are. Having earned 50 million and gained the support of the branch vice president of the Adventurers Association. Considered half a sister now. With this black gold card of the Adventurers Association, Su Heng was extremely happy. Humming a little tune, he didn't even take a taxi. He walked straight toward the Beastmaster Tower. The Beastmaster Tower, a trial tower specially prepared for the Beastmaster profession. Its job transfer temple is located on the lowest floor of the Beastmaster Tower. 1st floor. The hall was already covered by the sunset outside, the afterglow of the setting sun spilling freely around. The surroundings were dyed with a layer of gold. From outside, this golden layer gave the temple a slight sacred feeling. Su Heng staggered slowly inside. Except for the 2nd floor of the Beastmaster Tower, where people occasionally failed challenges and came down. The 1st floor job transfer hall was especially quiet.
Oh, right. Not everyone is as abnormal as Su Heng, who just completed the second evolution task, and only 1 day passed.
And came directly for the third evolution?
The moment Su Heng walked in, the entire hall of the job transfer temple became unusually quiet. That familiar temple girl was now resting her face on her hands, her head drooping, looking almost asleep.
Wow, sleeping while slacking in the job transfer temple? Girl, you are very brave. Ahem,
Su Heng walked over quietly, without footsteps. But the sudden cough sounded in front of the girl, instantly waking her up.
Ah. It's you. Job transfer master? Why, you finally came back. If you didn't return, my internship period would end early. Woo-woo.
Seeing her tears fall all at once, Su Heng was stunned.
What's happening? What happened? Su Heng asked curiously.
Luckily, no one else was in the temple transfer place, or else he might have thought he bullied this girl.
Woo-woo, that.
Master, last time you came to submit the job transfer task, but didn't take the reward.
I almost got fired by the priest. Ah.
Now it was Su Heng's turn to be stunned.
What do you mean, didn't take the reward? Does this thing even have a reward? How would I know?
Soon, under Su Heng's puzzled expression, a woman dressed very formally slowly stepped out. She approached the girl, raised her hand, and took the girl's clothes, casually tossing them aside. Then, with a gentle expression, she looked at herself.
Hello, esteemed Beast Tamer.
Apologies, due to the previous reception issue caused by the intern of the transfer temple, you have forgotten to receive the reward for completing the transfer task. Of course, to punish this girl,
she will be assigned as your exclusive attendant priest during her time at the transfer temple. I wonder, esteemed Beast Tamer, what do you think of this arrangement? Ah.
Now, not only Su Heng but even the temple girl beside him was stunned. You must know that the transfer temple is independent of the 3 major associations, established by the will of heaven.
Once you enter the temple, you are bound to it for life.
The temple girl is the most basic priest in the transfer temple, and once the internship period ends, she becomes a full-fledged priest of the temple.
The girl blinked, looking at her superior in disbelief. Master. You don't want me anymore?
The temple girl looked at the female priest with grievance. After all, since the temple's founding, there have only been 5 instances of priests serving as personal secretaries.
And those 5 people are now the pinnacle of the human federation. The priests who followed those 5 became rulers of their territories. Now, the temple has promised this girl to be her exclusive priest. What are they planning? To win her over? Chapter 55, another 5-star job change. The beast tide is coming.
The temple girl in front of her had a sweet appearance. She wasn't impotent, and having such an eye-catching girl by her side wasn't bad.
But did they just give her an exclusive girl like this? This seems wrong, right? Is this the charm of a 5-star job changer? What? You don't want it?
The priest casually asked the temple girl in front of her. The temple girl was about to avoid the issue or refuse.
But then she thought, this job changer is no ordinary person.
He is one of the few who completed the 5-star job change task.
Such a genius, shouldn't he have more followers?
But, the temple could take advantage of the situation. Joke only had petty ambitions, she just wanted to muddle through life. Even joining the temple was because of her poor scores.
If she's assigned to this job changer, doesn't that mean going on field duty? The temple girl was in a dilemma.
On one hand, she could live an easy life, on the other, she could follow this 5-star job changer to level up and fight monsters. Although working at the temple was comfortable,
you could slack off. During work hours, playing games or sleeping was fine, but promotions were too slow. Joke, think carefully before you answer.
The temple wants you to stay with Lord Su Heng not just for him, but also for your own good.
You're almost 20, do you really want to stay as an intern at the temple?
Don't think I don't know, with your talent.
You shouldn't be at this level now. I'll give you a minute to think.
Otherwise, go back to the temple's intern area to continue your training. As soon as the priest finished speaking, the girl named Joke's face darkened.
Damn. I've been found out. I've been pretending to be slow and dumb, how did this priest figure it out? This doesn't make sense. So,
the girl quickly stopped her cute act.
In the blink of an eye, she adopted a professional demeanor and turned to look at Su Heng.
Lord Su Heng, your exclusive temple priest, Joke, is at your service. Master, little K has longed to adventure with you. In the future, for any temple matters, you can count on me. Leave it to little Sparrow to handle it for you.
Please, Lord Su Heng, don't be modest.
Well, priest, the Lord has arrived at the temple.
As a priest of the temple, shouldn't you be properly greeting him?
This person is the only Beast Tamer in 100 years who has completed the 5-star promotion task.
Damn.
This change of attitude is faster than flipping a page. Su Heng stood stunned in place. Even the priest who had just arranged the task had a change of expression.
His mouth twitched twice. He was curious, how gifted could this girl named Zhou be?
Even the priest threatened her with a task to make her act as his personal priest.
Lord Su Heng, your visit this time is. Oh. I just remembered, I'm not here to get a reward, I'm here to take the 3rd promotion task. Please follow me, I'll take you to the 3rd promotion's task room.
Seeing the girl quickly disappearing around the corner, Su Heng stood still for a moment.
He turned and looked at the temple priest.
The priest helplessly waved his hand, smiled, and said, "There's no need for the esteemed one to be polite.
Zhou is a genius. If it weren't for her lazy personality, she would have already been a candidate priest by now.
In the future, she will specifically handle your matters, Lord.
I will bring the rewards for your last promotion task shortly."
Su Heng nodded and then followed him. On the way to the promotion room, Su Heng gradually understood. It turns out, the promotion tasks were specially issued by the temple.
After completing each task, there is a corresponding reward.
So that's how it is, every promotion task has a corresponding reward.
5 stars is the highest, and also the hardest to achieve. If you keep completing 5-star tasks, you might even get hidden rewards. That's how it is, right?
Little Quebec. Lord Su Heng, please don't be so formal, just call me Little K from now on.
Sister? I wouldn't dare.
Zhou led Su Heng to the 3rd promotion task room.
It was similar to the room used for 2nd promotion tasks. However, the aura in the 3rd promotion room was obviously much heavier than that in the 2nd promotion room.
Su Heng stared at the crystal ball in the center of the room and walked over as if he were quite familiar with it.
He placed his hand directly on top of it.
Soon, a list of tasks, arranged by star level, slowly unfolded before Su Heng's eyes.
Extracting promotion tasks.
Congratulations, promotion task has been issued.
Hello, Beast Tamer Su Heng, level 40, 2nd promotion. Your level has reached the limit, and you can now proceed to the 3rd promotion. The promotion task is being assigned.
This promotion task is divided into 5 levels, and the player can choose their promotion target based on the level.
Iron Skeleton Soldier Elimination. Dual Beast Dimensional Coordination. Dimensional Perception Training, and others. These are the basic 3rd promotion tasks.
From 1 star to 3 stars, the difficulty is not high, most of them are for training mental energy or clearing support work.
Once completed, one can become a 3rd level professional, surpassing the 40 level limit.
But when the 4th and 5th level tasks appeared before him, Su Heng was directly stunned.
What the hell is this? Promotion task, Beast Horde is coming. The 5-star base city is about to face a dimensional crisis. Alien species are about to invade, and a Beast Horde will emerge. Please kill 1,000 alien beasts, all level 40 or higher. Surround Hanhai City. Task level, 4 stars. Task time, 12 hours. Task reward, you will be promoted to a 4-star 3rd promotion profession. Awaken profession, Battle Beast Specialization Beast Tamer, and gain a Beast Tamer profession aura. Tip, Battle Beast Specialization Beast Tamer will cultivate the battle beasts in your hands into true warriors who fight for humanity. Promotion task, defend Hanhai City. Hidden path extremely high difficulty. After successfully blocking and protecting the city of Hanhai from the beast tide, half of the alien beasts in this tide were killed. This task is extremely difficult. During the beast tide, 5-turn alien species or 5-turn alien beasts might appear. Hint, the highest ranking professional in Hanhai City is currently an 81st level Grand Magister. Task duration, 6 hours. Task reward, you can advance to a 5-star, 3rd tier class. You will also gain 2 Beast Tamer talents and equipment weapons. Awaken class, Super Dimensional Beast Tamer. Hint, equipment and weapons can be equipped to the Beast Tamer's battle beasts.
Hint, all professionals undergoing a 3rd tier class advancement can participate in this task.
Warning, this task is of high difficulty. Failure may result in death. During the cooldown period, reclassing is not allowed. Cooldown time, 1 year. Chapter 56, What? A beast tide will come within 12 hours. After reading through the 4-star and 5-star task descriptions, Su Heng couldn't help but frown. He carefully glanced over these 2 class advancement tasks. From them, Su Heng extracted 2 crucial pieces of information. First, next, a large-scale raid mission will appear. This is a true, large-scale raid. Such tasks rarely occur, and even when they do, their levels are not typically high. But right now, the starting point is a 4-star task. Tasks like this were incredibly rare before, but now, a 4-star task is right in front of him.
To complete a 4-star task, one would need to have completed a 4-star task during their second class advancement. Only those who have completed a 4-star task in their second class can even see it. In other words, it seems that in the near future, Hanhai City will truly witness some real talents. Of course, this is not the most important piece of information. The most important part is that these 4-star and 5-star tasks are constantly revealing a huge message to Su Heng. The Beast Tide is coming. Within 12 hours, the Beast Tide will descend upon this remote border city. The tasks given by the Class Advancement Temple will never make mistakes. This is the data of the will of heaven. Wow, this is really going to be a big play. Su Heng's mouth slightly curled upward as he gazed at the virtual panel of these two tasks. In fact, from the previous expedition with Old Yen and the others, when they were searching for the data core, Su Heng had already felt something was wrong. The ruins of Hope City were not far from Hanhai City. But in such a place, there were over level 50 annihilation worms. It was from this event that Su Heng began to sense that something wasn't right. However, at the time, he had no evidence and couldn't inform Pei Qing about it. And since his identity was just an ordinary senior high school student, it was best not to cause any trouble during the period before the college entrance exam. But with the appearance of these two tasks, it was different now. He was about to inform Pei Qing about this news and see if the city lord sister could bring him any benefits. Soon. Inside the Class Advancement Temple, 3rd class room, Su Heng placed his hand on the crystal, his expression serious. Choose 5-star Class Advancement task. As his words fell, the room was filled with dazzling light. The star map on the dome spun wildly and finally settled into a blood-red star map that had never been seen before. A scarlet star at the center of the map was slowly pulsing, directly facing Su Heng's forehead. Facing this true beast tide, it seems that just relying on the 9 Llama and the 2 ultimate forms might not be enough. It seems even the Fire Dragon King will have to intervene. Also, Battle Tyrannosaurus and Steel Garuru might need to merge into the Super Ultimate Omega. I wonder what level this beast tide, which can destroy a city, will reach. Partners, it's time to give it our all. Let's make this beast wave battle our name. Congratulations to the professional, Su Heng, for accepting a 5-star class change mission. Class change mission, defend Hanhai City. Hidden path, extremely high difficulty. Successfully block and protect Hanhai City from the beast wave, killing half of the alien beasts in this wave. This mission is extremely difficult. There may even be 5th-turn alien races or 5th-turn alien beasts in the wave. After accepting the mission, Su Heng turned around and left the class change room. And from the hands of the priestess, he received the reward from his previous 5-star mission. It was a purple quality windbreaker, a universal, exclusive armor, and a Beast Tamer gold card from the Beast Tamer Tower. With this gold card, Su Heng could enter the Beast Tamer Tower for free to challenge and train. As he stepped out of the Beast Tamer Tower's gate, Su Heng looked at the girl following him, Jo Quebec. The girl was still pouting, her face full of displeasure. Hurry up and get ready to head to the shelter. The beast wave is coming in the next 12 hours. Su Heng turned back seriously, looked at the girl in front of him, and reminded her. What? Just as Su Heng finished speaking, Jo Kei, the girl from the temple, froze. As a temple girl, she naturally knew what a beast wave meant for a city. Generally speaking, if the beast wave is simple, it won't be considered a disaster. A small-scale beast wave is the best place for monster farming and leveling up in a city. But a real beast wave is different. It can really destroy a city, it's a true natural disaster. So, when Su Heng's words fell, Jo Kei was completely stunned. What? Beast Tamer, are you joking? Beast wave? How could there be a beast wave? How could this be possible? Jo Kei's neck hair stood on end, her heart suddenly raced with anxiety. She had to believe it. Because she was a temple girl, a trainee priestess of the temple. And most importantly, for humanity, a beast wave was no joke. Hanhai City, in the sky. Su Heng sat directly on top of the Fire Dragon King, Iguner, rushing quickly towards the Lord's mansion of Pei Qing. The beast wave was a huge event for all of Hanhai City. As a human, Su Heng had the duty to report this matter quickly to Pei Qing. He had to protect the civilians and weak professionals in the city before the wave arrived. Soon, the massive fire dragon descended from the sky. A figure leaped down directly from the air. Pei Qing, who had just finished her day's training, wiped the sweat from her forehead and saw the figure in front of her. She couldn't help but laugh. TSK, isn't this our little Su Heng? What's this? We haven't seen each other for just a few days, and you're already missing your sister? TSK, looks like my charm hasn't faded a bit. In the air, the frost was still lingering, and when she looked up, she saw a giant red dragon appear. She instinctively prepared to summon ice magic to deal with it, but then saw Su Heng's figure. She couldn't help but mutter. Pei sister, stop joking. You should have already received the news. I solved a batch of insect-type creatures at the level 4 base city ruins outside the city. The boss among those insect creatures was a level 50 plus annihilation worm.
Forget it. That's not important.
What's important is, I just accepted a 5-star class change mission in the temple.
In 12 hours, a beast wave will hit Hanhai City.
Pei sister, hurry up and organize all the professionals inside and outside the city to come back and defend the city.
And activate the city's defenses. Chapter 57, announcing to the world. The beast wave is coming.
Vote please.
What?
Just after wiping the sweat, even the beads of sweat still on Pei Qing's forehead, frozen from the frost. At this moment, his expression froze.
A beast tide will erupt within 12 hours?
The armament corps did not send any message like this.
How is that possible? Little brother Su Heng, this is not something to joke about.
Pei Qing was completely shocked by Su Heng's sudden seriousness.
But then, the doubt in his eyes disappeared immediately. So, your meaning is, your job transfer task mentioned this beast tide?
Su Heng briefly introduced the 4-star and 5-star job transfer tasks he had seen.
After listening, Pei Qing was stunned. He took a deep breath.
In that instant, his whole body was wrapped in icy cold, a deep blue mage robe covering him. In his hand, a high-level ice staff condensed. The surrounding air seemed to freeze halfway through.
Before Su Heng could react. The next second, Pei Qing leapt into the air, heading straight toward the armament corps without looking back. He left only a few words to warn Su Heng. Little brother. The strength of the beast tide is far beyond what you can understand. Your 3 battle beasts alone may not be enough. Don't rush the job transfer task. If you can't finish it, you can continue next year. With your strength, taking first place in Hanhai City's exams is no problem. Remember, surviving is more important than anything.
As soon as he finished speaking, Pei Qing's figure completely vanished. Seeing that disappearing streak in the sky, Su Heng shook his head slightly inside. Then, the corner of his mouth curved up slightly.
Thanks for your concern, Sister Pei.
If it were not long ago, maybe there would be some problem, but now I have more than just 9 llamas.
Battle Tyrannosaur. Steel Goruru. Night Soul. Fusion. Come out.
One of the Royal 13 Knights.
Omega Beast. Fusion requirement detected. Battle Tyrannosaur, Steel Goruru are ready. Fusion material detected, 4th level Night Soul. Fusion material detected, Data Core.
All information gathered, fusion upgrade requirements met.
Royal Knight Omega Beast. Evolve. Descend.
The sound of evolution already reached his ears.
Su Heng took a deep breath. He looked toward the place where the city lord's mansion stood. Then, he directly mounted the body of Fire Dragon King Ignir. He raced at full speed toward the city wall where abnormal movements had begun. At this moment, behind Su Heng, 2 ultimate-level Digimon, under the power of massive battle data and the Night Core, were undergoing fusion. The strongest dragon warrior. Battle Tyrannosaur. The strongest mobile cannon. Steel Goruru. Super Ultimate Royal Knight Omega Beast. In that instant, the dragon and wolf completely fused together. Omega Beast has descended. Divine Beast panel opened. Name, Omega Beast. Level, Super Ultimate. Type, Holy Knight type, Vaccine Royal Knight. Height, 2 meters, normal version. Current power, unknown, can erupt beyond the current tamer level limit. Current skills, Tyranno Sword, Garura Cannon, Delete All, Restore All, etc. Description, belongs to the Royal Knights, a Digimon that surpasses ultimate level. Its hardware data cannot be measured, all unknown. Cases of successfully communicating with it are unheard of. Its purpose and everything else are unknown. At the same time, on the other side, in an instant, Hanhai City, an unknown 5th-level base city, became famous completely. This was the first 5-star job transfer task encountered since the Human Federation was established. Yet all 3rd-level job players could participate. The name of Hanhai City spread to some 3rd-level and even 2nd-level base city lords. Some big families also received the information at the same time. Beast Tide arrives. All 3rd-level job players. This is also one of the rare 5-star missions, directly given to guard a specific city. Level 5 base city, Hanhai City. Never heard of it before, but now the secret information has appeared in the hands of all major families and top universities at the same time. It really makes people confused. So, to find out the truth, many geniuses from high-level base cities were arranged by their elders to take on this strange 5-star mission. In an instant, many geniuses were heading toward this isolated level 5 frontier city.
They wanted to see how a mere level 5 frontier base city could attract the attention of the will of heaven. For a moment, the entire Hanhai city
instantly became the center of public opinion. Outside Hanhai city.
At this moment, it has been a full 3 hours since Su Heng's warning. All members of the adventurers' town outside the city have withdrawn to the city defense area. The Hanhai City Armed Forces have also completed all battle preparations.
Everyone is standing at attention, fully prepared for the upcoming Beast Tide attack.
The Mage Squad, Warrior Squad, Knights, Priests, Beast Tamers, and medical teams, along with most other professional squads, have gathered around. Even nearby, due to leaked information, professional individuals from other level 4 base cities have appeared. Even several high-level city associations have made guarding Hanhai City their mission. 12 hours of time is already plenty for the officials of these cities. Although Pei Ching is the only level 81 Grand Magician in Hanhai City, the area around the entire city is filled with powerful auras. They only need to wait for the Beast Tide to arrive, and then they can begin their killing spree.
For a moment, outside Hanhai City, countless powerful beings are waiting for the arrival of the Beast Tide. Looking around, there are youths in their 30s scattered everywhere. There are even dozens of well-trained professionals coming from various mercenary guilds and adventurer guilds. Time quickly passed. 12 hours may seem long, but in reality, it's very short.
As the sunset gradually turned the sky red, no one outside Hanhai City slackened off. A serious atmosphere surrounded everyone's head.
Everyone gripped their weapons tightly. At this moment,
a hysterical roar completely tore apart the quiet air.
Roar! Roar, roar! In an instant, outside Hanhai City, right in front of the city gate, a pitch-black wave of beasts came charging toward this side recklessly. In this brief moment, the adventurers' town was completely swallowed by the dark beast tide.
Looking roughly, at least over 1,000 beasts of varying levels
came charging wildly. Chapter 58, Level 52 Thunderhorn King Rhino. A moving war fortress. Open. Has it begun?
Outside Hanhai City, the pitch-black beast horde is already rushing toward Hanhai City. Not long ago, the adventurers' town was now completely surrounded by these beasts.
It was terrifying.
At the same time, information about this wave of attacking beasts was clearly presented to all professionals.
Beast, Flame Lion. Level, 35. Height, 8 meters. Skills, Claw Strike, Fire Breath, Roar Intimidation.
Description: a powerful beast living in volcanic regions and dry grasslands, its mane bursts into flames during battle, living in groups of 30 to 50.
Beast, Rock Lion. Level, 38. Height, 3.5 meters long, 2 meters tall. Skills, Heavy Claw Strike, Rock Throw, Earthquake Stomp.
Description: has the ability to alter mountains and rocky hills.
Its skin is covered with rock-like keratin, making its defense extremely high, solitary. Beast, Lava Worm. Level, 38. Height, 10 to 15 meters long, 2 meters in diameter. Skills, Lava Spit, High Temperature Wrap, Lava Splash. Countless strange beasts charged toward this direction.
Countless large guilds, already informed, came to support Hanhai City. Mercenary guilds, adventurer associations, even the Temple of Job Transfers. Also, genius students, professionals, and masters from major cities.
All of them began to move.
The professional squads from the major guilds also rushed out at the same time.
Classic battle strategy, healer systems, combined with warriors skilled in logistics and agility.
They all appeared in front of this group of strange beasts.
Ha ha ha. Interesting. Very interesting. Is this the strange beast tide targeting a level 5 base city? Thrilling. Damn thrilling. I never thought I would meet a lion pack. Ha 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 ha. Are there any dragon-type strange beasts? Killing this group of lions is boring. Watch me become the dragon-slaying hero. Ha 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 ha. Damn it, I'm charging first. If I can't win, I'll just run. Exactly.
I heard Hanhai City is on the border, and humans plan to abandon it.
Just a worthless level 5 base city. I hope even level 4 base cities are being abandoned.
Perfect, let geniuses from our level 3 base city fully enjoy the last glow of you. Countless guilds, countless geniuses, countless professionals all rushed blindly into the beast tide.
There was no other choice.
As a level 5 base city, Hanhai City had only Pei Ching, an 81st level professional. The rest, even if they were leaders of armed groups, were only around level 50. The principles of several major academies were the same. If a 4th stage or higher strange beast boss appeared in this beast tide, then Hanhai City would very likely be completely devoured. At this moment, the local guild members of Hanhai City, hearing the words of those members from high-level base cities,
gritted their teeth.
Though filled with furious anger in their hearts, they could not raise any resistance power. After all, the highest level of Hanhai City guild members was only about 30. Not even reaching the third transformation. Any member reaching the third transformation was the top professional in each major guild of Hanhai City. Those high-level guilds, even a fully staffed small squad, could wipe them all out. This is reality. They could only grit their teeth and endure, without any complaint. Of course, this was only limited to that. The geniuses from other city-states did not bother to share this adventure with these filthy professionals. For them, this was a once-in-a-century 5-star mission. They were the future of humanity. The soon-to-appear saviors of Hanhai City. Countless geniuses stared coldly at this dark, black land in front of them. This wave of lion packs was soon surrounded and destroyed by the adventurers from outside the city. At this moment, on top of Hanhai City's gate, Pei Qing's face was ashen. Tightly holding his staff, the air filled with deadly tension. This is just the beginning. Pei Qing's gaze turned to the distance. According to the pattern of these beast tides, this was only a probing wave. The overall level of these monsters did not exceed the second transformation. But after this first wave ended, Hanhai City briefly welcomed a moment of rest. But this rest would not last long. Roar! Just as everyone lowered their guard, trying to use this short time to rest and recover, a huge roar came from the beast tide. Roar, roar! Roar, roar! With the end of the first wave of the beast tide, very quickly, the second wave appeared directly, completely leaving no time to react. This is not right. Monster, Thunder Horn King Rhinoceros. Level, 52. Height, body length 7 meters, height 3.8 meters. Skills, Thunder Horn Charge, Thunder Stomp, Electric Net Release, Thunder Roar Shock. Description: when running, surrounded by lightning, extremely fast, giant horns can summon heavenly thunder, unstoppable charge. Instantly. At the very moment this Thunder Horn King Rhinoceros appeared, everyone in front froze. What is this? Third rank. A third-rank Thunder Horn King Rhinoceros over 50 levels. The king of the Thunder Horn Rhinoceros group. How is this possible? How could it appear here? Everyone was completely stunned. No. The first wave was only second rank. How can this second wave of Beast Tide have a Thunder Horn King Rhinoceros? This thing has thick armor, even a great swordsman cannot fight it. Damn, this thing is electric. Can fight at range and close combat. What fight? Our city lord of level 4 base city is only level 81. Our Ranhua city, a level 3 base city, the mercenary guild leader is just level 68. Damn. This beast tide seems wrong. Run now. What the hell are we fighting for? Run? Tell me where to run. Look up west. What is flying in the sky? You need to be able to outrun it. West in the sky. What is it? Monster, bipedal flying dragon, group. Level, 44. Height, wingspan 15 meters, body length 6 meters. Skills, dive rip, wind blade frenzy, poison claw tear, dragon might intimidation. Description: flying unit, extremely fast, claw tips contain paralyzing poison, has weak dragon might to suppress low-level creatures. There are at least 20 of them. Holding tight in the sky as scout units. Avoiding all humans, nothing escapes their eyes. Chapter 59, Noble Royal Knight, Omega Beast descends. In front, a third-rank Thunder Horn King Rhinoceros over 50 levels. Behind, bipedal flying dragons over 40 levels. The moment these two monsters appeared, all guilds, professionals, adventurer squads, professional squads, at this moment, were completely confused. In just an instant, the arrogant professionals who wanted Hanhai City to die with them were directly scattered by hundreds of Thunder Horn Rhinoceroses. Under this violent impact, their numbers sharply decreased. In just an instant, on this real alien battlefield, screams and clashes rose one after another. The nearby geniuses from other regions, level 30-something, at this moment, were already surrounded by countless Thunder Horn Rhinoceroses. Their faces looked very bad. Yes, they are prodigies. But prodigies can at most challenge beasts 10 levels higher. But these Thunder Horn Rhinoceroses, under the rule of the Thunder Horn King Rhinoceros, in that huge battle formation, not a single giant rhino was below level 40. They are just geniuses, not monsters. Where in the world are there so many mutated beings? They are not opponents. They cannot defeat so many monsters. Soon, these geniuses began to be scattered by the beast horde, fighting individually. And this over 50-level Thunder Horn King Rhinoceros led the subordinate Thunder Horn Rhinoceroses to slaughter all living beings in front. West side of Hanhai City. The White Rose Adventure Group was now completely controlled in place by the 40-plus level bipedal flying dragons in the sky. Leader, what do we do? We are being targeted by these bipedal flying dragons, and there are many level 40 monsters around.
This is only the second wave of the beast tide, how can there be 40 to 50 level monsters?
Leader, what do we do?
How can we retreat? We're done, we're going to die. Damn.
If it wasn't for this so-called prodigy delaying us, we would have already escaped. At this moment, in the White Rose Adventure Group,
several night tanks,
firmly protecting a level 30 girl in the middle. At this moment, quite a few people were already frowning.
They had just retreated, planning to strike lightly and return to the city.
But instead, they ran into such a twisted beast tide. Normally, a beast tide has 6 layers, one for each level. The first layer of the beast tide was merely here to gather information. It was solved by most adventurers and professionals, without a doubt. But with the appearance of the second wave, clearly things had exceeded their expectations.
Third turn, beasts of over 50 levels appeared. How could they possibly continue fighting now?
At the center of the White Rose Adventure Group, a little girl wore a simple white dress. The dress was already covered in bloodstains. It was unclear whether it was the blood of beasts or the adventurers nearby. The little girl was not from Hanhai City. She had only received a 4-star job change task and came to participate, planning to return after completing it. But who knew this 4-star job change task was so twisted?
She almost perished on this alien battlefield.
Fortunately, the appearance of the White Rose Adventure Group saved her from the attack of those bipedal flying dragons.
Now, facing their complaints, there was not much wrong with them.
Little girl, what are you talking about?
Without you, we wouldn't get out either. Stay obediently, the Human Federation needs geniuses like you. Survive, don't die.
But speaking of this, we were really unlucky. We went to the secret realm to recruit newcomers but ran into a mutated dungeon. This time we planned to strike lightly during this beast tide, but instead ran into such twisted beasts again.
Damn it.
If only we could meet that little freak who solved the mutated dungeon back then.
Within the beast tide.
Besides these adventurers, many pioneers from the adventurer town were also present. A few kilometers away, Old Yen had just slain a newly second-turned silver moonwolf. A lonely smile appeared on his face. He looked up toward Hanhai City. His gaze was somewhat lonely.
He probably would not survive this beast tide, thousands of silver moonwolves nearby, led by the silver moon wolf king.
It was already dusk, the sun setting in the west.
The afterglow of the sunset fell on this new city, foretelling its fate.
Old Yen sat down, intending to light a cigarette, trying to fight his way through with blood.
Suddenly,
a sudden intense light appeared right before his eyes. The light rang across the sky above the entire beast tide. Then he saw 2 shadows, one gold and one silver, spanning the entire void.
2 massive streams of data rushed out from Hanhai City.
Then, the 2 massive streams of data merged together. A silver-white, noble knight-shaped warrior slowly appeared in the merged light of these data streams.
One of the 12 royal knights. The strongest warrior.
Wang Baiwan, deputy captain of the Royal Knights, the true full attendance winner of the digital series.
Omega Beast. Appears.
Its figure was not huge, only about 10 meters, expanded version. Or rather, the Royal 13 Knights figures were almost never too large. Compared to Steel Sea Dragon Beast, Infinite Dragon Beast. But when the Omega Beast descended from that massive data stream,
the sunset's afterglow covered this royal knight in a layer of golden armor. In an instant, a true knight finally descended.
Super Ultimate Form, Holy Knight Type, Vaccine Species. Virus Nemesis Combat Tyrannosaur Beast, with Steel Gururu.
Because of the strong will of the people expecting good deeds, the royal knights were born.
They are composite warriors who can unleash their abilities at any time. The so-called Royal Knights are the 13 Holy Knight-type digital beasts, ranked at the highest level of network security, known as the Guardians of the Network.
They pride themselves on their absolute strength. It is said that they will only gather when a major disaster strikes the digital world, guided by a prophecy. They are neither absolutely good nor absolutely evil.
In order to maintain the continuity of the digital world, if necessary, they will often use ruthless means such as massive destruction and slaughter.
Each royal knight has their own justice to uphold and their own mission to carry out. At this moment, one of the royal knights, Omega Beast, has already descended. Yo! Old Yen, you haven't withdrawn yet. Tisk, hurry up and upgrade, otherwise, these things will push you back.
The next moment, a familiar figure appeared on the shoulder of that noble holy knight. In the hands of this holy knight, one held a Tyrannosaurus sword, and the other held a WarGreymon cannon.
The voice with a smile lightly teased Old Yen below.
For a moment, Old Yen raised his head in confusion. Even more confused were the adventurers, the pioneers of the small town, who were fighting against the beast tide with Old Yen.
Chapter 60, WarGreymon Cannon.
The miracle that freezes the battlefield.
Holy crap! What is this thing? Look behind him, there's also a giant dragon. This can't be anything less than a high-level beast master. No, this isn't even about beast masters anymore. I'm really curious right now, how could old Yin know someone so badass? Damn, there's no way something like this could appear in our trashy Hanhai city. Old Yin, you aren't greeting this person, are you? Holy crap, Old Yin, you have this kind of identity too. Why didn't you say so earlier? Not far from Old Yan's side, at the White Rose Guild. When they saw in the sky, on the left and right, a giant dragon and a fox. The moment the 10-meter-tall, enlarged version, Omega Beast appeared, all eyes widened. Not a single one of them could help but marvel at its incredible power. These three battle beasts were beyond their detection. That means they must have surpassed the second tier, reaching levels of third tier, level 50 or 60. Even more shocking was the one standing on the shoulder of this Holy Knight-type battle beast, controlling these three battle beasts. They were even greeting the adventurers below. Who is this person? Who exactly is this person? At this moment, the desolate and hopeless expression on Old Yan's face completely disappeared. His eyes squinted, looking at the figure on the Holy Knight-type battle beast's shoulder. His squinting eyes instantly brightened. His eyes turned red. He, a warrior-class fighter. A warrior who had never feared to fight against hundreds of different beasts. Yet the moment Su Heng appeared, his eyes turned red. Old Yen didn't care about the teasing from his teammates anymore. He took a deep breath. Good kid, Xiao Su, you finally came. Yatong has been waiting for you for a long time. After this is over, do you want your Yatong sister to give you a good massage? Haha, during this time Yatong's strength has improved quite a bit. Old Yen said, laughing heartily. He had originally thought that Su Heng, like those noble kids, was just here to gain experience in the adventurer town and go back to inherit some family business or legacy. Even though Su Heng had forced him to kill Chen He at the time. It was just because of the competition between the nobles. There were many reasons, but he didn't want to offend such noble masters. But now, with Su Heng's appearance, his genuine feelings burst out completely on Old Yan's side. After all, this existence. In the midst of being surrounded by so many Thunder Horn Kings, Flying Dragons, and Silver Moon King Wolves, all kinds of level 40 to 50 beasts. With his battle beasts under his command, appearing here. And extending a helping hand to them, even willing to acknowledge him. Giving him such face, this alone was enough to make Old Yen bow down in awe. Not far from the team, Yen Yadong waved the priest's staff in her hand, casting a priest's aura on everyone. She turned back and spat at her brother, then lowered her head shyly. And in the center of the White Rose Adventurers Guild, the young lady coming to change her job, upon seeing the figure in the distance, her face flushed. She took a deep breath. Su Heng's gaze turned to the pioneers in front of him, then to the center of the White Rose Adventurers Guild, several kilometers away. He glanced at the young lady there, who was planning to carry out a 4-star adventure task. Then, he laughed out loud. Alright, Old Yen, Sister Yatong. Let me deal with these small fries first, then I'll chat with you. On either side, 2 giant beasts. At this moment, Su Heng, looking down from above, embraced the 2 beauties, gazing at the countless beasts ahead from Omega's shoulder. In the past, those so-called geniuses in the city-states. In this beast tide, they looked utterly miserable. Even those reckless level 4 or 3 adventurer teams, professional squads. In this frantic beast tide, they were also showing exhaustion. Only he, Su Heng, a senior student from Hanhai City High School, at this moment, stood tall above the beasts. Coldly staring at them, the ones who caused all of this. Everything was understood without saying a word. Omega Beast. Garuru Cannon, freeze this battlefield. Without hesitation, Su Heng took a deep breath. He directly fixed his gaze on the group of Thunder Horn Rhinos, focusing on the Thunder Horn King Rhino that was clearly many times bigger. The Thunder Horn King Rhino, rather than a giant beast, could be considered a moving thunder fortress. Its size far exceeded the ordinary Thunder Horn Rhinos. The small mountain-like bulge on its back was its muscle group. Its body was covered with a thick layer of dark gray armor, with blackened scars from lightning burns covering it. The most frightening thing was the huge horns on its head. The main horn was 3 meters long, deep purple. The surface was wrapped in visible arcs of electricity. The secondary horn was shorter but sturdier. The tips of the horns had been worn down over years of collision, yet they still glinted with a metallic cold light. For massive legs, like columns. Each step it took left scorched marks on the ground. Along its back, from the neck to the tail, a row of dull thunder horns grew. Its eyes were a rare purple-golden color, with lightning flashing deep within its pupils. This was the king's eye, a gaze fit only for the king of the Thunder Horn Rhino tribe. Level, quite high. It was one of the few bosses that was close to level 60, one of the super strong ones he had fought. Unfortunately,
level, in front of the super ultimate Omega Beast, seemed a bit inadequate.
Omega Beast remained calm, its golden pupils fixed intently on everything in front of it. Then, it raised its hand. It was a beast-shaped cannon, known as the Garuro cannon. The moment it raised its hand, everything around seemed to freeze. Target locked. Beast, Thunder Horn King Rhino. Level, 52. Height, 7 meters long, 3.8 meters tall. Garuro cannon fully charged, firing. Digital beasts were not just ordinary contract beasts, but true life forms with their own intelligence. At this moment, Omega, as the super ultimate digital beast, raised its right hand. The Garuro cannon aimed at the huge beast group in the distance. Then, he directly unleashed judgment on this group of Thunder Horn giants and the King Rhino. At the very moment of charging. Perhaps it was because the almost icy tone from the Omega Beast's mouth stirred the anger of these already intelligent beasts. Countless Thunder Horn giants erupted with wild black-red lightning. The King Thunder Horned Rhino in the core area became even more frenzied. Its horns turned completely deep purple, and its back grew lightning protrusions. Strands of purple lightning burst from its back. It was a kind of mutant lightning, wilder and more destructive than ordinary blue lightning. The royal pressure it released drove all Thunder Horn giants within hundreds of meters into madness. The Thunder Horn giants' whole attributes increased by 20%. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Dozens, even hundreds of Thunder Horn giants roared at once. It seemed they intended to give this reckless holy knight a show of power. Chapter 61, Su Heng dead? No, he was not sacrificed. At that instant, the muzzle of the Garuro cannon in Omega Beast's hand already flickered with a dangerous blue light. Then, an absolute zero energy beam shot directly from the muzzle, straight at this large group of Thunder Horn giants. Everything in its path withered away. 20,000. 19810. 18720. 19900. 18900. 17800. A terrifying and frenzied red number appeared directly before their eyes. As the energy erupted from the muzzle of the Garuro cannon, it quickly froze all nearby beasts. This scene left all the professionals present stunned. It must be known, these professionals were around level 30, second-class professions, almost all output roles. Knights, warriors, shield tanks, and various mages, agile-class professionals. The moment this scene happened, they were dumbfounded. Holy crap! Someone, dragging out the long tone, stared at the blue pillar before them. This was not an ordinary Garuro cannon, but the Garuro cannon released by the ultra-ultimate Omega Beast. Holy crap, what is happening? It froze all the beasts directly? If I'm not blind, this guy is a Holy Knight's battle beast, right? But tell me, is this amazing 0-degree cold air released by him? No, this thing is over the limit, right? A bit ridiculous. One shot, and all the Thunder Horn giants are dead? Simply perverse. No, seriously, what is this? This must be a mage's forbidden spell. Only a god of magic could do it. Magic god, where would our small level 5 base get a magic god? Unbelievable. For a time, those mages furiously attacking the beasts on the battlefield looked at the sky, the 10-meter Omega Beast, and the Garuro cannon still shining coldly, in disbelief. They also looked at their own staffs and the magic released from them, dumbfounded and frustrated. Damn, is this human? Oh. No, this seems not human, so it's fine. Just this casually unleashed move made their group of warriors, mages, and archers unable to deal enough damage even after 3 full days. It must be known, professionals also have ranks. Before 3rd class, all were small Kurama. Only after reaching 3rd class and above, 4th class, would huge changes happen. This is why 4th class professionals rarely appear in small city-states, because the dangers in large city-states are far more deadly. At this moment, on the White Rose side, everyone swallowed hard in shock. Honestly, they were stunned. Even battle-hardened, they had never seen such power. Several miles away, Old Yen held his broken greatsword, feeling the same. Honestly, he was clear about how amazing this big shot was. But just a few days without seeing him, and the war beast contracted by the big shot had already become this strong? And it seemed a bit too monstrous, right? And, if he wasn't mistaken, the level of the war beast in front of him seemed to be only barely level 40? How could a creature that hadn't even reached the 3rd evolution completely wipe out all these other beasts? Is this even reasonable? This is unreasonable. Inside the White Rose Adventurers Guild, the young mage girl who had come to take the 4-star promotion task gazed blankly at the distance, her eyes wide with shock. Is this really a level 40 war beast? The girl's name was Ching Cho, and she was not young.
She was also a senior high school graduate, about to take the college entrance exam soon. As a genius from a level 3 base city, she thought she had seen a lot. But the powerful blue light attack that had just erupted. It froze all the exotic beasts within a radius of 4 or 5 miles around her. As if they had never existed. And the most ridiculous part was that there were 2 other giant beasts beside this one, without having made a single move. The 40-meter-high fox and the real flying dragon. Their king-like gazes looked down on everything. They had never considered these lower creatures before them as anything. Instead, they were looking with interest at the humans around them, without any malice. And the fox used its huge claws to scratch its teeth. It seemed completely bored, having nothing to do. It was only now that Chang Cho realized. Her perspective and knowledge were still too small. The so-called geniuses in the level 3 base city, compared to the young man in front of her and the 3 war beasts with him. Forget it. There was no point in even comparing. You could say. This was a total crushing. A crushing from beginning to end. At this moment, the adventurers present took a deep breath. Only then did they suppress the excitement and shock in their hearts. Holy crap! These 3 giant beasts can do such a powerful attack? Last time, the war beast little Su used in battle wasn't even close to this. Old Yen said faintly. The pioneers from the pioneering camp nearby stared with wide eyes. They were staring intensely at the 3 war beasts in the sky. Does this mean the 2 beasts beside them could cause the same kind of threat? Could they push through these monsters in front of them? What Thunderhorn King Rhino, what Silvermoon King Wolf, what the hell double-legged flying dragon? They're all trash. At the same time, on the city wall of Han Hai City, the level 81 Ice Mage Master, Pei Chang, who had already donned her battle robe. The only level 81 practitioner in Han Hai City. The city lord and guardian, at this moment, stood tall on the city wall. Her eyes were filled with shock. She glanced into the distance and saw the gigantic silver-white Holy Knight. For a moment, she was frozen in place. A moment later, a warrior from the military group jogged over to Pei Ching's back and reported to her. Report, my lord. We haven't found that genius boy named Su Heng. Now, the beast tied outside the city is almost all powerful beasts above the 3rd evolution, especially the Thunderhorn King Rhino, known as the mobile cannon. If it gets too close, our city defense can't stop it. That boy named Su Heng most likely has already sacrificed himself in this beast tide. The military city defense soldier spoke directly. The information revealed made it clear that the genius named Su Heng was likely already sacrificed in the beast tide outside the city. After all, no matter how talented the geniuses in Han Hai City were, how could they compare to those from higher level cities? Seeing that Pei Ching remained silent, the city defense soldier could only sigh and comfort the silent Pei Ching. City Lord, please accept my condolences. Everything still must put the city defense as the most important. Only, just as the voice had barely fallen, they suddenly heard Pei Ching's burst of laughter and the wild arrogance full of disdain on her face. Mourn? Is there something wrong with your brain? What mourning do I need? Who the hell told you that he sacrificed himself? Chapter 62 Abnormal Change Thunderhorn King Rhino. Battle of Life and Death. Pei Ching laughed. The sound was very loud. Is the head of the defending soldiers of this armament corps a little sick? I am sad? I mourn. I mourn your damn head. What a joke. Pei Ching mercilessly fired back. To be honest, at the beginning when she first evacuated all the first-turn low-level professionals and ordinary Han Hai City citizens inside and outside Han Hai City, when she returned to the city lord's mansion, she indeed found that Su Heng had already disappeared. At that time she was indeed extremely anxious, and personally, and also sent out reconnaissance squads to search. After all, the current Su Heng is a big treasure. Whether Han Hai City can keep the establishment of a level 5 base city in the future still depends on whether this kid can take a proper result in the college entrance examination. However, after several searches with no results, Pei Ching gave up and returned to the city wall to carry out the city defense mission. But she never gave up, and never believed that Su Heng would sacrifice in this beast tide. So, at the moment when 2 meteors crossed the sky, a huge fox and a giant dragon suddenly descended from the sky, landing in front of that group of strange beasts. She knew that this wave of war could not escape. That fox was an existence that could easily break her level 81 frost shield. Do not use the most common data and levels to limit them. Then, before she could wake up from the shock, a blue beam of light directly released from the hand of that silver-white Holy Knight directly killed a large group of Thunderhorn giant rhinos above level 40. Pei Ching recognized it at a glance. This silver-white Holy Knight absolutely is the treasure of that guy Su Heng. Even at this moment this guy is still hiding things. He really is a little abnormal. On the other side,
At this moment,
Su Heng, standing on the shoulder of WarGreymon, glanced at the battlefield. He nodded with satisfaction. War should be like this. Who the hell plays turn-based house games with you? You punch me once, I punch you once. When you clearly can smash him dead with one hammer, why must you still wait for the next round? What kind of joke is this? Really? Seeing that there was still a batch of Thunderhorn giant rhinos with strong background on the battlefield, Su Heng also directly let WarGreymon slowly move toward that direction. As for the other two directions, with Igneel the Fire Dragon King and Kurama this 40-meter-tall giant-tailed beast, no matter how one thinks, they would not dare cross the Thunder Pool even a single step. As for Su Heng, he placed his gaze on the back of the beast group, existing like a moving fortress, on the body of the Thunderhorn King Rhino.
This is the moving fortress among strange beasts?
To be honest, you are a bit too arrogant. With your body size, at most you are only a moving turret. As for fortress, at least you should have the body size like Ninetales, right? Unfortunately, in front of this group of Thunderhorn giant rhinos, you simply cannot hide your body size.
WarGreymon, use all delete.
Completely erase the trace that it has ever existed.
At this moment, around the level 5 base city Hanhai City,
hidden behind countless level 40 strange beasts, above the head even with two-legged flying dragons, and with the Silver Moon Wolf tribe famous for agility as cover, the Thunderhorn King Rhino that only needed to kill this group of humans, then rush to the city and smash the city defense, suddenly fiercely shivered. For some reason, just a moment ago, deep in its heart suddenly rose a warning. A warning coming from death. This feeling had just appeared, and was quickly suppressed by its strong heart. After all, for a king of its race, the Beast Tide is a great event.
Death is not scary, as long as it can completely collapse the walls of this city. Then, the endless alien beasts behind will trample this human city-state.
Immediately, the Thunderhorn King Rhino, it seemed to sense something from Su Heng, and it no longer bothered to play any games with these humans. You could see that a terrifying aura erupted from the body of the Thunderhorn King Rhino, with thunder cracking and rumbling on its body. Then, a roar that made everyone realize the horror rang out.
It came from deep within.
Roar. Under the roar of the Thunderhorn King Rhino, the alien beasts that were originally frozen suddenly had a red light appear in their eyes.
At the same time, behind these alien beasts, a more violent aura appeared.
The sky, the earth, and countless alien beasts started to go wild. This Thunderhorn King Rhino actually directly took control of the sky and earth, commanding the Silver Moon Wolf clan and the two-headed wyverns. It ruthlessly charged forward to kill. In an instant, the professional squads that were fighting with full teams just a moment ago, under this counterattack, they were immediately scattered. The mercenaries sent by the Mercenary Guild were even directly scattered in formation. In a flash, the number of deaths on the battlefield increased several times.
Those guys, not simple. Behind him, Jayalama's voice was unusually deep.
Igunir did not speak, only looking arrogantly at the opposite side. A Thunderhorn King Rhino over level 50, to him, was nothing.
But comparatively, these humans seemed much weaker. Damn it.
What the hell is this Beast Tide? This damn Beast Tide is wrong. How could a level 5 base city erupt such a Beast Tide?
That Thunderhorn King Rhino is wrong.
Damn it, this guy directly took control of the airspace. Where's the boss of the wyverns?
Damn it, this Thunderhorn King Rhino is almost level 60, what the hell are we fighting?
Normally, Beast Tides have 6 waves, and this second wave already has 50 plus level 3 turn beasts, so the fourth wave will have 100 level beasts.
Retreat. Retreat.
I thought we'd just come to take advantage of the situation, but to hell with that.
This city of Hanhai is doomed. Who knows what these guys have provoked?
In an instant, the situation on the battlefield changed rapidly. Originally, there were only 100 Thunderhorn Rhinos, but now look.
Thousands of Thunderhorn Rhinos surged onto the battlefield.
There were also hundreds of wyverns in the sky, occupying the entire space.
Nearby, the Silver Moon Wolf clan was harvesting human professionals.
These confident professionals, upon seeing this, were instantly scared out of their wits. They turned and ran without the slightest intention of stopping. Among this group of people who came to join the fun, the highest level was just from a level 3 base city. Their highest level was only around 70 or 80. And right before their eyes, with this second wave of the Beast Tide, the beast herd had already gone berserk. The violent effect of a 20% increase in strength. It made the level 40 alien beasts instantly rise to over level 50. And then, there would be the third wave, the fourth wave, and the fifth wave. If they didn't leave now, they'd be burying Hanhai City along with them, losing their lives in this crumbling level 5 base city. It really wasn't worth it.
Chapter 63, The Ultimate Miracle. The Holy Night.
As the adventurer teams from the high-tier cities, mercenary squads, and guild professionals retreated,
Hanhai City was completely exposed to this beast tide.
despair had truly arrived. The beast tide led by the Thunderhorn King Rhino was only the second wave of this beast tide. But this second wave had already shattered the human forces that came to assist or take advantage.
So what if this batch of strange beasts has been dealt with now? There are 6 waves of beast tides in total. This is the second wave. After this, are we really just waiting to die?
Around Hanhai City, professional fighters are becoming fewer and fewer. Even the guards of Hanhai City's armed corps are starting to feel weak in both mood and will to defend.
At this moment,
on the city wall of Hanhai City, Pei Ching stared deeply toward the battlefield.
Frowning. Taking a deep breath. Finally, speaking in despair. Everyone. Please hold on.
Leave a spark for this city.
I, Pei Ching, City Lord of Hanhai City, will defend this city with all my colleagues until the last moment.
All the low-level professionals and ordinary citizens are evacuating. We don't know when this beast tide will end, but for your children, wives, parents, and friends,
please keep holding on.
Before the city falls, I will not leave the city wall for even a step.
Being the only 5th-turn professional in this city.
Even though only level 80, already the top fighting force of this city. Once a professional transfers from the lower 3 tiers to the 4th tier,
their combat power changes dramatically.
5th-turn professionals are almost like natural disasters at times. But even a natural disaster is still in danger against this huge beast tide.
Pei Ching's battle robe flapped violently in the wind.
Looking at all this, her attitude and tone were sincere. Yes, from the moment this beast tide began, she never thought of running away.
Hanhai City is her foundation. It is the place the Pei family has protected for generations. Even if it is only a level 5 base city, it cannot be trampled by those aliens and beasts.
Even if she must sacrifice herself, Pei Ching will die on this city wall. When these words were spoken, for a moment, all the guards of Hanhai City went silent. The area around Hanhai City became extremely quiet. Unlike the roars of the beasts outside, the strange silence felt completely out of place.
After a moment,
a 40-year-old man in armed corps armor slowly straightened up on the city wall. He took off the wine gourd on his waist and gulped it down. Taking a deep breath, he hoisted his greatsword. He glanced at his comrades behind him and then stepped onto the city wall. One step, and he jumped down. Brothers, I'll go first. Captain Shin, don't forget to pour a good wine on my grave. With the first person jumping off the wall, many others in the armed corps followed.
They leapt from the city wall one by one.
This fearless spirit of death no one dared to break.
No one wanted to break.
At this moment, only the sound of swords and spears stabbing enemy bodies could be heard.
No one wants to die.
But no one wants to face the aftermath if the city falls. The destruction of Hope City, a base city dozens of kilometers away, is a warning.
A human city buried in ruins. In less than 100 years, it became a cradle for beasts. The human resistance finally erupts, with countless armed corps warriors pouring into the battlefield. It seemed like a small chance of turning the tide appeared. Damn it!
The cursed beasts.
Why now?
I still wanted to go home for New Year.
Damn it!
This little genius is the only one in Hanhai City.
How can he die here? Hey!
Brothers, 1 kill is worth it, 2 kills is blood profit.
Eat my destined spear.
Brothers!
The night aura is all yours.
Kill.
You beasts, can you move slower? I'm retiring this year, and now I run into this mess.
Ha, old Zhang, you are much faster than us, your fighting power even matches Commander Shin.
Charge.
Kill this bunch of cursed beasts. Hanhai City, as a level 5 base city, even the Grand Commander of the Armed Regiment, Shin Xianjun, wasn't above level 60.
How could these warriors' levels surpass Grand Commander Shin Xianjun?
Most of them were warriors in their 30s. Only a very few had reached the 3rd transfer, barely in their 40s. But the beasts in front of them were truly all in their 40s.
Even so, they did not retreat. Because behind them was their homeland. Everything they cherished. The Thunder Horn Giant Rhino, a beast specialized in siege. Today, I will use this life to keep you forever on this battlefield. Yet, in that very instant before their eyes, it seemed to feel their unyielding spirit, their fighting will.
A silver-white holy knight slowly appeared above their heads. Then they witnessed a scene they would never forget in their lives. The holy knight lifted one hand. That hand, like a raging T-Rex. From it stretched a huge sword, the sword light shimmering with digital glow.
Then, the sky lit up. A terrifying aura, absolutely impossible to resist, flickered before all the beasts.
It utterly destroyed their defenses, breaking through the absolute shield of those beasts. Even the fortress-like giant beasts trembled from instinctive fear. Everyone saw runes, one by one, slowly shining from the huge sword, clear, unbelievably clear. Then, all the city defending soldiers heard a solemn voice slowly uttered from the silver-white Holy Knight. Delete all. Then, the sky blocked by the flying beasts was pierced by a white beam of light. The beam shone like dawn into everyone's eyes. Light. Holy light. The ultimate miracle, the sacred night. The Omega Beast's powerful strike, the Tyrant Sword of Judgment, released the Delete Sword energy. It charged directly into the massive group of beasts. Directly towards the Thunder Horn King Rhino. This sword energy, seemingly normal, exploded the moment it hit the King Rhino. It detonated around it, then violently erupted. Where the terrifying energy spread, all beasts turned into data, vanishing into the air. The countless frenzied beasts were physically eliminated in reality. Chapter 64 Su Heng. Sister really loves you to death. At this moment, the beasts before them, like game data, were deleted. On the physical level, nothing continued to exist. Two simple words, yet carrying destruction, appeared in everyone's mind. Delete, destroy. The earth seemed as if nothing had ever been there. In that instant, outside Hanhai City became completely peaceful, everything around unusually quiet. This quiet lasted less than 3 minutes. Then, a wave of celebration echoed throughout the base city. What the hell, oh my god. My heavens. What the hell is this? What did that big shot just do? Just one move, and all those beasts were wiped out? Physically deleted? I'm totally stunned, I have no idea how to describe my feelings right now. Mom! I saw a god. A real god. I am shaking all over now. Can you imagine? If that sword light had hit me just now, I would be dead, damn it. Stop whining, I just, with one move wiped out the second wave of thousands of beast monsters. Silver Moon Wolf Clan, damn it, who did I offend? As soon as I came out, I got completely wiped, damn it. Those two wyverns were even worse, just trying to escape, and that sword light chased them down directly, holy crap. What exactly is this Holy Knight? What level is he? How did he wipe out thousands of beast monsters in one move? Damn it, when I saw the Thunder Horn King Rhino go berserk, its level directly approached 60. 60. That's the limit for the third cycle. Limit or not, forget that for now, who tells me that a tiny level 5 base city could have such a strong person? Does Lord Pei Chang know about this? Probably not. One move solved the battlefield crisis, that's at least a 5th cycle master, right? Professionals advance every 3 stages, for cycles before that are all girls. Starting from the 4th cycle, professionals get huge boosts in life, combat ability, and skills. They also have a chance to learn professional skills from alien battlefield professionals. And a 5th cycle professional is a fundamental element of a level 5 base city. But, in the whole Hanhai City, there is only one 5th cycle professional. That is the level 81 city lord, Lord Pei Chang. But as soon as these words came out, someone scoffed, forget it? Pei Chang? That guy is only level 81. Hanhai City, a city about to be abandoned by the Human Federation, has not produced a genius for so long. Didn't you see, this city doesn't even have a second level 80 professional? The high-ups long ago abandoned this place, letting them fend for themselves. If it wasn't for that mission, who would come to this godforsaken place? Luckily, this big shot exists, otherwise we'd all be trapped here. Pei Chang? How dare she know such a big shot? What a joke. For a moment, everyone watching this scene finally breathed a sigh of relief. A soldier from the armed corps, after slashing a beast monster with one sword, placed the greatsword on the ground, took a deep breath. Then directly sat down, leaning against the greatsword. God of the greatsword bless. The war is over. He knew the second wave of invasion had ended, at least he didn't have to die for now. Not only him, countless soldiers of the armed corps behind him also felt that they finally had a chance to go back and be with their families. Even the armed corps Grand Commander Shin Xianjun, leaning under the city wall. In front of him was the corpse of a level 40 plus Thunder Horn giant rhino he had just dragged to death. On the city wall, Pei Chang, already gathering forbidden spell magic, froze on the battlement. She was ready to live and die with Hanhai City. As a level 81 Ice Grand Mage, a city-destroying ice forbidden spell could delay this group of beast monsters for a while. Let the civilians inside evacuate as soon as possible. But casting a forbidden spell takes time, a lot of time. Otherwise she wouldn't have allowed the armed corps soldiers to go out and delay time. To give her time to complete the forbidden spell. See? The forbidden spell had just begun chanting, and the elemental power in the air had just started to gather.
But everything happening below the city tower and several kilometers away forcibly interrupted her chant. Then her gaze fell on the silver-white holy night in the distant sky. She laughed. That delicate little face, raised high, looking at the distant silver-white holy night. The laughter was loud. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. I finally didn't misjudge anyone. Little brother Su Heng. Your sister finds you so cute. Ha 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 ha. How can you, little thing, be this cute? Ha 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 ha. Pei Qing's voice was not small at all. The sound spread straight out, from the city tower to the city wall. All the soldiers of the city defense unit around, the moment they heard this. They couldn't help but lower their heads, whispering quietly. Even Commander Shen, leaning against the wall, at this moment his eyes were full of all kinds of shock. What the hell? Is it this kid? Shen Xianjun was the first to understand and realize Su Heng's talent. He was about the same age as his own daughter. Everything happening in front of him, you're telling me he did it? Simply unbelievable. Nearby soldiers of the city defense unit also began to discuss quietly. Su Heng? Who is that, which master? This name feels a bit familiar, but I can't quite remember. Old Lu, did you forget? The commander's daughter? Miss Shuang mentioned a name when the abnormal copy appeared. What the heck? Who cares? This kid saved me, so he's like a reborn parent to me. Old Wang, you're 50 already, still claiming father? Su Heng, wait, I remember that pervert from 66 high school? No way? That kid was just a senior graduate, how could he be on the same level as this big shot? It'd be great if this kid was a boy, I want to introduce him to my daughter. You ungrateful, huh? Your daughter looks like you, careful not to anger the strong one to death. TCH. What's wrong with looking like me? I'm not just handsome, I'm honest too. Honest, right? While the city defense soldiers were still discussing, Su Heng left Zhou Lama and Ignil behind. He himself, with the Omega Beast shrunk to 3 meters, slowly moved from the battlefield direction toward Hanhai City's walls. Soon, a young-looking man appeared on the city walls. Facing him, however, was Pei Qing's face-wash attack. Chapter 65, Take the battlefield to the alien space. Fragrant, soft, warm and cozy. Su Heng, at first sight, was ambushed by Pei Qing's face-wash. As soon as he was on the tower, he was firmly hugged by Pei Qing. All the noise was buried directly in her double peaks. Little brother Su Heng. Your sister finds you so cute. Ha 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 ha. Where did your holy knight battle beast come from? Where are your mechanical dragon and that beast-type werewolf? Can such a holy knight-type alien beast also be contracted by you? Why isn't your fox coming out to fight? Also, sister seems to see another dragon by your side. Are these all your contracted battle beasts? Just after stepping down from the Omega Beast's shoulder, he heard the babbling sound in his ear. It left Su Heng a bit speechless. Even Shen Xianjun, who finally climbed up from below, also stared at his city lord in speechless disbelief. Su Heng saw for the first time. This city lord's sister, her little mouth talks so much. By the way, little brother Su Heng, when we fought before, you didn't hold back, right? What the hell? The ones fighting with her then were Zhou Lama, Garuru, and the mechanical Tyrannosaurus beast. Not the Zhou Lama that's only half recovered now. Honestly, this was also the first time Su Heng realized the terror of the super ultimate form. The Tyrannosaurus sword's move completely deletes, literally treating all life as useless data and deleting it from the physical level. Truly worthy of being one of the Royal 13 Knights. No, this data. Su Heng already suspected, this was no longer just a simple Omega Beast of one of the Royal 13 Knights. Maybe, the Holy Knight-type Digimon in front of him. It's the Omega Beast X with the X antibody. Su Heng's expression became strange. If it really is the Omega Beast with the X antibody, it's even stronger than the regular Royal Knight Omega Beast medicine. Because the X antibody in the digital world. The Immunity X program's deletion effect causes the affected Digimon's digital core to undergo a reshuffling. This results in a change in appearance, gaining more powerful combat abilities than non-X antibody counterparts. The only downside is, 2 ultimate Digimons can't maintain their Omega Beast form for long. After the battle ends, the Omega Beast will enter a brief data charging state. It takes 2 full days to continue evolving into the super ultimate form. But luckily, with each fusion evolution into the super ultimate form, the levels of the 2 Digimons and the Beast Master's professional level increase. This process will gradually reduce, and eventually, the super ultimate evolution of the 2 ultimate Digimons. There will be no more intervals at all. Just this point is already so satisfying. And the most important thing,
Su Heng also discovered that within the Omega Beast Super Ultimate Evolution, multiple branching evolutionary paths had already appeared.
That's even more exciting.
Omega Beast also has a compassionate form. I haven't been a fine steed for too long. Su Heng forcibly lifted his head from the grand reasoning of the cleansing milk. Looking at Pei Qing, he said with a pitiful expression, "Sister, how could I dare to deceive you? Omega Beast is a super ultimate Digimon evolved by the fusion of Garuraman and Tyrannoman's ultimate forms.
This was just newly created.
Also, Ninetales has just regained half of its power."
Look.
Su Heng helplessly stared at Pei Qian, with a pitiful expression.
Digimon? Super Ultimate? I always feel like I've never heard of these terms before. Shouldn't Beast Masters be about battle beasts?
Pei Qian chewed on these unfamiliar names, becoming somewhat curious.
Ninetales is still a tailed beast, Ignire is still the Dragon King.
Oh, by the way, besides these, I also have a Pokemon called Waterlord, it's a holy beast too.
Su Heng couldn't help but praise.
Not bad, the creatures I've contracted with, in some sense, in those worlds, are either heroes or divine beasts. Ignire, the background wall of the male protagonist Natsu in the fairy tale world, is also one of the great backgrounds of the entire story.
It represents the Fire Dragon King of Fire.
Ninetales is one of the worldviews in the early stages of Naruto, although it still counts in the later stages.
Not to mention Digimons and Pokemon like Waterlord.
Who would have thought that these beings protecting other worlds would come to this world?
And become the hope of the Human Federation. Sister Pei, I have a question I want to understand. It's about the Beast Tide.
Su Heng became serious and looked at Pei Qing in front of him, speaking lightly. Seeing Su Heng's serious expression, Pei Qing became more serious.
Beast Tide? What, do you have an opinion on it?
I just feel that the Beast Tide approaching and pulling the battlefield to the human side will be too great a blow to us. My idea is to pull the battlefield to the alien space where the Beast Tide erupts. Completely eradicate the source of this Beast Tide, that's the way to solve everything. The Human Federation had conducted multiple investigations into the formation of the Beast Tide and finally discovered.
The formation of the Beast Tide is actually the birth of spatial rifts. It pulls countless worlds not belonging to this plane together.
Then, through a delivery channel, directly throws them all over Blue Star. As for the space formed by the Beast Tide, it is said to be an extremely mysterious place. The energy inside is chaotic. Even fifth-turn professionals who enter might be directly torn apart by the chaotic space rifts.
But after multiple tests, the Human Federation finally found that weakness.
That was one complete passage, with no disturbance from any space cracks.
The high leaders of the Federation could send professionals into this space, and once they entered, the space would completely lock them inside.
Only when the professionals defeated the strange beasts inside the space, or the strange beasts slaughtered all these professionals. Only then would this space be released. But, when the professionals knew this news, they still felt a little scared. After all, beast tides were not something often seen. But once entering this space, it was equal to facing the attack of 6 waves of beast tides.
Which hard-headed person would dare enter this place?
As time passed, this space was named the Strange Beast Battlefield. It was a space independent from the alien battlefield, but it was also a secret realm far away from Blue Star. No one knew from which world this space would drag over a pile of monsters no one had ever seen before. The Strange Beast Battlefield once became, inside the Human Federation, a secret realm with a death rate as high as 99%.
You mean, push the battle line into that strange beast space?
Pei Qing stood on the city wall, frowning. Indeed, in this second wave of strange beasts, the thunder horn giant rhinoceros that could tear down houses, buildings, and city walls had already appeared. No one knew what kind of strange beasts would come out in the third wave.
Su Heng, sister knows that you have now contracted powerful battle beasts. Whether that fox, or the Saint Knight type Digimon? You are very strong. But, the strange beast battlefield is not a single independent secret realm. Pei Qing's expression became serious. Chapter 66 The Only Job Change Mission. Fantasy Beast Tamer.
Pei Qing looked at Su Heng with worry, her expression extremely serious. Little brother Su Heng, sister knows you are very powerful, and your battle beasts are also very powerful. But, the citizens of Hanhai City are evacuating, you really do not need to risk your life for a city that will soon be abandoned. After hearing this, Su Heng gently shook his head. To be honest, he did not have much emotion toward this city, and the original owner of this body was even more so. A level 5 base city, usually being able to train professionals who could go to other cities to join the army, was already quite good. In a small level 5 base city, the forces were already tangled like roots.
All kinds of suppression and contempt toward common people filled this rotten city.
Su Heng had not even a little gratitude toward this city, if he must say there was one thing. Then only old G, that one and only friend, remained. In fact, Su Heng wanted to enter the space where this beast tide had exploded, with only one purpose.
That was to complete his job mission. A 5-star job mission that had just been activated. That's right.
Just when WarGreymon completely deleted the Wyvern, the Silver Moon Wolf clan, and the Thunder Horn Giant Rhinoceros clan from the data level.
An unexpected hidden mission had been activated by him.
Detected Professional Su Heng, current strength has already exceeded the limit of a normal third-turn 5-star mission.
Adjusting a brand new third-turn 5-star hidden mission for you. Congratulations, Professional Su Heng.
5-star hidden job change mission activated. Fantasy Beast Tamer, only. Higher profession of Dimensional Beast Tamer, only. Mission objective, go to the beast tide space, in that strange beast battlefield, solve the source of this beast tide, and solve this invasion conspiracy. Mission time, 12 hours.
Mission reward, 1 epic level beast taming equipment set, original. New additional reward, mid-level draw chance in the All Heavens Divine Beast System *1, Dimensional Bloodline Grant *1.
Mission introduction, this mission will open the career path of your profession upgrade, please treat this job change mission seriously. Mission failure, unable to change profession within 1 year, profession level -10 levels. The newly updated mission rewards were extremely heavy, these rich rewards made even Su Heng unable to resist taking a risk.
After all, let's be honest.
Since I got the system of the heavenly beasts, although I drew a tailed beast like the Ninetales from the Naruto universe, it has its limits. Even if the two halves of the Ninetales fuse together, it still has that limit. After all, the Naruto world has much stronger beings than the Ninetales.
In terms of bloodlines, there's still the 6 Paths bloodline. Above that, there's the Otsutsuki bloodline. The Jinchuriki, well, they are nothing more than that. And since I've had this heavenly beast system for a long time, I've drawn Digimon, Pokemon, and more. I still don't know which world's divine beast I'll draw with this intermediate level card pull. What's more, this time, the hidden class transfer mission unlocked for me. It's a special job transfer within the Dimensional Beastmaster profession. Dimensional Beastmaster, who can then evolve into a Fantasy Beastmaster.
Although I don't know exactly what kind of enhancement this Fantasy Beastmaster will bring me. But it just feels great. As for the equipment of a Beastmaster, I'm kinda curious about that.
And with this intermediate level card pull, what if I draw some world's creation level godly beings? Wouldn't that be an instant win? What if a time-space dual god from Pokemon appears, or the 3 dragons of Tao? What if an evil Ultraman comes from the Ultraman world, or a black dragon from the fairy tale world?
Just thinking about it, it feels a bit overpowered. Su Heng couldn't help but smack his lips.
This beast wave, he had to eliminate it.
It's not just about the threat the beast wave poses to Hanhai City, but also about his future career path.
Dimensional Beastmaster, Fantasy Beastmaster.
Then, after the 4th, 5th, and 6th class transfers.
What would they turn into then?
Su Heng's heart began to race in excitement. At this moment, on the city walls of Hanhai City, Pei Qing was staring at the young man in front of her, who was about to take his college entrance exams. He was half her age. But his courage had already far surpassed hers. Pei Qing was still thinking of advising him, but when the words came to her mouth, she swallowed them back down.
How should she advise him?
Pei Qing shook her head, then said seriously, I won't try to persuade you anymore.
You are someone who has your own opinions. But you must remember.
That space is unstable, and every group of people who enters sees different things. It's a world, though small, still a small world. For thousands of years, the number of human adventurers who died in the Beast Wave space has accounted for almost 40% of the Human Federation's history. Those who accepted the Beast Wave extermination task and went to the battlefield of those alien beasts. Less than 30% of them managed to retreat completely.
So, Su Heng, are you sure you want to go to that world?
I do believe in your strength, but
I don't want you to be left in that space for some reason and eventually die there. Understand?
Pei Qing looked at Su Heng with concern, hesitated for a while. She still chose to support Su Heng's decision. I got it, Pei sister. Su Heng nodded seriously.
Indeed, the source of the beast wave, that alien beast battlefield,
wasn't stable, there were all kinds of unknowns and random arrivals.
If one's strength wasn't enough, going to that world occupied by those alien beasts, one would just end up being buried there. So Su Heng planned to take the time before the 3rd beast wave arrives to prepare well. Striving to break into that alien space when the beast wave's space opens up, the moment the portal to the beast wave's world opened. Excuse me, are you planning to enter the beast wave space?
At this moment, a crisp voice suddenly rang in Su Heng's ear.
Su Heng looked down.
He saw a girl in a white dress, holding a small staff in her hand. On the staff, faint ripples of space could be seen.
The energy contained within this gem. At least it could unleash a full-force strike of a 5th-rank professional. Even the clothes on the girl were not ordinary garments.
On the white dress, huge runes were engraved.
Its protective power was already not weaker than some epic level gear.
Looking closely, this girl's level had already reached 40. The aura around her vaguely showed that her energy had reached its limit.
This is another city's genius about to advance to 3rd rank? My name is White Dove. I'm a 2nd rank space mage, and I also study alien space battlefields. If possible, could you take me along to that beast-tide space?
The girl weakly pinched her skirt and held her staff.
She lifted her head and asked. Chapter 67, 4th rank 61 level beast. Void Ripper. White Dove. This name is nice, and judging from her makeup and clothes, she's a little noble.
Her outfit alone was worth at least $1 million, plus the space gem on her staff.
This was definitely the daughter of some rich family. Just right, I really had no way to deal with the chaotic space formed by the beast tide.
Now with a space mage, it's different. First, space mages are special professionals, high-level space mages.
Within the Human Federation, there are no more than 20.
Not for any other reason, but because of the special nature of space mages.
High-level space mages can directly send human troops to the battlefield.
But the girl in front of me should just be a little girl who just changed to a space mage.
But what about her family behind her? You. Su Heng hesitated.
But the next moment, the girl's soft, sticky voice appeared in his ear.
My family comes from the White Family of Wushan City, a 2nd-level base.
Our family studies alien battlefields for a long time, and within the family, we have multiple experiences exploring beast-tide spaces. And I have already sent back what happened in Hanhai City through space magic. They will soon send people to support here. Don't worry, I will never hold back your progress. White Dove seriously tapped her small chest. Around her, faint space turbulence occasionally flickered, because her level had reached 40. She was the girl recently protected at the center by the White Rose Adventure Group. She came here to participate in the 4-star rank-up mission, but who knew the level of these beasts after they went crazy? Completely crushing her current power. Before 3rd rank, professionals were weak, even geniuses. They could only fight by crossing 10 levels at most. But the Thunder Horn King Rhino had already reached over level 50. If it weren't for the White Rose people coming to help at the critical moment, this little girl would have already been crushed by those raging Thunder Horn Rhinos. Seeing the girl's expectant eyes, Su Heng nodded.
Are you sure you want to enter the beast-tide space with me?
You are a space mage, you should know that space is unstable there.
I may not be able to protect you, understand? Entering alone, there would be no worry. But bringing someone means considering her safety. Honestly, Su Heng didn't really want to agree. But he had no choice. Before Su Heng could finish speaking, the girl in front of him excitedly looked at Omega beside her. She got excited, yes. I am sure. But after it's done, can I touch its abs? Abs? Su Heng froze. For a moment he even doubted that the girl's goal was not the rank up. Was she coming just for the Omega Beast? No, sister, you are a mage, a rare special profession, a space mage. Why are you touching my Omega? White Dove's face instantly turned red, then hurriedly denied it. Holding up her small hand, she looked curiously in the direction of the Omega Beast. I was just curious. I really didn't mean to explore your meaning, I'm sorry. But, the holy knight in front of her was really so handsome. White Dove wasn't into giant beasts, she had no interest in 40-meter Gyalmas or the huge Fire Dragon King. But this Omega that could shrink and grow, really fit perfectly into her sense of beauty. Handsome. Really handsome. Then. Follow me. Su Heng took a deep breath and looked into the distance. The spatial rift had appeared, the strange beasts had already descended again. Be careful later, I will send my war beasts to protect you. The 3rd wave of beast tide has already arrived. Time passed in an instant, and while Su Heng returned to the city wall to report, the changes on the battlefield were fleeting. Void Ripper Cobalt Thunder Beast. Level, 61, Elite. Height, body 12 meters, height 6 meters, looks like a lion tiger, but with wings on its back. Skills, Thunder Claw Strike, Space Tear, Lightning Wing Dash, etc. Description: the Cobalt Thunder Beast's body is slender but full of power, covered in deep blue short fur, with faint electric arcs flowing on the fur surface. Most striking are the semi-transparent energy wings on its back. Note: the Cobalt Thunder Beast is not a naturally evolved product. Not naturally existing? Su Heng couldn't help frowning, staring at the huge Cobalt Thunder Beast in front of him. It could be seen clearly. The moment this Cobalt Thunder Beast appeared, black marks appeared in the surrounding space. That was a dimensional rift. Moreover, when it stepped on the ground with its 4 legs, faint blue electric arcs flashed around. Do not underestimate these blue electric arcs. They could instantly kill all 1st-tier professionals, even 2nd-tier ones.
If not a tank-type profession, it would be hard to survive. Those rare cobalt blue eyes stretched out, as if hiding two tiny whirlpools inside.
Just one glance could suck in someone's soul. If it is not naturally produced, could it be related to the alien races of the multiverse? Su Heng's eyes narrowed.
He hadn't forgotten the newly activated hidden task he just received, which mentioned
alien conspiracy.
It seems, this is not just a simple beast tide. If it's a conspiracy of the 10,000 races, then the alien beast invasion of Hanhai City is only the beginning. Why would a mere level 5 base city be worth these alien races' sneak attack? By the second wave, siege beasts like the Thunder Horn Rhinoceros already appeared. The third wave. Although the number of Cobalt Thunder beasts was not many, their level had already reached 61.
Aliens, the aliens of the multiverse. Sure enough, not my race, their hearts must be different. Human alliance and those who want to cooperate with aliens HM.
Su Heng murmured a few words, looking at the alien beast space gradually forming behind the Cobalt Thunder beast. He knew, that was the space forming the beast tide.
What's wrong? White Dove was still admiring Omega's handsome posture and appearance.
The next second, Su Heng grabbed her small hand and pulled her close. Then in an instant, she was already on Omega's shoulder.
Stand firm. Don't fall behind. Su Heng then issued commands toward the battlefield.
Igneal, I leave this side to you. Gyalmas, follow me, let's explore that space where the alien beasts are forming. Then, while White Dove was still in a daze, a black rune released from Su Heng's palm, and the distant orange-red big fox disappeared right before their eyes.
And beneath them, Omega's eyes glowed with golden light. It rose into the air,
directly charging toward the direction of that space.
Chapter 68 Wushan City by Family, Where is my lady? Wushan City. Human Federation, Dongwang District Level 2 Base City. This city relied on a huge mountain built in the place called Wushan.
Compared with Hanhai City, this level 5 base city is only about the size of a county.
Wushan City can truly be called a giant city-state. This huge Wushan is the face of Wushan City.
It is said to face directly a huge high-level secret realm. This secret realm also connects to the battlefield of alien races. The city lord guarding Wushan City is all peak 7th turn humans, level 140 grand professionals.
The Bai family is one of the 5 great families of Wushan City.
They live in the West District of Wushan City, or rather, most of the West District belongs to the Bai family of Wushan.
The Bai family, over thousands of years, has produced 5 city lords of Wushan City. Its history is so long, it is also the builder of Wushan City. It has a huge sphere of influence. For thousands of years, the name of Wushan Bai family is well known. Standing unshaken.
Even though thousands of years have passed and the Bai family of Wushan City has gradually declined, it still ranks 3rd among the 5 great families of Wushan City.
This proves the prestige of this family.
At this moment, inside this seemingly ordinary mansion, an old man of advanced age lies majestically on a bamboo lounge chair.
His hands hold 2 spheres made from purple great thunderwood. Occasionally, some elemental lightning power bursts from his palms. He looks completely relaxed.
But the leisure did not last long, and at some unknown moment, a terrifying aura suddenly appeared behind the old man. His whole body is shrouded in shadows, wearing a black robe that hides his face. If one looks closely, they would find
this is a 5th turn grand professional. A true pillar in the Human Federation. But in the eyes of this old man, he is just the most ordinary subordinate.
Old man, news from Miss White Dove has arrived.
Not good, the 4-star transfer mission she participated in may have an alien conspiracy behind it. Now that level 5 city is suffering an invasion beyond the normal beast tide. Human professional. 5th turn, level 100.
Agility type shadow dancer.
Former Wushan City Armed Group Special Action Squad leader. By MO.
He has skills of group assassination and shadow control.
But even so, in front of this old man, he just bows respectfully with his proud head lowered. Little White Dove?
I remember this girl is already level 40, awakened into the rare special profession, Space Mage.
What? Wasn't her 4-star mission supposed to go to a level 5 base city? Did something happen in that city? The old man obviously did not hear Bai Mo's words before.
Only when he heard the words White Dove did he slightly calm his emotions.
Squinting, he looked at the face of the Wushan City Armed Group Action Squad leader before him. In an instant, the entire manor was instantly enveloped in a terrifying aura, suppressing the momentum of the whole manor. Yes, old man.
Miss White Dove's little White Dove just returned. You know, this is a special family transmission that only the high-level decision-makers of the family can decode. Hanhai City encountered an unprecedented crisis, but at the critical moment, a special beast master appeared. He can control giant beasts, controlling a Holy Knight-type war beast never seen before. With just one move, he destroyed the level 2 and 3 bipedal dragons, the Silver Moon Wolf clan on the battlefield, even the Thunderhorn King Rhinoceros, known as a siege weapon, was destroyed. Directly destroyed, leaving no data or battle traces at all. This person's identity has been retrieved, named Su Heng. Just turned 18 and soon will participate in the National College entrance exam. Mo paused, and told the old master all the news brought by the family's little white pigeon. Also, the last intelligence Miss White Pigeon sent said she had already gone to the beast tide space, together with that boy called Su Heng. And she requested the family to send someone to protect this level 5 base city. As the leader of the Wu City armed group spoke, the manor's atmosphere exploded instantly. This proud 100-level professional, in front of the old master. He didn't even dare to breathe. The old master lying in the bamboo rocking chair had a spark of sharp light in his eyes. This look carried danger. After a long while, the old master slowly spoke, Good. This boy actually dared to take the Wu family's prodigy to that beast space? Who is the city lord of Hanhai City? Do they not know? A special professional, a mage professional, a space mage. How important is this to the Wu family, even to the Human Federation? If our little white pigeon gets into trouble, that boy's life aside, even a small level 5 base city will have to be buried with our little white pigeon. By the way, this boy called Su Heng, when they come out, you go teach him a lesson. You can press him a little, but don't create a deadly feud. The Human Federation needs prodigies like this. The old master's aura was wildly aggressive, looking like a hidden professional of a warrior class. This domineering aura made by Mo's heart sink. Then, he nodded. Far away in Hanhai City, Pei Chang and the others had no idea about their fate. It had already been anchored by these great family people with a single sentence. Yes, old master. Then I will go in person. Mo lowered his head and slowly exited the manor courtyard, leaving only the old master's aura lingering in the courtyard. Meanwhile, under the bombing of the unlimited consecutive tail beast jewels and Omega Beast Kurama cannons, Su Heng had already brought White Pigeon through the rift where the beast tide appeared. With the anchoring of this level 40 space mage, they quickly locked the space formed by the beast tide. Good thing I brought you. The space turbulence is damn scary, almost tore me apart. After constant spatial shifts, even Su Heng felt dizzy. Finally adapting to the environment, Su Heng shook his head. But White Pigeon felt nothing at all. It's okay. When I first awakened the space system profession, I was also a little uncomfortable. But it got better later. Also, cities above level 3 have exclusive teleport arrays to major base cities. Hanhai City also has them, just expensive. White Pigeon came closer, gently supporting Su Heng. After the continuous breakthroughs of tail beast jewels and Omega, they finally entered a desolate area. This was the space formed by the beast tide. The battlefield of strange beasts, the beast tide space. Chapter 69, The Land of Sacrificed Flesh. The place of raising ancient gods. Hanhai City, around the city. Within several kilometers, there were no more professionals. Everyone had contracted their territories to within 4 to 5 kilometers of the city wall. In this range, Pei Ching, an 81st level 5th tier professional, cast forbidden magic covering this whole area. As Su Heng brought White Pigeon into that space, the beast tide space had already been sealed. Except for the third wave of beast tide appearing on the battlefield was relatively safe. But safety was only temporary. If Su Heng failed and sacrificed inside the beast tide space, then the bound fourth wave. The fifth wave. To the extent that even the sixth wave of beast tides, capable of destroying an entire city-state, will descend. But now, it's just a few void rippers. And they've already exhausted the entire combat strength of the Hanhai City Armed Regiment. Everyone has entered the final life or death battle, waiting for the next wave of beast tides to arrive. At this moment, inside Hanhai City, a massive presence suddenly appeared, none other than Mo, who was recently at the Bai family manor in Wushan City. Now, he appeared in this obscure city with 4 of his subordinates. TSK, I told you we shouldn't have come. This level 5 base city is just trash. Look, there's even a slum here. I've read the report. Hanhai City has only provided low-level professionals to the Federation in the last 10 years. Not a single one has reached the 5th rank. This city has already been abandoned by the Federation. This time, the beast tide won't be able to be held off, and these people will all die in the beast tide. The city lord is only level 81 at the 5th rank, while we brothers are all over level 70. Bai Lao has already reached level 100, but he's only 35 years old as a high-rank professional. For professionals, each almost at level 78 or 79. They were all wearing various types of armor and standing before Mo.
Without any hesitation, they looked down upon everything in this city. A high-rank professional is someone who can only be called that after reaching the 4th rank. Professionals at the 5th rank are the true pillars of the Federation. With their talent, this level 5 base city is simply wasting resources. Why bother cultivating people who don't need to exist? Arrogance and prejudice filled the eyes of these high-rank professionals. Even Mo himself was looking down on this city with a disdainful gaze. Alright, it's just right, I've just reached level 100, I'm going to take a 6th rank mission. Stop blabbering to me. Although Hanhai City is just a garbage city, the temple is above the 3 major guilds. Shut up and stop talking nonsense. Got it? Mo wasn't curious about the 6th rank mission he was going to take, he was curious about this kid called Su Heng. The intelligence said this kid had good talent. But even so, what kind of genius could come from a small level 5 base city? If something happened to Miss, he, Mo, would mercilessly erase this city from the map. Don't doubt the ability of a level 5, 100 rank professional. They are truly strong enough to destroy cities. Even Pei Qing, the Ice-type Grand Mage, just reached level 81 at the 5th rank, can cast freezing magic strong enough to freeze an entire city. A level 5, 100 rank Shadow Dancer. That's even more powerful. Although they don't have large-scale killing techniques, controlling Shadow Legions alone is enough to annihilate all the armed forces of Hanhai City. He could even directly decapitate the city lord, Pei Qing. This, he could still do. But at this moment, Mo didn't realize that the profession level only restricted Su Heng's own profession, and had nothing to do with the celestial beasts he was contracted with. Don't worry, Bai Lao. The temple is a legendary existence that is above the 3 major guilds, even those 5 emperors. They can't interfere with the operations of the temple, right? But we are interested in that kid who dared to bring Miss Bai to the beast-tide space. Since old Bai has already said to give this kid a warning, then we should still teach this kid a lesson, shouldn't we? Ha, just a little guy, what are we afraid of? Which one of us brothers didn't kill our way back from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood? Exactly, a level 5 base city? Aren't the geniuses from level 4 base cities still obediently wiping our shoes? These people from Wushan City's armed regiment followed right behind Mo, heading toward the direction of the job change temple over here. Passing through the dimensional rift forcibly torn open by the tailed beast Jade, Su Heng and Baigu stepped into a completely unfamiliar world. It seemed like there was no sky here. Above their heads, blood-red clouds rolled, thick and heavy as if solidified chunks of blood. Within the clouds, only a single giant eye would occasionally open. It was some kind of strange being. When its gaze swept across the land, it left scorched marks on the ground. And the ground was soft, like a writhing carpet of flesh. It was a surface formed by countless corpses and severed limbs of strange beasts fused together. Every step they took made a sticky, squelching sound. On the flesh carpet, dark red liquid flowed. No one knew if it was some kind of blood or a strange growth fluid. In the air, a stench of rust and rot lingered. In the distance, huge skeletons rose, like mountains of bones piled up in a graveyard. This was not a battlefield. It was a slaughterhouse, an altar to feed ancient gods. A demonic nest where aliens sacrificed flesh to gods and bred strange beasts with alchemy. Hiss. This thing looks disgusting, and I've felt like something staring at me since the moment we came in. Su Heng felt chills down his spine. Damn, just entering this place already felt wrong. This is not a beast-tide space. This is a large experimental base. A place where alien worlds raised impure mutant monsters. Su Heng instantly thought of clearing it out. Damn it, I can't hold back. Jalama, just unleash your full power. Omega Beast, stop hiding your strength. Water Lord. Protect Miss Baigu, and drive away this disgusting smell around. Let's go, head to the source first. Damn it, these cursed aliens deserve to be crushed. Su Heng had no idea what kind of alien lay behind this space. He didn't know if this altar was still running. But now this was the source of the beast tide, so as long as they destroyed everything in front of them, then there would be no problem at all, right? Chapter 70 First Encounter with Aliens. Crimson Alchemy Council. Beast Tide Source, Alien Beast Space. This place was like a flesh altar, even for 2 level 40 professionals. They had to be careful here. Baigu cautiously cast magic to light the path ahead. Su Heng asked curiously, space magic can be used like this? Hee, this is just another use of space magic. Cut out a piece of magic space with light and use it as a guiding lamp. Baigu carefully protected this weak light of daylight in front of her. Then she tilted her head and explained to Su Heng. By the way, the outside world doesn't fully understand beast-tide spaces. Actually, you don't need to destroy the space itself, just break the source of the beast tide. For example, the source where the beast tide is born inside this space. Right now, Baigu didn't know that her choice had enraged her family's elder. They even sent a 100-level professional to Hanhai City, just to give this city a warning. And to bully Su Heng a little in the process. Otherwise, how could she dare show her little daughter's feelings in front of Su Heng? At this moment, she only wanted to help Su Heng and solve the source of the beast tide. This was not just to complete her 4-star job change task, but also to help the city outside invaded by strange beasts. The Bai family might not be good people. But Baigu was not very old. She had not yet seen the evil of human hearts. So that's how it is? Then just right, the source of this space's strange aura should be to the front left. Su Heng took a deep breath. He looked into the distance. The direction where that eyeball was exactly where the source of this space's strangeness was. Luckily, he didn't have to eliminate all the monsters dragged through these cracks, otherwise it would only be Llama and Omega. He still couldn't completely destroy this whole world. Unless, someday, he draws the Dark Ruler in a card. Gattenjir would be next. So, under the rapid sprint of 2 people and 3 beasts, the group quickly headed toward the direction of that eyeball. At the same time, at this moment, Su Heng finally understood the terrifying power of Bai Ji's awakened Space Mage special class. Space Mage, a special class in the mage profession. Every 20 levels, one can advance from sensing space to creating space. Baigu, only a level 40 Space Mage, could already perform short-distance teleportation and space cutting. Reaching the 3rd advancement, she would become a Voidwalker. After the 4th, called a Dimensional Sorcerer, at this level, one can create dimensional rifts and space prisons. At that time, one could effect an alien war. Open dimensional rifts could transport human Federation warriors into the alien world. No need to search for unstable space cracks. The Human Federation once had level 140 dimensional controllers, who could travel between different spaces. But without exception, none surpassed level 8. Almost all perished on alien battlefields. And Baigu happened to be the most talented mage in this generation of the Wushan Bai family. At a young age, she awakened the talent of a space mage. Under the family's strong training, she reached level 40. And accepted the 4-star advancement mission, coming to Hanhai City. Very fast. Before heading to the source, Su Heng only summoned Shui Jun. Even the ace monsters, Llama and Omega, were recalled. The 2 little beasts in the beast control space were accumulating energy, ready to strike the aliens with full power. After 2 waves of beast tides, Omega was also gathering energy now. Otherwise, if the fusion was cancelled, it would require absorbing a large amount of data to return to the super ultimate form. Also, no one knew what boss might exist here. What if they had the ability to read data? Suppressing him specifically. Wouldn't that mean they'd die right here? The flesh carpets on this world's ground were not random, but one refining formation after another. The formations were slowly operating, and at the center of each often stood a huge flesh cocoon. Inside, a monster was being nurtured. Every certain distance, one could see an altar made of piled skulls. At the center of the altar floated a huge, beating eyeball. That was the eye the aliens used to watch. But these eyeballs did not move, seeming like frozen surveillance cameras. The altar in front of Su Heng and Baigu was the largest in this space. Thick blood still boiled, soaking a huge beast in the center. It had not fully formed, but could already breathe slowly in the blood. Each breath caused the blood pool to surge. The refining formation at the pool's edge would glow with dazzling bloodlight. It is the Crimson Alchemy Council. Near this most outrageous altar stood a stone door tightly shut. The stone door was carved with inscriptions, in characters he completely did not recognize. These did not belong to human civilization, but came from the countless heavens and races. As a member of the Bai family, after doing a little research on these fonts, and carefully examining them, he recognized the content of these inscriptions. The Scarlet Alchemy Council? You can even recognize this? Amazing. Su Heng couldn't help but praise. First, Baigu, as the young lady of a second-level base city's big family, knowing these words wasn't surprising. Second, since Baigu could recognize these words, it meant that humans had been studying other races for more than just a year or 2. To be honest, without Baigu, he wouldn't have recognized these crooked and twisted letters at all. This is one kind of alien language. I like some rare content, and I happen to study it. Being praised like this by Su Heng made Baigu blush. Usually, she never interacted with a man like this, and she definitely wouldn't dare approach alien culture alone. Quickly waving her hand, she lowered her head and continued explaining. The Scarlet Alchemy Council is the name of this race. And among the aliens who have fought us for thousands of years, they are the most difficult to deal with. They are different from other alien races, they are not naturally evolved.
This race was born from a crazy experiment.
An ancient civilization that has already disappeared. This ancient civilization tried to create a perfect life form, but unfortunately, the experiment failed.
The civilization was destroyed, but their experimental subjects survived, and these are the members of the Scarlet Alchemy Council. While speaking, Baigu carefully looked at the stiff eyeball in the sky. Weakly, she continued, we call them blood forgers. They are both alchemy products and alchemists. Their bodies can be freely modified and recombined, and their lifespan is almost infinite. I'm afraid this time the beast tide in Hanhai City was caused by them.
Chapter 71 by Good, Big Brother, can you leave some face? Scarlet Alchemy Council?
At this point, Bai Ji's voice stopped, as if recalling her memory about this race. Then she continued, the Scarlet Alchemy Council can use anything in the world to perform alchemy.
Magic, technology, all are tools for their alchemy.
So, this wave of beast tide in Hanhai City could very likely be caused by this Alchemy Council.
But what is their purpose? Hanhai City is just a normal 5th level base city, nothing special. I can't figure it out. Listening to Bai Ji's muttering, Su Heng understood.
No wonder the first wave of the beast tide attacking Hanhai City was only around level 20 or 30 on average. But by the second and third waves, things started to change.
In the second wave, there were even third stage beasts. In the third wave, there were even 4th stage, level 61 alien beasts.
So all of this was caused by this Scarlet Alchemy Council.
Now everything was clear.
This Scarlet Alchemy Council is just a bunch of alchemy creatures taking over a nest.
And they dare to create perfect life forms? Ha, as long as these guys are below level 80. They can all be killed directly. A mere alchemy council, nothing more. Trash. The corner of Su Heng's mouth slightly curled up.
A strong fighting spirit suddenly surged from his heart.
All the heavens and races?
Ha, this is the first time since coming to this world that he encountered all the heavens and races.
He wondered what surprises the remnants of this alchemy civilization could bring him. Alchemy creatures, how do they feel to touch? Can they withstand the full force of his tailed beasts, Digimon, and Pokemon sacred beasts? Su Heng clearly understood this sudden fighting will. Don't forget. He, besides being the Ninetales Jinchuriki,
now also hosts the Fire Dragon King Igneal, a true dragon-slaying mage.
These two could definitely be kings of battle. One is Naruto, the other is Natsu.
This is the fate of the main characters of these two worlds, having these two things.
No wonder their fighting spirit is directly exploding. However, Su Heng doesn't hate this feeling. Being human, what's the point of just hiding behind a divine beast?
This burning fighting spirit directly broke through the fear deep inside.
Ha! White Dove was directly stunned. What do you mean, as long as it's not over level 80, it's okay?
White Dove sucked in a cold breath.
You have to know, level 80 is already the peak of the 4th turn.
According to the classification of human professions, the 4th turn already enters the middle pillars of the Human Federation's fighting power. Yet Su Heng and White Dove themselves are only at the peak of the 2nd turn.
They are just professions undergoing the 3rd turn promotion task. Level 80? That's level 80. Are you kidding? Suspicion appeared in White Dove's eyes, but when she thought of the operation of that paladin during the second wave of the beast tide, White Dove actually believed it again.
If this was anyone else saying this, she would have doubted it. But White Dove herself, as a space mage, can at most kill opponents 10 levels higher. That means, at most, she can defeat 50-level alien beasts.
But Su Heng. At this moment, White Dove could still recall the paladin's absolute zero-moving cannon. It directly froze the life force of all the alien beasts.
One hand wielded a golden giant sword, directly destroying the alien beasts on the physical level.
For a moment, she actually started to look forward to it. So broken.
White Dove murmured softly. In her family, she often hears people say that her talent ranks among the top 10 among all the professionals of her age. But now it seems, the old men in the family were ignorant. If she truly believed them and was blindly arrogant, she would have ended her life right here.
Stop daydreaming, take a few steps back.
I am going to destroy this alchemy formation and this strange big door that leads to who knows where.
Su Heng took a deep breath.
He slightly raised his right hand, ready to slap the summoning formation mark onto the ground.
Oh whoa!
Got it, Lord Su Heng, let me step aside, I will use space magic to cut this door.
Little White Dove said as she raised her long staff. The space orb began to flicker slightly. However, before she finished speaking, a flash of orange-yellow clothing was draped over Su Heng's body. Before White Dove could react, a terrifying black light orb directly sprayed out from the boy's mouth. It suddenly shot toward the altar in front, the alchemy formation, and the stone door behind the formation. Then, a large string of bright red numbers appeared directly in front of her eyes. -22641. The moment the tailed beast orb touched the altar, a huge blood-red damage number exploded. The number was so large it almost filled the entire view, and the edges were burning with black flames. That was the energy released by Chakra. 14780. 18450. 16320. The blood vessel patterns all over the alchemy formation shattered simultaneously. 3 damage values popped up from different points at the same time. The energy channels made of countless alien beasts' flesh and blood exploded one after another under the impact of the tailed beast orb, like burning fuses. A dense string of numbers appeared in front of her, constantly challenging the girl's understanding. These damages, was it really Su Heng doing it alone? This scene made White Dove stand there in a daze, her eyelids twitching. Her eyes widened in disbelief. She couldn't believe it at all. No, wait. You're a beast master, right? If I remember correctly. Beast masters are mid to late stage professions, right? If I remember correctly? According to the Human Federation's understanding of thousands of years. The profession of Beast Tamer is very similar to the profession of Druid. Only the Druids can transform into various creatures and possess the powers of those creatures. But Beast Tamers, most of them, rely on riding war beasts to attack, right? At most, they can use some amplification magic. And wear some defensive magic only. How did you just deal tens of thousands of damage? And the black sphere that came out of your mouth. How can it cause such huge damage? Come on, before the 4th class, no mage can deal tens of thousands of damage unless they are the top prodigies among prodigies. Even as a spatial mage, I can't do that. Which battle mage can, before the 4th class, output such godlike AoE damage values? Damn. Level 2 Base City Wushan City White Family Prodigy. A young high school senior, among peers, praised as one of the top 10 genius mage-type special professionals, by Gu. At this moment, even she is about to cry. Big brother, leave me some face, okay? But before the words came out, the next second. The stone door behind this alchemy ancient formation has already been blasted open. 3 full waves of already alchemized beasts. Not yet fully activated. Lying behind that ancient stone door, restless. Suddenly, Bai Gu was shocked. She pulled Su Heng and took several heavy steps backward. Gasping cold air. Chapter 72 Alchemy Ancient God? The most perfect life form. What? Behind the sealed ancient door is the true core source of the beast tide. At the moment this stone door was blasted open, a completely hidden space appeared before their eyes. Countless beasts lay quietly in this space, waiting to be fully activated. Just from this side of the door, it is clearly visible. 3 full waves of beasts not yet fully activated. Quick, step back. Unexpected, these 3 waves of beast tides are hidden here. The outside alchemy formation and altar are just decoys. This space can hold thousands, even tens of thousands of all kinds of beasts. No, we can't act rashly, we must plan carefully. Bai Gu was not blinded by her genius identity. Thinking that with her genius and Su Heng's abnormal power, they could handle tens of thousands of beasts. Fear existed, but it did not cover her inner alertness. Instead, she quickly chose to retreat from the stone door to make a detailed battle plan. Just at that instant, Bai Gu had already calculated the levels of all beasts in this space. Level 80. This scale of beast tide could just wipe out a level 5 base city, but not completely slaughter all humans. According to the alien races, this is called grazing. Treating humans like a flock of sheep. Level 80, 4th class peak, theoretically the limit of this beast tide is level 80. But this is only theory. Can't go. Su Heng waved helplessly, pouting, signaling the girl behind to look forward. In the deepest part of this space, there lies the true altar of this ancient space. Or rather, it is called the alchemy formation. A strange figure was now slowly appearing from the center of the alchemy ancient formation before their eyes. What? Bai Gu was shocked, eyes locked on the core area of these beasts. In the alchemy altar, an alchemizing formation was emitting light. And above it, a crimson eye slowly opened, locking onto the 2 of them. Little girl, your friend was right, you cannot leave. The gaze of that crimson eye seemed to be examining a fine piece of art. Looking with interest toward Su Heng and Bai Gu. Then, directly locking onto Su Heng. Human, it seems you are a good battle mage, just now that surge filled with dark element energy waves. Very nice. Your talent is the most interesting thing I've seen since I arrived in this world. Stronger than any other foreign race I've encountered. TSK, what if I used you in alchemy? Would it create an even more perfect life? I'm really curious about that. It's a shame you came a little too early. To create my god, I spent a long time, a very long time choosing.
It was only after that I selected these humans, using their flesh and blood to forge over 10,000 of my treasures.
A full 500,000 filthy humans. It seems this is equivalent to your so-called level 5 base city? A surge of anger exploded from deep within his heart in an instant. To create this beast tide, they actually slaughtered an entire level 5 base city. Damn bastard. No wonder when entering this space, it felt off. It turns out there are the whales of the same race as undead around me. Foreign race. Damn it.
A foreign race that slaughters humans, even more so, damn it. Anger flooded over Su Heng, and the color of his tail beast cloak gradually became darker.
Su Heng's eyes began to shift to the color of a fox.
Black-red, black-red. Even the light in his eyeballs had begun to stand up, and tails burst from his backside.
A total of 9.
9 tails, I borrow your power for a moment.
Su Heng whispered. As soon as the words fell, a large amount of chakra gathered on Su Heng's body. Orange, red, black, red. The semi-tail beast form instantly transformed into the appearance of a full-tail beast, and the next moment, a huge fox grinned.
That ferocious smile went straight at the foreign race in front of him.
Complete tail beast transformation requires a spiritual connection between the tail beast and the Jinchuriki.
As Su Heng's first battle beast, the 9 tails had long been in unconditional mutual trust. As soon as Su Heng requested to lend him his power, the 9 tails undoubtedly shared its strength with Su Heng.
In an instant, the level boundary of 40 was completely gone.
As the black-red tail beast cloak disappeared, the orange-red giant fox suddenly appeared. The cunning and murderous look in its eyes sent chills down the spine of the foreign race from the Crimson Alchemy Council.
Not a mage? You're actually a druid? Interesting.
TSK, filthy humans, you're more interesting than the guardian of that level 5 base city I sacrificed.
Come, surrender to me, surrender to the great Crimson Eye. The foreign race from the Crimson Alchemy Council took a deep breath.
Then, a crimson light burst out.
His body expanded endlessly, expanding,
until it stopped at more than 20 meters tall. It was only at this moment that the true appearance of this foreign race became clear. Not a single part of his body belonged to himself, all pieces were taken from other races. Only the core emitted a crimson glow.
Theoretically, as long as the core doesn't perish, they are immortal.
At the same time, a giant creature more than 20 or 30 meters tall appeared in front of the alchemy foreign race.
To express my fondness for you, human.
Let you, this qualified alchemical material, witness my perfect creation.
Alchemy, ancient gods, my imperfect work. Come, witness the arrival of despair.
The terrifying sound of creaking echoed from the Crimson Alchemy Council's foreign race's mouth.
But he found. The 2 humans in front of him, one big and one small, had no fear of his so-called perfect creation.
The human woman tightly gripped the staff in front of her that was shimmering with spatial fluctuations.
And the human man, with the face of a fox, showed a hint of disdain. Moreover, it was incredibly lively and natural.
Instead, they seemed curiously focused on observing the imperfect work he had created.
Alchemical Ancient God.
Crimson Ancient God Original Sin Colossus. Level 80, Boss, can grow to 5 transformations.
Type, Alchemical Construct / Ancient God Body / Concept Aggregator. Size, height 32 meters, shoulder width 18 meters, humanoid colossus. Weight, approximately 480 tons. Threat evaluation, S, can single-handedly destroy a level 5 base city.
Creation method, using forbidden alchemy, reshaped from countless flesh and energy cores.
Chapter 73, Battle. Ultra Ultimate Form vs Alchemical Ancient God. Level 80? I thought it was some 180 level Ancient God. Is this it? Calling itself an Alchemical Ancient God? What a joke.
In its full-tailed beast form, Su Heng's mouth even cracked into a smile.
Is this it? Alchemical Ancient God? Only level 80? To be honest, he thought the Alchemical Council's reputation was quite powerful.
But now, the Crimson Alchemical Council's guy, an alchemical ancient god created with the flesh of 500,000 humans, turns out to be just an 80-level guy.
You really think I haven't seen this before? In the Digimon movie spin-off, I saw this kind of thing, a psychic earth golem. In that spin-off, the ancestor of Daiku fought an ancient god. It was a psychic earth golem. This guy also appeared in the 2nd season of Digimon, and was also an ancient god beast.
The design is so familiar.
It's garbage.
Never would I have thought that the Crimson Alchemical Council's alchemy god would look like this.
An 80-level earth golem? What a sense of familiarity.
Despicable human, you cannot understand the greatness of the alchemical god. This is the most perfect life, a follower of the alchemical ancient god. It is not allowed to be ridiculed by a weak creature like you.
This is the majesty of a god. The glory of my alchemical council. My great creation. Alchemical god. Crush these two humans in front of me. Let their souls and bones, let their dignity, completely merge into your body. The sly fox's laugh made the alchemical council's guy feel a wave of humiliation and madness. It took a long time, massacring an entire level 5 human Federation town. This was to create the alchemical ancient god, the closest thing to a perfect life form. Why is his masterpiece ridiculed in front of this human? Why? Damn bastard. This damn blue star monkey, what right does it have to laugh at my alchemical ancient god? Damn. Die. In an instant, the so-called alchemical ancient god's body started emitting huge sounds. Whir, whir, whir. Then, the massive body charged directly towards Su Heng's direction. He. Interesting. Now this is what an alien looks like. Level 80. Bring it on. So-called ancient god? Let me see how powerful your ancient gods really are. Su Heng grinned. And also checked if, in his tailed beast state, he could use the power of the Dragon Slayer magician. And by the way, summon his other two divine beasts. Messenger of the North Wind Waterlord. And Royal Holy Knight Omega Beast debut. The answer was clear yes. Then, the grand brawl could officially begin. TSK Tisk. Come out. My Omega Beast. Messenger of the North Wind Waterlord. Descend. Let's have a real grand battle between beast masters. What do you think? Crimson Alchemical Council's alchemist? This battle will surely end with your death. Let's commemorate the lives of the 500,000 humans you slaughtered. Su Heng took a deep breath. That massive fox claw waved toward the sky. Then, in the originally crimson sky, a scorching data stream appeared. Within it, a holy knight-shaped figure was slowly revealing itself. Before long, a huge holy knight-shaped Digimon directly appeared in front of the alchemical ancient god. Slowly descending before White Dove's eyes. One hand, in the silent Tyrannomon mouth, the inscribed giant sword, giving off an aura that can wipe out everything. One hand, in the absolute zero Garurumon mouth, the grim cold can freeze everything. And under that bright red cloak, what was covered? Was the dignity that belongs to a holy knight. Omegamon appears once again. It directly pulled over White Dove's gaze behind him. What is called dignity? What is called holiness? What is called power? What the job level limit restricts is Su Heng as a beast master. Omegamon, as one of the Royal 13 Knights guarding the World Tree, in the Heaven Beast System already belongs to a second-level divine beast. Ancient god? What the hell is that? Completely unfolding the dignity that belongs to it, in this chaotic space with no order. That aura full of dignity, for a moment shocked the alchemy ancient god that was about to rush over. Inside the big lightbulb eyes of that alchemy ancient god, strange red light flashed. Its voice also began to become strange. Buzz 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 buzz. What? Emotions stirred up? A copy made by relying on alchemy also has emotions now? Still continuing? Alchemy ancient god? Su Heng smiled. Before his eyes, this alchemy ancient god's body gave off abnormal red light. The data flow released from Omegamon's body was not just level 80 data. At the same time, a gentle light covered White Dove's body. Suicune, praised as the incarnation of the North Wind, also gently appeared by her side, driving away the pollution around them, protecting White Dove inside it. Its aura was only level 40. But even so, White Dove did not believe this cold-looking fluffy one only had the strength of level 40. This is impossible. How is it possible? How can a human make a contract with such a high-rank holy knight? You are nothing but a monkey from Blue Star. How can you possibly make a contract with a noble holy knight? You are fake. You are fake. This guy from the Scarlet Alchemy Council, using his own body stitched with parts from who knows which race, clearly sensed it. Before his eyes, this holy knight-type existence was even stronger than the ancient god he had made. If it had really been normal times and he met it, he would have already run away. But this time, after seeing this holy knight-type existence, he did not have any thought of running away. If he could fuse this holy knight with his alchemy ancient god together, then could he create an even more perfect life? Fuse out a real alchemy ancient god? Suicune, take White Dove and fall back. You do not need to join this battle. This is a fair decisive battle between me and Omegamon, and this alien race. Su Heng under the state of entering tailed beast transformation. His tone and voice also became more warlike and wild. He no longer had that gentleness from before. Plus, the price of those 500,000 fellow people lingered in Su Heng's heart. This hatred must be repaid.
Watching Su Heng protect White Dove and retreat more than 10 li, the corner of Su Heng's mouth split open.
He waved his right claw, then directly gave the order. Omegamon, give our ancient god opponent a meeting gift. Graceful. Cross freezer. Hearing Su Heng's command, Omegamon moved.
In those golden eyes, absolute fighting intent burst out. Countless blue light beams shot out from the Garuru cannon muzzle in its hand,
rushing straight toward that alchemy ancient god.
Chapter 74 All delete everything.
Su Heng's Omegamon is not the Omegamon from the first Digimon series.
This is Omegamon X antibody, made by WarGreymon with the X antibody and Metal Garurumon becoming one.
And it is also not only merely what is recorded in the data.
Not an existence that only has basic skills like the Grey Sword in Garuru Cannon.
It has all delete.
From both the data level and the physical level, the meaning of completely deleting you.
You must know.
Since the will of Blue Star arrived, the invasion wars of all races against Blue Star have been fully data processed.
Then, the complete deletion of the Omega Beast. It is truly, in the real sense, a move that completely erases the enemy. To be honest,
that move outside Hanhai City was not the true peak of Omega's real power.
Su Heng did not know where the Omega Beast's current limit really was. Just right.
In front of him, this level 80, 4th turn, Extreme Alchemy Ancient God
can be the true practice target for the Omega Beast. Omega raised the Garuru cannon.
A blue light directly engulfed the guys from the Crimson Alchemy Council in front of him.
And this ancient alchemy god was completely swallowed. Extreme cold wrapped around them. Then, countless bomb sounds directly exploded. Boom.
After the huge sound, that level 80 alchemy ancient god, along with those alchemy council guys, were directly frozen in place.
And a crimson number appeared in by Gu and Su Heng's eyes. 99,999. Almost 100,000. The white damage numbers instantly exploded into red.
This move made Su Heng's blood completely boil. At the same time, in front of him, the attributes of this level 80 alchemy ancient god and that crimson alchemy council guy.
He finally fully understood.
Extraordinary races of all heavens, Crimson Alchemy Council Alchemy Master.
Level 80, 4th turn peak. Health 200,000. Strength, agility, intelligence, constitution, equipment, skills. They are both alchemists and alchemy products.
Their race has 3 major alchemy systems, belonging to the upper-level alchemy mentors, with exclusive labs and training fields.
In the entire race, there are only 30 people. Only 30 alchemy masters? Unlucky, from now on, you will only have 29 people left.
By understanding, this Crimson Alchemy Council has strict class divisions.
That eyeball is called a god. However, all eyeballs in this space are only projections.
The real god of the Crimson Alchemy Council is the Crimson Eye.
And within this race, classes are divided by alchemy level.
Under the god, there is the supreme existence called Great Alchemist. The highest decision maker of the entire Alchemy Council, lifespan at least 10,000 years.
The body has almost been completely modified. And the upper level is these alchemy mentors called alchemy masters.
The whole Alchemy Council has only 30 people. That means such exclusive experimental and training bases, there are 30 in total.
And the one he broke into is one of them. Then, Su Heng looked at the position of that alchemy ancient god.
Crimson Ancient God Original Sin Colossus. Level 80, boss, can grow to 5th turn. Health 400,000.
Strength? Agility? Good, this wave finally made the health bar show itself. Attributes?
Attributes don't matter, for human players, as long as your health bar shows.
That is the more interesting fight.
But, level 80 only has 400,000 health.
This thing seems a bit weak.
The bosses he faced before already had over 100,000 health.
That was still a 2nd turn task boss.
This guy really just has a puppet face, but doesn't even reach the power of a thought puppet.
The puppet monster in the Ultraman Tiga movie at least looked like an ancient god. You? Trash. And no. I. The glorious alchemy mentor of the Alchemy Council. How can you be stronger than me? How can a Blue Star monkey master the Holy Knight? You are definitely not a human from Blue Star. You are definitely not. No. You are not human. Humans cannot be this strong. Hit by the absolute zero missile.
The whole body was frozen, but the mouth could still move.
At this moment, the eyes of this alien race were full of fear and dread. The human in front of me. He actually handed over half of his life with a single attack. No. If this attack continues like this, I'm afraid I'll definitely die.
I am one of the 30 alchemy mentors in the Alchemy Council, a genius alchemist with my own experimental base.
The Holy Knight. Actually, I've always been curious, have you ever seen their existence?
Su Heng, with his tailed beast eyes, curiously stared at the strange being in front of him.
Of course, let me introduce him to you.
He is the Holy Knight you mentioned, one of the royal 13 knights of the world tree guarding the digital world Omega Beast.
Of course. If you like, you can also call him Uncle O.
Su Heng raised his hand and scratched his teeth with his claw.
He seemed somewhat dissatisfied. As one of the 30 strongest alchemy mentors in the Alchemy Council, what other means do you have? Aren't you going to use them? This battle is so boring. If you don't act, I'll make sure you completely disappear from this world.
Su Heng's voice stirred up the rage of the strange being from the Scarlet Alchemy Council in front of him.
In an instant, he gave the order. The monkeys of Blue Star. Damn it! Let me show you the true power of my perfect creation. My children. Come out. Bring destruction to this human in front of me. Go and destroy, devour, everything here. Crush this world. Then, slaughter this city.
With this command given, all the eyeballs in this space began to move.
Threads snapped apart instantly.
The crimson sky began to burn, countless blood chi began to rise. Countless souls of the wronged beings were roaring.
At the same time,
the flesh and breath of the Scarlet Alchemy Council's alchemist began to grow wildly.
The thousands of dormant alien beasts were now completely activated.
The battlefield in front of them immediately entered a state of intense heat. They charged directly toward Su Heng.
Ha 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 ha. Interesting. Interesting. Now, this is interesting. Now I'll start being serious, alchemist? 9 Llama, lend me all your strength. Omega Beast. All delete. Delete everything. Su Heng laughed cruelly.
He raised his head, and the 9 tails of the tailed beast were burning with flames. A ball of black and red tailed beast jade
had already formed a head. Chapter 75, The Alchemy Ancient God, Dead. Chakra was continuously gathering. Then, on Omega Beast's tyrant sword, each engraving started to light up with its own color.
Behind, 10 miles away, the Water Lord's body was also surrounded by the northern wind.
He kept the dove protected inside, rising from the ground, circling in the air. This time, not a single one will be left. Omega, it's all yours. Su Heng was now thoroughly enjoying the immense power brought by his complete tailed beast transformation. Then, as if remembering something, he turned his head to look and saw that the dove had already been protected by the Water Lord. He waved his hand. Dove, come here. With his words, the Water Lord directly brought the dove to Su Heng's side. Looking up and gazing at the 40-meter-tall tailed beast Su Heng, the dove only had admiration in her eyes, no fear whatsoever. Boss, I'm here. The dove was very obedient, looking nothing like the young lady of a second-tier city family. If I'm not mistaken, you still have a 4-star job change task, right? Water Lord, stay with Miss Dove. Go harvest some heads. Consider it as your payment for coming with me to this space.
After Su Heng gave the simple orders, the Water Lord slightly lowered his proud gaze. Gently carrying the dove, he headed towards the edge of the battlefield.
Harvesting heads, the Water Lord took the lead.
Then the dove could come to collect the kills.
The level 50+ alien beasts in this place were in abundance.
There was no need to worry about it. The moment the Water Lord tossed the dove onto his back by the collar, her small face turned red. She immediately became shy. Then, under the power of Shui Junbei Feng, she quickly headed to the edge of the battlefield. She began to harvest around the battlefield using spatial magic. The close-range killing power of the Tyrant Dragon Sword is no joke. Under absolute strength, these beasts are simply not enough to see. Quality? No, it's only called quantity, just quantity. There is no such thing as hard to kill or not hard to kill. It's really not troublesome at all. In just half an hour, half of the tens of thousands of alien beasts on the battlefield were dealt with. In this experimental area, there were fewer than 5,000 alien beasts left.
Lava Behemoth Flame Demon Giant. Level, 65, Elite.
Height, 15 meters tall, 8 meters wide at the shoulders, a humanoid giant beast, with flowing lava all over its body. Introduction: born from the core of an active volcano deep underground, it is a natural creation formed by the fusion of fire elements and lava veins.
Dead. Frost Dragon Wings of Frost. Level, 68, Elite.
Height, 22 meters long, 35 meters wingspan, a standard dragon form. Introduction: descendant of the ancient dragon race, it lives year-round in the eternally frozen ice plains in the extreme north.
Dead. Thunder Giant Eagle Lord of Storms. Level, 71, Elite. Height, 8 meters long, 42 meters wingspan, an eagle-shaped giant bird. Introduction, lives atop towering peaks where thunderstorms occur frequently, feeding on lightning. Its feathers are deep blue-purple, with each feather containing violent lightning energy. Dead. The sound of dropped items and experience prompts were too frequent. Su Heng directly turned them off. In half an hour, 3 alien beast groups were wiped out. And their leader units were killed. An hour later, the number of alien beasts in the experimental space had sharply decreased, with fewer than 1,000 left. These alien beasts are undoubtedly all top-tier units above level 70, the 4th-tier pinnacle. If these alien beasts were placed on the battlefield outside Hanhai City, Hanhai City could be destroyed at any time. Because Hanhai City's 5th-tier Grand Magister is only the 81st level city Lord Peiqing. Even though she is 5th tier, she is not a god. An hour and a half later, the densely packed alien beast space, the Crimson Alchemical Council's alchemy experiment space. Countless eyeballs have withered, and threads have been severed. Countless alien beasts completely disappeared in place. This was all thanks to the Omega Beast's large-scale AoE skill activation, otherwise, these densely packed corpses might have been disgustingly overwhelming. At this moment, under the Tyrant Dragon Sword, the alchemical ancient god had already been chopped in half, with Su Heng's tail beast-like body firmly pressed on top of the alchemist in front of him. Gazing at the alien species in front of him, which had no idea how many times it had been self-modified and iterated, he then removed his tail beast form. At this moment, the creature had returned to its normal size, clearly resembling a human form. But it looked very strange. The Crimson Alchemical Council, you are the first alien race I've encountered. And you will not be the last alien race to die at the hands of this blue star human. Everything is over. Trash. The dove, who had completed the 4-star job transfer task, returned to Su Heng's side, quietly staying, without speaking. Ha! Ha! Blue star monkeys, I am just the beginning, not the end. Do you really think that the starry sky's 10,000 races only have beings like me? The Crimson Eye will descend upon your world, devour your world. Humans! You are nothing but our alchemical material. The alchemist, whose body had been pierced by the tail beast jade. At this moment, his life force had dissipated. He just couldn't understand why this human in front of him was so powerful. He was clearly only level 40. But just now, his display, along with his holy knight-type war beast beside him. The power they unleashed far exceeded his own 4th-tier strength. Tell me, why is your contracted war beast so different? This guy asked with all his remaining strength. Because they come from other dimensions. From the world of fantasy. A power that can stop your invasion of Blue Star. Su Heng's tone was very calm, so calm that the alien in front of him couldn't believe it. Other dimensions, the world of fantasy. A power to block their invasion? Ha 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 ha. Could this be the best alchemy material to create perfect life? With infinite imagination of perfect life, this starry sky alien, the alchemy master, completely lost his breath. Alien races of the heavens, Crimson Alchemy Council Alchemy Master. Level 80, peak of the 4th turn. Health, 200,000. He is dead. Looking at the guy in front of him, completely losing his breath. It was at this critical moment. In Su Heng's hand, on the ring that symbolized the identity of a human Federation citizen, a clear voice sounded, activating the automatic broadcast. Congratulations to the professional Beast Master, Su Heng. Human Federation Donghuang District Level 5 Base City Hanhai City 3rd-class citizen. Successfully solved the Federation Beast Wave, killed Blue Star's great enemy Crimson Alchemy Council Alchemy Master. Meritorious and outstanding achievements. Officially promoted to a first-class citizen of the Federation, enjoying the first-class citizen treatment in the 5 major regions of the Federation. Chapter 76, First-class citizen of the Federation. The Golden Legend. Since the invasion of the Myriad races thousands of years ago, humanity retreated step by step, with a population of over 6 billion. In a short time, humanity was almost slaughtered by the alien races of the heavens. At the critical moment, the 5 major nations of Blue Star formed an alliance, leading the remaining human nations to resist. Until the will of Blue Star descended, the world was gamified. The Temple of Profession appeared. The Human Federation was established. Now, on this expanded Blue Star, the Human Federation of Blue Star is the only legal organization representing humanity. The world was divided into 5 major regions, and Su Heng City, Hanhai City, is in the Donghuang district of the Blue Star Human Federation. Thus, Blue Star no longer has regular nations. Instead, there is a common identity, the Federation citizen. Every Federation citizen, after birth, is registered and receives their own identity ring. This ring is made from special alchemy materials. It can directly connect to the Federation network. Even renting, borrowing, checking information, and using teleportation arrays for travel are possible. Generally, most functions are activated after the age of 18. However, Su Heng didn't know that the item on his finger actually had the ability to detect kills of the alien races of the heavens, as well as the Federation's meritorious records and rewards. A mere level 80 weak alien actually made my status go from third-class citizen to first class? Isn't this achievement a little too easy to earn? The merit level is tied to the citizen level. This was decided when the Human Federation was established. It originated from the oldest system in human history, the merit system. It was created to encourage human citizens to kill alien races and reclaim our homeland. To facilitate unity, the 5 Imperial-level professionals took the lead. With the 5 major powers as the core, they created a whole set of war merit systems adapted to the Human Federation. This system is linked to the citizen system, profession system, and merit system. Generally, it can be divided into citizens. Citizens have 3 levels: third-class citizens, second-class citizens, and first-class citizens. This is the foundation of the Human Federation, and generally, first-class citizens have already shed the blood of the alien races. Enjoying such treatment is undoubtedly for those who have contributed to humanity. Later, according to the 5 levels of titles, Marquis, Earl, Duke, and King, 15 levels of nobility were divided. Above this, there is the highest rank of the King title. Once crowned with the King title, one becomes the true powerhouse in charge of a regional area. It is said that only those who reach the peak of the 9th turn of top professionals are qualified to receive such a title. Each one is a true powerhouse guarding the first-level base city. Occupation levels, that's even rarer. It's an existence where even the slightest movement affects everything. As for the highest tier, the Emperor-class occupation holders, there are only 5 in the entire Human Federation. One is stationed in each region. Their lifespans, rumors say, can last over 1,000 years. They are the hope of the Human Federation today. These 5 legends take turns guarding the borders, stopping the full-scale invasion of alien races. All the citizens of the Federation know. From first-class citizens onward, these people who have earned achievements undoubtedly paid great sacrifices for the Federation. They have made huge contributions or fought on the front lines against alien races. Lord Su Heng. Congratulations on becoming a first-class citizen of the Federation. You are just one step away from entering the nobility system. White Dove widened her eyes, envious. Even though she was a family genius from a second-tier city, her family had even produced several city lords and multiple commanders of military groups. Her status was still just that of a second-class citizen. Because, even though her family members had titles, the heirs of her family could only have a citizen status at best, and to gain a title, one must truly fight on the battlefield to have a chance. The Human Federation doesn't do hereditary titles like that. Achievements must be earned by oneself. Hereditary? Where does such face come from? Giving the heirs of these titled families a second-class citizen status is already a great kindness from the Federation. The person you just killed was one of the only 30 alchemists in the Crimson Alchemy Council. If placed among humans, they would be the lord of a level 5 city. You just killed a city lord, and you didn't get a title? It's really strange. White Dove's murmuring voice came to Su Heng's ears, and he couldn't help but curl his lips. A title. It was just an 80-level alien. How could this little achievement be worth giving him a title? But, to be fair, what if he killed 10 of them? Baron, what kind of social status does a baron have? What resources can they get from the Federation? For a moment, Su Heng actually got a bit curious. It's fine, just a mere alchemist. It's not like they are some supreme or divine being from their race. Not valuable, not valuable. Listening to Su Heng's casual remarks, White Dove couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. Su Heng didn't care. What he cared about now was his system storage. The piles of materials, equipment, and the large number of Federation gold coins waving at him. White and green garbage materials and equipment, countless. Blue quality materials and equipment together. Already over 1,000. Even the purple equipment and materials that are hard to find in dungeons. There were even over 100 of these in the warehouse, almost all of them dropped from the beast-tied spacelock just now. And even gold. This is usually for 4-turn professions, big professions around level 80. Golden equipment for those below level 5 turns to use. This time, 2 pieces directly appeared. Dominion of all beasts exclusive. Equipment type, ring. Level restriction, 75. Quality, gold. Base attributes, spirit plus 85, intelligence plus 65, constitution plus 40. Special effect, unidentified. Description: this ring is forged from the heart core of a Crimson Alchemy Council Master Alchemist. It is dark golden in color, and the ring face is set with a rotating crystal core.
Inside the crystal core, there seem to be countless phantom beasts running, roaring, and bowing in submission.
When you wear it, you will hear the roar of the ancient beasts. It is the 100 beasts bowing to their new master.
Suitable for professions: Beast Master, Beast Tamer, Summoner.
Void Sphere exclusive. Equipment type, offhand/orb. Level restriction, 68. Quality, gold. Base attributes, intelligence plus 95, spirit plus 70, perception plus 45. Special effect, unidentified. Active skill, void banishment, can banish a target within 10 levels of the user into the void. Duration 5 seconds, half effect on boss level targets.
Equipment description: the orb is semi-transparent ghostly blue. When held, you can feel void energy flowing through your fingertips across your whole body. It longs to return to the void, yet also clings to the strange and colorful material world. Space mages, elemental mages, arcane mages. These two golden pieces of equipment both come from the lair of the Crimson Council. They are also the core rewards of Su Heng's operation this time. Value: incalculable. Chapter 77, Looking for Trouble? Looking for trouble with Su Heng? The hidden job change quest only shows results after leaving here. But this time, we actually killed more than 10,000 alien beasts. Too bad, the drop rate is still too low, only 2 golden equipments. Golden equipment is already rare itself. Many level 80 professionals don't even have more than purple equipment in their hands. Golden is already epic. Not only rare, the price is extremely high. Su Heng stared at these 2 golden equipments in his backpack, his heart burning hot. Golden epic. This really is a gain, not to mention how much would be earned if sold to the Adventurers Guild. Even if thrown into an auction to sell. White Dove, your task is finished, right? Let's go, we'll also leave this space now. This whole beast wave space, can it be considered completely destroyed by us now? White Dove shrugged. This is not just destroyed, it's totally pierced through. This space has been completely abandoned. Once we leave, the space laws here will be completely crushed. Then it will turn into countless space fragments, which over time might condense into some level of space orbs. But that is for the future, it doesn't have much to do with oneself. Boss, before entering, I already anchored the exit to the outside. Follow me, you will definitely not get lost in the space turbulence. White Dove nodded seriously, risking the honor of a space mage. Then directly led Su Heng toward the direction of the space passage. On the other side. Not long ago, the team sent by the Bai family had already arrived in Hanhai City. At this moment, the team leader is Bai Mo. One of the members of Wushan City's Arms Corps, a special professional, serving as a small group leader in the Arms Corps. Level 5th Rebirth, 100. The 4 had just arrived at the job change shrine, and saw a young girl slightly anxious, looking around here. Isn't this the shrine girl? The one responsible for receiving Su Heng? Wasn't she at the Beast Tower shrine? Why is she at the Shadow Tower shrine now? Oh, the positions at the job change shrine are shared. Now, outside Hanhai City is an emergency, countless shrine priests are involved in the battlefield. At this moment, Joe-Kei anxiously watches the direction of the battlefield. But she cannot leave. The requirement of the priest is that she serves as Su Heng's dedicated maid. She must wait here for her Lord Su Heng to return. But at this moment, she actually hears people outside discussing Lord Su Heng. This is the Shadow Tower. Is it Su Heng's friend? This professional lord. Excuse me, do you know Lord Su Heng? Little KK asked cautiously. While asking, she carefully fumbled in her pocket for something. But, in the next second, the tone of these 4 professional lords in front became abnormal. Su Heng? Boss, this name isn't that little genius from 5th level base city? Looks like even in this trash area, he's famous. A genius from a small place, used to, Boss, what are you doing? These 3 spoke without caution, making Bai Mo directly headache. As a branch of the Bai family, Bai Mo would not be like these idiots under him. 100 levels strong, still has some brain. Miss, we do indeed know Su Heng. May I ask what business you have? Bai Mo vaguely felt that this Su Heng might not be as simple as he thought. How could a genius from a level 5 base city be remembered by a candidate priest of a temple? This tone, it feels like I've heard it somewhere before. Oh. Familiar is good, familiar is good. My lord, do you have a moment? Lord Su Heng went to the battlefield and forgot to take the token given by the temple when he left. Could you deliver this token for him? As she spoke, the girl pulled a small box from her pocket. Then she took out the box. Heavenly Talent Token. This is the Heavenly Talent Token issued by the Human Federation. This is not the so-called talent or genius that other families or schools talk about.
It is a heavenly talent token jointly issued by the Reassignment Temple and the 3 Great Guilds. Each token has a unique number. And in Su Heng's hand, the number is 00-81. Only practitioners who complete a 5-star reassignment task can possess such a token. Each reassignment rank can only be certified once. Currently, the whole Federation only has 80 tokens. With this one, it becomes 81. The first issue was in Federation Year 3. The token evolves with its holder and becomes a special form, a true symbol of identity. Every heavenly talent token has a separate number, from 001 to 081, never repeating. After blood recognition, only the holder can use it. If someone else picks it up, it becomes invalid automatically. The token's quality evolves with the holder's level, no need to replace it. With Federation certification, any level 5 base city temple or institution can recognize it. If the holder kills an alien, they gain plus 50% Federation merit bonus. When using the Federation teleportation array, they enjoy highest priority and 50% fee reduction. In a major Federation crisis, a call for help can be sent to all heavenly talent token holders. If the holder dies, the token automatically returns to the Reassignment Temple's main hall and is permanently sealed. Tokens 001010 are known to have lost 6 holders. They were the first batch recognized by the Federation and the 3 Great Guilds. Now, most are the Federation's founding heroes. When Bai Mo saw the token's design, a miniature star spinning in the center, surrounded by 9 small stars. He recognized it. The authenticity of this heavenly talent token. When he heard it belonged to Su Heng, behind him, 3 gasps of shock were heard. Boss, this Su Heng isn't an ordinary little genius? Him and the temple? Could he be the child of some temple priest? The child of a temple priest, how could he be in this remote base city? I don't know. Bai Mo fell silent. He admitted he should update his data on Su Heng. But what shocked him even more? Not long after, the girl suddenly spoke again. Epsilon equals Omicron asterisk psi. Actually, I am Lord Su Heng's personal maid, but the priests all went to support the front line. I just wanted to be a little lazy, my lords, please help me. I am super weak. As soon as she said this, the people who came from the Bai family to cause trouble, led by Bai Mo, all trembled. They stood dumbfounded, as if their whole worldview had been changed. Unbelievable. A priest candidate serving as a maid? What the hell? What does it mean? This is a special privilege only given by the temple. There are less than 10 people in the whole Federation with this privilege. What did the old master say again? Come here to suppress this arrogant little genius from the level 5 base city? Cause trouble? Trouble for Su Heng? Are you kidding me? Chapter 78, Did Su Heng fail? Vote please. The Federation is composed of the Reassignment Temple, 5 major kingdoms, and the 3 Great Guilds. Among them, the Reassignment Temple does not interfere with the Human Federation's politics. It stands proudly, independent of the secular world. The secular symbol of the manifestation of Blue Star's heavenly Tao will. And it is precisely for this reason that the temple stands above all other practitioners. It is an absolutely fair and safe place. Anyone who dares to challenge the authority of the temple, those lawbreakers, will be completely wiped out without hesitation. Being recognized by the temple means being recognized by the Blue Star's heavenly Tao will. Who would dare challenge the Blue Star's heavenly Tao will? Isn't that practically becoming a dog for the alien races? The hat the Blue Stars will put on you isn't just any hat. Luckily, I didn't act impulsively. Otherwise, the Bai family might have been doomed. Don't think this is just a 5th level base city's transition temple. But, the prestige still surpasses all the families. Old. Boss? Damn. I was just thinking of teaching this kid a lesson, making him understand what an upper-tier family is. Teach him a lesson? He's a VIP of the temple, are you looking to die? Hiss. I still have an 80-year-old daughter waiting for me to pick her up from school, I can't do this. At this moment, Bai Mo's hands were trembling. A level 100 powerhouse, in front of a not-so-high-level temple genius token, was like a little girl. In the end, he resolutely turned away. Without looking back, he said, let's go. Let's go back, I also want to see which idiot from the Bai family reported this. Screw it, Su Heng is just the first high school graduate. You tell me, this is a high school student? What an idiot. Damn it, if I hadn't chosen to take a task at the temple first, the Bai family would probably be dead because of me. Old man is getting senile, losing his mind, suppressing a genius favored by the temple? Doesn't he know that these temple geniuses are all freaks? Temple geniuses each have their own temperaments, some even hostile. But everyone knows that once you provoke them, it means provoking the will of the temple. Damn it, which undercover spy reported this? Retreat. Let's leave this temple, this man-eating place first. By the way, didn't they say the young lady needed support? Let's go outside and take a look. If we can resist, let's resist. If we can't, save some people. Otherwise, if we're really blamed, it's over. Soon after.
Under the night sky, Hanhai City seemed incredibly lonely, majestic. On the city walls, there were traces of blood everywhere.
Some from humans, some from alien beasts.
Outside the city, several miles away, alien beast corpses lay scattered everywhere. Before Su Heng entered, the third wave of the beast tide had already arrived, and the traces of these corpses. This proves the ferocity of the third wave of the beast tide. Outside the beast tide space.
Pale and gasping for breath, Pei Ching, holding his ice staff tightly.
The energy gem on the staff had already lost its energy fluctuation. Not long ago, Pei Ching had released an 81st level forbidden spell, freezing an entire battlefield. The Hanhai City military group, various professional teams, associations, and mercenary members. Only then, they had the chance to clear out the alien beasts before them. The third wave of the beast tide had already surpassed half of what a 5th level base city would normally face.
But even so,
under Pei Chang's leadership, they had finally eradicated this group of alien beasts completely.
None left.
However, outside the space passage where the alien beasts were born, Pei Chang's expression was cold as he stared at the passage before him.
The hand holding the staff still slightly trembled. City Lord, let's go back.
The commander of the military group, Shin Xianjun, tightly gripped his blue-grade large sword. Blood stains had long since soaked his armor. The blood stains had already dried up completely. He was a third-turn practitioner, his level had not yet reached 60. But not long ago, he had single-handedly held off an entire team of third-turn alien beasts, buying his teammates a full 5 hours to escape.
He had nearly died at the hands of a 70-level alien beast. The City Lord has arrived. An 81st level 5th tier major professional took action, indeed extraordinary.
Those countless ice shards froze and impaled a large number of strange beasts right where they stood.
But now, this City Lord, who solved most of the battlefield, is staring fixedly at the strange beast passage in front of him.
Old Shin, no, he will come back for sure. I felt it during the 66th moment, his battle beast's level is higher than mine.
How could he die in there?
He is the hope of our Hanhai City. Pei Ching's gaze was extremely firm. No matter what, he could not believe Su Heng had died inside the beast tide space.
But Shin Xianjun hesitated for a moment, finally choosing to speak. This beast tide space is too mysterious.
From the third wave of beast tide until now, 12 hours have passed. He indeed could withstand the big wave of beast tide, but that is the space formed by the beast tide. According to the Union's rules for the formation of beast tide spaces, if one does not come out within 6 hours, that space very likely has already collapsed.
Even if he is still alive, he might have been transported somewhere else.
City Lord, for Hanhai City, you cannot remain so despondent. Su Heng directly faced the third wave of beast tide.
He charged straight in.
12 hours, a full 12 hours, and the space passage has already completely blocked. Even if he is very strong, even a 5th tier major professional cannot resist the space rift.
But at this crucial moment, suddenly,
a sudden disturbance made Shin Xianjuan's expression change.
Wrong. City Lord, move aside. The beast tide space has movement. The fourth wave of beast tide is coming toward the outside. Quick, run. The third wave of beast tide already had strange beasts of level 60 to 70, this fourth wave might be even worse. With the beast tide space moving, hundreds of 4th tier level 70 to 80 strange beasts were rushing crazily toward the beast passage. Su Heng failed.
Shin Xianjun lowered his head, his expression sinking.
But in the next moment, he directly gave orders. All members of the Hanhai armament group, form a battle array. Together with the reinforcements, stop this wave of beast tide. Even if, Sakri. Wait, WTF, what's happening?
Shin Xianjun, who just gave the order, already gripped his greatsword, ready to charge into the beast tide. But the next moment, a familiar voice appeared in his ear.
Jiu Lama, continuous tail beast jade. Omega, all delete all. Water Lord, wave of water.
Immediately, countless golden, black-red, and blue energy glows flashed violently from the beast tide passage.
One after another, booming sounds erupted there. Those strange beasts still a short distance from the outside were instantly turned into scraps. Vanished without a trace. Chapter 79 WTF. The hero defending the city is actually so young.
At this moment, under Shin Xianjuan's command, the members of the Hanhai City Armament Group, already in battle formation, and the Union reinforcements,
all were stunned. What is happening? Hundreds of level 60 to 70 strange beasts. Hundreds of them. Just like that, disappeared? Not even scraps left behind?
At this moment, in front of the Beast Tide passage, everyone was silent.
Several minutes passed. The pioneers outside Hanhai City were the first to react.
Looking closely, it was old Yen, the one Su Heng had saved before.
The excitement on his face made it obvious. Ha ha ha. As expected of little Su, the boss. It's him.
That awesome voice just now, it has to be him.
No doubt. WTF. Ha ha, I said he would be fine. Ha ha ha. Yes, absolutely that big boss. I know the all-delete voice too well. The big boss is fine. I knew boss Su Heng would be fine. Ha, my daughter no longer has to remain widowed. What's a mere Beast Tide? Big brother Su Heng is the real deal, haha. By the way, how old is this big brother Su Heng you're talking about? 40? Well, my daughter can marry him then. Being a concubine is fine too. Su Heng, this name must belong to a 5th-tier class holder, right?
At this moment, outside of Hanhai City, countless professionals, military, warriors, mercenaries, and professional teams
all stood upright.
Their serious eyes fixed on the space formed by the Beast Tide, respectfully awaiting the return of a warrior.
A hero's return.
Meanwhile, the other allied forces, who were not from Hanhai City, curiously looked at the passage formed by the Beast Tide space. Honestly, they were deeply intrigued by such a mysterious professional who could destroy a level 5 city. Before they arrived at Hanhai City to offer support, they had already heard of such a professional's existence. This powerhouse had single-handedly cleared the first 2 waves of the Beast Tide and even directly charged into the Beast Tide space. He broke through it entirely. At this moment, this powerhouse had already emerged from within.
No matter what. This is a presence worthy of respect.
Thinking of this, these Federal Army soldiers silently gazed towards the direction of the Beast Tide. They stood in solemn reverence. Just like the warriors of Hanhai City's weaponry regiment, their gazes were fixed on the entrance of the Beast Tide passage. They tried to express their deepest respect to the hero walking out from that space. For a moment, the entrance to the Beast Tide passage became the focus of everyone's attention. Soon, 2 figures, one in front of the other, slowly emerged from the direction of the Beast Tide passage. The girl was sitting atop a strange battle beast. The boy sat atop the head of a strange fox-like battle beast. The battle beast symbolizing the paladin had already vanished, its super evolution had been undone. The 2 figures slowly stepped out, and immediately after, the Beast Tide space behind them collapsed instantly. Even the connected passage vanished in the space fissures. This meant that the Beast Tide, which had swept across the entire Hanhai City, had completely ended. And the boy in front of them was the one who had accomplished this great feat.
Wait. A boy?
The moment Su Heng stepped out of this otherworldly beast space with the White Dove, the entire allied forces sent by the Federation, along with the defending soldiers and warriors of Hanhai City's weaponry regiment. Under the moonlight, they clearly saw the true face of the hero.
Is this a boy?
Everyone froze, even the proud by Mo and the 3 professionals from Wu Mountain City behind him. They too were stunned by Su Heng's youthful face. Their eyes were filled with disbelief.
He looked so young, it almost seemed unreal. It was truly astonishing. On the battlefield, everything fell into silence.
Especially under the moonlight, this silence seemed particularly strange.
A general from the Federation's weaponry army, a level 79 professional. At this moment, his face showed disbelief. He looked at the boy in front of him, then his gaze shifted to Shin Jun.
Shun, no, you are brother Shin.
Wait, this is the one who broke through 2 waves of the Beast Tide, then directly entered the Beast Tide space and broke through it? A boy? Are you sure you're not mistaken? He's about the same age as your daughter, right? How could a genius of this level come from your Hanhai City?
I think it's necessary to bring him to our Southern State Weaponry Army, a genius like him.
No, Old Shin, how could you let such a genius enter the Beast Tide space? Hanhai City, you guys are incredible, hiding such a genius?
At this moment, all beliefs were shattered.
To be honest, he had always thought
that the strong ones who could kill beast waves in Hanhai City must be retired old generals. Or maybe, they were super strong individuals, hidden in this place, with levels above 100.
Their age must be at least over 80. You have to know, upgrading as a professional.
Before the 4th transfer, it's easy, but after the 4th transfer, it really relies on talent and effort.
A level 100 powerhouse is not something you find everywhere, a presence like this.
At most, they would be the lord of a 2nd or 3rd level city guarding the town. In a level 5 city like Hanhai City, they would be the kind of veteran who was tired of war.
But then, the moment Su Heng's face appeared, everything became clear.
This was no old man, this was no reclusive senior. This was clearly a genius.
Don't even talk about the general who came to support.
Even the mercenaries from other cities, the professional teams. And the soldiers from the armed forces in Hanhai City who didn't recognize Su Heng. At this moment, they were all stunned. There were even quite a few ordinary professionals in Hanhai City who didn't want to just fall, and voluntarily came to support the city defense. They were also shocked by the appearance of this hero.
Damn, isn't this that little kid from the 66th middle school?
He was still at our internet cafe last month, pulling several all-nighters.
You're just talking nonsense. A hero like that, pulling all-nighters at an internet cafe, is it him that's crazy or you? Damn. This kid loves to eat my family's beef noodles.
That's it, keep talking.
He'll never eat beef again. I swear, isn't this the guy who didn't have a companion beast at the awakening ceremony? I even warned my daughter to stay away from this kid. A giant fox. And that submissive giant dragon. Damn it, he's a beast master. The big shot has been right next to me?
I'm done for, my fat brat even mocked this big shot.
When I get home, I'm going to beat that little bastard to death.
Damn it, no, I'll definitely slap that little jerk to death when I get home.